Naruto Uzumaki slurped the last bite of his ramen, the rich tonkatsu broth and firm noodles sliding into his stomach, filling him with unparalleled satisfaction. He patted his belly, a blissful smile spreading across his face, and was about to order another bowl from Tucci, the ramen shop owner. "Uncle, one more." Before he could finish his sentence, everything suddenly went pitch black, as if the world had been drained of all light and sound in an instant. A strong wave of dizziness hit him, and Naruto felt as though he had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The world swirled around him, his stomach churned violently, and nausea overwhelmed him. He didn't even have time to cry out before his consciousness completely faded. At the same time, in a quiet spot beneath a tree in Konoha village, Kakashi Hatake leaned against the trunk, leisurely flipping through the latest volume of Ica Paradise. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling his silver hair and relaxed mask-covered face. He was utterly engrossed, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, the words on the pages began to warp and blur. The light around him dimmed rapidly, as though ink had spilled across the world. Kakashi's eyes narrowed sharply, his laid-back demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by the alertness of a seasoned ninja. He snapped his book shut, attempting to sense any changes in chakra. In the next moment, an irresistible force enveloped him, and his vision plunged into darkness. Elsewhere, in a secluded hideout, Sasuke Uchiha sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, focusing on the flow of chakra within his body. The air was cold and sharp, but his vigilance never faltered. Suddenly, he detected a faint yet unusual disturbance in the space around him. Sasuke's eyes shot open, and a gleam of intensity flashed through his deep black pupils. Instinctively, he tried to activate his Sharingan and leap away, but a surge of blinding light engulfed him before he could react. The light was not merely dazzling, it felt like a force acting directly upon his soul, dragging him into a forced teleportation he was powerless to resist. And it wasn't just the three of them. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was reviewing documents when she suddenly felt her heart lurch. Before she could react, she was swallowed by a brilliant light. Outside a hot spring inn, Jiraiya was just about to pull out his binoculars when darkness overtook his vision. In a dimly lit laboratory, Orochimaru, deep in his research, noticed the spatial anomaly but remained calm as he was swept away, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, Tenten. Numerous key figures inside and outside Konoha village were all forcibly pulled by this mysterious power. Even members of the Akatsuki, who were not supposed to appear at the same time, were caught in this strange phenomenon. When Naruto woke up again, he found himself sitting in an extraordinarily comfortable chair, as if it had been custom-made for him. He rubbed his throbbing temples and looked around. He was in a massive, theater-like enclosed space. The lighting was dim, barely illuminating his surroundings. Rows upon rows of strange, uniquely designed chairs were neatly arranged, extending upward in a fan shape, seemingly without end. Directly in front of him was an enormous black screen, so vast it filled his entire field of vision. It resembled a dormant, colossal beast, exuding an invisible sense of pressure. "Where is this?" Naruto muttered to himself in confusion, his stomach still unsettled from the ramen. Suddenly, he heard voices, some familiar and some unfamiliar, coming from around him. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the hell is going on?" Kiba Inuzuka grumbled, while his companion, Akamaru, let out a low, uneasy growl. "What a drag," Shikamaru sighed, frowning as he began to assess their surroundings. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura called out, her voice filled with both surprise and concern as her gaze locked onto a figure not far away. Naruto immediately turned his head and, sure enough, saw that familiar silhouette Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke's cold gaze swept over their surroundings. When his eyes briefly met Naruto's, he only furrowed his brows slightly before looking away, as if evaluating the potential threats in the area. It wasn't just Sasuke. Naruto recognized even more familiar faces: Kakashi, Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Lee, Niji, Tenten, Irika, Gai-sensei, and even Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The simultaneous presence of the three legendary Sannin made the atmosphere incredibly tense. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru with a mix of wariness and disdain. Jiraiya's expression was grave, while Orochimaru looked intrigued, as if observing a fascinating experiment. To Naruto's shock, he noticed that on the other side of the theater, there were faint silhouettes clad in black cloaks with red clouds, the Akatsuki. Although the dim lighting obscured their faces, their iconic attire left no room for doubt. In an instant, the atmosphere in the theater turned ice cold. All the ninjas instinctively tensed, their chakras surging within them as their vigilance peaked. Some quietly reached for their weapon pouches, only to find they couldn't move. Others tried to stand, but an invisible force kept them firmly pinned to their chairs. Some attempted hand signs to perform jutsu, but their chakra flow was disrupted, making it impossible to form any techniques.
Damn it! What is going on here?
Rock Lee roared, straining with all his might to break free from his chair. His taijutsu energy burst forth, but the chair didn't budge an inch. Instead, a powerful rebound force made him grunt in pain.
A single sound.
Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, attempting to survey the spatial structure and energy flow.
No good, he said softly to Tenten and Lee, it's complete chaos here, I can't see anything clearly.
Worse yet, there's an energy barrier that cannot be breached. As everyone grew increasingly uneasy, the atmosphere thick with tension, an icy, emotionless voice that was neither male nor female echoed directly in their minds, reverberating throughout the entire theater space.
Do not panic, nor attempt anything futile. This place is called the Multiverse Theater. The voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with an undeniable authority. Multiverse Theater? Shikamaru frowned, repeating the unfamiliar term as his mind raced. What does that mean?
The cold voice continued, there are two purposes for summoning you here. First, to view 10 possible scenarios derived from your world. Second, to expand your understanding and recognize the infinite branches of fate.
10 possible scenarios? Naruto asked in confusion. Does that mean the future?
Kakashi replied in a low voice, sounds more like parallel worlds or alternate paths of development. The system ignored their questions and calmly announced the rules.
Here are the rules. First, mandatory viewing.
No one may leave the theater until the footage has been completely displayed. Second, large-scale conflicts are prohibited.
Hostile actions within the theater that could result in serious harm are strictly forbidden. Violators will be forcibly restrained by the system.
Suddenly, an overwhelming, invisible pressure emanated from the Akatsuki side. Clearly, someone had tried to act. A stifled groan of pain erupted from the person as they were crushed under immense force, collapsing helplessly and unable even to move a finger.
Cold sweat drenched their clothes.
After several seconds, the pressure lifted, leaving only heavy gasps and wary, vigilant looks from those around them. This kill the chicken to warn the monkey punishment immediately made everyone keenly aware of the system's strength. Amid the tension, a new layer of awe and unease settled. Resisting the system seemed almost impossible. The system's voice resumed, as if nothing had happened.
Third, during the viewing, the system will provide necessary commentary and supplementary information. The rules have been stated.
Now, the first possible scenario world will begin. As soon as the voice finished, a massive black screen in front of them suddenly lit up. The blinding light was as if the sun had exploded, forcing everyone instinctively to close their eyes or shield them with their hands.
The intense light lasted for several seconds before dimming, though white spots still lingered in their vision.
As they gradually adjusted to the light and looked back at the screen, they saw a line of enormous, warped text in the center, glowing with an ominous dark red hue, as if written in blood. The text exuded a strange, seductive allure while simultaneously evoking a deep sense of dread, as though it sought to devour their very souls.
Each character was burned into everyone's mind with stark clarity. Alternate World I, the Dark Empress tyrannical succubus Tsunade. In an instant, the entire theater fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment.
Every gaze, whether from the ninjas of Konoha, representatives from other villages, or even members of the Akatsuki, was magnetically drawn to the words on the screen. Especially the name Tsunade, followed by the chilling, blasphemous descriptors Dark Empress, Succubus, Tyrannical. Tsunade, the renowned fifth Hokage known for her immense strength, medical expertise, and fiery temper, turned pale. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her lips quivered as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. It wasn't just shock, it was a mix of indescribable humiliation and fury, as though a cold, venomous serpent had coiled around her heart. Her hands gripped the armrests tightly, her knuckles whitening, emitting faint creaking sounds. Sitting not far away, Jiraiya's eyes widened to their limits, as though he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. His mouth opened, emitting incoherent ho sounds, but he couldn't form a single word. The image of Tsunade he had always cherished, strong, independent, occasionally brash, was ruthlessly torn apart by the words on the screen. The weight of this realization was heavier than any blow he had ever endured. In a corner, Orochimaru's face was pale, but his lips curled into a cold, eerie smile. His golden slit pupils gleamed with intense curiosity, as if he'd found a new specimen to dissect. To him, words like Tsunade, Empress, Succubus, and Tyrannical did not clash at all. Instead, they ignited his interest in the unknown and the twisted facets of human nature.
This bizarre possibility was far more stimulating than any mundane list he had anticipated.
The reactions across the theater varied, but they were all filled with shock and confusion. Naruto blinked, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that he hadn't misread.
Granny Tsunade, a succubus? What does that even mean? He was unfamiliar with the term, but his instincts told him it couldn't be anything good. Sakura's cheeks turned crimson in an instant, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her expression. She hastily defended her master. Nonsense. Lady Tsunade would never. She wanted to retort loudly but caught sight of Tsunade's grim face and the strange atmosphere in the room. Swallowing her words, she clutched the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. Shikamaru frowned and murmured, "The first world is already this troublesome? Succubus Tsunade. What could this mean?"
He began contemplating the worldview and rules behind the title, as well as why the system chose such a beginning. Silence spread, and the air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of everyone's heavy or rapid breathing. Everyone understood that what they were about to witness would completely overturn their understanding of the familiar world. And at the forefront of this upheaval was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the fifth Hokage of Konoha Tsunade. The dark red words on the screen glowed ominously, a harbinger of an oncoming storm that would challenge all preconceived notions. The dark red text burned like a brand, etching itself deeply into everyone's retinas. Gradually, the ominous glow faded, replaced by moving images. The outline of Konoha village appeared on the screen. In the distance, the Hokage Rock was faintly visible, but the village's appearance had completely changed. It was no longer the sunny, vibrant place they knew but a strange village shrouded in dark shadows. The buildings were luxurious yet bizarre, with towering spires twisting upward like claws piercing through a cloudy sky. The houses along the streets were adorned with intricate, suggestive carvings. The dim lighting seemed veiled by a thin layer of gauze, exuding a sense of oppression and decadence. The air was thick with the mixed scent of strong spices and a faint, metallic tang of blood. The camera slowly moved through the shadowy streets, eventually focusing on the Hokage building. This symbol of the will of fire had also been transformed.
Its design was now seductive, with sinuous lines and a crescent moon-shaped decoration glowing faintly at its peak.
The scene transitioned to the interior.
The Hokage's office, once humble and practical, was now adorned like a lavish palace.
Dark red velvet curtains draped down, heavy carpets covered the floor, and daring, provocative paintings hung on the walls. The air was filled with a dizzying aroma of incense. At the center of the room, there was no desk but instead a magnificent chair resembling a throne. A figure reclined casually on the chair.
The camera zoomed in, and the audience held their breath. That face, it was Tsunade.
The yin seal on her forehead was clearly visible, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her features were as stunning as ever, resembling the fifth Hokage they knew. But her aura was completely different, as if she were a different person entirely. She wore a dark gown with a daring design, barely covering her figure. The fabric clung tightly to her form, with a high slit exposing her long, pale legs.
The plunging neckline left nothing to the imagination, showcasing her breathtaking curves.
Her makeup was bold and striking, her lips a fiery red, and her eyes exuded an alluring, soul-stealing charm. At this moment, she was not attending to official duties but toying with a gem-encrusted goblet, the liquid inside as crimson as blood. Her posture was languid and casual, but her gaze carried a sense of superiority and a faint, amused look, like a cat toying with its prey.
Around her, instead of solemn ANBU or advisors, there were several subordinates dressed in luxurious attire, their demeanors reverent to the point of abasement.
Some flattered her with extravagant words, while others trembled and sweated profusely under her idle glance. Through these details, the scene silently conveyed the distorted rules of this world where power seemed intrinsically tied to charm and desire, submission interwoven with fear, forming a bizarre tableau of domination. The Tsunade from the main world began to tremble all over.
It wasn't fear but sheer anger and humiliation.
She stared at the screen, at that version of herself behaving in such a disgraceful manner, and felt as though she had been stripped naked and humiliated in public, then doused with a bucket of filth. It was an affront to her character, a desecration of her dignity as one of the Sannin and the Hokage. What is this abomination?" she rasped, her voice hoarse, her nails digging deeply into the armrest, nearly breaking the hard material. Pain radiated from her palm, but she didn't notice. Her eyes were fixed solely on the offensive image on the screen. She felt nauseous and wished she could leap into the scene and tear that imposter apart. Jiraiya was equally stunned, as if his world had collapsed. The woman on the screen had Tsunade's face but exuded a dark and dangerous allure he had never seen before.
This wasn't the strong, independent, and even somewhat brash Tsunade he knew. This was a being he couldn't even begin to describe.
Impossible, absolutely impossible, he muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion.
Orochimaru, however, was thrilled.
His golden, snake-like eyes gleamed as he licked his lips.
Oh, how fascinating, truly fascinating. So, domination can be played out in this way.
Turning humanity's most primal desires and fears into the foundation of power. How direct, how exquisite.
Effective.
He ignored the near murderous glares from Tsunade and Jiraiya, staring at the screen with the fascination of someone admiring a piece of fine art. His eyes were fixed on every movement of the succubus version of Tsunade displayed before him. The scene continued. The setting transitioned into a lavish yet oppressive conference room. On either side of a long table sat figures radiating immense power. Judging by their attire and demeanor, they were likely the senior elders of Konoha, along with some foreign dignitaries or envoys. At the head of the table sat none other than the succubus Tsunade. She remained in a state of languid nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the gravity of the important meeting taking place.
The atmosphere was tense.
The expressions of the elders and dignitaries were heavy with dissatisfaction. Their words, though restrained, carried sharp undertones of doubt and challenge against some of Tsunade's recent decisions and methods of governance. Lady Hokage, with all due respect, don't you think the decree you've recently issued is overly indulgent? If this continues, it might shake the very foundations of the village. An elderly man with a white beard, who appeared to command considerable authority, spoke in a deep, stern voice. His tone carried an air of stubborn defiance, as though leaning on his seniority. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, likely a representative of one of the daimyo, echoed the sentiment. That's right, Lady Tsunade. While we acknowledge your strength, governing a nation cannot rely solely on personal whims.
We need policies that are steadier and more traditional.
The voices of dissent reverberated within the stifling conference room.
All eyes turned toward the woman enthroned at the head of the table.
The succubus Tsunade remained expressionless. She did not respond immediately but slowly lifted her gaze. Her enchanting eyes, like whirlpools, swept over those who had voiced their dissent. Her gaze was soft, yet it felt like the piercing stare of a venomous snake, sending chills straight to their cores.
The faces of the elders and daimyo representatives turned pale in an instant.
Sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their bodies began to tremble slightly.
Their dissatisfaction and doubts were instantly replaced by fear and an inexplicable longing. Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smirk, like a cat toying with its prey. Her voice, light yet brimming with an almost hypnotic power, drifted through the room. Oh? Do you think my decisions are unsound?
Though her tone was gentle, her words resonated clearly in everyone's ears, as if they directly shook their very souls.
The moment her words fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically.
The elderly man who had first spoken stood up abruptly. Pointing a finger at the daimyo representative who had supported him, he roared, "You scoundrel!
How dare you question Lady Tsunade's wise decisions? You're the one harboring malicious intent."
The accused daimyo representative slammed his hand on the table in fury and retorted, "Nonsense! It's you, clinging to your seniority, envious of Lady Tsunade's authority.
You dare insult me! You're the one who deserves to be punished."
The two men turned into powder kegs, hurling insults and shoving each other, on the verge of breaking into a full-blown fight. What was even more absurd was that their quarrel revolved around proving their loyalty to Tsunade, each trying to demonstrate that they were more supportive of her.
The once dignified conference room descended into utter chaos.
Others in attendance, who had initially stayed neutral or harbored similar discontent, now showed varying reactions. Some froze in terror, unwilling to utter another word. Others cast furtive glances, seemingly contemplating whether to join the ridiculous display of loyalty to protect themselves. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, the succubus Tsunade, leaned lazily against her chair.
She watched the scene unfold with an air of amusement, as if observing a troupe of clowns brawling for her entertainment.
Her eyes betrayed no surprise or anger, only a faint detachment and a hint of boredom, as though she found the spectacle mildly dull.
She had neither used brute force nor unleashed any form of ninjutsu or genjutsu.
With just a glance and a soft-spoken phrase, she had effortlessly manipulated the hearts of powerful figures. Those once high and mighty individuals now acted like puppets on strings, attacking one another solely to win her favor. This eerie and terrifying display of power sent chills down the spines of everyone watching from the observation seats. Their skin crawled with unease.
What kind of power is this?"
Jiraiya muttered in shock, his face pale.
"Is it genjutsu? No, it feels completely different."
"It's more like their will has been twisted, their darkest emotions amplified." He could sense that this was no ordinary illusion or sensory deception. It was a deeper form of mental control, far more sinister and dangerous than any genjutsu he had ever encountered.
Kakashi frowned. It's not traditional genjutsu. It feels more like a form of mental domination, tied to charm or desire.
Those affected don't lose their sense of self, instead, their negative emotions and desires are magnified and then guided in the direction she wants.
Shikamaru's face darkened.
This is serious trouble. This kind of ability is nearly impossible to defend against.
If she wanted to, she could easily topple any organization or nation.
He racked his brain for a solution but came up empty-handed. Naruto, Sakura, and the others felt a visceral sense of discomfort and fear. Watching respected figures, men and women of power and influence, reduced to feral dogs tearing at each other just to curry favor with Granny Tsunade turned their world upside down. It was absurd, grotesque, and horrifying. The chaos continued, but the camera slowly panned away, no longer focusing on the disgraceful antics of the high-ranking officials. Instead, it shifted its gaze toward a figure standing silently beside the succubus Tsunade. When the figure's face came into view, the soundless audience of the primary world collectively gasped.
Silence fell.
A chill ran through their spines, and one individual's face turned ghostly pale. Her body trembled slightly, clutching the small pig, Tauntaun, tightly in her arms. Feeling a surge of fear, she let out a soft whimper. On the screen, the woman standing beside the succubus Tsunade turned out to be another Shizune. She was equally beautiful, with a graceful figure, even exuding a more mature charm compared to the Shizune of the primary world. However, her gaze was entirely different from that of her counterpart. Those eyes, which should have been gentle, wise, and loyal, were now void and numb, like those of a finely crafted doll, devoid of any personal emotion or will. Only when she looked at the succubus Tsunade did a near fanatical, absolute obedience flicker in her eyes. Her attire was also starkly different from the practical and conservative style of the primary world's Shizune. While still resembling a medical ninja outfit, the fabric had been cut with extreme economy, tightly clinging to her body and accentuating her curves to an almost exaggerated degree, even bolder than her master. She deliberately displayed herself, paired with that empty gaze, emanating an eerie and unsettling beauty.
The succubus Tsunade, clearly annoyed by the bickering in the conference room, waved her hand dismissively.
The high-ranking officials who had been attacking each other immediately ceased their actions, though their eyes remained filled with hostility and fear. Tsunade turned to the Shizune beside her, her tone languid and teasing, as if toying with a pet.
Shizune, get rid of these useless things.
And while you're at it, fetch a bottle of tears under the moonlight from the cellar.
I'm feeling thirsty.
Her command was cold and casual, the first part get rid of chilling to the bone, while the latter sounded like a mundane daily task.
Yet, no matter how it was phrased, it carried an undeniable authority.
The hollow-eyed Shizune showed no reaction upon hearing the order, no hesitation, her voice mechanical and cold.
Yes, Lady Tsunade.
She turned to execute the command, her movements elegant yet stiff, as cold as a machine. The Shizune of the primary world watched the screen, seeing that other version of herself, devoid of self, like a puppet controlled by strings. She felt the world spinning, her stomach churning, almost to the point of vomiting. She couldn't accept seeing another version of herself like this, not only obedient but as if her very soul had been hollowed out, leaving only a beautiful shell to be manipulated. To her, this was worse than death, a profound humiliation. She clutched Tauntaun tightly, trembling all over with fear and nausea. The Tsunade of the primary world, seeing this, felt her fury reignite, but more than that, she was overwhelmed with shame and heartbreak. She was outraged at the succubus for defiling her image, but it pained her even more to see herself treating Shizune, who was as loyal as a daughter, in such a way, turning her into a soulless plaything. This made her deeply loathe herself, growling lowly in anguish, "Bastard! That monster, how dare they do this to Shizune?" Her voice was filled with pain and rage, hating the cruelty of that self and feeling ashamed at the thought that she might ever become such a being. This was far more unbearable to her than any direct insult. Others in the audience were equally shocked and disturbed by the twisted master-servant dynamic on display. Jiraiya, looking at the hollow-eyed Shizune on the screen and recalling his earlier, subservient counterpart, felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It seemed that this world's Tsunade had turned all those close to her into slaves or tools. Sakura, her eyes reddening with anger, clenched her fists tightly. She had always been on good terms with Shizune, and seeing her senior like this struck a chord in her heart. She wished she could leap into the screen to wake her up. Kakashi sighed deeply, the darkness and distortion of this parallel world far exceeding his expectations. Orochimaru, however, maintained his unsettling calm and analytical gaze. He displayed a keen interest in the methods of absolute control, particularly in how a strong-willed and capable ninja could be reduced to such a state. The technology and power behind this fascinated him deeply. The footage on the screen continued to play, but the atmosphere in the viewing chamber had turned heavy and oppressive. The glimpse into this parallel world had left a profound impact and psychological shadow on everyone present. They were beginning to understand that the 10 possibilities the system mentioned were far more bizarre and cruel than they had imagined. As the group was still reeling from the shock of the twisted master-servant relationship, the system's cold, merciless voice rang out once more, cutting through like a surgical blade to reveal the core principles of this world. Parallel World 1, the Dark Empress, Succubus Tsunade's sadistic rules. This world's power system is based on interactions at the mental level, encompassing the following elements. The screen shifted to display an abstract diagram, illustrating energy flows accompanied by the system's explanation. First, charisma, not just physical attractiveness, but a unique mental field capable of influencing the emotions and wills of others. Those with high charisma can easily gain trust, even incite fanatical worship or primal desires. On the screen, a humanoid silhouette surrounded by pink or dark purple halos was shown, influencing smaller humanoid figures around it. Second, mental resilience. Titude, the ability to resist mental manipulation from others and maintain one's own willpower. Those with low mental resilience are easily manipulated or seduced by individuals with high charisma. The screen shows the silhouettes of ordinary people becoming blurry and distorted as they come into contact with the charisma aura, while others remain clear and struggle to resist. 3. Succubus power, a core ability mastered by certain high-level entities. It allows the absorption of others' emotional energy, particularly strong desires and fears, converting it into personal strength or using it to enhance the mental field and perform special skills. On the screen, colorful dots representing emotional energy gather like streams around a silhouette radiating the charisma aura, merging into its body. As the energy flows in, the aura around the figure grows brighter and expands further. The system's explanation, paired with the demonstration, vividly reveals the essence of this world's power: mental energy plunder and conversion. This is entirely different from the chakra-based, bloodline limit, and hard training system of the primary world, brimming with eeriness and a certain primitive savagery. After explaining the rules, the screen transitions to a lavish banquet scene. The location remains the dark and opulent Konoha village, but now the atmosphere is one of extreme extravagance. Men and women dressed in luxurious attire gather in a palace-like hall, holding wineglasses, conversing with each other with fake or flattering smiles on their faces. At the center of the banquet sits Succubus Tsunade on the highest throne. She exudes the demeanor of an empress, basking in the worship, adoration, greed, and hidden fear directed at her from all directions. These complex gazes seem to materialize, converging onto her body. Dark energy begins to flicker and dance around her. Tsunade leans lazily against the throne, her eyes half closed, indulging in this power. The dark, flame-like energy around her intensifies with the growing fervor of the gazes, her aura becoming increasingly overwhelming. The mental pressure is so immense that weaker individuals dare not even look at her directly, and even the smile on her lips takes on a dangerously seductive and sinister quality. This scene perfectly corroborates the system's explanation: others' desires and fears have become the source of power for the strong. The viewing audience falls into a dead silence, the impact of this power system far surpassing anything seen before. "This is impossible!" Naruto exclaims, his face filled with disbelief. "Other people's thoughts can actually turn into power?" Kakashi mutters in a low voice, to claim others' mental energy as one's own is akin to a vampire on a psychological level. Such power would cause immense, even permanent, mental trauma to those being drained. Shikamaru's face turns pale as he realizes the terror of this power. It's not just trauma. If one can absorb indefinitely, as long as there are people who feel strong desire or fear toward her, her power can grow without limit. Moreover, to maintain and enhance this power, she would inevitably induce, provoke, or even create such emotions. This would form a vicious cycle, dragging the entire society into an abyss. Utterly repulsive. Sakura bites her lip, expressing her disgust. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, watching the dark energy flowing on the screen, has a gleam in his eyes that burns even brighter. He almost murmurs in a tone of admiration. So that's how it is. Mental energy can be used in this way. Turning others' weaknesses, those uncontrollable emotions and desires, directly into fuel for one's own power. How efficient! Compared to painstakingly refining chakra and researching forbidden techniques, this method of growing by directly plundering power is astonishingly efficient. His words are filled with praise for this efficiency, utterly ignoring the moral implications and potential disasters it might bring. This single-minded focus on power sends a chill down the spines of the nearby Konoha shinobi. As the audience is still digesting this bizarre power system, the banquet scene on the screen shifts, and a figure appears, instantly capturing everyone's attention and causing one particular viewer's heart to tighten. A white-haired man clad in ANBU-style attire, with tighter-fitting clothing adorned with eerie patterns on his chest, walks through the crowd and kneels respectfully before Succubus Tsunade's throne. His face is expressionless, but his eyes reveal a near-fanatical reverence mixed with deep fear. Bowing his head, he reports in a hoarse yet clear voice. "Tsunade-sama, the task you assigned has been completed. All impurities have been thoroughly erased." The words carry an undertone of bloodshed and ruthlessness. The so-called completion was undoubtedly no simple matter. This man, this voice, this unmistakable white hair. In the primary world, Jiraiya suddenly freezes, his pupils dilating as if he has seen the most horrifying ghost. It's him! The man kneeling at Succubus Tsunade's feet, reporting dirty tasks like a loyal hound, is none other than this alternate world's Jiraiya. But how could this be? The Jiraiya before him was worlds apart from the carefree, uninhibited, sometimes lecherous yet powerful legend of the Sannin from the main world. There wasn't a trace of his usual casualness, resilience, or benevolence. All that remained was a suffocating servility. His gaze toward the succubus like Tsunade was filled with a pathological adoration and deep fear, as if he might be crushed at any moment. This extreme emotion twisted into a grotesque and pitiful loyalty. He was no longer the wandering sage seeking the child of prophecy in an effort to change the world. Instead, he seemed to have become the sharpest yet filthiest blade in the hands of the succubus Tsunade, a chief enforcer or intelligence handler whose sole purpose was to deal with her shadowy problems. The succubus Tsunade seemed very pleased with his report. She extended a finger adorned with a luxurious ring, gently lifting his chin, forcing him to meet her enchanting, magical eyes. "Well done, my little Jiraiya," she said, her voice carrying a lazy, rewarding tone, like a queen petting her loyal subject. "As a reward, tonight, you may stay." Those words carried a deeper meaning. Jiraiya's body shuddered violently, his eyes flashing with ecstatic joy and overwhelming gratitude. He responded with a choking voice, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for your grace." Then, like a devout follower kissing a sacred idol, he carefully, reverently, and with immense pride placed a humble kiss on the back of the hand that had lifted his chin. This scene, like a vicious curse, struck the heart of the Jiraiya from the main world with ruthless precision. "No!" A gut-wrenching roar erupted from his throat. He sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his face, and his entire body trembling violently with rage and humiliation. Pointing at the screen and that serval cell, his voice twisted into an almost unrecognizable cry, "No! That is not me. That could never be me. My soul, my freedom, how could it become that? That kind of dog that has abandoned even its dignity. He couldn't accept it. He would rather die in battle, torn apart, than accept that image. It wasn't just an insult to him but a desecration of the beliefs and free will he had upheld all his life." A storm of chakra erupted from within him, the sheer force shaking the very air. Ignoring the system's warnings, he only wanted to obliterate the nauseating, painful image before him. Just as he was about to gather power and strike. Buzz! An invisible yet terrifyingly cold force descended like divine punishment, instantly engulfing him. This wasn't a physical suppression but an absolute power that directly restrained his very soul. He felt his consciousness gripped tightly by an icy hand, all his strength and will to resist melting away like snow under the sun. His body froze, unable to move even a finger. His furious roar was forced back into his throat, leaving only hoarse, labored breathing. He knew clearly that if the system so wished, this force could easily crush his very soul. At the same time, the system's cold, emotionless voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable tone of warning. Warning! Intent to commit destructive behavior detected. Reiterating the rules, destructive actions are strictly prohibited. Please continue watching. As the warning ended, the horrifying suppressive force gradually receded like a tide. Jiraiya collapsed back into his chair as though his strength had been completely drained. He panted heavily, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of drowning. His eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. That moment of suppression made him fully realize the insurmountable chasm between himself and the mysterious system. Resistance was utterly futile. They were like caged birds, entirely at the mercy of this entity, forced to watch this cruel performance. The system's overwhelming display of power also extinguished any lingering thoughts of resistance among the other strong figures in the theater. If even one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, could be subdued so effortlessly, what could anyone else possibly do? The atmosphere grew heavy, suffused with despair. Tsunade's expression darkened. Seeing Jiraiya in such agony and despair filled her with complex emotions. She even felt an urge to protect her comrade. But the system's intervention brought her back to reason. Gritting her teeth, her gaze turned cold, filled with helpless humiliation. She knew there was nothing she could do but watch as the monstrous doppelganger bearing her face continued to defile everything. The screen's display did not pause due to the commotion. The banquet continued, with the serval Jiraiya kneeling in reverence, while the succubus Tsunade's attention shifted to her next toy or target. The dark prelude had just begun. The scene transitioned to the Chunin exam of this dark Konoha world. This exam bore no resemblance to the trials of intelligence and teamwork familiar to the main world. It was more like a lavishly depraved performance or a cruel gladiatorial arena. The venue was no longer a forest or a formal competition ground but an opulent circular coliseum. Was still unfolding its grotesque spectacle. The young ninjas who succeeded in the first 2 rounds stood on the stage, their expressions a mix of exhilaration and dread. They were about to face the final trial, a trial that would decide their fate, whether they would ascend to a higher position of power or be discarded like the others who had failed before them. The atmosphere in the arena grew more suffocating. The audience, made up of those so-called nobles and elites, leaned forward in their seats, eyes gleaming with a sinister anticipation. Every whisper, every cheer, carried a sense of ruthless excitement, as if they were witnessing not an examination, but an elaborately orchestrated human auction. In the final match, 2 top contenders stepped forward, facing one another under the blinding lights. One was a tall, lithe young man with piercing eyes and an aura of practiced charm. The other, a petite girl with an innocent face but a dangerously seductive posture, exuded a conflicting combination of fragility and cunning. Both carried a determined look, knowing the stakes couldn't be higher. The moment the bell rang, their battle of allure began. The young man smirked confidently, his movements fluid as he spoke in a deep, honeyed voice designed to disarm and entice. His words were laced with subtle manipulations, each phrase carefully crafted to chip away at his opponent's mental defenses. Simultaneously, he released a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance from a small vial hidden in his sleeve, a scent designed to evoke nostalgia and vulnerability. The girl, however, was no less skilled. She tilted her head, her eyes shimmering with feigned innocence as she countered with a soft, melodic laugh that seemed to echo directly in the deepest recesses of one's mind. Her every gesture was deliberate, her footing light but calculated. From her palm, she discreetly released a glittering cloud of shimmering powder that refracted the light, creating an almost hypnotic visual effect. The clash of their techniques was mesmerizing yet deeply unsettling. The audience was riveted, their cheers and jeers growing louder with every passing second. The 2 ninjas exchanged techniques, each trying to break the other's will without resorting to physical force. It was a battle not of strength, but of psychological domination and emotional manipulation. But the girl suddenly faltered. Her opponent's relentless charm and layered tactics began to overwhelm her. Her breathing became erratic, her once confident gaze wavered. The young man seized the opportunity, stepping closer, his voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to reverberate directly in her soul. She staggered, her defenses crumbling as her knees buckled. The crystal pillars on the stage emitted a dazzling light, signaling the victor. The young man raised his arm triumphantly, his face a mask of pride and relief. Meanwhile, the girl collapsed onto the stage, her expression blank, her spirit seemingly shattered. The audience erupted into cheers and applause, some even throwing flowers or coins onto the stage. The defeated girl was unceremoniously dragged away by masked attendants, her fate sealed as just another casualty of this barbaric ritual. The victorious young man was led to a higher platform, where a figure cloaked in shadows awaited him. This figure, evidently one of immense authority, handed him a dark, ornate emblem, his symbol of ascension. Yet, despite his victory, there was no joy in his eyes. He seemed to understand that even as a winner, he was still trapped in this twisted system, his freedom and humanity gradually slipping away. Back in the main world, the young ninjas watching this scene unfold were left in stunned silence. Their stomachs churned with a mix of disgust, horror, and helplessness. This isn't just wrong," Shikamaru finally said, his voice low but firm. "It's a nightmare. We have to find a way to stop this from spreading to our world." Naruto clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Yeah. We can't let this kind of thing happen anywhere else. This isn't what being a ninja is about." Sakura nodded, her face pale but determined. "We fight to protect lives, not to entertain monsters like those people. This isn't strength. This is evil." Even Sasuke, usually composed and aloof, couldn't hide the flicker of anger in his eyes. "This system is rotten to its core. No one should have to go through this, no matter what world they come from." The group exchanged grim looks, their resolve hardening. They knew this wasn't just a test of their own values, it was a call to action. A world like that, built on pain and suffering, could not be allowed to thrive. It was time to fight back against the darkness, no matter how overwhelming it seemed. A familiar figure appeared. It was Naruto. The Naruto of this world. He wore the same revealing outfit, but it was glaringly out of place. He was short, with garish makeup that looked comical, yet his bright blue eyes shone with an unyielding clarity. Naruto seemed far from willing to participate. His face was full of reluctance and disgust. When it was his turn to perform the charm emission, he stood awkwardly in front of the crystal pillar. Instead of exuding allure, he pulled a funny face, provoking laughter and boos from the audience. The crystal pillar barely reacted. During the mental resistance segment, faced with the examiner's mental illusions, delicious food, power, recognition, he wavered, his body trembling, but shouted, "I don't want it. Ramen tastes best when you work hard for it. Power must be earned through training. I don't want these fake things." Relying on a pure, almost instinctive willpower, he managed to resist the temptations, albeit clumsily. Though his stance was awkward, a flicker of surprise appeared in the examiner's eyes. In the final temptation combat round, his opponent was an experienced and seductive young man. The opponent continuously launched various charm techniques and mental disturbances, trying to subdue him. The alternate Naruto was flustered, blushing furiously, but he never gave up resisting. In a moment of desperation, he even resorted to a rather improper and comedic variation of the sexy jutsu, perhaps just an instinctive joke which caused his opponent to hesitate, nearly losing mental focus. His performance was clumsy and laughable, his score abysmal, drawing countless jeers and ridicule. Yet, the clarity and unyielding determination in his eyes, his instinctive rejection of the dark rules, stood out like a beam of light piercing the darkness. The system captured this, and a narrator's voice declared, "Subject number 735, Uzumaki Naruto. Detected special constitution, possessing vast and pure life energy with exceptionally high resistance to mental corruption. Now under the observation of a higher entity." The screen shifted to a close-up of Succubus Tsunade on the high platform, her gaze fixed on the awkward, resisting blonde boy on stage, a gleam of amusement and discovery in her eyes. The real-world Naruto, watching the screen display this distorted and despairing version of himself, felt his anger and unease spike to the extreme. He suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen and shouting, "How can that old hag do this? Is this even a Chunin exam? It's just bullying. And that me. Why participate in such a ridiculous exam? Run, you idiot." He was furious for the version of himself in that world and loathed the dark rules of that place. He couldn't imagine what he would become if he lived there. Would he resist clumsily like that version of himself, or would he be consumed by the darkness and become the thing he hated most? Kakashi lightly patted Naruto's shoulder, signaling for him to calm down. "Naruto, don't get worked up. This is just a representation of a possible world, not reality." His voice was steady but carried a subtle heaviness. Sakura spoke with concern, "Naruto, that version of you is already trying very hard to resist." Sasuke, meanwhile, stared at the screen showing the defiant Naruto, his gaze complex and unreadable. Was it disdain, scorn, or perhaps a trace of hesitation he himself hadn't yet realized? As emotions surged among the group, the screen shifted again, the system seemingly about to unveil deeper conflicts in this dark world. The focus moved from the younger participants to two powerful presences, one of whom was none other than Succubus Tsunade. At this moment, she appeared to be in a more private, more luxurious bedchamber, reclining lazily on an enormous, opulent divan. Across from her stood another figure. It was a being whose gender was exceedingly ambiguous. He-she the system did not clarify. The gender was equally stunning in appearance, but their beauty was not Tsunade's seductive allure. Instead, it was a mix of ultimate temptation and ultimate danger, an eerie beauty akin to a poisonous poppy flower. They wore an extravagant yet bizarre long robe, their skin so pale it was almost transparent. Their golden, slit pupil eyes were as cold and merciless as a snake's, yet in an instant, they radiated an irresistible charm. With these signature golden slitted eyes, pale skin, and an aura of dark and twisted energy, it was unmistakable this was Orochimaru of Alternate World 1. In this world, Orochimaru didn't seem to be Tsunade's rival as previously speculated. Instead, they appeared to be opponents who had reached some kind of dangerous balance, better described as a complex and twisted adversarial relationship. On screen, the tension between the two was palpable, the air filled with both allure and murderous intent, as if frozen in time. Succubus Tsunade was the first to speak, her tone laced with mockery. "Oh? What wind has blown you here, my dear Orochimaru? Do you have some new toy to show off?" Dark Orochimaru chuckled lowly, his voice sinister and cold. "Heh, Tsunade, my old friend. I'm merely here to remind you of something. You've been indulging in those petty games a little too much lately. Don't. Forget our true goal, he said, his tone carrying a barely perceptible warning.
Tsunade's smile remained unchanged, but her gaze turned cold. My affairs are none of your concern. You'd better keep an eye on your own collection. Don't forget, there's only one ruler of Konoha's dark side in the end.
Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed slightly, like a snake locking onto its prey.
Oh? Is that so? I would very much like to see who that will be.
The two did not erupt into conflict, but their brief exchange was fraught with a tense, explosive atmosphere and veiled hostility. Both of them yearned to control Konoha's dark forces, and perhaps even more profound power. The image stopped at this point, but the message it conveyed left the audience in shock.
Orochimaru and Tsunade are rivals?
Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Their relationship is complicated, Shikamaru said in a low voice. They are both competitors and, in a way, kindred spirits. They both pursue dark power, but their paths are different. Jiraiya's expression grew darker. He stared at the screen, at those two twisted companions, his heart filled with sorrow and anger. The three legendary Sannin, who had once fought side by side, had turned into this a pair of schemers vying for dark power in another world. It was the cruelest and most ironic joke fate could play. Meanwhile, the Orochimaru of the main world had a completely different reaction. His eyes burned with an unprecedented, fiery intensity. He stared fixedly at the screen, at the gender-ambiguous, eerily powerful himself and the equally dark and powerful Tsunade. His breathing even grew uneven. I see, he murmured excitedly, his voice brimming with the thrill of discovery. Not just mental control and desire manipulation, but also combined curses, seduction, and even powers that delve into the essence of souls and life itself. This is incredible. A brand new field of research. It was as if he had glimpsed a pathway to immortality or ultimate power. To him, the existence of those two beings from another world, and the dangerous yet captivating collision of their powers, was an unexplored treasure trove brimming with mysteries. He could hardly wait to learn more, to analyze, deconstruct, and even replicate that power. His thirst for research had been fully ignited, and any prior boredom or discomfort had completely vanished. Watching Orochimaru's near-fanatical expression, the Konoha shinobi couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They realized that, while this viewing might be torment for others, for Orochimaru, it was a dangerously enlightening experience. The darkness, distortion, and madness of the first alternate world continued to challenge everyone's understanding of reality. And this was only the beginning. On the screen, the tense confrontation between succubus Tsunade and dark Orochimaru gradually faded, but the eerie atmosphere and overwhelming implications lingered heavily over the audience. Most of them were still trapped in shock, anger, and disgust. Naruto fumed over the twisted version of himself and the warped rules of that world. Sakura and Shizune were pale-faced. Jiraiya sat slumped, utterly despondent. Tsunade kept her eyes tightly shut, struggling to suppress her fury. However, not everyone was consumed by their emotions. Kakashi, the typically laid-back yet reliable jonin, calmly gazed at the now darkened screen with the one eye he kept uncovered. His gaze sparkled with contemplation. He subtly turned toward Shikamaru, who was also lost in thought. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Shikamaru asked, his usually lethargic eyes now sharp with focus. He rubbed his chin, his brows furrowed, his mind clearly working at high speed. Troublesome. Shikamaru uttered his trademark phrase before continuing. This is very troublesome. That world completely defies everything we know. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Yes. Its power system seems to overturn the very foundation of chakra. It's no longer about blending mental and physical energy to refine and utilize power. Instead, it directly acts on the spiritual plane, even plundering the spiritual energy of others. He recalled the images he had just seen, especially the desirous power rule and the bizarre abilities displayed by succubus Tsunade and dark Orochimaru. He continued to analyze, this power is more about control and corruption than the creation or destruction we're familiar with. It's equally potent, but fundamentally different in nature. Shikamaru added, his tone heavy, the issue isn't just the power system, Kakashi-sensei. Did you notice? The social structure, morality, and interpersonal relationships in that world are all built on a primal foundation of desire. He paused to organize his thoughts. Power and charm are closely intertwined, submission and fear are interwoven, and even the way talent is selected has devolved into a perverse performance. In that world, strength means the ability to manipulate and exploit the desires of others, while weakness means having one's will stripped away. Becoming tools or sacrifices for others. Kakashi nodded lightly. Indeed. Genuine trust between people is scarce, there's only the dynamic of using and being used, controlling and being controlled. Even the partnership between Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya has become terribly twisted here. He didn't elaborate further, but the weight of his words was unmistakable. Shikamaru let out a deep sigh, worry flashing in his eyes. Can such a world last? A society sustained entirely by plundering others' spiritual energy, with its rules warped by desire, this kind of prosperity built on sand will collapse sooner or later, won't it? He tried to find patterns in the chaos but discovered that everything defied his understanding of societal development. This world was like a beautiful yet deadly tumor, growing wildly while consuming itself and everything around it. Kakashi was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Perhaps it operates on survival laws we have yet to comprehend, like more efficient energy conversion or a more brutal elimination mechanism. We simply don't have enough information. He turned to Shikamaru. But one thing is certain, this world is incredibly dangerous, not only for the people here but also for anyone who might come into contact with it. Their quiet discussion went unnoticed by others, but their calm analysis was an attempt to uncover the essence and potential threats of this otherworldly chaos. They understood that dwelling on emotions was futile. Understanding the adversary, even a hypothetical one, was a fundamental trait for a ninja. As Kakashi and Shikamaru tried to extract logic from the disorder, the screen's image finally went dark. The unsettling opening chapter of Otherworld, Volume 1 seemed to have concluded for now. However, the pause in the projection did nothing to ease the oppressive atmosphere in the theater. Instead, it deepened as the audience was given time to reflect and process, making the mood even heavier. The auditorium was deathly silent. Tsunade sat with her eyes closed, though her trembling shoulders betrayed the storm of emotions within: anger, shame, disgust, and the complex feelings toward that distorted version of herself. She struggled to digest everything she'd just seen, finding it difficult to regain her composure. Jiraiya slumped weakly in his seat, his empty gaze fixed ahead. The screen was dark, but the image of the groveling, dog-like self haunted him like a nightmare. Years of belief and pride seemed thoroughly shattered. Orochimaru, on the other hand, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What they had just witnessed was only the tip of the iceberg, and he was filled with curiosity about that dark world and the mysterious power of the succubus. To him, this viewing had been an unexpected delight. The others found it equally hard to stay calm. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, his cheeks puffed with anger at the cruel rules of that world and the plight of his comrades. Sakura gently patted the pale-faced Shizen in comfort, though she herself was equally unsettled. Sasuke remained indifferent, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. What thoughts stirred within him, and did that dark world awaken something repressed inside? The silence was eventually broken by murmured debates as everyone attempted to release their emotions and make sense of the incomprehensible. That was terrifying. Was that really Lady Tsunade? Ino Yamanaka asked Choji nervously. How could she become like that? She was practically a monster. Choji frowned, his voice somber. I don't know, but that power, it felt so sinister, so unsettling. Ten shook her head and joined in. And that Chunin exam. It wasn't about choosing ninjas at all, it was about selecting playthings. It's such an insult. Kiba growled angrily. Yeah. And Jiraiya too, how could he end up like that? It's so humiliating. If I ever meet someone from that world, I'll have Akamaru bite them. At his side, Akamaru growled in agreement. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses and spoke in his usual calm tone. According to the system's explanation earlier, the power structure and societal rules of that world are completely different from ours. Judging them by our moral standards might lead to discrepancies. Their very way of survival is built on such a foundation. Though his words were objective, the weight of them could not be denied. Hinata Hyuga, her face red, murmured softly to the Naruto of their world, Naruto-kun, the you of that world really gave it your all. She tried to offer comfort, but her worry for that world's Naruto was evident. Rock Lee, after his initial outrage, fell into contemplation. Stroking his chin, he seriously addressed Niji and Gai-sensei. Gai-sensei, Niji, do you think that kind of charm, if trained to the extreme, could be considered a unique form of taijutsu or mental power? It can influence others and determine outcomes. Could it be an alternative expression of youth? Niji glared at him coldly. Lee, don't associate something so filthy with youth. Gai-sensei's expression turned stern. Lee, youth is about sweating, burning passion, and upholding the true path of a ninja. It is not. The power of righteousness is never about manipulating people's hearts through devious means. Remember that. Lee quickly nodded. Yes, Gai-sensei, Niji, I understand. That is not youth. The young ninjas tried their best to comprehend this scene, which was beyond their understanding. While they couldn't fully grasp the darkness and complexity within, a deep sense of disgust and fear was already etched into their hearts. The older generation of ninjas, such as Irika, Asuma if he were present, Kurenai, and others, were more concerned. They feared the imagery would harm the younger ones' minds and were deeply uneasy about the existence of another world. In the viewing hall, shock, anger, fear, disgust, confusion, and a hint of morbid curiosity intertwined.
The initial impression of Otherworld 1 was overwhelmingly dark and negative.
The system seemed to allow them ample time to process it all. Amidst the oppressive silence and scattered murmurs, there was one corner of the hall that was unusually excited. Orochimaru's pale face gleamed with a twisted fervor, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Ignoring the surrounding looks of anger, fear, and disgust, especially the cold, dagger-like gazes of Tsunade and Jiraiya, he focused entirely on analyzing the imagery from Otherworld 1. He licked his lips, his golden, snake-like pupils flashing dangerously and alluringly. Leaning slightly forward, he whispered in a serpentine hiss, audible only to himself or perhaps to Kabuto, if Kabuto had been transported here as well.
Ha ha ha! What an unexpected bounty!
His voice carried an uncontrollable excitement and the glee of finding a new toy. Although, he paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, the corner of his mouth curling into a faintly disdainful smirk, the Tsunade enemy of that world display their power in a way that is crude and unrefined. Over-reliance on shallow desires and fears such a narrow perspective. He clearly looked down on that system of power, which relied solely on sensory stimulation and primal emotions.
However, his tone shifted, excitement surging into his voice like a venomous snake ready to strike. Its core, its essence is absolute control over the mind. The complete stripping away of another's will. Even converting others' mental energy for one's own use.
This is perfectly aligned with certain directions in my research. The more he spoke, the more animated he became.
A faint, unnatural flush even appeared on his pale face.
The power of the mind, the mysteries of the soul, the limits of willpower. These are what I truly seek for: immortality and truth.
Chakra and the body have their limits, but the mind and soul, perhaps they can extend infinitely.
He recalled his studies on the Sharingan, Kekkei Genkai, and Soul Vessel's experiments aimed at touching higher levels of power. The mental and will-manipulating force from that other world had undoubtedly opened an alluring new door for him. That succubus power may be crude, but its principles of absorbing and transforming emotional energy are extremely valuable for research. And the dark me from that world, mastering a blend of curses and seduction.
If I could unravel its secrets.
A glint of madness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, as if countless new experimental ideas and topics were calling out to him. He unconsciously licked his lips, like a predator savoring the sight of its most delectable prey.
Perhaps there's something worth borrowing? Had.
He let out a low, chilling laugh, fully immersed in his frenzy, completely ignoring the furious stares around him. Tsunade and Jiraiya, overhearing his mutterings, immediately darkened their expressions.
Tsunade trembled with rage.
If not for the system's suppression, she would have already charged forward to smash him into pieces with her monstrous strength.
Her eyes burned with fury as she spoke coldly. Orochimaru, you bastard! Are you seriously thinking of researching such vile things?
Jiraiya snapped out of his daze, glaring angrily at Orochimaru.
Orochimaru, have you forgotten why we went our separate ways in the first place?
That kind of power manipulating hearts and stripping away will is an absolute taboo. However, Orochimaru merely turned his head slowly, his icy golden slit pupils sweeping over them, a trace of mocking amusement on his lips.
Oh? Taboo?
From my perspective, there is no taboo, only the unknown.
Power itself is neither good nor evil, is it? Tsunade, Jiraiya, you're as naive and old-fashioned as ever. With that, he ceased paying attention to the two enraged Sannin, directing his gaze back to the front, as if anticipating more imagery to fuel his inspirations.
His words sent another wave of unrest through the hall. The atmosphere grew tense and chaotic. At that moment, the cold and emotionless voice of the system rang out, forcefully pulling everyone's attention back.
Initial display of Otherworld 1, the Dark Empress Succubus Tsunade's sadistic laws, has concluded. The screen's dark red.
The colored light vanished, and darkness returned.
After a brief moment of blackness, the screen lit up again. This time, the glow was a futuristic blend of blue and purple light. A massive title, composed of sharp and angular lines like an electronic billboard, appeared on the screen. Otherworld 2, Steel Jungle: The Urban Legends of Konoha.
The lettering shimmered with a neon glow, and the background displayed rapidly streaming data lines and faint silhouettes of towering skyscrapers. The art style was a complete departure from the earlier dark fantasy setting.
In an instant, the oppressive gloom was replaced by the cold efficiency of a futuristic metropolis. The audience was stunned.
Having just immersed themselves in the fear and rage of dark powers, it felt as if someone had abruptly hit the pause button. They stared wide-eyed at the futuristic urban title on the screen, unable to process what they were seeing.
Steel Jungle? Urban Legends of Konoha? What does that even mean?
Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Judging from the style of the title, it seems to be set in a completely different era, Sakura said curiously.
Shikamaru frowned. Urban Legends? Sounds like a modern-day setting. And Konoha could it mean? Kakashi's sharp gaze narrowed as he murmured, "It seems the range of possibilities is even broader than we imagined."
Everyone began speculating, wondering what ninjas would look like in this futuristic Konoha city. The camera swiftly zoomed in, locking onto a young figure darting through the steel jungle. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with bright, sunlit blonde hair spiking in all directions. His blue eyes sparkled like a clear, cloudless sky, brimming with energy and a hint of defiance that was hard to miss. His outfit exuded modern urban style, a bright orange jacket left unzipped, revealing a black t-shirt adorned with a strange design. He wore baggy cargo pants and a pair of well-worn but functional sneakers. But the most eye-catching detail was what he was standing on, not an ordinary skateboard, but a hoverboard glowing with blue light and clearly powered by advanced technology. The boy skillfully maneuvered the hoverboard, weaving through the crowded and complex aerial traffic lanes like a fish in water. His movements were agile, gliding close to the ground at times, and flipping off the walls of the traffic tubes at others.
He easily dodged hovering vehicles and patrolling robots.
A few small flying drones were in hot pursuit, their warning lights flashing. The boy seemed to have anticipated this. An excited, defiant smile played on his lips as he glanced back, stuck out his tongue in a teasing gesture, and then suddenly accelerated. With a sharp turn, he executed a perfect drift and dove into a narrow, graffiti-covered underground passage, shaking off his pursuers in an instant. He zipped through the dark, damp lower streets crisscrossed with pipes, skillfully avoiding piles of garbage and apathetic vagrants. His movements were purposeful, as though he were on a timed delivery mission or perhaps evading an even greater pursuit. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy in an orange jacket, with agile movements and a rebellious gaze. In the viewing seats, Naruto's eyes widened to the size of saucers, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. He suddenly jumped up only to be forced back by an invisible force, though he leaned forward, pointing at the free-spirited figure on the screen as he stammered.
Whoa. So cool. That hoverboard. It can fly. And those jumps. So awesome. That guy, could it be me? Indeed. The boy on the screen bore an uncanny resemblance to Naruto. His appearance, hair color, eye color, and even the faint whisker-like marks on his face were identical. But his demeanor was different. He lacked the straightforwardness of the Naruto they knew and carried instead the air of a street-smart youth, brimming with independence and maturity. Watching another version of himself zipping through a labyrinthine futuristic city on a hoverboard, performing cool stunts, Naruto's heart pounded with excitement, ready to leap out of his chest. Where the previous, otherworld I, had incited anger and discomfort, this, otherworld too, ignited his curiosity and thrill. He could hardly restrain himself from jumping into the screen, grabbing that hoverboard, and experiencing the exhilaration of soaring through the steel jungle firsthand. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Look at that. That's totally me, right?
Naruto excitedly turned to his companions, his face glowing with unrestrained enthusiasm. Sakura, glancing back and forth between the energetic, agile blonde boy on the screen and the Naruto beside her, who was so excited he was practically bouncing in his seat, couldn't help but smile.
Yeah, it really does look like you, Naruto. But he seems a bit more nimble?
What she meant was that this version of Naruto seemed to use his surroundings and techniques more skillfully, unlike the sometimes reckless, headstrong Naruto of their own world.
Kakashi nodded, his visible eye curving into a crescent shape in amusement. It's true, the resemblance is striking. But it looks like he's being chased. Wonder what kind of trouble he's gotten himself into. He keenly observed the pursuing drones on the screen. It's probably just bad guys chasing him. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, completely unconcerned. Doesn't matter, just watch me. I'll shake them off in no time. He was fully immersed in the role of his on-screen counterpart. Just as Naruto was reveling in his excitement, the scene on the screen abruptly shifted. The vibrant energy of the street was instantly replaced by the luxurious interior of the future office replacement. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling city nightscape shimmered with neon lights, and streams of traffic weaved through the bustling streets. Inside the office, the lighting was dim, creating a cold and foreboding atmosphere.
A young man in a perfectly tailored black suit stood with his back to the window. His posture was upright, his demeanor stern, like a sharp blade slicing through the night, exuding a chilling aura that kept others at bay. He slowly turned around, and a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Uchiha Sasuke. That handsome, emotionless face and those deep, dark eyes, it was unmistakably him. But unlike the Sasuke of the primary world, wearing a ninja outfit and burning with vengeful fire in his eyes, this Sasuke appeared more like a corporate tycoon reigning at the pinnacle of power or a cold-blooded assassin lurking in the shadows. The expensive suit he wore did not diminish his authority, instead, it added a touch of asceticism and lethal allure. What drew even more attention were his eyes. His left eye remained a deep black, but his right eye glowed with an unnerving, electronic crimson light, its pupil spinning with 3 tomo-shaped patterns. The Sharingan. But it was a technologically modified electronic Sharingan. This revelation left the crowd in shock. The footage continued to play. Cyber Sasuke appeared in 2 entirely different scenarios. Scenario 1, a high-level conference room in a corporate skyscraper. He sat expressionlessly in the headseat, listening to reports from subordinates in suits and ties. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as his cold gaze swept over the data. When one subordinate made a mistake, he coldly uttered, "Eliminate them." The person was so terrified they collapsed on the spot. He controlled the core power of a massive corporation with ruthless efficiency. Scenario 2, a dark urban alley amidst a torrential downpour. He wore a black trench coat, the rain soaking his hair and sliding down his sharp, unyielding face. In his hand was a peculiar high-tech weapon, perhaps an energy sword or some sort of neural disruptor. Before him lay several targets he had just eliminated. His electronic Sharingan glowed red in the darkness, seemingly scanning the surroundings to ensure no traces were left behind. His movements were clean and precise, like those of the most elite assassin. In both scenarios, Cyber Sasuke exuded power and coldness. The world he inhabited was rife with conspiracies and dangers. The Sasuke of the primary world furrowed his brow as he stared at the screen, where a version of himself, both familiar and alien, was displayed. His heart churned with complex emotions. The power and status of this Cyber Sasuke far surpassed his current identity as a rogue ninja. That kind of cold, efficient demeanor and commanding aura resonated with his inner thirst for power. The modified electronic Sharingan, though strange, held immense technological power. Yet, the icy and profoundly lonely aura emanating from Cyber Sasuke made him feel repelled and cautious. This version of himself seemed bound by something, living more like a machine than a being of flesh and blood. His cold gaze, though familiar, lacked a certain indescribable quality. Was it anger? Pain? Or the unbreakable bond with that blonde idiot? Sasuke silently observed, his inner turmoil surging. This version of himself in the cyber world forced him to re-evaluate his path and the meaning of power. The scene shifted, revealing a woman with pink hair, dressed in either a white lab coat or a form-fitting leather suit. Her haircut was sharp, her eyes piercing, and her face radiated professional calm and confidence. Although it was Sakura Haruno, her demeanor had shed the immaturity of her youth, becoming independent and strong. She might appear in 2 scenarios. 1, a shadowy underground clinic hidden within the urban sprawl. The lighting was dim, but the equipment was advanced. She skillfully utilized high-tech tools to perform emergency repairs on a ninja with mechanical prosthetics. Her movements were precise, and her expression calm, as if long accustomed to the sight of blood. She was the most reliable and most expensive cybernetic doctor in the underground world. The other, an intelligence exchange point filled with screens and streaming data, perhaps in a virtual network space or a hidden bar in the real world. Wearing a special pair of glasses or directly interfacing with neural technology, she rapidly processed, analyzed, and traded sensitive information. She was likely a broker navigating between major factions, using her intellect and professional expertise to thrive in this ruthless city jungle and obtain what she needed. In either role, Cyber Sakura demonstrated independence, competence, and her ability to carve out her own path in this perilous urban landscape. She was no longer the girl who always trailed behind Naruto and Sasuke, needing protection. Instead, she had transformed into a professional capable of acting alone and holding critical secrets. The Sakura of the primary world gazed at this vastly different counterpart on the screen, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She felt a tinge of envy. This Cyber Sakura appeared confident and capable, standing her ground in an environment even more dangerous than the ninja world without relying on anyone. It was the independence and strength she had always yearned for. Yet, she also felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Cyber Sakura was too calm, too professional, lacking her own warmth and innocence. Had she sacrificed something vital for survival? Perhaps her passion? Her naivety?
Or her unwavering determination to protect those she loved? Trust in companionship, or simply the pure intent to help others?
What moved her the most was the realization. No matter which world she was in or how her identity changed, Sakura always found her own way to live and played a crucial role, whether as a doctor or an information broker. This gave her a newfound understanding of her own worth. She no longer viewed the succubus world with mere disgust and anger.
Instead, she began to seriously contemplate, if she were in such an environment, what choices would she make? What kind of person would she become?
The story of Otherworld 2, Steel Jungle Konoha Urban Legends showcases a new world entirely different from the main one, a world brimming with technology and teeming with danger, through the perspectives of three core characters. While the shock it delivers isn't as overtly raw or filthy as Otherworld I, its subversion of established perceptions and values is just as profound, provoking deep thought. Viewers' curiosity is thoroughly piqued, leaving them eager to learn more about the cybernetic Konoha and the new identities of familiar characters in this world. The screen, after showcasing the cyberpunk versions of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, shifts once more, focusing on another character intimately familiar to the audience.
Upon seeing the figure on the screen, many viewers blinked, doubting their own eyes.
It was a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man. He sat in a cramped, cluttered, smoke-filled office. The desk was piled with documents, empty liquor bottles, and energy drink cans. The walls were adorned with blurry city maps and clippings, seemingly related to some unsolved cases. The air was thick with a peculiar smell, a mix of cigarette smoke, cheap alcohol, and the overheating of some electronic components. The man leaned back in a creaky swivel chair, his feet casually propped on the desk. His hair was the signature silver white, but appeared messy, with a few strands of gray possibly mixed in. His chin was covered with a faint, unkempt stubble, making him look far more weathered than his actual age. What stood out the most was his face. Like the Kakashi of the main world, half of his face was covered by a mask. But this was no ordinary fabric mask, it was an old metallic one, scratched and complex in structure, faintly glowing with electronic light. Thin wires extended from the mask, disappearing behind his ears or into his collar. It was clearly more than just a cover, it seemed to serve as life support or a sensory enhancement device. In his hand was a book, its cover barely recognizable as Make Out Paradise. Yet in this high-tech era, it appeared more like an old-fashioned e-reader, its screen displaying the familiar text. He flipped through it absent-mindedly, listening to the anxious man in a trench coat seated across from him. The client's nervous glances towards the window hinted that this was no straightforward case. It likely involved massive corporate conspiracies or crimes tied to the ninjas lurking in the shadows of the city street samurai or cybernetically enhanced individuals. This middle-aged man, with his slight air of decadence and casual cynicism, yet sharp and insightful gaze, was none other than the cyberpunk version of Kakashi Hatake. He was no longer the strong-leaf jonin leading Team 7, but rather seemed like a private detective or information broker struggling at the bottom of the social ladder. Having seen the darkness of the city, he was filled with disillusionment towards the system and the future. The main world's Kakashi silently stared at the figure on the screen, a version of himself that was both similar and distinct, instinctively touching the fabric mask on his face. His half-lidded, lazy eyes flashed with a complex and unreadable emotion.
Decadent? Maybe.
That world's version of him had endured the cold, urban hardships absent from the main world.
Beneath the electronic mask lay not just his face, but also deep scars and secrets.
Yet there seemed to be a unique freedom to it, free from the constraints of being a ninja, unburdened by heavy responsibilities, simply surviving in the gray areas of society. For someone accustomed to hiding and observing, such a life might not be entirely unacceptable. Kakashi watched in silence, wondering what that world's version of himself had gone through, and where his path would lead. This cyberpunk Kakashi, much like the man himself, was shrouded in mysteries, intriguing and compelling exploration. After showcasing the cyberpunk versions of several key characters, the screen began to focus on the most central and, for the ninjas of the main world, the most novel and disconcerting aspect of this alternate reality: the technologically modified ninja techniques. The system seemed intent on clarifying the combat methods of this world, playing a series of clips akin to a tutorial demonstration. First up was the shadow clone technique. In the footage, a ninja quickly made hand signs, or perhaps it was more like activating a device on their wrist.
In the next moment, instead of tangible clones, several transparent, glowing holographic projections instantly appeared around them. These projections mimicked their movements and could even speak.
While incapable of physical attacks, they were sufficient to confuse enemies and disrupt their vision and judgment in the chaos of battle. Naruto from the main world stared wide-eyed at the scene. Whoa, these shadow clones even glow.
That's amazing. But they can't hit anyone? He looked slightly disappointed, feeling that his solid clones were much more practical. Next came the Rasengan. The scene shifted, and another ninja extended his hand, where a futuristic energy emitter appeared in his palm. Energy rapidly gathered, forming a high-speed spinning, blue-glowing energy sphere at the front. The sphere shot out like a cannonball, striking a distant wall with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave was intense. Naruto exclaimed, "The Rasengan turned into a cannon?" He felt that his signature ninjutsu had been completely transformed. While its power was astonishing, the change left him feeling incredulous. Then came the Chidori. The focus shifted to Cyber Sasuke's mechanical prosthetic arm. He infused it with energy, and his arm was instantly enveloped in blue-white currents, emitting a piercing electrical hum. Lightning coiled around his fingertips like dancing serpents. With a swift motion, he effortlessly sliced through a hefty alloy plate. Sasuke murmured, "This is similar to my Chidori, but it doesn't require a high-speed charge. The electricity alone has immense destructive power." Convenient, yes, but it lacked the raw momentum of a charge. Finally, there was the Sharingan. Cyber Sasuke's red electronic eye blinked with brilliance, its capabilities far exceeding simple insight and mimicry. With this eye, he easily hacked into highly encrypted networks. Data cascaded like waterfalls as he analyzed and decrypted it at lightning speed. He also used the eye to briefly disrupt electronic devices and scan for hidden enemies through their heat signatures. The Sharingan can go online now? If any member of the Uchiha clan were present, they would undoubtedly gasp at this unbelievable evolution. Kakashi was equally astonished by this fusion of ocular jutsu and information technology. Beyond these iconic techniques, the display also showcased various other ninjutsu that had been technologically reimagined. The substitution jutsu might now function as a short-range teleportation device. The transformation jutsu could have turned into an optical camouflage suit that alters one's entire appearance. Earth release might now involve devices capable of rapidly generating nanostructured walls or altering terrain. Water release could manifest as high-pressure water jet weapons or freezing ray projectors. Fire release had become a plasma torch-like flamethrower, emitting high-temperature plasma. Genjutsu had evolved into direct interference with visual or auditory nerves via electronic signals, even implanting false information through networks for mental attacks. This forced fusion of traditional ninjutsu and futuristic technology left the original world ninjas feeling both intrigued and uneasy. The intrigue came from how technology endowed ninjutsu with entirely new manifestations and purposes, some extremely powerful, others efficient and convenient. The unease stemmed from the fact that this power no longer originated from the ninja's own spirit and body. It no longer required rigorous training or intricate chakra control, but rather relied on external devices and modifications, making it feel as though ninjutsu had lost its core soul. "It feels odd," muttered Choji, munching on chips. "Looks impressive, but it's not the ninjutsu we know anymore." Indeed, Shino adjusted his sunglasses. The source of the power has shifted from within oneself to external technology. This change will alter combat methods, training systems, and even the structure of society itself. "But it's so convenient," Kiba said enviously. "No hand signs needed, just press a button to activate ninjutsu. That electronic Sharingan is practically cheating. Relying on external power is ultimately false strength," Niji sneered. He firmly believed that training and personal power were the true path. As they debated, the screen's atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The system was about to showcase a ninja mission taking place in the cyber metropolis. The scene focused on a heavily guarded, technologically advanced skyscraper. The electronic sign bore a twisted serpent logo and icy text that read, "Orochimaru Heavy Industries." In this world, Orochimaru was no longer an adversary of the shadows but the CEO of a massive corporation controlling cutting-edge technology, illegal bioengineering, and cybernetic enhancements. The mission was to infiltrate Orochimaru Heavy Industries' core database and steal classified data. The team executing the mission was a temporary squad led by Cyber Naruto, who zipped around on a powered hoverboard, exuding street-smart energy. He was responsible for using his familiarity with urban terrain and agile skills to divert the guards' attention and pave the way for his teammates. Handling technical hacking and remote support was Cyber Sakura, sharp and efficient, her fingers dancing across a virtual keyboard. She seemed to be engaged in a fierce cyber battle with the skyscraper's security system using some portable device. Meanwhile, tasked with direct infiltration and obstruction clearance was Cyber Sasuke, his stoic face and glowing electronic Sharingan emitting an eerie red light. Sasuke moved like a ghost, sneaking into the building. With advanced weapons and his enhanced Sharingan, he silently eliminated patrols of mechanical guards and augmented soldiers one by one.
But their actions were soon discovered. The security system of Orochimaru Heavy Industries proved far more formidable than expected. Alarms blared, and laser traps, automated gun turrets, and powerful combat robots surged from all directions. An intense and explosive battle erupted instantly. Cyber Naruto weaved through narrow corridors on his hoverboard with agility. Using holographic projections, he created shadow clones to distract the enemies while human firepower erupted as they wielded handheld Rasengan launchers to blast through obstacles. Cyber Sasuke no longer concealed himself, his electronic Sharingan spun rapidly, precisely analyzing the enemy's attack patterns and weaknesses. He brandished an energy sword, his cybernetic arm releasing powerful electric currents, tearing the robots into pieces. Meanwhile, Cyber Sakura stayed in the rear, hacking firewalls while controlling several drones to provide firepower support and disrupt enemy communications. The battle was exceptionally intense. Lasers, bullets, explosions, and energy shocks intertwined, with sparks flying from metal collisions, presenting a stunning spectacle of futuristic warfare. Next came a thrilling car chase. The team seized a sci-fi-style hover car and engaged in an intense aerial pursuit with armed aircraft dispatched by Orochimaru Heavy Industries. Aerial gunfire and extreme maneuvers escalated the tension to new heights. This mission was fast-paced and action-packed, showcasing how the cyber ninjas utilized tech-enhanced ninjutsu, modified bodies, and team coordination to complete dangerous tasks and combat formidable foes. The audience was glued to their seats, their hearts racing. The young ninjas, especially Naruto, Kiba, and Rock Lee, were fired up and exhilarated by what they saw. That was so thrilling! Naruto shouted. Hover cars, laser guns, and Orochimaru's company, though they were tough, we still took them down. He was fully immersed in the action. Yeah, that aerial chase was so cool! Kiba exclaimed excitedly. The older ninjas, like Kakashi and Asuma, praised the battle visuals while remaining alert to the dangers and brutality involved. The battles in this world seem to rely much more on equipment and technology, Kakashi remarked. Individual strength is important, but the technological disparity in equipment could lead to crushing outcomes. And the firepower is so overwhelming that even a small misstep could be fatal. True, Asuma nodded, and the opponents are no longer just ninjas. There are robots, AI, and even possibly humans deeply modified. The nature of combat has changed completely. Shikamaru pondered the mysteries behind the mission, infiltrating Orochimaru Heavy Industries to steal data. Whatever technology Orochimaru has must be extraordinary and probably dangerous. Who are Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura really working for? Are they hired or pursuing justice? This speed and passion-filled mission gave the audience a more direct impression of the alternate world in Otherworld 2. This world was entirely different from the main one, steeped in technology but fraught with peril. While its values were still ambiguous, the unique setting and intense battles undoubtedly captured everyone's attention and sparked anticipation for the story's continuation. On screen, the cyberpunk-themed ninja mission ended. The final shot froze on Cyber Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura driving their damaged hover car, disappearing into the pre-dawn city skyline, leaving behind a trail of devastation and more mysteries surrounding Orochimaru Heavy Industries. The screen paused, dimming to allow the audience time to digest and discuss. The atmosphere after watching this installment was markedly different from the experience of Otherworld I. Gone were the intense physical discomfort and anger. Instead, excitement, curiosity, amazement, and a hint of concern took their place. Wow! That was incredible! Naruto exclaimed, waving his arms enthusiastically. The hover car was the coolest. Sasuke's electronic eye. Sakura's remote support. The three of us were unbeatable. He seemed to forget that the alternate versions of himself and his friends might be in dire straits, completely immersed in the cool visuals and powerful tech-enhanced ninjutsu. To him, the speed and passion of Otherworld 2 were far more enjoyable than the somber tone of Otherworld I. Totally. That powered hoverboard was awesome. Kiba shouted excitedly, with Akamaru wagging his tail in response to his master's enthusiasm. And those robots, even though they were enemies, were so strong. Rock Lee nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with fiery determination. Even though the combat style is different, the spirit of giving it your all and surpassing your limits is still a symbol of youth. Naruto and Sasuke in that world also fought with all they had. He found the essence of burning youth within the technological battles. Most of the younger generation of ninjas were captivated by the dazzling technology and explosive scenes in Otherworld 2. They were curious and eager to try out things like powered hoverboards, electronic Sharingans, and energy weapons. To them, this futuristic world felt like an exciting and stimulating game realm. However, the older, more seasoned ninjas saw beyond the flashy surface. Shikamaru continued to frown, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest as he analyzed. Though the technology seemed highly advanced, the societal structure was deeply flawed. The wealth gap was enormous, life for the lower classes was harsh, and large corporations monopolized resources, possibly engaging in unethical activities. High technology had not brought universal happiness. Instead, it had intensified conflicts and contradictions, leading to endless troubles. Kakashi agreed with this point and added, "The alienation of humanity is equally worrisome. Over-reliance on technology and cybernetic modifications, could it make humans lose their essence? The ninjas of that world seem more like efficient combat machines rather than individuals with independent will and emotions. Especially Sasuke." He glanced at the Sasuke from the main world but left his sentence unfinished. As the Hokage, Tsunade focused on societal aspects. She said coldly, "This world, dominated by money, power, and technology, has cold and utilitarian interpersonal relationships. People form temporary teams to complete tasks, but true trust in bonds are rare. I don't like such a social atmosphere. And Orochimaru Heavy Industries, even just hearing the name makes me uneasy." Jiraiya, recovering slightly from his confusion, stared at the screen in deep thought. Technology has become so powerful that it can change the forms of ninjutsu, but what about the traditional spirit of the ninja way? The values earned through hard training and tempered willpower seem to no longer matter here. An unspoken worry lingered in his heart. Iruka looked worriedly at the excited Naruto, thinking, although it's cool, Naruto in that world seems to live a harder and more dangerous life. I hope he stays safe. Sasuke, however, remained silent. Unlike Naruto's excitement or Kakashi and Shikamaru's analyses, he merely sat quietly, his deep eyes unreadable. The cybernetic version of himself in that world, with modified Sharingan, exuded a cold, powerful loneliness that left a profound impression on him. Perhaps it was subtly altering his perspective on his own path. His gaze flickered, and an intense internal struggle brewed within him. Overall, the audience's reaction to Alternate World 2 was complex. It delivered a striking visual impact and a sense of novelty, temporarily dispelling the gloom left by Alternate World I. However, the underlying societal issues, human alienation, and subversion of traditional ninja values left many feeling uneasy and perplexed. This cyberpunk-styled future Konoha resembled a beautifully wrapped poison, attracting curiosity while emanating an air of danger. As the audience continued to discuss Alternate World 2, attempting to understand this conflicted future world, the cold, emotionless system voice sounded again in the theater, precise like an alarm clock. Alternate World 2, Steel Jungle Urban Legends of Konoha, initial showcase concluded. As soon as the words were spoken, the neon lights of the futuristic city on the screen vanished instantly, and deep darkness once again engulfed everything. The system coldly announced, switching back to Alternate World I, Dark Empress, the sadistic rule of succubus Tsunade, resuming the key follow-up plot. What? Going back again? The theater erupted in uproar. Young people who had just managed to recover from that grim world immediately shouted, "No, I don't want to see that creepy world again." Naruto was the first to protest. "Yeah, that world is way too oppressive." Kiba chimed in. Ino muttered under her breath, "It's practically mental torture." Her face was pale. Even the usually calm Shikamaru and Kakashi frowned, deeply uncomfortable with the distorted, dark world. The most extreme reactions came from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with anger and fear. Her previously calm demeanor shattered instantly as she was pulled back into the nightmare that had humiliated and enraged her. She clenched her jaw, her nails digging deep into the armrest. Jiraiya stiffened as he took a sharp breath, his face turning ghostly pale. The pitiful version of himself from that world haunted him like a shadow, forcing him to close his eyes, desperate to escape the impending torment. Only Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. His research into the dark world had just begun, and he craved more scenes. Regardless of anyone's reaction, the system's decision was unchallengeable. The darkness gradually lifted, and the familiar, ominously luxurious scenes of Alternate World I reappeared. This time, the visuals no longer depicted grand banquets or brutal Chunin exams but focused on the intimate and ruthless ruling methods of succubus Tsunade. The setting resembled a dungeon or a secret interrogation chamber, dimly lit with a few eerie, flickering candelabras providing meek illumination. The air was filled with the faint scent of blood and despair. Succubus Tsunade lounged on a lavish yet sinisterly designed chair, lazily toying with a goblet filled with crimson liquid. A faint smile, as if admiring a work of art, graced her face, but her gaze remained icy and piercing. On the floor before her knelt several figures. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies bore evident wounds, and their breaths were faint, their eyes filled with fear and despair.
From the remnants of their uniforms and headbands, it seemed they were Konoha's ninjas?
Perhaps these ninjas were members of a certain clan or dissenters who had once resisted her rule.
Succubus Tsunade spoke in her voice imbued with magical cruelty, slowly and deliberately. Have you made your decision? Surrender, hand over your loyalty and secrets, or experience something far more exhilarating than death?
Her voice was gentle, yet chilling to the bone. A ninja, seemingly the leader, lifted his bloodied face, defiance blazing in his eyes.
Demonis! Don't even think about it. We will never surrender. The will of fire will live on forever. The will of fire?
Tsunade let out a soft laugh, her laughter crisp yet piercing.
How naive.
She set down her wineglass and stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, advancing toward him with lethal elegance, like a panther stalking in the night. In this world ruled by desire and power, so-called will is nothing but a cheap, useless thing. She towered over him, her gaze dripping with contempt. Since you are so stubborn, I'll let you experience for yourself what it feels like when your will is crushed, your pride trampled, and your soul plunges into the abyss of endless desire and fear. What a beautiful sight it will be. She delicately touched his forehead with a slender finger. There was no ninjutsu, no chakra explosion, yet a bone-chilling dark energy instantly invaded his mental world.
The ninja's eyes flew open, pupils dilating as he trembled violently.
His face contorted in extreme pain, as though enduring immense mental torture. Soon, the agony twisted into an expression that mixed terror with sickening pleasure. He let out beast-like howls and groans, his body convulsing madly on the ground as if countless invisible hands were tearing at his soul, dragging it into the filthiest depths of desire. Finally, his howls turned into eerie, spine-chilling laughter. His gaze lost all focus, becoming muddy and vacant, with drool even dripping from the corner of his mouth. He had gone completely insane, his spirit utterly destroyed, reduced to a mere shell of primal instincts and chaotic desires, a broken man. Meanwhile, the succubus Tsunade coldly observed the entire scene, as if appreciating a well-executed performance. She even made a casual remark with interest, not bad. His will lasted 3 seconds? So, the will of fire isn't much after all. She no longer paid attention to the now ruined ninja and turned her eyes to the remaining survivors, whose faces were ashen and bodies trembling. A devilishly seductive smile once again graced her lips. And what about you? This merciless, manipulative scene sent another wave of shock and unease through the audience watching from their seats. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger, barely restraining himself from charging in to punch the demoness into oblivion.
Sakura and Ino, along with the other female ninjas, were pale-faced, covering their mouths in terror.
Their eyes were full of fear. Even the usually composed Kakashi and Shikamaru wore grim expressions.
This kind of mental torment was far more cruel and sinister than straightforward killing.
Tsunade herself stared at the screen showing this version of her, a shiver running through her as an icy chill enveloped her entire being.
She couldn't fathom it. How could she have turned into such an utterly monstrous creature?
The scene abruptly shifted. The setting changed to a more secluded room, with only the succubus Tsunade present.
The room was still luxurious, but dimly lit, the atmosphere even more private.
The succubus Tsunade had just finished some long work or ritual, a barely perceptible fatigue on her face. She approached a massive black crystal mirror, gazing at her reflection, a stunning, all-powerful version of herself. This time, her eyes no longer held confidence or amusement but revealed a complex mixture of emotions: weariness, disgust, and even faint traces of emptiness and loneliness. She raised her hand to gently touch her cheek, but the reflection in the mirror momentarily distorted. It was as though beneath that flawless beauty, something decayed or corrupted was lurking. Noticing the anomaly, her fingers froze, and a flicker of pain and unease flashed in her eyes.
But the emotion lasted only a moment.
The next instant, she resumed her languid, seductive demeanor, her lips curling into a confident, perhaps feigned smile, as if the strangeness just now had been a mere illusion. This brief moment on screen was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, stirring ripples among the audience.
Just now, did you see that?
Kakashi asked in a low voice, his sharp eyes narrowing.
Shikamaru nodded, his expression heavy. I saw it. The image in the mirror, it seemed unstable. And her expression.
Her power, it seems to come at a cost, Jiraiya said hoarsely, regaining some composure after the earlier shock. He began to analyze. That kind of power, forcibly drawing energy from others' emotions, can't come without consequences.
Perhaps it backfires on her? Or requires a toll on her life force? Tsunade herself had noticed the fleeting anomaly.
She stared at the screen, at that version of herself, a flicker of pain and emptiness crossing her gaze. Her anger and shame hadn't diminished but had given rise to a complex, indescribable emotion.
That monster seemed far from invincible on the surface. Could her immense power and absolute control be hiding a heavy price? This realization brought Tsunade no comfort.
Instead, it only deepened her turmoil. It made her feel even more absurd and sorrowful. No matter how much pain that self endured, the sins she committed and her twisted existence were things she could neither accept nor forgive. This fleeting glimpse of the cost of power added a deeper complexity to the dark world. It hinted that even possessing evil power might not make someone a true winner. Her strength might very well be built upon inescapable pain and a curse. For some in the audience, this cost perhaps became a new avenue for research. Orochimaru's eyes lit up as he murmured to himself, side effects, costs, mutations. Now this is interesting. Perfect power is too dull. Flaws are the key to transcending to a higher realm. The dark tableau of the first alternate world was clearly far from over. Like an abyss, it cast out riddles and shocks, gripping everyone's nerves tightly. On the screen, the scenes of Alternate World I, the Dark Empress, continued to unfold. After revealing the cost of Succubus Tsunade's power and her cruel rule, the focus shifted again to the figure that tormented the Jiraiya of the main world. The upcoming fragments seemed to validate earlier speculations. To consolidate her reign or combat other equally powerful dark entities, perhaps the Orochimaru of the alternate world, Succubus Tsunade needed to perform an extremely dangerous ritual or activate a forbidden ability requiring immense energy. Beyond drawing upon widespread fear and desire, this power also demanded a significant sacrifice or conduit. The chosen sacrifice, without a doubt, was the alternate Jiraiya, who harbored a fanatical devotion and humble adoration for her. In the footage, Succubus Tsunade issued a command to him in a tone that seemed like a gift but was, in truth, impossible to refuse. Perhaps she demanded he willingly offer up his life energy, or perhaps she ordered him to undertake a mission so perilous it was certain to provoke a powerful enemy, serving as a distraction or weakening her opponent. And that alternate Jiraiya, upon hearing her command, showed no hesitation or fear.
Instead, his eyes burned with a martyr-like ecstasy and sense of honor.
He seemed to view sacrificing himself for her as the ultimate purpose and culmination of his existence. Before departing, he might have once again knelt humbly at her feet, expressing his eternal loyalty and love. Succubus Tsunade, perhaps, gave him a cold and emotionless farewell kiss or touch only as a formality, yet it left him overwhelmed with gratitude, filled with determination as he marched toward his demise. The final frame froze on the moment he fulfilled Tsunade's command, perishing alongside a formidable enemy or exhausting all his energy in the dark ritual, reduced to ashes. On his face, there was even a twisted yet blissful smile. These scenes were like countless poisoned thorns, repeatedly stabbing into the heart of the Jiraiya from the main world. Watching the self on the screen, from fanatical devotion to being ruthlessly used, and ultimately willingly walking into destruction, it felt as though his soul was being torn apart. The loyalty and love founded on manipulation and distortion, the servile posture of relinquishing oneself solely to fulfill another's desires, and the tragic fate of being sacrificed as a tool, these stood in stark contrast to the freedom, carefree spirit, and sense of duty to his companions and the world that he had pursued all his life. Ugh! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, staining the front of his robe. His knees buckled, and with a dull thud, he collapsed onto the cold floor. At this moment, he was no longer one of the legendary Sannin, no longer the jovial and carefree pervy sage, nor the elder guiding the child of prophecy. He was merely an old man, his faith and pride shattered, fragile and broken. He trembled as he covered his face with both hands, his broad shoulders heaving violently. The long-repressed pain and despair surged out like a breached dam. He did not scream or roar but let out low, anguished, beast-like whimpers. Why? Why did it turn out like this? His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with endless pain and confusion. That's not me. That's absolutely not the ninja way I sought. Freedom. Will. Buns. Were they all lies? What am I even fighting for, living for? He fell into a deep abyss of self-doubt and denial, feeling that everything he had once stood for seemed laughable and meaningless in the face of that servile figure on the screen. At this moment, his spirit seemed to have completely collapsed. The entire viewing hall plunged into a deathly silence once again. Everyone was stunned by Jiraiya's sudden breakdown. They had never seen this legendary Sannin, always cheerful and seemingly carefree, reveal such vulnerability and pain. Naruto, watching his master kneel on the ground and whimper in agony, felt a sharp sting in his nose and his eyes reddening instantly. He wanted to rush over to lift Jiraiya up, to shout and tell him, "That's not you. You're not like that." But his body was bound by an invisible force, leaving him helplessly watching as Father endured immense pain alone. His heart was filled with anger toward that Tsunade from the other world, and he was also deeply distressed and worried about his master's condition.
Tsunade's body trembled violently.
She looked at Jiraiya, who was kneeling on the ground in agony, listening to his despairing sobs, and felt as though a sharp blade had pierced her heart. Although she and Jiraiya often quarreled and complained about each other, in truth, they were the ones who understood and trusted each other the most. Seeing Jiraiya collapse because of that twisted version of herself, her anger and shame were mixed with an indescribable guilt and sorrow. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, "That's not me," or "That's just a fake," but was left speechless. The monster on the screen, wearing her face, had committed those horrifying acts. Any explanation felt powerless. She pressed her lips tightly together and averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight of Jiraiya's pain any longer. Amid the heavy atmosphere, a cold, piercing voice suddenly broke the silence.
It was Orochimaru.
He stared coldly at the scene on the screen, where the Jiraiya from the other world turned to ash, then shifted his gaze to the devastated Jiraiya from this world, his face devoid of sympathy, filled only with contempt for the failure. "Humph," Orochimaru let out a chilling sneer, his voice carrying a sharp hiss, drowning in meaningless emotions, only to be devoured by them in the end.
Weaklings are weaklings, no matter the world.
Though his voice wasn't loud, it was like thunder, shattering the silence of the theater. These words were undoubtedly a cruel blow to Jiraiya. Not only did they dismiss the twisted loyalty of the alternate Jiraiya, but they also reduced the pain of this world's Jiraiya to nothing more than weakness and indulgence in emotions. Jiraiya, kneeling on the ground, froze abruptly, his sobs coming to an abrupt halt. He raised his tear-streaked face, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep hurt.
He looked at Orochimaru, his lips trembling, wanting to retort but utterly unable to speak. "Orochimaru!" Naruto finally exploded, spinning around to roar angrily, "What kind of garbage are you spouting, you bastard?
Pervy Sage is not a weakling. He is just Naruto struggled to defend his master but couldn't find the right words to describe Jiraiya's current state.
"Orochimaru, you've gone too far!"
Sakura shouted angrily. "Lord Jiraiya is like this because of that world's lady Tsunade." Others, such as Kakashi and Tsunade, also cast cold or furious gazes at Orochimaru. Even though they stood on different sides, or were outright enemies, Orochimaru's cruel act of pouring salt on someone's wounds at this moment made them all feel disgusted.
Faced with everyone's glares, Orochimaru remained utterly indifferent.
He didn't even spare them a glance, his eyes fixed solely on the temporarily darkened screen, the golden slits in his eyes gleaming with a strong interest in the power system of Otherworld 1. Emotions, bonds, camaraderie, these were all meaningless in his eyes, mere weaknesses that hindered the pursuit of power and truth.
Jiraiya's breakdown only reinforced his belief, in any world, those shackled by emotions are destined for destruction.
What interested him more was the succubus Tsunade, who could easily manipulate hearts and extract power, and the version of himself in that world, who wielded similarly dark forces to oppose her. As for Jiraiya's life or death, in any world, it was irrelevant to him.
Orochimaru's cold indifference, like icy water, extinguished the anger of the crowd but plunged the theater into an even colder, more despairing atmosphere.
Amid this heavy oppression, the screen dimmed once more, signaling the apparent end of Otherworld 1's segments. The system's cold voice broke the silence. Otherworld 1, the sadistic rules of the Dark Empress Succubus Tsunade, key plot segment playback complete. This time, there were no cheers, nor any complaints. Having endured the hellish darkness and distortion of Otherworld 1, and the futuristic yet perilous impact of Otherworld 2, the audience's emotions were complex and indescribable. They still loathed and feared Otherworld 1, Jiraiya's collapse only deepened this shadow.
The trampling of humanity and toying with spirits was unforgettable.
Their curiosity about Otherworld 2 remained. The dazzling technology and intense battles left a deep impression, but their concerns about the potential societal crises and human alienation behind it persisted. More importantly, the stark contrast between these two worlds stirred an unspeakable unease in their hearts. If such dark and twisted worlds truly existed, if a highly developed yet cold and unfeeling world genuinely existed, then the world they currently resided in, was it merely one of countless possibilities? Could their wars, pain, and sacrifices have been avoided in another world? Could the peace, bonds, and will of fire they pursued exist in a completely different form or not exist at all? The word possibility was no longer just an abstract concept but had become a heavy, unsettling reality, or perhaps, truth. The reality being displayed. It was like a series of mirrors, reflecting different facets of their world, and also revealing the deepest desires or fears within them, ones they might not have even realized they possessed. The relationships between the characters began to subtly shift, influenced by their shared experience of this bizarre movie watching and their respective reactions to it. Naruto's concern for his mentor Jiraiya grew deeper, while his hatred for Orochimaru reached its peak.
His attitude toward Sasuke became increasingly complex.
The Sasuke from the cyber world showed him another side of power, yet it also made him feel estranged and wary. Sasuke remained silent, but his heart was no longer at peace. Had the two alternate worlds, particularly the dark and twisted alternate world 1, stirred his yearning for power and his understanding of darkness? And would the possibility of a peace yet to come shake his resolve for revenge? Tsunade and Jiraiya, longtime friends, found their dynamic becoming more intricate after enduring this excruciating social death and psychological blow.
A mix of anger, shame, guilt, and worry intertwined between them.
Orochimaru, on the other hand, resembled a detached observer, extracting the nutrients he needed from this disaster, becoming even more dangerous and unpredictable. The young ninjas, their worldviews shaken and reshaped like never before, began to ponder deeper questions about power, the world, and destiny. They were no longer just simple, hot-blooded youths.
The entire multiverse theater felt like a massive emotional fermenter.
The images of the two alternate worlds acted as catalysts, triggering a variety of emotions and thoughts, some even contradictory. And all of this seemed to be merely the beginning. The system had mentioned 10 possibilities, with 8 still unrevealed. What strange, subversive, or even crueler worlds would they witness next? No one knew. They could only sit in the cold theater as if chained by fate, waiting for the next act to unfold.
The screen darkened once more, leaving endless imagination and unease in its wake. The oppressive and complex atmosphere in the theater continued to brew.
Jiraiya's breakdown, Orochimaru's cold whispers, and the shock brought by the two vastly different alternate worlds left everyone's nerves taut, their hearts filled with uneasiness and confusion. For now, the screen dimmed, leaving only heavy silence and chaotic thoughts. At that moment, the cold, unfeeling, clockwork-precise voice of the system rang out once again, breaking the stillness.
Its appearance always signaled the arrival of new and unknown shocks.
Alternate World 2, Steel Jungle Konoha Urban Legends, initial presentation concluded, the system announced flatly, as if the recent explosive chases, technological ninjutsu, and corporate conspiracies were merely ordinary recorded segments. After a brief pause, the system's voice sounded again, carrying a tone that seemed slightly different from before, hard to pin down.
Now, initiating the recorded footage of Alternate World 3. With the announcement, the blackened screen lit up once more.
But this time, it wasn't the unsettling dark red of Alternate World 1, nor the tech-heavy blue and purple of Alternate World 2. Instead, it was an extremely bright, even cheerful, warm yellow hue. Suddenly, a large new title appeared in the center of the screen.
The font was cartoonish and slightly comical, bouncing energetically. Alternate World 3, Laughable and Absurd, the Three Sannins Reversal Theater.
Little stars and colorful ribbons twinkled around the title, and the background music shifted to something lighthearted and goofy, reminiscent of a circus or a comedy show. This abrupt change in style was like hearing a birthday song at a solemn funeral. Everyone was stunned. The audience, still immersed in the atmosphere of darkness, technology, survival, and betrayal, found themselves completely thrown by the colorful and quirky visuals.
For a moment, their minds went blank. Laughable and absurd?
Naruto scratched his head, eyes wide with confusion.
The Three Sannins Reversal Theater? What does that even mean? The styles totally changed? Sakura blinked, uncertain. Lighthearted and goofy?
Kiba stroked his chin, looking puzzled.
Is the next world going to be a comedy? Reversal theater? Shikamaru murmured, his brows furrowing as unease crept over him.
The word reversal made him uneasy, especially when paired with the Three Sannin. The Three Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru each wore different expressions. Tsunade, still seething with anger and humiliation from Alternate World 1, felt an ominous premonition rise sharply at the sight of this mischievous-looking title, particularly because it involved her directly. She suspected that the coming content might not be physical torment but rather a more public kind of execution. Her cheeks twitched, her eyes filled with vigilance and despair. Jiraiya, having only just recovered from the brink of a mental collapse, saw the word reversal and was immediately reminded of the pathetic version of himself in Alternate World 1. Would this world present another kind of reversal? He dared not imagine, but the unease spread through him, his body tense,
staring intently at the screen.
As for Orochimaru, he was originally still immersed in his research interest in dark powers. Seeing this sudden shift to a quirky title style, especially involving the reversal of the three legendary Sannin, the corner of his mouth, which always carried a faint sneer, stiffened unusually. Unlike Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had strong emotional fluctuations, he showed a slight frown from an instinctive rejection of this out-of-control, nonsensical situation. He sensed that the upcoming footage might be very boring, or rather, absurd in a way he couldn't comprehend. The atmosphere in the viewing area instantly turned eerie from oppressive due to the sudden change in the trailer's style. Some people felt relaxed and curious because of the style shift, while others were unsettled by the words reversal theater and EpicSannin. In any case, everyone's gaze refocused on the screen, eager to see what kind of mind-bending possibilities laugh or cry EpicSannin reversal theater would bring. On the screen, the quirky title and background music gradually disappeared, replaced by the official scene of EpicSannin.
At once, many were stunned.
The scene was not a grand building nor a dark corner, but a messy laboratory cluttered with strange instruments and blast test tubes. The lab space was small, with complex charts and formula boards hanging on the walls. Beakers, measuring cylinders, and petri dishes were scattered on the tables and floor, along with blinking indicator lights and bizarre devices connected by tubes. The air was filled with a pungent mix of chemical reagents and burnt smells. In the center, a figure stood with their back to the camera, intently staring at a flask bubbling with strange colored bubbles, muttering as if recording data. That iconic spiky white hair and slightly tall figure.
Perverted sage? Naruto blurted out. That's right. That is exactly Jiraiya.
However, when he slowly turned around and revealed his face, everyone who knew Jiraiya was stunned instantly. This person had the exact same facial features and hairstyle as Jiraiya, but his aura was completely different. He wasn't wearing Jiraiya's iconic dark green ninja outfit and red haori, but a white lab coat stained with dirt and full of holes. His hair was messy, as if unkempt for several days, with a few strands of white hair sticking up on his forehead. He wore thick black square glasses, and behind the lenses, his eyes, which should have been sharp, now looked dull and fanatical due to intense focus on his research. Most importantly, he had completely lost the free-spirited, world-traveling, charming aura of the Jiraiya from the main world. Instead, he exuded an extremely strong, almost screen-overflowing, nerdy vibe. An aura of a pure scholar, or rather, a research fanatic who was obsessively devoted to scientific study, to the point of completely disregarding his own image and social interactions. At this moment, he was holding a clipboard in one hand and carefully adding some liquid into a flask with tweezers in the other, excitedly muttering to himself in a jumbled manner.
Success! Getting closer.
The critical threshold for converting chakra internal energy into form energy indeed matches the prediction of hypothesis model number 37.
Just need to adjust the catalyst ratio a bit more. No, maybe it's the influence of environmental pressure?
The curvature engine? No, the stable rotational force field of the Rasengan. It must follow some simple and elegant physical law.
As long as I find that key formula.
He spoke rapidly, his eyes flashing with fervent light, completely immersed in his own academic world, ignoring everything around him. The Jiraiya of the main world saw this scene and was instantly stunned. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes round as if he had seen something even more unbearable than the humble servant from Otherworld 1. If the self from Otherworld 1 was a trampling of his soul and dignity, then the self from Otherworld 3 before him was a complete denial of his entire lifestyle and life pursuits. How could the heroic Jiraiya, who loved freedom, played through life, made the world his home, accompanied by fine wine and beautiful women, and drew inspiration from life, become a scientific freak wearing a white lab coat, thick glasses, and buried in dull data and formulas all day? This. Jiraiya felt his tongue tie up, his mind went blank, utterly unable to process this absurd information. He instinctively touched his face, then his clothes, as if confirming whether he had really become that way. Compared to Jiraiya's dazed and collapsing state, the others in the viewing area showed strange, barely suppressed smiles. Naruto rubbed his eyes and pointed at the screen, saying to Sakura, Sakura, look.
Is that really the lecherous hermit? What is he doing? It looks weird.
Sakura nodded, holding back laughter.
Yeah, it seems like he's doing research.
But the image is definitely a bit subversive.
But
you finally couldn't hold back laughter, quickly covering her mouth, but her shoulders kept shaking. Even the usually stern Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth slightly when he saw the scientist version of Jiraiya on the screen bearing Jiraiya's face but looking crazy and eccentric.
Kakashi, with his uncovered eye, watched the scientist Jiraiya with great interest, thinking to himself, oh,
I didn't expect Lord Jiraiya to have this other side, or rather, another possibility.
But it looks like he's really living it up.
As for Tsunade, after the initial surprise, she looked at the Jiraiya on the screen who was completely different from her impression of him, and strangely, she let out a sigh of relief. At least, this world's Jiraiya seemed odd but didn't appear as tragic and twisted as the one from Isekai 1? However, the moment she thought that this plot twist theater might also involve her, her heart immediately tensed up again.
Orochimaru showed undisguised disdain toward this scientist version of Jiraiya.
Wasting precious time on these studies that do nothing to improve personal strength is utterly foolish.
He completely didn't understand this purely academic pursuit.
The images on the screen continued. Scientist Jiraiya seemed to have made a new discovery and excitedly started dancing in the lab, only to accidentally knock over a rack holding unstable reagents.
Boom! An explosion sounded. The lab instantly filled with a pungent, multicolored smoke.
As the smoke cleared, Jiraiya's hair was a wild mess, his face and white coat covered in black soot, his glasses crooked, looking utterly disheveled. He coughed a few times, pushed up his glasses, and looked at the chaotic laboratory. Instead of getting angry, he became even more excited, pulling out a clipboard and quickly writing. Record, experiment J778, excess catalyst caused energy overflow, explosion produced unknown smoke, explosion equivalent approximately 0.3 tons of TNT.
Data valuable, next time adjust the constraint field strength and try again.
He didn't take the explosion seriously at all. Instead, he treated it as precious experimental data. His obsession with research was almost to the point of madness, leaving the audience both speechless and amused. The scene shifted to a classroom at the Konoha Ninja Academy. On the podium was still the scientist Jiraiya, but tidier now, his lab coat cleaner, hair still messy, and glasses uncleaned. He was passionately lecturing the students on a profound and dull subject. According to chakra string theory and the quantum wave equation, we conclude, the stable rotational force field of the Rasengan is a resonant vortex generated by high-density chakra particles at a specific frequency. The destructive power is related not only to the total amount of chakra but also proportional to the square of the angular velocity and the energy absorption coefficient of the target material.
He spoke with great excitement, as if revealing the secrets of the universe. But the students in the audience looked utterly disheartened.
Most had already collapsed on the desks, asleep, drooling all over the table.
Some were still struggling to stay awake, their eyes vacant, as if listening to an incomprehensible ancient text.
Even Iraka Yumano, known in the main world for his patience and gentleness, who was sitting in the back of the classroom auditing the lecture if he were present, was now fighting to keep his eyelids open, yawning non-stop, nearly falling asleep. He tried hard to understand what Lord Jiraiya, the otherworld version, was explaining, but those profound theories and complex formulas were even harder for him to decipher than the ancient scrolls. Yet the scientist Jiraiya on the podium was completely oblivious to this. He remained immersed in his academic world, excitedly writing a long string of dense formulas and derivations on the blackboard, paying no attention to the fact that classroom discipline had completely collapsed.
Do you see this formula? How simple! How elegant!
It perfectly reveals the secrets of ninjutsu. Once you master it, you can fully understand and optimize any ninjutsu, even create entirely new ones. He waved the chalk enthusiastically, trying to pass on his passion for science to the students. But the only response was a quiet chorus of snores.
Suddenly, laughter erupted from the audience. Ha ha ha! This is hilarious!
The pervy sage is actually giving a lecture, and no one is listening. Naruto laughed so hard he was nearly falling over, tears streaming from his eyes.
Sakura clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Lord Jiraiya, the difference is just too much.
This is probably the most sleep-inducing class I've ever seen.
Ten said with a laugh.
Ten's mouth also couldn't help but curl up. I really can't believe Lord Jiraiya has become like this. Even the usually serious Niji and Shino showed expressions that barely held back their amusement. Jiraiya from the main world looked at the screen showing himself, acting like a clown in front of a group of sleeping students, his cheeks burning with embarrassment, wishing he could crawl into a hole in the ground. After being petrified, it was extreme awkwardness and shame.
This was even more humiliating than the humble servant from Isekai 1.
At least the himself in that world looked somewhat loyal, but the himself in this world was basically a social outcast, utterly uncharismatic, and even kids found him annoying and nerdy weirdo. I wouldn't teach such a boring class. He muttered in defense, his voice so low only he could hear it, and utterly lacking confidence.
Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's embarrassed expression, then at the weirdo immersed in academics on the screen, and surprisingly, her frustration eased considerably.
Seeing her old rival also socially dead, she felt a subtle sense of balance and even wanted to laugh a little. The first to appear, the reverse Sannin scientist Jiraiya, with a completely different image and behavior from the main world, instantly turned the theater's atmosphere from heavy and oppressive to absurd and laughable. The audience burst into laughter and also looked forward to the upcoming reversals with anticipation and sympathy.
Next, whose turn is it? Tsunade? Or Orochimaru? What absurd twist will they flip into this time?
Everyone's gaze once again focused on that screen full of infinite possibilities. On the screen, the scientist Jiraiya, immersed in his own academic world and completely unaware of the outside, seemed to have just finished his extremely successful lesson on the principles of ninjutsu, at least successful in his own eyes. The scene shifted to the streets of Konoha village. This world's Konoha looks much like the main world's, at least in architectural style. Scientist Jiraiya carried a heavy backpack, which contained not travel supplies or ninja tools, but stacks of papers filled with formulas and charts. He hurried along, his face showing excitement and anticipation, as if he were heading to an important event. He gestured in the air while walking, muttering continuously, as if rehearsing his speech.
That's not right.
According to the latest string vibration model, the natural energy absorption efficiency in Sage mode can surpass the Penrose limit, as long as a stable hyperdimensional chakra channel can be constructed. And the isotopic analysis of tailed beast chakra, if we can separate positive and negative quarks, perhaps we can uncover the secret of the six paths sage's power. He completely ignored the strange looks from passers-by, fully absorbed in his academic research.
So, where was he rushing off to? Could it be, like the Jiraiya of the main world, to gather material, seek inspiration, or encounter a beautiful woman? The main world Jiraiya in the viewing seat just kindled a glimmer of hope. Maybe the version of himself in this world, besides research, still retained some normal hobbies? But reality was cruel. The camera followed him to a solemn building, with a sign at the entrance that read, "The First Pan-Continental Ninja Science Theory and Application Symposium." Main world Jiraiya instantly felt his hope doused with cold water. Inspiration? Encounters? They simply didn't exist.
This version of himself in this world devoted even his spare time to this damn boring scientific research.
Scientist Jiraiya entered the venue excitedly, like a pilgrim.
Inside gathered a group of similarly styled scholar ninjas, wearing white lab coats or shabby clothes, glasses on, fiercely debating formulas, pointing at complex chartboards, the air thick with academic atmosphere. He quickly found like-minded people and joined a debate group.
I believe the defense enhancement of Earth release hardening technique is not simply due to an increase in chakra density, but involves lattice structure rearrangement at the atomic level.
My latest model perfectly explains this, a scholar wearing thick-bottomed glasses said, spitting as he spoke.
Nonsense.
Scientist Jiraiya immediately rebutted excitedly, his voice even cracking slightly from excitement. Your model ignores the effect of the Earth attribute of chakra itself on the van der Waals forces between atoms. According to my calculations, at least 37.2% of the hardening effect comes from attribute bonuses. Here is my data as proof, he said, pulling out a thick stack of papers from his backpack, almost slapping them in front of the other party.
Your data sampling is biased. You didn't exclude geomagnetic interference, someone retorted. Your theoretical model is too simplified and can't be used in actual combat, another person questioned. Combat? We are scientists, we pursue theoretical perfection, someone insisted.
Theory divorced from practice is just empty talk, someone shouted back loudly. A group of self-proclaimed ninja scientists argued like vendors in a market, turning red in the face and straining their necks over the energy conversion rate of ninjutsu and the applicability of formulas, even starting to shove each other. And scientist Jiraiya was right in the middle of it all, not uncomfortable at all, but rather like a fish returning to water, excited and enjoying himself. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, perhaps a glint of obsession, citing classics, debating fiercely, completely immersed in the academic conflict. His entire life seemed to revolve around these dull formulas, data, and theoretical models. As for the things Jiraiya cherished in the main world, the freedom to travel the world, meeting all kinds of people, the passion for writing novels, and the eternal appreciation and pursuit of women here, not a trace of any of it could be found. The Jiraiya from the main world stared blankly at the screen, at himself arguing endlessly over a decimal point, feeling his soul mercilessly interrogated. He had always felt that although his life was full of twists and regrets, it was brilliant and thrilling, filled with swift justice and grudges. He traveled the world, made friends and enemies, wrote works with far-reaching influence, and risked everything to protect his beliefs. He thought this was the life of the heroic Jiraiya. Yet the possibility on the screen, like a cold mirror, reflected a completely different life. What if he had never left the village, never embarked on a perilous journey, but instead, like Orochimaru, stayed in the village focusing on ninjutsu and chakra research? Would he have become like that? That seemingly fulfilling, focused, yet extremely boring, narrow-minded, science freak who lost the color of life and personal charm? At the thought of this possibility, Jiraiya felt a shiver deep from his soul and fear. No! He would never become like that. He would rather, as he was now, carry the pain and regrets, wander the world, be misunderstood, and even possibly die alone in the end, than give up the freedom, emotions, and that love for life itself that he cherished. My life is not like that. He murmured softly, a glimmer of the heroic Jiraiya shining again in his eyes. Though his body was still weak, after experiencing 2 extreme reversals, his spirit had become even firmer. The people in the viewing seats looked at the scene on the screen, like a scholars' conference, and at scientist Jiraiya, who seemed right at home, and they all showed expressions of awkward amusement.
Naruto sneered, so boring. How could the pervy sage be interested in that kind of stuff?
Sakura sighed, it feels like Lord Jiraiya's joy in life has completely disappeared in this world. Indeed, Kakashi commented, everyone has their pursuits, but Jiraiya in this world seems a bit extreme. Just as everyone was discussing, the screen suddenly switched. The focus shifted from Jiraiya to another equally attention-grabbing reversal subject. The screen showed the famous hot spring in district of Konoha village, steam rising, bamboo shadows swaying, peaceful and serene. However, this tranquility was broken by a sneaky figure. In a hidden corner, possibly up in a big tree or behind an attic window, someone was holding a high-performance telescope with night vision and infrared functions, intently staring down at the open-air men's bath below. The person's breathing was light, shoulders trembling slightly with excitement, occasionally letting out a suppressed but clear lecherous laugh, obviously spying.
With skilled movements and professional equipment, he was clearly a habitual offender, an expert. Everyone in the viewing area immediately perked up. Wow! So bold, daring to spy in Konoha? Naruto widened his eyes in curiosity. In broad daylight, truly the world is going downhill. Teacher Irika shook his head in sorrow. Damn it! Who is this pervert? If I catch him, I'll teach him a lesson. Ya shouted angrily, and Akamaru also barked twice in agreement.
Jiraiya snapped out of his previous shock and, seeing this familiar peeping scene, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, as if he had found a kindred spirit.
Oh? Konoha has such a like-minded person? Which hero could it be?
However, as the camera slowly zoomed in and circled to the side of that sneaky figure, clearly showing the face focused intently, even slightly flushed with excitement, the entire viewing area instantly fell into a deathly silence. A silence more complete and suffocating than any before. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, as if under a petrification jutsu.
Naruto's mouth dropped open, his eyeballs nearly popping out. Sakura's smile stiffened, as if she had seen the most terrifying sight in the world.
Yet a shout got stuck in his throat. The excitement in Jiraiya's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by endless terror and a sense of worldview collapse even stronger than turning into a bookworm. Even the usually calm Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the cold Sasuke showed expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Because the figure holding a high-performance telescope, eagerly staring at the male bathhouse and occasionally letting out a lecherous laugh, with that slightly flushed, well-maintained face, was none other than Tsunade.
That's right.
The legendary Sannin of Konoha, known for her monstrous strength, top-notch medical ninjutsu, fiery temper, impressive figure, and infamous for always losing at gambling, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tsunade.
Boom!
Tsunade of the main world suddenly felt everything go black before her eyes, her mind blank, as if struck by lightning. She heard her heartbeat pounding like a drum, blood rushing to her head. The succubus setting of Otherworld 1 had made her feel angry and humiliated, and the scientist Jiraiya's setting seemed absurd yet somewhat balanced. But this Otherworld 3, the one in front of her, wearing her face, like a hopeless old pervert, sneakily spying on a man bathing herself.
This was no longer humiliation, it was a public execution. A posthumous whipping. Her dignity, pride, everything about her as a woman and as the Hokage was being mercilessly trampled and rubbed into the ground. No, no, no.
A piercing, desperate scream burst from Tsunade's throat. She felt her sanity completely snap, the Hokage's dignity and the 3 legendary Sannin's composure all thrown aside. She just wanted to rush into the screen, drag out that shameless herself, and smash her into minced meat with brute force, leaving not a trace behind. However, before she could act, a familiar and powerful invisible force firmly pinned her to her seat. Tsunade's mind was so overwhelmed that she ignored the system's suppression and struggled wildly, roaring like a trapped beast, "Let me go! Let me go! Kill her! I must kill that shameless bastard!
That's not me! Absolutely not me!"
Her voice became sharp and grating with agitation, veins bulging on her face, eyes bloodshot. There was not a trace of the usual Hokage's dignity left. She was completely a woman, utterly enraged and on the verge of collapse. The others in the viewing area were also left speechless by the absurd and shocking scene before them.
Jiraiya was utterly dumbfounded.
He stared blankly at the Tsunade on the screen who had inherited his hobby, then looked at the Tsunade beside him struggling wildly in shame and anger, feeling as if his worldview, life philosophy, and values had shattered into nothing.
So this is what a plot twist really means?
Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and the younger generation were all dumbfounded.
The strong, dignified, sometimes even intimidating Lady Tsunade they knew could actually do something like this?
It was even more shocking than her turning into a succubus, utterly unacceptable, completely disillusioning.
Shizun was so scared she nearly fainted.
Looking at the lecherous Lady Tsunade on the screen, her faith collapsed in an instant. Just as Tsunade struggled wildly and the entire theater was thrown into chaos by this sudden explosive scene, the images on the screen mercilessly continued to play. Sneaking around to spy on Tsunade's movements, perhaps her lecherous laughter was too loud, finally drawing the attention of the Konoha security squad.
Stop! Who is sneaking around?
Several ninjas in security squad uniforms, armed, surrounded the figure still lost in voyeurism from all sides.
Damn, I've been spotted.
The voyeur Tsunade realized this, hurriedly put away her binoculars, a look of panic flashing across her face, but then a sly and excited smile appeared.
He, want to catch me? Not a chance.
She chuckled weirdly, her figure flickering like a ghost as she dashed out of the encirclement. Her speed was astonishing. Clearly, even in this world, she retained the superb medical ninja agility and chakra control from the main world, especially when it came to escaping.
Damn it, it's that pervy voyeur. Chase her!
The security squad captain shouted, leading the pursuit relentlessly. Thus, a comical and chaotic chase unfolded on the streets of Konoha village. The voyeur Tsunade darted swiftly, leapt nimbly, using terrain obstacles to evade capture. She even had time to make faces behind her back or, just as the pursuers were about to catch her, use body flicker technique to vanish into an unexpected place. The security squad members behind were panting heavily, desperately chasing, shouting,
"Stop! Lady Tsunade!
You're spying again, come back with us for questioning." The third Hokage said, "If you keep this up, your telescope will be confiscated."
Damn it!
That old lady, she runs too fast.
In the midst of this chaotic chase, the spying Tsunade even found time in the busy moment to pull out a pen or use her finger.
At a corner of a turning wall, quickly leaving a line of crooked big characters, Tsunade was here.
"We'll come again next time."
Behind it, she drew a smug ghost face. Then, she let out a proud, strange laugh, accelerated again, and disappeared at the end of the alley, leaving behind a group of exhausted and helpless security guards. Even more absurdly, the camera deliberately showed several places in Konoha village, such as the hot spring inn, the public bathhouse, and even the outer wall of the Ninja Academy boys' dormitory. On those walls were official strict warning signs. The signs had big letters saying, "Warning, spying strictly prohibited. Offenders will be prosecuted." Below was a red circle enclosing an abstract pattern, barely recognizable as Tsunade's face, with a note beside it, "Key surveillance target, Tsunade Medical Department Advisor, one of the legendary Sannin."
In some important locations, the warning signs were upgraded to Level 1 Alert, Tsunade Peeping Maniac Approaching. Please activate defense measures immediately.
Seeing these officially certified Tsunade peeping warning signs, the Tsunade of the main world finally stopped struggling. It wasn't that she gave up, but all her strength had been drained, leaving no anger at all. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, like a soulless puppet, slumped in the chair.
It's over, completely over.
Her reputation, dignity, the pride of being the Hokage, one of the three legendary Sannin, and a descendant of the Senju clan, at this moment, was mercilessly shattered by the shameless, sleazy, officially certified peeping maniac Tsunade on the screen, leaving not even a trace. She felt her life was shrouded in darkness. This otherworld 3, laugh or cry, the 3 Sannin reversal theater, how could it be laugh or cry for her? It was simply hell on earth. On the screen, the chaotic chase caused by the peeping maniac Tsunade finally came to an end. What remained were the panting security guards, provocative graffiti on the wall, Tsunade's petrified and collapsing expression in the main world, and a group of viewers struggling hard to suppress their laughter. However, the system seemed unwilling to let Tsunade off so easily, wanting to more comprehensively showcase the absurdity of this reversal character. The scene switched to a professional, tidy, and brightly lit operating room. Under the surgical lights, several medical ninja dressed in green surgical gowns and masks were busy and tense.
On the operating table lay a severely injured ninja, life hanging by a thread. The chief surgeon was none other than Tsunade. But at this moment, she was completely different from the sneaky, sleazy peeping maniac from before.
In front of the operating table, her eyes were focused and calm, with no unnecessary expression on her face. Those slender fingers, which should have been used to hold a telescope, were now manipulating various complex surgical instruments with a dazzling speed and astonishing precision. Chakra flowed like the most delicate silk threads at her fingertips, repairing the patient's damaged tissues and organs. Every one of her movements was clean and decisive, every judgment accurate and flawless. When faced with tricky situations, she always quickly found the best solution. The confidence and professionalism of a top medical ninja, the aura of turning the tide against all odds, were fully displayed. In this operating room, she was no longer the peeping maniac mocked by others, but a true medical sage. The legendary third Hokage who could race against death and pull life back from the edge of the cliff. The surgery was intense and thrilling, but in the end, thanks to her efforts, the critically ill patient miraculously escaped danger and their vital signs stabilized. The assistants breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Seeing this scene, Tsunade in the main world felt her mood warm slightly. At least this world's self still possessed top-notch medical skills and was still saving lives, which restored some of her dignity. The audience in the viewing area was also surprised by this reversal. Wow, Granny Tsunade is amazing! Naruto exclaimed, although she's a bit weird, she's really cool when saving people. Sakura nodded, her eyes filled with pride, this is the true strength of Master Tsunade. Kakashi nodded gently, the personality has changed, but the core abilities and sense of responsibility remain. However, just when everyone thought she had finally returned to normal, the surgery ended. The patient was wheeled out of the operating room, still unconscious. After sending the patient away, Tsunade took off her mask and let out a long breath. Though her face was tired, a strange gleam flashed in her eyes. She didn't tea-leave immediately. Instead, she leaned closer to the male patient who had just been wheeled out, carefully examining his unconscious body. The patient's shirt was open, revealing a solid chest and abdominal muscles. Tsunade's gaze swept over him like a scanner, and a barely noticeable appreciative smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She even reached out her finger and casually poked the patient's firm abs. Then, in a voice only she could hear, she whispered with a hint of a lecherous admiration. Not bad, this guy has a pretty well-trained body, much better than that pretty boy last time, he. This was not over yet. After a while, when the patient was slightly more awake but still not fully conscious, Tsunade, the otherworldly version, came to the ward again, citing the attending doctor needs to observe the postoperative recovery. She was extremely seriously responsible in conducting various examinations on the patient. The patient was asked to take off his shirt, supposedly to check the wound sutures and infection status, but in fact, she could clearly sense it through the clothes using chakra. Then she made the patient perform large range movements to test limb function recovery, but the patient was grimacing in pain. She even took out a tape measure, under the pretext of recording body data for rehabilitation, and took detailed measurements of the chest, arm circumference, and other parts of male patients with good physiques. Her face always wore a professional seriousness, but the gleam in her eyes, like an old lecher discovering treasure, along with the occasional licking of her lips, revealed her true intentions. This was not a physical examination at all, but rather using work as an excuse to appreciate the patients. It was outright sexual harassment. The audience suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Those who had just changed their opinion after seeing her excellent medical skills now had their expressions completely disturbed. Naruto opened his mouth wide, stunned and at a loss for words. Sakura blushed, but it was not out of shyness, it was shame for the master of that world. Yagami and Inksy exchanged a glance, both eyes filled with the shock of "never thought I'd see this." Kakashi helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling his worldview repeatedly trampled. Jiraiya widened his eyes, wanting to say "I understand this move," but recalling the earlier breakdown and Tsunade's current state, he swallowed the words back, his expression strange. Meanwhile, Tsunade in the main world saw her blood pressure spike again, nearly breaking through the sky. The previous voyeurism made her feel shame and anger, but now this lecherous self using the doctor identity made her extremely disgusted and self-loathing. This was not just a matter of character, but a desecration of the sacred profession of medical ninjas, a trampling on the trust of patients. Ah! Tsunade screamed in breakdown, feeling like she was about to be driven mad by this, Otherworld 3. She would rather see that ruthless succubus, Otherworld 1, who kills without blinking than see this lecherous voyeur doctor who made her want to gouge her eyes out. This, Otherworld 3, a laughable and tearful 3 ninja reversal theater, using such an extremely strong contrast, excellent medical skills versus lecherous behavior, vividly played out the phrase laughable and tearful, and successfully made both the person involved Tsunade and the audience experience indescribable complex emotion mixed with bursts of laughter, embarrassment, speechlessness, and breakdown. Just as Tsunade was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and many viewers were laughing or embarrassed almost out of breath, the screen's image, very considerately, switched again. This time, the camera finally left the elusive reversed Tsunade and turned to the last of the 3 legendary Sannin Orochimaru. The audience's hearts were in their throats. Having learned from the previous lessons of Jiraiya the scientist and Tsunade the voyeur, everyone was filled with curiosity and even some unease about Orochimaru's reversed image in this world.
Could he have become a hot-blooded fool? Or an extremely timid and cowardly person? But when the scene came into clear view, everyone was stunned speechless. Even more shocked than when they saw voyeur Tsunade. The place in the scene was neither a dark laboratory nor a secret base full of conspiracies, but a sunny, green, laughter-filled orphanage. In the orphanage yard, a group of innocent children were chasing and playing, their faces full of happy smiles. In the middle, a man wearing a simple, even somewhat worn, coarse cloth robe, with a warm and loving smile on his face, was bending down to wipe cookie crumbs from the corner of a little girl's mouth. His movements were gentle, his eyes full of care and affection. Like performing magic, he pulled a few candies from his sleeve and handed them out to the children gathered around, causing a burst of cheers. Warm sunlight shone on him, a few white doves perched on his shoulders, cooing, not afraid of him at all. The whole scene was filled with holiness, love, warmth, and harmony, like an oil painting depicting a saint and children. The man affectionately called Uncle Snake by the children, radiating a loving glow, was none other than Orochimaru. Boom! The audience erupted instantly, bursting into an unprecedented uproar. What? Oh, Orochimaru? Did I see that right? That really was Orochimaru? He's actually taking care of kids at an orphanage, and smiling so gently? A white dove landed on him? What a joke! Didn't he use all the pigeons for experiments? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone who knew Orochimaru, regardless of their stance, instantly felt their entire perception system completely overturned. This shock was even bigger and more absurd than Tsunade's spying. That cold, evil, cruel one who would stop at nothing for immortality and power, who treated human life like grass, and could sacrifice even his own comrades and teacher without hesitation, one of the ninja world's top villains, Orochimaru. Actually, became a dressed plainly, smiling, handing out candy to children, with white doves fluttering around. A philanthropist? A pacifist? This is literally a universe-shattering plot twist. Jiraiya from the main world, who had just been tormented and humiliated by his own and Tsunade's plot twist, was now so shocked by this Holy Father version of Orochimaru that he jumped up from the ground, though he was quickly pushed back down, dumbfounded and speechless. Oh Orochimaru? Did you take the wrong medicine? Or were you possessed by someone else? Tsunade momentarily forgot to break down, staring intently at the Orochimaru on the screen, who was smiling gently, her face full of disbelief and absurdity. How is this possible? How could Orochimaru become like this? Naruto even pointed at the screen and shouted, "No way? That guy can't be Orochimaru. He is clearly a villain, there is no way he'd be this nice to kids." Even the usually calm Kakashi and Shikamaru now looked like they had seen a ghost. "This plot twist is way too complete, isn't it?" Kakashi said quietly. "My head hurts, my brain can't keep up." Shikamaru held his forehead, feeling his logic collapse. Meanwhile, the real Orochimaru, looking at the screen showing his innocent smile and holy behavior, had the sinister smile at the corner of his mouth freeze for the first time. His expression was no longer one of interest or disdain, but a mixture of shock, absurdity, and an indescribable disgust that came from the depths of his soul. Seeing the scientist Jiraiya made him feel bored, peeping on Tsunade made him feel low, but this philanthropist version of himself on the screen made him feel both physically and mentally nauseated. What is this thing? He squeezed the words out through clenched teeth, his voice cold as ice. This kind of hypocritical, cheap, disgusting kindness is the greatest desecration of the essence of life. To him, the pursuit of power, the exploration of truth, and transcending life and death were the meaning of life. The self on the screen, obsessed with love and peace, was the ultimate insult to his existence. He would rather see himself become the dark and twisted version from than accept becoming this saint now. However, the footage continued, as if to carry this insult to the very end. Charitable Orochimaru not only cared for children in the orphanage but also actively used his talents to improve people's livelihoods. He used his profound knowledge of biotechnology. Obviously, in this world he was still a scientific genius, just with a different research focus to help nearby villagers improve crop varieties, greatly increasing food production. He also opened free clinics, using seemingly legitimate medical methods, perhaps combined with his unique biotechnology, treating various difficult diseases without charging a penny, earning deep love from the local people. He even frequently gave speeches in public. In the footage, he stands on a simple podium, facing villagers full of gratitude and admiration, sincerely and passionately delivering his philosophy: "Fellow villagers, we live in the same world, so we should care for and help each other like family.
Technology should not be a tool for division and war, but to eliminate suffering and create happiness. Put down hatred and prejudice, and nurture this land with science and love. I believe that as long as we work together, we can build a homeland free of hunger, disease, and war, a paradise on earth. His speech is impassioned, his eyes pure like a youth's, shining with sincerity. The villagers below listen with tears in their eyes, applause thundering, shouting in unison, "Long live Lord Orochimaru! Love and peace!" This scene is full of positive energy. In the viewing seats, except for Orochimaru himself, who trembles with anger and nearly spits blood, everyone else is completely numb. They feel their understanding has been utterly overturned and crushed by this otherworld 3, then absurdly reassembled in the most bizarre way. Scientist Jiraiya, peeping Tsunade, philanthropist Orochimaru, what on earth is this? This absurd and laughable 3 ninja reversal theater is practically an absurdist surrealist performance art challenging the limits of human imagination. Everyone gives up thinking, staring blankly at the screen, wanting to see what other strange twists this bizarre world will throw up. The system's purpose gradually becomes clear. It does not seek rationality but uses extreme reversals to shatter the audience's fixed perceptions, forcing them to re-examine themselves in the world amid absurdity and shock. On the screen, the philanthropist Orochimaru, bathed in sunlight, surrounded by children and white doves, like a saint, stands at a simple podium adorned with flowers, facing a dense crowd of grateful and admiring villagers, delivering a passionate speech about love and peace. His voice was gentle, magnetic, strangely touching the softest corners of the heart. Friends, fellow villagers. His gaze swept over every simple face in the audience, his eyes sincere like clear spring water. Look at the land beneath our feet, look at the people around us. We have all experienced pain, felt loss, and understood the scars brought by hatred. His words seemed to evoke memories in many people below the stage. Some elders even began to secretly wipe away tears. But the tone of the charitable Orochimaru suddenly became firm and powerful. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the whole world. Hatred only brings destruction. The cycle of revenge will only trap us forever in darkness, unable to escape. Only love and understanding can break the chains of hatred and save this scarred world. He paused, his gaze soft as a spring breeze. I know, letting go of hatred is hard, and understanding each other requires even more courage. But friends, for the children, for the future, we must try. Let us put aside prejudices and extend the hand of friendship. Use science to heal the wounds of the earth, eliminate disease, and create a prosperous and peaceful environment. Water the heart with love, let the seeds of understanding take root and sprout. His voice was passionate, eyes shining with hope for the future. I believe that as long as we work together, embrace each other with love, and build our home with wisdom, we can create a new world without pain, without hatred, full of happiness and laughter. The speech ended, he wore a sacred smile and bowed slightly. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Countless villagers stood up excitedly, tears glistening in their eyes, shouting, "Lord Snake speaks so well. Long live love and peace. For a happy future." The scene was filled with light and hope, even carrying an almost fanatical personal worship. The sunlight shone on him, as if casting a golden halo, making him appear sacred and untouchable. However, this touching scene triggered a completely opposite reaction among the people in the main world. Especially for those who knew Orochimaru's true nature, this was the biggest irony of the century. The Orochimaru of the main world stared at the screen showing the eloquent, love and peace preaching, and accepting the worship of the ignorant himself, a sinister smile twisting into a spasm at this moment. His face turned ashen, veins bulging, golden vertical pupils burning with anger and an indescribable disgust. He felt as if he had been force-fed a huge bucket of spoiled, sickly sweet chicken soup. Hypocritical. Childish. Utterly boring. He squeezed out these words through clenched teeth, his voice icy and piercing, filled with a deep-seated loathing. Love? Peace? Happiness? Oof. They are nothing but cheap poisons used by the weak to numb themselves. Shackles that bind individual will and strangle the potential for evolution. He suddenly stood up, though he was immediately pushed back down, pointing at the hypocritical version of himself on the screen, and with a nearly roaring tone filled with strong disdain, he said, "This me who has been castrated of instinct and abandoned the pursuit of power and truth, has no value of existence at all. It's simply Orochimaru's disgrace." To him, the existence of that so-called philanthropist on the screen was itself a desecration. The truth he believed in, survival of the fittest, the pursuit of ultimate power and immortality, had now been utterly betrayed. He would rather become a villain like Ice-Sky one who manipulates hearts and chases dark power, than turn into such a saint that makes him sick. The other 2 reverse Sannin showed equally remarkable expressions. After suffering the double blow of the scientist and the Holy Father Orochimaru, Jiraiya completely gave up thinking, slumping in his chair with hollow eyes and a deathly pale face, as if asking, "Who am I? Where am I? Can this world still be good?" His worldview was utterly shattered by Isekai 3, heroes, sages, the ninja way, all be damned. He just wanted to find a place to lie down and pretend none of this happened. Tsunade, after the double social death of succubus and voyeur, had a subtle reaction upon seeing the Holy Father Orochimaru. On one hand, she found Orochimaru ridiculously hypocritical, completely unlike the old rival she knew. On the other hand, seeing Orochimaru also reversed and mocked, even worse off than herself, strangely eased her shame and anger quite a bit. When she caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's expression, furious to the point of exploding but helpless, her mouth twitched into a slight smile. This expression of schadenfreude was quickly masked by a cough, but she truly felt her mood lighten. At least Orochimaru had become a more absurd punching bag. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the viewing area. Jiraiya, disillusioned, as if his soul had left his body. Tsunade, struggling to suppress laughter, her expression complex and teetering on the edge of collapse. Orochimaru, trembling with rage, his face ashen, eyes filled with disgust and murderous intent toward the self on the screen. These three legendary Sannin, under the bombardment of Isekai 3, a comedy of errors, Sannin reversal theater, performed an unprecedentedly huge social death scene. Their reactions naturally became the focus and the punchline for everyone else in the audience. Naruto, who had been holding back his laughter all along, finally couldn't contain himself anymore. He pointed at the charitable Orochimaru on the screen, still giving a speech about love and peace, then glanced at the three Sannin themselves beside him, each with different but equally brilliant expressions, and burst into an earth-shattering laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha. I can't take it. I'm going to die laughing." Naruto laughed so hard he leaned back and forth, tears streaming down his face, slapping his thigh as he laughed. "This is too funny. Really too funny. The pervy sage has turned into a bookish fool. Granny Tsunade actually, ha, that telescope is just hilarious. And Orochimaru, that villain, is actually doing good deeds and talking about love and peace. What the heck is this?" His laughter was so infectious that it instantly ignited the atmosphere in the whole room. Ha ha ha. Sakura couldn't help but clutch her stomach, laughing, feeling a bit guilty towards the three elders, but it was just too absurd. Indeed, it's really a comedy of errors. Choji mumbled through his laughter while stuffing snacks into his mouth. Kiba laughed, rolling on the floor, and Akamaru barked excitedly, seemingly caught up in the joyful mood as well. Rock Lee smiled brightly and nodded vigorously. Although it's strange, this contrast in the spirit of turning the impossible into possible might be a kind of alternative youthful passion. Niji looked at him speechlessly. Even the usually serious people couldn't help but laugh. Kakashi covered his face with a book, but his crescent-shaped eyes and trembling shoulders revealed that he was chuckling. Shikamaru, although feeling troubled, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, speechless at this absurd world. After experiencing the oppression of the first two worlds, the young ninjas finally found an outlet for release in this alternate world full of contrasts and silly vibes. They laughed and joked, and the atmosphere in the theater was exceptionally joyful. Of course, this joy was built upon the pain of the three main characters. Tsunade listened to the unabashed laughter around her, especially Naruto's foolish laughter, and her cheeks burned as if on fire. She glared fiercely at Naruto, but he was laughing heartily and didn't notice at all. She could only take a deep breath, forcing herself to look away, out of sight, out of mind. Jiraiya remained utterly disheartened, completely ignoring the laughter around him, drifting away as if his soul had left his body. Only Orochimaru remained cold and aloof. Although he despised the version of himself on the screen, he was too lazy to care about those boring jeers. He was only pondering whether this ridiculous world, and that hypocritical version of himself, might also hide some secrets worth studying. For example, whether that kind of speech technique that easily stirs people's hearts also contains some principles of mental control. This Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry, the 3 Shinobi Reversal Theater, with its extremely outrageous, extremely subversive, and extremely imagination-challenging setting, successfully turned the atmosphere in the audience from previously heavy and oppressive to one full of laughter, roasting, awkwardness, and a certain subtle pleasure. This absurd farce makes people laugh uncontrollably, yet they can't help but wonder, if those familiar heroes, tyrants, and legendary figures suddenly became their complete opposites, what would the world become? This reversal theater is obviously still ongoing. Scientist Jiraiya, Peeping Tauntaun, philanthropist Orochimaru, the three reversed Sannin, have already appeared. How will the subversion of their personalities bring about such ridiculous and comical chain reactions in this world? Everyone except the three themselves is full of anticipation, ready to welcome more surprises or rather shocks from this absurd world. After a brief freeze on the screen, it seems new content is about to play. In the audience, the laughter and roasting sparked by Ice Sky 3, Laugh or Cry the 3 Shinobi Reversal Theater gradually subside, but the bizarre and absurd atmosphere still lingers. Most people remain immersed in the shock and indescribable amusement at the subverted images of scientist Jiraiya, Peeping Tauntaun, and philanthropist Orochimaru. However, not everyone is fooled by the surface-level comedy. Naruto, the strategist who always stays calm amid chaos, after his initial surprise, habitually falls into deep thought. His brows furrowed, fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest, his mind racing to dig out deeper secrets from this illogical reversal. Beside him, Tenten is still savoring philanthropist Orochimaru's ridiculous speech, and Ino quietly discusses Peeping Tauntaun's absurd behavior with Tenten. Shikamaru ignores them, quietly analyzing to himself, more like organizing his thoughts. What a pain! He first complained, then said, a complete personality reversal, what on earth is going on? He cast his gaze back at the dim screen, his eyes full of inquiry. Could it be the environmental pressure of this world, he speculated, for example, having gone through some special history, or a fundamental change in social rules, forcing them to distort or suppress their original personalities and develop completely opposite traits? He recalled the wars, hatred, and power structures of the main world, which undoubtedly deeply shaped everyone's character. So, does Ice Sky 3 also have some powerful external factors strong enough to completely reverse the personalities of the three ninja? That's possible. He nodded, but then frowned again. However, this reversal seems too thorough, even somewhat deliberate. It's like, he seemed to be searching for the right word, like some kind of coalescence being forcibly directed in the completely opposite direction. He began to recall the details he had just seen. Jiraiya-sama, in the main world, although he was lecherous and unruly, he also had a curiosity about the world and a desire for knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have written so many books or taught so many disciples. So, could the scientist in Ice Sky 3 have taken the thirst for knowledge to the extreme, completely ignoring other aspects? Tsunade-sama, in the main world, although fiery and gambling-prone, had a strong attachment to life, whether it was her feelings for her brother and lover, or her dedication to medical ninjutsu research. Then, could the voyeur in Ice Sky 3 be a kind of twisted obsession, only that the goal shifted from saving lives to satisfying a base voyeuristic desire? As for Orochimaru, Shikamaru's expression grew even more serious. In the main world, his core drive was research and the pursuit of immortality and truth. The philanthropist in Ice Sky 3 behind those seemingly selfless acts, could there be a deeper research hidden? For example, studying how to manipulate people's hearts with love and peace, or creating a perfect society? This possibility is even more unsettling. The more Shikamaru thought about it, the more his head ached. Is it that their personalities are distorted and exaggerated, or is it the environmental pressure forcing them to adapt extremely? Or maybe both? There's too little information. The system only gave the reversed outcome but didn't explain the reasons, so it's impossible to judge. He sighed and complained, what a hassle. What exactly does this system want to do? Just as Shikamaru was pondering deeply, the system seemed to hear everyone's thoughts or sensed their curiosity about the what if. The screen lit up again. This time, it wasn't a new image from another world, but a line of text. Simulation deduction. What if the three ninja battle happened in another world 3? Ha? Simulation deduction? The three ninja battle? The audience was stunned, then immediately energized. The three ninja battle in the main world, a cataclysmic event that changed countless fates, is an important milestone in many people's hearts. Now the system wants to simulate what it would be like if that battle happened in the bizarre and absurd alternate world of San. Just thinking about it is ridiculous, yet also exciting. Even the usually dispassionate Jiraiya and the nearly broken Tsunade involuntarily looked up, nervously staring at the screen. They also wanted to know what would happen if those three twisted guys had fought back then. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued by this simulation. On the screen, the scene began to rapidly take shape. The setting was still the familiar, ruined ruins of Tazuna Street. But the atmosphere was completely different from the tragic and heroic intensity of the battle in the main world. First to appear was the scientist Jiraiya. Unlike in the main world, he was not fighting to stop Orochimaru or protect Tsunade. He wore a white lab coat, somewhat disheveled, thick glasses on his face, holding a strange device that looked like an energy detector. He paced anxiously through the ruins, muttering non-stop, spatial fluctuations abnormal. High-density chakra reaction. Energy at least at S-rank forbidden technique level. No, I must collect data immediately. The chakra decay model in this extreme environment is crucial to my relative ninjutsu theory research. He was completely unaware of the danger, excited like a geologist discovering a new mineral deposit, only thinking about gathering data.
Next, Tsunade appeared.
Unlike in the main world, she did not overcome her fear of blood, nor did she erupt with fighting spirit to protect Naruto. She sneaked around on the intact rooftop of a building, holding a high-performance telescope. This time, she was not observing the bathhouse or training ground, but the area below where a battle was about to erupt. Adjusting the focus, she muttered excitedly to herself, "Hee hee, perfect spot to watch the fight. I heard Orochimaru has come up with new tricks recently? That bookish Jiraiya, I wonder if he'll get beaten badly?" This kind of battle between strong fighters is way more interesting than spying on the youngsters. I have to record this properly. She seemed to treat this potentially widespread war as a live broadcast, even pulling out a notebook to take notes.
Finally, Orochimaru appeared.
He wore a simple robe, his face bearing that chillingly warm smile. Looking at the tense situation before him, although the other two were distracted from fighting, he showed no arrogant ambition. Instead, his face was full of sorrow and distress. He spread his arms, standing between the seemingly unwilling to fight Jiraiya and the merely spectator Tsunade, speaking sincerely and gravely, "Stop.
All of you, stop. Jiraiya. Tsunade. We were once comrades, can't we sit down and talk this through? Why must we resolve this with violence?"
He continued, "Think of those displaced by war. Think of the tears of children who have lost their loved ones.
Are we really going to repeat the same mistakes, letting the flames of hatred continue to burn? Come. Listen to me. Lay down your weapons, though it seems no one is holding any. Open your hearts. Let us use love. Use understanding. To resolve our conflicts. There is no problem that communication cannot solve. Believe me.
As long as there is love in our hearts, the world will surely become a better place." He pleaded earnestly, his expression so sincere it seemed he might shed saintly tears at any moment.
What should have been an earth-shattering 3 legendary Sannin battle turned into an absurd and comical farce in the simulation of Otherworld 3.
A scientist excitedly measured energy fluctuations, busy collecting data. A peeping Tom hid on the rooftop, eagerly watching the battle through binoculars, even taking notes. A philanthropist stood in the middle, earnestly preaching love and peace, trying to resolve a battle that couldn't possibly happen with just words.
Ha ha ha. The audience burst into laughter even louder than before.
Even Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle softly, although she immediately frowned over her image. The absurd scene made it impossible for her to stay serious. Jiraiya looked at the 3 goofball versions of himself on the screen, his mouth twitching, finally letting out a helpless bitter laugh. What is this exactly?" He covered his face, feeling he had never been so embarrassed in his life. Naruto laughed so hard he rolled in his chair, pointing at the screen and shouting, "No way.
My stomach hurts. The 3 legendary Sannin battle turned into this? Too funny."
Sakura, Aino, Tenten, Kiba, Choji, and other younger generation members laughed until tears streamed down their faces, swaying back and forth. Kakashi also put down his book and let out a low chuckle.
Kakashi-sensei laughed while commenting, "Though strange, maybe this is a youthful way to avoid massive casualties?"
Lee nodded vigorously beside him. Sasuke, always cold and indifferent, looked at this ridiculous battle with a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth, almost imperceptible. Only Orochimaru showed even deeper disgust towards himself, who was earnestly mediating on the screen, snorting coldly and turning his head, unwilling to look further. This simulation, full of contrasts and points of ridicule, perfectly demonstrated the subversive impact of personality reversal on major events, reaching its climax. The laughter gradually subsided, and the screen image slowly disappeared. The opening display of Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry, the 3 Shinobi Reversal Theater, also officially ended. The impact of this world was obviously not in the direct darkness and cruelty like Isekai 1, nor in the futuristic technology and coldness like Isekai 2. Its core impact lay in the complete subversion of the audiences, especially the 3 Shinobi's own inherent perceptions, and the resulting extremely strong comedic effect and absurdity. Scientist Jiraiya, peeping Tsunade, philanthropist Orochimaru, these 3 labels themselves were full of endless points of ridicule and dramatic tension. After experiencing the oppression and tension of the first 2 worlds, this world allowed the audience to completely relax, although at the cost of the 3 protagonists' social death. Amid laughter, they began to seriously ponder, can personality truly be completely reversed? How much does environment influence a person? If the core characters' personalities change, how would the world be subverted? These questions, like seeds, quietly took root in their hearts. The 3 shinobi, publicly executed, underwent a spiritual catastrophe. Jiraiya went from collapse to despair, Tsunade from anger to shame, then to a subtle balance, while Orochimaru was full of disgust and contempt. This viewing would profoundly affect their mindsets and relationships with each other.
Overall, Ice Sky 3 left an unforgettable impression on everyone in a unique way.
It was like a strange seasoning, adding a special flavor to this bizarre multiverse viewing. The screen darkens, signaling the start of a new phase. The audience's mood calms, but after experiencing 3 intense shocks to the world, they are no longer just curious, there is now a sense of caution and a hidden worry about fate. The system's performance continues, and they can only watch passively.
After a brief darkness, the screen lights up again.
The scene returns to that cyber city full of futuristic technology and undercurrents. Otherworld 2, Steel Jungle Konoha Urban Legend. This time, the system seems to want to balance emotions, pulling the perspective away from the absurd and bizarre reverse theater back to this serious yet contradictory world. Previous footage showcased the coolness of the cyber world: powered skateboards, electronic Sharingan, high-tech ninjutsu, explosive chases, delivering a strong visual impact to the young audience. But this time, the system wants to tear off the glamorous facade and brutally reveal the deeper darkness and struggles beneath the Steel Jungle's shadows. The focus no longer rests on elite ninjas or corporate executives but shifts to the city's underclass. Dark, damp, and web-like narrow alleys that never see sunlight. The air is filled with the sour stench of rotting garbage and the pungent smell of low-quality synthetic fuel. Dilapidated apartment buildings, like giant beehives, are packed tightly together, their walls covered with colorful graffiti mostly consisting of slogans of resistance or despair. On the streets wander the vacant-eyed, ragged homeless, mostly natural humans or low-tier augmentees who have undergone no cybernetic modification or only the most basic and cheapest enhancements. They are the most neglected group in this highly advanced technological society, like the city's discarded parts, barely maintaining a basic livelihood.
The camera shows several heartbreaking scenes.
An elderly man, unable to afford the high medical bills, lets his old injuries worsen, curled up shivering in a street corner. A child who lost their parents rummages through a pile of garbage for food, their eyes filled with vigilance and numbness beyond their years. A group of unemployed workers, replaced by efficient robots, gather at the gate of an abandoned factory, staring blankly at the sky, uncertain about their future. In stark contrast to the dazzling and orderly scenes of the upper districts, this lower world is full of poverty, despair, and oppression. The huge wealth gap acts like an invisible yet clear chasm, separating the two worlds.
And this is just the beginning. The footage reveals how giant corporations controlling the city's lifeblood monopolize and exploit through technology.
An energy monopoly arbitrarily raises prices, leaving the lower class unable to keep warm on cold nights. Companies controlling the information network use big data to monitor everyone, marking those with dissenting or unstable thoughts for secret disposal. A biotech company secretly conducts illegal human modifications, luring or forcing lower-class people to become test subjects, creating inhuman bioweapons or modified monsters. The footage also shows segments of consciousness uploading.
The desperate, to escape reality or seduced by the illusion of immortality, upload their consciousness into cold data.
But what awaits them is not paradise, but enslavement by AI, consciousness tampering, and ultimately disappearing into an endless ocean of data, with even traces of their existence erased.
High technology has not brought universal welfare. Instead, it has become a new hotbed of crime and ethical dilemmas.
Information is monopolized, privacy is obliterated, and humanity is continuously oppressed and distorted before the cold face of technology. Watching these scenes, the young ninjas in the audience, who had been excited by the coolness of technology, gradually lost their smiles, replaced by a heavy sense of unease.
Naruto no longer thought the version of himself riding a powered skateboard was cool.
He looked at those struggling at the bottom and recalled his own childhood experiences of isolation and discrimination, his heart filled with sympathy and anger.
Damn it! Those big companies are too much. How can they bully people like this?
Kiba and Shoji remained silent, beginning to realize that this seemingly prosperous world was far more cruel than they had imagined. Sakura looked at the lower-class people treated as experimental subjects as a medical ninja, her eyes were full of compassion.
The worries of elders like Kakashi, Tsunade, and Shikamaru deepened.
As expected, Kakashi said quietly, the more advanced the technology, the more terrifying the hidden destructive power and distortion of humanity. Without regulation and humanistic care, technology will only become a tool for a few to enslave the many.
Tsunade frowned and said, "What meaning does such a cold and ruthless society have, no matter how advanced?
I'd rather stay in our world, which, though painful, still has warmth and humanity." Shikamaru pondered, such an extreme social structure will inevitably provoke fierce resistance. It seems the urban legends of this world refer not only to high technology and elite ninjas but also to the rebellion of the lower class and the conflicts that arise from it. As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the screen seemed to confirm his guess. The scene switched to a secret base, possibly hidden deep within the network or an abandoned real-world space. On the wall was projected a huge, constantly changing red swirling cloud pattern, the symbol of the Akatsuki. But the Akatsuki in this world is completely different from the organization in the main world, which was made up of rogue ninjas aiming to collect tailed beasts. The footage showed the members and actions of Cyber Akatsuki. They no longer wore uniform ninja outfits but were members from all over, with diverse identities, top hackers who could freely infiltrate global networks to create chaos, super soldiers enhanced through extreme modifications with superhuman combat power, mad scientists mastering forbidden biotechnology, and even mental hackers capable of influencing others' minds. Their goal was no longer the tailed beasts but to overthrow the world order composed of giant corporations and corrupt governments. They might paralyze financial systems through cyber attacks, orchestrate terrorist attacks to create panic, or assassinate corporate executives and politicians they deemed heinous criminals. Their actions were extremely violent and destructive but seemed to carry a twisted kind of ideal. And the leader of this Cyber Akatsuki, Pain, was even more mysterious and unfathomable. The footage did not show his physical form, only a codename and a cold and powerful AI consciousness hidden behind countless data streams. This AI Pain might be the brain and command center of the entire Akatsuki organization. It possessed unparalleled computing power and information control, capable of devising extremely meticulous and nearly indefensible operational plans. Its voice, if it existed, was probably cold and emotionless, propagating some kind of extreme ideology, using technology and coercion to achieve true peace or a world reset. So, the Akatsuki in this world has become like this? If the members of the Akatsuki were also in the audience watching, their reactions would surely be very interesting. What would the main world's Pain Nagato think upon seeing this AI version of himself? Would he feel that this calm and rational existence was more suited to achieving peace, or would he reject it for lacking pain and humanity? Would Deidara see those high-tech explosions and cyber attacks as another form of art? Would Kisame, seeing those cyborgs and hackers, think they were more like tools than traditional ninjas? Would the Weasel, upon seeing this organization aimed at overthrowing the order, think of his own past undercover experience and the pain of his clan's annihilation? This cyber version of the Akatsuki adds more intrigue and intense conflict to Isekai 2. They are like ghosts lurking in the shadows of the city, ready at any moment to unleash a storm that could overturn the world. After revealing the darkness of the cyber world and the Akatsuki, the camera once again focuses on the three core characters Cyber Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. This time, the system delves deeper into their relationships and entanglements in this complex and dangerous world. Unlike the main world, here Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura did not grow up together from childhood with an unbreakable bond. Their backgrounds, positions, and pursuits differ, and their relationships are full of contradictions and tension. The camera shows several scenes. Scene 1, Opposing Stances. Cyber Naruto represents the grassroots resistance force. Perhaps he has joined some rebel organization or simply cannot tolerate corporate oppression. He is organizing protests against the Uchiha Corporation the company Sasuke works for, or trying to sabotage the company's inhumane projects. Cyber Sasuke, as a corporate elite, might be the head of security or a member of a special operations team sent to suppress the resistance. The two meet in a scene filled with industrial ruins. Sasuke, why are you helping those people? Haven't you seen how they treat the lower class? Naruto angrily questioned, his eyes full of disappointment. Naruto, stop being naive, Sasuke said coldly, his electronic Sharingan flashing red. Order is maintained by power. The weak should know their place. Those who hinder progress must be eliminated. This so-called progress is built on the suffering of countless people? I refuse to accept this bullshit order. Then, there's nothing more to say. With no common ground, the two instantly erupted into a fierce clash. Hoverboards and high-tech prosthetics collided, raising gun launchers and energy swords crossed blades. They both seemed to regard each other as enemies that must be defeated. Segment 2, Forced cooperation with a shared goal. A massive crisis threatening the entire city emerged. An out-of-control experiment from Orochimaru Heavy Industries escaped, causing widespread destruction. It might also have been an attack launched by the Cyber Akatsuki organization to paralyze the city's entire network. Facing the crisis, the originally opposing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were forced to join forces for their own reasons. Naruto wanted to protect the lower class, Sasuke to safeguard corporate interests and city order, and Sakura held the key technology or intelligence to resolve the crisis. They formed a temporary team, but cooperation was full of friction and distrust. Naruto couldn't stand Sasuke's coldness, Sasuke despised Naruto's impulsiveness, and Sakura was caught in the middle, trying hard to mediate their conflicts. However, when a common threat arises, they demonstrate astonishing coordination and combat power. In the virtual reality cyberspace, they engage in consciousness battles against powerful AI. There are no physical constraints here, they rely on mental strength and data processing capabilities to fight. Sakura's hacking skills, Sasuke's electronic Sharingan for data analysis and mental attacks, and Naruto's strong mental energy disrupting the AI become the key to victory. Or in reality, they join forces to combat out-of-control biological weapons or battle robots. Naruto draws fire, Sasuke attacks weak points, and Sakura provides technical support and medical aid. The three work in perfect harmony, ultimately resolving the crisis. Besides cooperation, the footage also intersperses the complex emotional entanglements among the three. After a mission, Naruto and Sasuke argue due to ideological conflicts, with Sakura caught in the middle, her expression complicated. When Sasuke carries out ruthless missions, he occasionally encounters Naruto or Sakura in danger. After inner struggle, he helps them but still leaves coldly. Sakura maintains contact with both Naruto and Sasuke, providing intelligence and medical aid to Naruto while being employed by Sasuke's company, navigating between the two, holding secrets of both sides, her heart full of contradictions. These plotlines suggest that despite their differing stances in cold relationships, the bond among the three exists like an unbreakable fate, in a twisted and complex form. This complex relationship of both opposition and cooperation, estrangement and entanglement, deeply moves the audience in the main world. Naruto looks at Sasuke on the screen, who is his enemy, filled with sadness and unwillingness. Sasuke, how did you become like that? Weren't we friends? But when he sees the two forced to cooperate and fight side by side, he can't help but smile. See? I knew it. We're strongest when we join forces. Sakura felt worried and helpless about the ambiguous, contradictory relationship among the three. She wished so much that they could become a true team again, just like in the main world. Sasuke, watching the tangled relationship of the three on the screen, especially Naruto, who alternated between opposing and cooperating with him, felt increasingly unsettled. The bond in that world continued in a way he had never imagined, making him begin to question his decision to sever all ties. Isekai Aya revealed the Dark Cyber City, the mysterious Akatsuki organization, and the complex entanglements among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, giving this world more depth and conflict. It was no longer just a flashy technological shell but a complete world full of struggle, conflict, conspiracy, and even a glimmer of hope. The audience's curiosity was piqued. They wanted to know the direction of the world, the fate of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and the purpose of the mysterious AI Pain and the Akatsuki. The system sensed the audience's interest, and the screen did not switch immediately but continued to play the sequel of Isekai 2, hinting that the story of this cyber city was still unfolding. On the screen, the scenes of Isekai 2, reinforced jungle Konoha city legend, continued to unfold. After revealing the secret activities of the cyber Akatsuki and the complex relationships among the three, the pace slowed, and the camera shifted to a more realistic side, depicting the lives of ordinary people in the high-tech city and the social issues brought by technology. The image showed crowded living modules like pigeon cages, where residents endured scheduled power and water outages to save energy. On the assembly line, workers performed mechanical repetitive labor with vacant eyes, forming a stark contrast to the efficiently operating robots. There were also people addicted to virtual reality, constructing false identities online to escape the harsh reality, but thereby becoming isolated from the real world, like walking corpses. Even more were the augmented humans overly reliant on cybernetic modifications, who lost human emotions and suffered mental breakdowns. They gained power but paid the price of losing their humanity. Ubiquitous surveillance cameras and information-gathering devices appeared everywhere, recording every citizen's movements, speech, and consumption habits. The so-called privacy had long since vanished. These scenes, unlike the previously thrilling and cool battle scenes, carried a cold, oppressive, and even suffocating sense of reality. In the viewing area, the young ninjas who had been excited by the novel technology moments before now had their smiles completely wiped off their faces. Naruto fell silent. He looked at those struggling at the bottom, seeing the unemployed, the homeless, and even those who had lost themselves. Suddenly, he understood that behind that cool world, the cost was far heavier than imagined. The towering technological prosperity had almost nothing to do with ordinary people. Instead, it became a tool to oppress them. He began to doubt whether, if he lived in such a world, no matter how cool his skateboard or fighting skills were, could he really change anything? Kiba and Shino also stopped joking around. They witnessed cold machines replacing warm human feelings, saw people becoming numb and selfish just to survive, and felt that this materially advanced but spiritually barren world was terrifying. Rock Lee frowned, not understanding why technological progress hadn't made life better but instead deprived people of dignity and value. He doubted whether merely pursuing strength could bring true happiness. Kakashi, Tsunade, Shikamaru, and other elders were even more worried. Kakashi looked at the ubiquitous surveillance and information monopoly and sighed. The more advanced technology becomes, the deeper the barriers between people grow. In this age of information explosion, trust has become the scarcest thing. He recalled the ninja villages of the main world, which, despite darkness and suspicion, at least had trust in bonds. But in that cyber world, people only had interests and defenses left between them.
Tsunade was extremely unadapted to that social structure.
As Hokage, she understood the corruption of power and wealth, but the main world still had the will of fire, village traditions, and comradeship to restrain everything. In the cyber world, money and power were the only standards. The weak were mercilessly eliminated, with no dignity at all. A world ruled by money and power isn't necessarily better than ours. At least we know what it means to protect and what it means to be comrades. She shook her head, her tone full of disgust.
Shikamaru analyzed from a broader perspective. The fundamental problem is the disconnect between technological development and social ethics.
Technology advances too fast, spiritual civilization can't keep up, technology is abused, and in the end, it enslaves humanity. Without effective restraint and guidance, no matter how advanced technology is, it will only bring disaster. Even Sasuke, who had been silent all along, showed a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes as he looked at the modified humans on the screen who had lost their humanity due to excessive modification. He pursued power, even resorting to the power of the cursed seal, but after seeing the price of power in that world, he couldn't help but start to ponder, where is the limit of power?
In the pursuit of power, is it acceptable to abandon everything without any bottom line?
It can be said that after revealing its dark side, Isekai 2 successfully triggered deep reflection among all the viewers except perhaps Orochimaru, who might still be focused solely on the technology itself. The audience no longer just marveled at the coolness of the technology but began to reflect on the possible negative impacts it might bring. They examined the world they lived in, contemplating the true meaning of power, humanity, society, and happiness. This kind of reflection affected their hearts more profoundly than the previous emotional shocks. Just as everyone was immersed in complex thoughts, the system's cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded, interrupting everyone's train of thought.
Isekai 2, Rebar Jungle Konoha Urban Legend current segment playback has ended.
After a brief pause, a tense announcement followed. Now, a key plot segment of Isekai I, Dark Empress: The Sadistic Rules of Succubus Tsunade will be played.
Again? Someone shouted. That world isn't over yet? More people began to complain. Wails echoed throughout the viewing area.
Having just emerged from the heavy atmosphere of the cyber world, they now had to face the darker, twisted, and disturbing succubus world, a true mental torment.
Tsunade's body tensed sharply, her face darkening.
She had just developed a slight sense of identification with her main world because of Isekai 2, but now she was forced to relive that dark history that filled her with shame and anger. She felt the system was deliberately targeting her.
Jiraiya was also startled and tried to cover his eyes.
Although his spirit had somewhat recovered, the humble, dog-like self from that tragic experience remained an indelible shadow. He did not want to see any scenes related to that miserable past again.
Only Orochimaru's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glint of anticipation.
He was deeply interested in the power system of Isekai I and those two twisted companions, so naturally, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to gain deeper understanding. Ignoring the audience's wails and resistance, the screen began to switch scenes. The cold, efficient cyber city disappeared, replaced by a familiar dark and luxurious style. The lighting was dim, and the air was filled with a strange mixture of decadence and bloodiness. This time, the scene was even more secretive and ominous than the previous interrogation room. It was possibly a huge underground space resembling an altar, with walls carved full of twisted runes and indescribable creature reliefs. In the center of the space was a massive magic circle emitting a faint glow, made of unknown black crystals. Around the magic circle knelt countless figures, all wearing uniform black robes, heads bowed low, bodies trembling slightly, murmuring words as if engaged in some fanatical and evil prayer. At the very center of the magic array, on the highest platform, the succubus Tsunade slowly spread her arms wide, gazing upward, perhaps at some convergence point of dark energy. She had changed out of the revealing banquet dress and donned a dark red ceremonial robe. The robe was embroidered with gold thread in strange patterns that seemed to flow like living creatures with her movements. Her face bore a solemn yet eerie expression, her eyes burning with a thirst for power and an almost mad devotion. The entire scene was suffused with an eerie and evil atmosphere, even carrying a faintly unsettling sense of sanctity, albeit a dark sanctity.
What exactly is this?
Naruto felt a chill as he looked at the scene resembling a cult ritual.
Looks like an important ceremony, Kakashi said gravely. It's large in scale and highly significant. Sakura stared at the kneeling people.
Their spiritual energy is draining away, as if being sucked out. Just as she observed, as the ritual progressed, the black-robed figures began to tremble violently, their faces contorted in pain.
But strangely, their eyes revealed a morbid fanaticism and happiness.
The spiritual energy on their bodies was drawn like a stream by the magic array, converging toward the succubus Tsunade standing in the center. Tsunade closed her eyes, immersed in the energy. The dark, flame-like aura around her grew thicker, even forming a huge winged shadow behind her, resembling a succubus from Western mythology. Her power soared rapidly, and her already stunning face became even more otherworldly under the nourishment of the dark energy, radiating an inhuman charm. And those black-robed figures whose energy was being drained met a tragic end. Their bodies quickly withered, their skin wrinkled like dry tree bark, their eyes dimmed, and eventually they turned into dried corpses, completely drained of their essence. But even in their final moments of death, their faces seemed to still hold that twisted expression mixed with extreme pain and a bizarre kind of happiness. This was simply a cruel and bloody purification ritual at the cost of countless lives and souls. Or rather, a draining ritual. The succubus Tsunade was maintaining and enhancing her own power by devouring the spiritual energy and even the life force of her fanatical followers, or preserving her seemingly eternal beauty. This scene completely exposed the dark truth behind her great power. Her power foundation was actually built on merciless plundering and sacrificing the lives of others. The people in the audience, especially those who had just begun to calm down, were once again shocked to the extreme by this cruel and nauseating scene.
Ugh! Sakura and Ino couldn't help but gag on the spot, their faces pale as paper. They couldn't believe that someone would gain power in such a cruel way.
Naruto trembled with anger, his teeth clenched tightly.
Damn it! That guy actually eats people? Is she even human? She's simply a monster.
Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, and the others also wore faces full of anger and disgust.
Kakashi and Shikamaru's expressions were extremely grim.
Although they had suspected the cruelty of this power, witnessing the bloody absorption process firsthand still sent chills down their spines. Jiraiya looked at the Tsunade on the screen standing amidst a pile of mummified corpses, her power continuously rising, his heart filled with sorrow and anger. He couldn't help but close his eyes, unwilling to watch any longer. Meanwhile, the Tsunade in the main world, upon seeing this purification ritual, suddenly swayed violently, nearly fainting. Her face turned pale, lips trembling, and her stomach churned violently. The nausea made it almost impossible for her to breathe. If the previous voyeurism had made her feel extreme shame, then at this moment, the act of devouring the lives of believers like an evil god filled her with deep fear and self-denial. She could not accept it. Absolutely could not accept it. The existence bearing her own face would actually commit such insane, inhuman acts. This was no longer a simple personality reversal, but a demon disguised in human skin.
No, impossible, how could I?
She murmured, her eyes full of fear and confusion. She began to doubt whether some darkness was hidden in her bloodline, otherwise how could such a terrifying monster have emerged? At this moment, her perception of her own identity began to waver. Orochimaru watched the ritual filled with dark aesthetics and the plundering of power, his eyes gleaming with intense light. So that's it, using rituals and magic arrays to gather, purify, and then absorb scattered spiritual energy, truly a genius concept. He not only felt no disgust but instead, as if seeing the most exquisite piece of art, gave a sincere albeit twisted admiration. Although, the quality of the sacrifice is a bit lacking, and the energy conversion efficiency seems insufficient, but its core principle, directly plundering the energy of life and soul, it's just so fascinating. He seemed completely immersed in analyzing and fantasizing about this dark power system, even beginning to conceive in his mind how to improve, optimize, and apply it to his own research. This crucial plot point, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up towering waves once again. It not only revealed the source of the succubus Tsunade's dark power but also displayed her cruel rule, shattering the psychological defenses of all viewers, especially Tsunade herself. The veil of the dark world was lifted layer by layer, each time bringing deeper despair and challenges to the bottom line of humanity. On the screen, the bloody and dark energy-filled purification ritual slowly faded away, but the shock and discomfort it brought still left the audience unsettled. Tsunade's face was pale, her whole body cold. Jiraiya closed his eyes in pain, while Naruto and the others were angry and disgusted. However, the system gave them no respite. The scene shifted, revealing the faint yet heroic flames of resistance in this dark world. In the image, a small group of ninjas numbered only a dozen or so, each with eyes burning with determination and grief. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies wounded, clearly having endured brutal battles. They were among the few in this dark Konoha who still remained clear-headed, refusing to submit to the succubus Tsunade's rule. Leading them was a young black-haired man, not very old, with a resolute gaze and a fierce scar on his face, giving him a stern appearance. He tightly gripped a broken kunai, his last weapon. "Brothers!" He looked around at his comrades, his voice hoarse but full of strength. "This might be our final battle. That demoness is too powerful, we may have no chance of winning." The atmosphere was heavy, fear and despair showing on the young ninjas' faces. "But," his voice rose, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes, "are we just going to accept our fate? Watch the village be turned into a hell of desire by monsters? Watch our family and friends become soulless walking corpses? No. Absolutely not." He forcefully stabbed the broken kunai into the ground. "Even if we die, we will die standing. Let the demoness know that there are still those in Konoha who have not surrendered. The will of fire has not been extinguished." His words, like flames thrown onto an icy lake, instantly ignited the courage and resolve in the hearts of the other rebels. "That's right. Let us fight her to the end. If we die, we'll take her down with us. For Konoha!" The rebels let out a low but resolute roar, the fear in their eyes replaced by a determination to burn together with Jade. They seemed to have mastered some secret technique or tool that could temporarily resist mind control. In the footage, you can see strange talismans stuck on their foreheads or special crystals emitting a faint glow held in their hands. It was precisely this courage that allowed them to dare to challenge the succubus Tsunade. They devised a simple yet bold plan, intending to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the succubus Tsunade's key stronghold, even to destroy the source of her power, perhaps the altar just seen. The rebels slipped into the target location silently like ghosts in the night. But what awaited them was not the expected success, but a trap long set full of malice and mockery. As they stepped into a seemingly unguarded hall, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The magnificent hall instantly transformed into a hellish space, twisted illusions and spiritual pollution spreading everywhere. Countless monsters formed from dark energy surged from all directions, symbolizing humanity's deepest fears and filthy desires. Even more terrifying was the voice of the succubus Tsunade, filled with seduction and mockery, echoing like a curse in their ears. He, a bunch of pathetic little bugs, do you really think your little tricks can fool me? Resistance? Willpower? How laughably foolish. But your courage is worthy of praise. Before you completely fall, enjoy the feast I have prepared for you." As soon as the words fell, the dark monsters emitted a piercing shriek and frantically lunged at the resistors. At the same time, a powerful, all-pervading mental shock swept over them like a tsunami. The talismans on the resistors' foreheads instantly burned away, the crystals shattered, and their last defenses were easily destroyed. Screams, roars, and twisted laughter born from devoured desires and fears filled the entire space. The willpower the resistors once took pride in appeared fragile and weak under the absolute power and cruel mental torment of the succubus Tsunade. They were not only torn apart and devoured by the dark monsters, but their minds were completely destroyed and defiled. An extremely cruel scene appeared on the screen. The black-haired young leader, after a mental breakdown, crazily attacked his former comrades, his face twisted into a smile. Some female ninjas saw their beloved ones in illusions, but were induced to kill them with their own hands, then fell into endless regret and despair, collapsing. Others completely sank into the most primal, most filthy desires, committing all kinds of indecent acts, utterly losing their dignity as human beings. In the end, all the rebels, without exception, met destruction in an extremely tragic and humiliating way. They not only failed to shake the rule of the succubus Tsunade in the slightest, but instead became the victims of her power display and cruel game, unable to find peace even in their souls. Throughout the entire suppression process, the succubus Tsunade might not have even acted personally, merely watching this despair-filled and destructive drama she directed with great interest, like a god or rather a devil high above. The hellish scenes on the screen were shocking, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams and eerie laughter. The audience, especially young ninjas like Naruto, filled with a strong sense of justice, felt an uncontrollable surge of anger and helplessness. "Bastard! That guy!" Naruto slammed his fist on the armrest. Although an invisible force softened the blow, the veins on the back of his hand bulged, his eyes bloodshot and filled with tears. They were just trying to resist, they were absolutely right. He felt wronged for those brave enough to resist and angry at this dark and cruel world. He wished he could tear through the screen, rush in, and severely punish the lofty demoness. But he knew it was impossible. This sense of powerlessness tormented him deeply. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and the other girls could no longer bear to watch, covering their eyes or leaning on their companions' shoulders, their bodies trembling slightly from fear and sorrow. Xiaoli and teacher Kai were silent.
Their proud, passionate youth seemed so pale and powerless in the face of this absolute evil. Even the usually calm Shikamaru and Kakashi looked unusually grim.
They could analyze power and deduce social structures, but when confronted with this kind of evil that delights in tormenting hearts and creating despair, rational analysis seemed utterly meaningless. Only coldness inside and complete despair toward that world remained. Jiraiya looked at the fate of the rebels and thought of his otherworldly self, feeling even more pain in his heart. He slowly closed his eyes, as if unwilling to be tainted by even a trace of that world's aura. Tsunade herself trembled slightly as she looked at the ninjas who suffered inhuman torture for resisting herself, her face as pale as paper. Her heart felt as if gripped tightly by a cold hand, almost stopping its beat. She could not imagine that she, or that possible version of herself, could commit such heinous crimes.
This had long surpassed evil, it was nakedly anti-human.
An indescribable wave of self-loathing and fear surged like a tide. She even began to fear whether such a terrifying seed of darkness truly lay hidden deep within her heart. Just as the atmosphere in the viewing area sank into extreme oppression and despair over the rebels' tragic end, the images on the screen took another unexpected turn. It seemed that the cruel rule and ever-expanding power of the succubus Tsunade had finally attracted the attention and challenge of another dark existence of equal level. The scene switched to a gothic, extremely eerie and sinister setting. It was possibly an abandoned ancient castle standing atop a cliff, shrouded in black mist all year round. This might be a secret laboratory deep underground, with walls covered in pulsating veins and eerie mucus. The moonlight is pale, perhaps emanating from some kind of glowing crystal. In the darkness, crows or mutated birds croak hoarsely, the atmosphere heavy enough to suffocate. In the center of the scene stand two figures. One is the succubus Tsunade, exuding a powerful aura and dark allure. The other is the dark Orochimaru, who had briefly clashed with her at the banquet, gender ambiguous, with a strange and eerie appearance, radiating a strong sense of danger. This time, the two no longer exchange probing words but are truly at daggers drawn. Dark Orochimaru is clearly prepared, the dark energy emanating from him not inferior in the slightest, even colder and more sinister.
This power is a mixture of curses, deadly poison, and a twisted desecration of the essence of life.
He or she may possess forbidden techniques or tools to restrain this succubus power. Around them float vengeful spirits formed from fragments of souls, devouring spiritual energy, in hand is a cursed blade wrapped in black mist, capable of attacking the soul.
Tsunade.
That androgynous voice hisses like a venomous snake, cold laughter laced with threat. You've played too recklessly.
This toy box isn't yours alone. The succubus Tsunade snorts coldly, danger flickering in her eyes. Oh? Finally showing your fangs, my dear. Orochimaru? Do you think your dirty little tricks can challenge me?
Whether big tricks or small, you'll find out soon enough. Before the words finish, dark Orochimaru's figure suddenly blurs, teleporting like a phantom behind Tsunade, the cursed blade slicing through the air straight toward her heart. Tsunade reacts swiftly, her body bending backward with supple grace, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. She waves her jade hand, unleashing a surge of intense dark energy, filled with seduction and mental assault, crashing toward Orochimaru like a tidal wave. Boom! The two dark, evil forces collide fiercely, space seeming to warp, yet there is no explosion, no dazzling light effects, only a silent shockwave spreading through the air. A thicker, more nauseating aura of spiritual pollution spreads through the air. The mere residual energy radiating out caused the surrounding walls or floor to begin decaying, melting, and even sprouting some indescribable, writhing flesh buds and eyeballs. Everyone in the viewing area was stunned by this sudden, high-level dark confrontation. They had never imagined that a battle could be fought in such a bizarre, mentally corrupting way. This fight far exceeded their understanding of ninja combat, resembling more the clash between evil gods and demons in mythology. What exactly is this? Naruto widened his eyes, both disgusted and amazed. It feels terrifying, yet extraordinarily powerful. Kakashi's face grew serious. This is a contest between spiritual energy and some kind of dark force. Even just being affected by it can cause mental collapse and soul damage. It's too dangerous. Shikamaru nervously stared at the screen. These two guys are probably the top-tier warriors in this world. Their victory or defeat will determine the fate of the Dark Realm. In the main world, Tsunade and Jiraiya watched the two completely demonized versions of themselves and their comrades on the screen, their hearts filled with bitterness and sorrow. They had fought side by side and also faced off against each other, but never imagined that in another possibility, they would fall into these strange monsters. Meanwhile, Orochimaru of the main world had a fanatical light ignite in his eyes. Yes. This is the kind of power. He trembled with excitement. Not just mind control, but curses, soul attacks, even distortion of life forms.
This is the ultimate power, the embodiment of truth.
The battle on the screen was a feast of forbidden knowledge and ultimate power for him. He longed to rush in immediately and claim these two forces as his own. The fight remained intense. Succubus Tsunade manipulated a powerful charm field, attempting to shake Orochimaru's mind. Countless illusions made of desire and fear surged like a tide, trying to drag him into a mental abyss. Dark Orochimaru relied on special mental defenses. Perhaps he was no longer human, using wailing vengeful spirits to persist in resistance while wielding a cursed blade, unleashing venomous attacks that corroded the soul. This battle was unlike traditional fistfights. It was more like a silent tug of war and erosion of the mind. Every clash of power was accompanied by spatial distortion and mental energy tremors.
The occasional leakage of dark aura even caused some viewers with weaker mental strength than the audience to feel dizzy, palpitations, and nausea. Just as this thrilling dark confrontation reached its climax, an unexpected situation seemed to occur. After a fierce clash with the cursed power of Dark Orochimaru, the body of the succubus Tsunade suddenly trembled slightly. On her face, which always bore a confident and playful smile, for the first time, there appeared a faint but clearly visible expression of pain. Her dark energy aura, originally as solid as black flames, suddenly flickered with a trace of disorder and dimness. Even on her smooth, jade-like skin, faint black cracks resembling spiderwebs appeared. Although this anomaly lasted only a moment before she forcibly suppressed it and regained her commanding posture, the keen strong fighters all noticed it. Just now, Tsunade from the other world Kakashi's eyes tightened. Shikamaru immediately caught on. Her power seems unstable. Could it be a side effect of the ritual, or excessive exhaustion from fighting Orochimaru?
Jiraiya also said, exactly, her aura weakened momentarily.
This stolen power ultimately has limits and costs.
The Tsunade from the main world saw it clearly, holding her breath as her heart raced. Although she deeply despised that succubus, seeing her opponent falter due to the cost of power stirred a trace of nervousn't in her heart. It wasn't worry for herself, but curiosity about the outcome of this strange battle, wanting to see that arrogant monster pay the price for greed and evil. She clenched her fists tightly, staring at the screen, eager to know if the succubus had reached her limit and how this dark confrontation would end. The plot of Otherworld 1, after revealing the tragic fate of the rebels, quickly introduces a deeper layer of dark conflict. The battle between Succubus Tsunade and Dark Orochimaru not only showcases a stranger and more powerful system of forces but also exposes for the first time the limits and costs of succubus power.
The previously suppressed atmosphere became even tenser and more suspenseful.
The future of this dark world grew increasingly uncertain, with the audience's emotions riding a roller coaster, pulled through anger, fear, disgust, curiosity, and tension. On the screen, the dark showdown in the abandoned castle or underground laboratory of Otherworld 1 was entering its most critical and dangerous moment. After the succubus Tsunade's fierce clash with the cursed power of Dark Orochimaru, her body clearly stiffened for a moment and her power became disordered. Although she quickly suppressed it, this flaw did not escape the eyes of her equally cunning and sharp opponent Dark Orochimaru.
He. It seems your borrowed power has finally reached its limit, Tsunade? In the androgynous voice of Dark Orochimaru, there was unmasked mockery and the excitement of seizing the opportunity. Without hesitation, he grasped this once-in-a-lifetime chance and launched a deadly strike. Dark Orochimaru's body suddenly twisted and stretched, transforming into a gigantic demonic serpent covered in black scales, exuding a strong cursed aura. The demon serpent opened its blood-red maw, revealing sharp venomous fangs, and a ball of dark energy condensed in its mouth, as if capable of devouring all light, containing countless wailing souls' ghostly shadows within. Take this.
My latest research achievement, the 10,000 Souls Curse Cannon. Accompanied by a piercing screech, the dark energy ball shot like a black meteor at the disturbed aura of the succubus Tsunade. This power was terrifying beyond measure. The surrounding space trembled violently under the strain, emitting groans. Tsunade's face changed drastically. She knew this attack threatened the very source of her life, especially as her power was currently in chaos. She tried to dodge, but her sluggish body made movement difficult. She tried to defend, but the dark energy inside her raged uncontrollably. Seeing the destructive energy ball about to hit, disbelief and genuine panic appeared in her eyes for the first time. Could it be that she was about to be defeated by Orochimaru, whom she had always looked down upon? At this life-and-death moment, an unexpected change occurred. A figure shot out from the shadows like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the succubus Tsunade. He did not attack Orochimaru but instead used his body to shield Tsunade. It was Jiraiya from another world. He had been lurking nearby, waiting for the moment to make a sacrifice. At this moment, his face was no longer humble and fearful but fanatical like a martyr, mixed with glory and a strange happiness. He spread his arms wide, facing the destructive dark energy ball.
For Lady Tsunade.
He let out a hysterical scream, filled with fanatical faith. The next second, the curse cannon of 10,000 souls, powerful enough to destroy everything, slammed fiercely into his body. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a sound, like fabric being ruthlessly torn, a sickeningly sharp snap. The body of the otherworldly Jiraiya, under the impact of that terrifying dark energy, couldn't even muster a shred of proper resistance. Like ice and snow exposed to the blazing sun, it instantly began to melt and disintegrate. His flesh, bones, even his soul, were rapidly eroded by that power filled with endless resentment and curses, turning into the most primitive particles and dissipating into the air. Even as his body was completely broken down and his soul devoured by the curse, a twisted yet blissful smile remained on his face. It was as if using his life to shield the supreme goddess in his heart from a fatal blow was his greatest honor and release. In the viewing area, the Jiraiya of the main world suddenly stiffened at the sight. He didn't break down, didn't cry, nor close his eyes. He just stared blankly at the screen where the version of himself, turning to ash with a happy smile, was displayed. That profound, icy pain overwhelmed him like a tide, his heart seemingly crushed by an invisible hand and thrown into a millennia-old ice cave. Despair seeped into his bones, leaving him unable even to cry out.
That self, never awakened until death? Always immersed in a false happiness of being controlled and used? The final outcome was so worthless and self-destructive? He recalled his life, remembered the comrades he fought to protect, his understanding of the will of fire, and the hopes placed on the child of destiny. Looking again at the screen, that possibility who lost free will and died like a clown, absurdity and sorrow filled his soul. He slowly closed his eyes, hot tears silently falling. This time, it was neither anger nor humiliation, but the deepest sorrow for his own fate within the possibility. On the screen, the heroic sacrifice of the otherworldly Jiraiya bought valuable time for the succubus Tsunade. Although affected by the dark energy, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a pale complexion, and chaotic dark energy, she avoided the most fatal injuries. After Dark Orochimaru unleashed a powerful strike, his strength greatly diminished, his serpent form becoming increasingly illusory, and his aura noticeably weakened.
A cold murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the succubus Tsunade. She would not let this opportunity slip away. She forcibly suppressed the discomfort and backlash of power within her body, concentrating the remaining, yet still terrifying, succubus power into a dark red streak of light, instantly lunging at the weakened aura of Dark Orochimaru.
The subsequent battle was not shown in detail on the footage.
Perhaps it was too dark and bizarre, or the system deemed it unnecessary. In the end, when the image became clear again, what was revealed before everyone was a chaotic battlefield. The abandoned ancient castle or underground laboratory had been completely reduced to ruins, strewn with twisted wreckage, traces of solidified dark energy, and some indescribable, foul-smelling fragments of biological tissue belonging to Dark Orochimaru. The succubus Tsunade stood alone in the center of the ruins, looking battered. Her ceremonial robe was tattered, the exposed skin covered with black cracks like spiderwebs, as if it could shatter at any moment. Blood still stained the corner of her mouth, her face pale, her breath faltering. Clearly she had paid a heavy price. She was still standing. Her opponent, Dark Orochimaru, was nowhere to be seen, perhaps defeated, perhaps severely wounded and fled. The footage did not explain. Judging by the outcome, the succubus Tsunade seemed to have barely won this dark duel. She had repelled the greatest enemy and consolidated her absolute rule over Dark Konoha. However, there was no joy of victory on her face. Standing amid the ruins filled with the aura of death, looking around, there was no cheering, no comrades. The Jiraiya who once worshipped her madly, even willing to sacrifice his life for her, has turned to ashes without a trace. The Shizen she used as a tool is perhaps like a soulless puppet, quietly waiting for orders. The only one who could converse with her, Orochimaru, has also disappeared. In the ruins, only she remains lonely, battered, having won victory at a painful cost, the Empress. The cold wind blows, stirring dust and the scent of blood. She slowly lowers her head, looking at her cracked palms, then raises her gaze toward the kingdom shrouded in darkness in the distance. Her eyes are no longer seductive, playful, or cruel, but deep and hollow, as if possessing the whole world yet having nothing at all. The pinnacle of power often means ultimate loneliness. In this dark world where plunder, betrayal, and manipulation are the norm, she may control everyone's desires and fears, toy with their minds and wills, and gain endless power. But she will never obtain true trust, sincere emotions, or a companion with whom she can share victory or bear pain. She will always be alone. A pitiful monster wrapped in endless power and loneliness that penetrates to the bone. On the screen, a close-up shot clearly captures the fleeting, bottomless void in her eyes. Then, the image slowly fades out, and the playback of this key storyline finally comes to an end.
The theater fell into a deathly silence.
This time, there was no angry roar, no breakdown in tears, not even whispered discussions. Everyone sat quietly, as if all their emotions had been drawn away by the hollow gaze on the screen. The darkness, cruelty, and distortion portrayed in Isekai 1 brought an overwhelming sense of oppression, especially deeply felt by Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya closed his eyes, his tears dried up, his face numb and weary. The fate of that otherworldly self made him rethink power, emotions, and the value of life in a subversive way. Tsunade watched the screen go dark, her body trembling slightly. The succubus's final gaze stabbed her heart like a needle. She couldn't deny that seeing herself end in loneliness and misery stirred a complex and inexplicable pity within her. But she immediately rejected it, feeling only that no matter how one exists, in the end, one cannot escape loneliness and pain, and that itself is sorrowful. The others were also silent and heavy-hearted. Naruto bowed his head and thought that Dark World and the lonely Empress vaguely made him feel that behind power there was not only glory and happiness. Kakashi sighed, feeling the story was like a cruel tragedy, exposing the darkest side of human nature and warning of the cost of extreme power.
Shikamaru was pondering whether the Dark Orochimaru had truly died or escaped. What would the future hold?
But all of this felt powerless because that world was destined for destruction and oblivion. The plot of Isekai 1 ended in a heavy, oppressive way, like a huge stone pressing down on everyone's hearts, and the theater fell into a long silence again. No one spoke, only the sound of suppressed breathing echoed in the empty space. The system did not immediately switch to the next scene, seemingly deliberately giving them time to digest the lingering aftertaste brought by this darkness.
Within the multiverse theater, the deathly silence continued.
The abyss-like dark ending of Isekai 1, Dark Empress, along with the succubus Tsunade's final gaze of bone-deep loneliness, brought an indescribable shock and oppression to everyone. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, some sad, some angry, some fearful, and some confused. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating, as if it had solidified. In this silence, a hoarse, low voice broke the quiet. It was Hatake Kakashi. He seemed to have slightly calmed his emotions, the one visible eye calmly gazing at the dark screen, his look lazy yet deeply filled with weariness and wisdom. He gently turned his head, looking at the equally silent Might Guy beside him, or perhaps at the always concerned Irika-sensei, and slowly spoke in a voice only they could hear.
"Did you see that?"
The voice was soft, carrying a hint of a sigh. Whether it's chakra, technology, or that strange spiritual power just now.
Once taken to the extreme, abandoning what's more important.
In the end, it all becomes a curse. His gaze penetrated the screen, as if he saw Tsunade standing alone amidst the ruins. Lady Tsunade, that Tsunade from that world. He paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. She gained unimaginable power, controlling everything, yet lost everything. She lost her comrades, lost trust, lost emotions, and perhaps even lost her qualification to be called a human. She stood at the pinnacle of power, yet was imprisoned by loneliness. Kakashi's voice was low, filled with complex emotions. Perhaps she is more tragic than we imagined. Those words, like a spell, struck a chord in the hearts of those around him. After hearing this, Kai's face rarely showed such seriousness. He recalled the 8 Gates technique, that forbidden jutsu of ultimate power, which exacted a huge price every time it was used. Kakashi's words gave him a deeper understanding of power.
Irika-sensei thought of Naruto, and of those ninjas who sacrificed themselves to protect the village and pursue strength.
He had always taught his students to inherit the will of fire and become stronger.
But Kakashi's words made him start to reflect. What is the purpose of becoming stronger? If in the end one becomes like that Tsunade from another world, losing humanity and becoming lonely and tragic, then what meaning does such strength have?
Even some younger ninjas, like Niji and Shino, who were more thoughtful, became pensive after hearing Kakashi's whisper. They had previously focused more on the strength and form of power, but now, they began to consider the cost and meaning behind power. Kakashi's words were soft, yet they fell into everyone's hearts like seeds, prompting them to start pondering questions about power, humanity, and cost. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, the system's cold, mechanical voice suddenly sounded, disregarding everyone's emotions and mechanically advancing the playback process. Otherworld 1, Dark Empress. The sadistic rules of the succubus Tsunade key plot playback completed. Next, switching to Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry. The 3 Ninja Reversal Theater, playing its social impact and development. What? Back to that world again? The audience was instantly dumbfounded. Having just experienced the dark and oppressive Otherworld 1, the system immediately switched back to the absurd and comedic Otherworld 3. Such a huge emotional contrast made many people's heads feel like they were about to explode.
What exactly does this system want to do?
Naruto complained, one moment it scares us to death, the next it makes us laugh to death.
Can it be normal for once? My heart can't take it. Kiba patted his chest, still shaken.
However, this time the switch was met with less resistance. After enduring the hellish scenes of Otherworld 1, although Otherworld 3 was ridiculous, it was at least not so oppressive and even somewhat relieving.
Especially for Tsunade and Jiraiya.
When Tsunade heard they were returning to the world that caused her social death, although she still felt a scalp-tingling chill, compared to rewatching the succubus version of herself, facing the peeping Tom version this time was slightly more bearable, though she still wanted to die. Jiraiya lifted his head from sorrow, thinking of that bookworm self-obsessed with research. Although embarrassing, it was still better than being a humble dog-like sacrifice who ultimately turned to ashes. He was even a bit curious about how that reversed world would develop later.
Only Orochimaru was clearly dissatisfied.
He had no interest in the hypocritical self from Isekai 3 and was more eager to delve into the dark powers of Isekai 1. But since the system was set, he could only snort coldly, helpless. The image on the screen had already switched. No longer the previous laboratory, hot spring inn, or orphanage, it now showed a more macro perspective, seemingly about to depict the personalities of the three reverse Sannin and their long-term impact on the entire Konoha village and even the broader ninja world. First, the scene focused on the power center of Konoha village, the Hokage Tower. However, surprisingly, the one sitting in the Hokage office was not Tsunade regardless of which version, but a seemingly vigorous yet noticeably older version than the same period in the main world, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? If the third Hokage himself were in the audience, he would surely be shocked and conflicted.
Grandpa third Hokage? Naruto exclaimed, he is still alive?
Kakashi was also stunned. According to the timeline, the third Hokage should have already. Shikamaru's eyes lit up as he analyzed, because Orochimaru here became a philanthropist, the main world's Konoha collapse plan never happened, so the third Hokage survived. This inference shocked and complicated all the ninjas who had experienced that catastrophe. If Orochimaru had not defected and started the war back then, the third Hokage would not have sacrificed himself, Konoha would not have suffered such a heavy blow, and the fates of many people would have been completely changed. The transformation of Orochimaru alone ended up affecting the entire course of world history.
Everyone gained a deeper understanding of the power of possibility. However, although Sarutobi Hiruzen is still alive in this world, he appears extremely mentally exhausted.
In the scene, he sighs over a pile of documents, with annoying reports stacked all over the desk. One report is about Jiraiya's research funds overspent, laboratory explosion. Another is about Tsunade's advisor repeatedly violating rules by spying, security forces need to be reinforced. And also Orochimaru's improved crop yields are high, but too sweet, causing villagers' blood sugar to rise? The third Hokage rubbed his temples and said helplessly, none of these three give me any peace of mind. His tone was full of powerlessness. It seems that even without defection in war, the Konoha leadership still faces all kinds of bizarre problems. Next, the scene shows the reverse three legendary Sannin and their masterpieces or influences in their respective fields. First is the scientist Jiraiya. The scene cuts to a huge, sci-fi-style energy facility, with countless thick pipes connected to a core device that pulses like a heart and emits a blue glow.
Many researchers around are busily recording data.
The system narrator explains, this is the high-efficiency chakra energy extraction and conversion system led and developed by scientist Jiraiya. Through in-depth research on the nature of chakra, he found a way to extract natural energy in the chakra within the Jinchuriki if they still exist in this world with extremely high efficiency, and convert it into clean energy that can be used by the entire village or even the country. The emergence of this technology has greatly changed the social landscape. Energy is no longer scarce, industrial productivity has greatly increased, and life has become more convenient.
The Konoha village in the scene is more modern than the main world, even approaching the technological level of Isekai 2. In the audience, someone exclaims, wow, amazing. The scientist version of the pervy sage actually invented something this awesome. Naruto also looks surprised, really impressive. Kakashi nodded in approval. If popularized, it could indeed improve many people's lives. But good things also have downsides.
The scene shifted, showing the negative impacts brought by this technology. After energy became cheap, countries or factions began a new round of arms races to compete for energy cores or technology. The footage showed espionage, cyber attacks, and even small-scale armed conflicts. Although it did not erupt into a ninja world war like in the main world, the tension had already spread. Even more dangerous incidents occurred. An energy core device exploded due to overload. While its power was not as great as a tailed beast ball, it was enough to destroy half a town, causing severe casualties and pollution. Scientist Jiraiya looked at the disaster caused by his invention, his face full of pain and guilt, beginning to reflect on whether he had pursued technological progress too aggressively while neglecting the risks. Besides energy technology, he was also researching other black technologies. The scene showed another huge device in his laboratory, resembling a spherical antenna covered with flickering runes and crystals. System explanation: this is a large-scale emotion guidance and peace maintenance device developed based on the theory of genjutsu and mental energy waves. It can emit widely covering mental energy waves that subtly influence the emotions of everyone in the area, eliminating aggression and hatred, guiding peace and friendship. In theory, activating it could achieve regional enforced peace. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't this just a low-end version of Infinite Tsukuyomi? Too terrifying. This is even scarier than direct control. Being deprived of negative emotions without realizing it, is that still a complete person? How could Lord Jiraiya the scientist version study something like this?" The audience was shocked once again. They never expected that this seemingly harmless bookworm would develop something so dangerous and against human ethics. However, the subsequent development of the footage was full of irony. Scientist Jiraiya seemed to realize the danger of this device as well, classifying it as top secret and not activating it lightly. However, one of his research notes was stolen by an ambitious person. That person used the notes to create a simplified version of the emotion disruptor, attempting to manipulate elections or influence decisions at important meetings. Due to immature technology, the disruptor went out of control. Instead of bringing peace and friendship, it randomly amplified a single emotion. People at the venue suddenly burst into wild laughter, loud crying, and even inexplicably confessed to each other. The scene was both chaotic and comical. Scientist Jiraiya, upon hearing this, was so angry he nearly fainted, cursing the fool who stole his work while hastily repairing the out-of-control device. In the end, this farce caused by the peace weapon ended in a laughable way. The audience watched this segment on the screen, a story full of both progress and potential crisis and humor, their emotions like a roller coaster. They marveled at the power of science but also worried about the risks of its misuse. Jiraiya from the main world looked at the himself who caused trouble due to his research, his expression complex. He seemed to begin to understand why his counterpart in that world was so obsessed with research. The power to explore the unknown and change the world is indeed tempting, but the responsibility and risks are enormous. He reflected on his own seemingly idle wandering life in the main world, which might also have unique value. At least it wouldn't almost destroy the world like that bookworm. The follow-up story enriches the world setting by showcasing Jiraiya's inventions and their social impact, prompting the audience to reflect deeply on technology, responsibility, and life choices. Next, what kind of laughable yet exasperating antics will the even more outrageous Peeping Tsunade bring? Everyone's attention once again focuses on the screen. The plot about scientist Jiraiya and his troublesome inventions comes to a temporary pause. As the audience is still savoring the pros and cons brought by technological progress and the potential crises that might exist in that world, the scene switches again, focusing on the reversed image of Tsunade, the peeping Tsunade, who nearly drove the main world Tsunade crazy. Previous footage mostly showed her outrageous and lecherous behavior, as well as the cat and mouse chase farce between her and the security team. This time, the system seems to want to explore this special talent's other contributions. The scene does not directly show Tsunade peeping but instead depicts it through indirect description and events. The location is a hidden corner of Konoha village at night. Two people dressed in black are conducting a secret transaction, their expressions cautious, suspected to be spies from an outside organization or involved in illegal dealings concerning village secrets. They look around to confirm no one is following them, unaware that deep in the treetops or behind the attic shutters, a telescope equipped with night vision and recording functions is watching them. Behind the telescope is the experienced Tsunade Otherworld version. She might originally have been observing the handsome ninja training nearby or searching for a new vantage point. But with her keen insight and professional equipment, she unexpectedly discovered this secret transaction. She was stunned for a moment, then showed a gossipy and excited expression. "Yo, this is big news." She rubbed her hands, adjusted the binoculars, and observed more carefully, even clearly recording the voices. She also took out a small notebook and quickly recorded the characteristics, content, and code words of both parties in the transaction. Her focus and rigor resembled that of a covert ops investigator. After the transaction ended, the two quickly left. Tsunade happily put away the binoculars and notebook, a proud smile on her face, and quietly left. The expressions of the people in the viewing area were strange. Is this a lucky break?
Kiba asked with some doubt.
The method was improper, but the intelligence is indeed important, Niji commented, frowning.
Damn it! She got off easy. This kind of intelligence should clearly be obtained by our Umbu. An Umbu ninja might mutter indignantly. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. It seems any kind of ability, even this special hobby, if used properly, can play an unexpected role at a critical moment.
Meanwhile, Tsunade of the main world, seeing this scene, felt an extremely complex mix of emotions.
On one hand, she still felt immense shame and anger at that self's voyeuristic behavior.
But on the other hand, when she saw that self accidentally uncover a conspiracy that might threaten the village, she inexplicably felt a grudging sense of well done. She immediately rejected this thought, thinking that obtaining intelligence by such despicable means was wrong and must never be approved.
However, what would the self who holds the secret do next?
This became a new suspense, adding a serious tone to this seemingly absurd world. The scene did not immediately reveal the answer but shifted to Orochimaru, the philanthropist with the most contrasting image among the three legendary Sannin. In previous footage, he cared for orphans like a saint, improved crops, and gave speeches, earning great admiration. But almost everyone who knew his true nature remained skeptical.
Could it be that Orochimaru in this world has truly reformed and become a purely selfless good person? The system seemed to respond to the audience's questions.
This time, the scene was no longer the orphanage under the sunlight, but a hidden underground laboratory filled with advanced biotechnology equipment. Although somewhat similar to Orochimaru's main world base, it lacked those creepy glass jars soaking organs and showed no signs of forbidden human experiments. Instead, there were gene sequencers, cell culture devices, and some special equipment used for large-scale mental guidance and emotional regulation. In the center of the laboratory, Orochimaru, dressed in a simple robe with a gentle smile on his face, stood alone in front of a huge cultivation tank. Inside the tank were not monsters or clones, but tiny biological spores emitting a soft glow, like dandelion seeds. His smile was no longer the sacred smile for the villagers, but deep and complex, mixed with fanaticism, obsession, and a hint of unsettling compassion. He lightly brushed the glass of the cultivation tank with his pale fingers, whispering like in a dream, "Soon, almost successful, my seed of the heart will eventually purify all negative emotions. Anger, hatred, sadness, jealousy, greed, all these toxins that cause pain and conflict will vanish before it without a trace." In his eyes flickered a fanatic light of creating a new world.
"Imagine,"
he said to the glowing spores, as if speaking to his own children, "a world without conflict, without tears, where everyone cares for each other and is forever happy. No struggle of individual will, no interference from negative emotions, everyone bathed in pure love and peace, like a harmonious, perfectly functioning whole. This is the true form of immortality I pursue, the ultimate evolution of civilization." His words revealed the real purpose behind his so-called charity. He had not become kind and selfless at all. Improving crops, curing diseases, building orphanages, promoting love and peace, all were to gain trust, collect data, and ultimately pave the way for his utopia plan. What he wanted to create was not a free and happy world, but an absolute harmonious society that, through biotechnology or mental control, completely eradicates negative emotions and free will. There is no pain or conflict there, but also no true freedom, passion, or creativity, not even humanity itself remains intact. This is exactly what Orochimaru pursues, a grander and more terrifying ambition than the individual immortality sought in the main world of final dystopia disguised in the guise of love and peace.
"Just as I thought."
Jiraiya slammed the armrest, his face filled with anger and caution. No matter the world, this guy's nature never changes, just wearing a craftier disguise. Tsunade also felt a chill compared to the spying herself. This Orochimaru smiling gently but hiding a horrific plan was even more dangerous.
Using love to control is scarier than violence.
Kakashi and Shikamaru wore grave expressions. Kakashi whispered, "Eliminating negative emotions to create a perfect society is inherently dangerous.
Without pain and struggle, are people still people?"
Shikamaru analyzed, "Harder to deal with than simply pursuing power. He wears a benevolent mask that easily deceives hearts."
When everyone is immersed in false happiness, who will resist? Naruto stomped angrily, "I told you. Orochimaru can never be a good guy. To think he is this sinister, it's just despicable."
Meanwhile, the Orochimaru of the main world, looking at the utopia plan of that self on the screen, his face twisted with disgust at the hypocrisy, quietly underwent a subtle change. He still sneered at that kind of cheap love and peace. But, through biotechnology and mental guidance, eliminate negative emotions to achieve absolute harmony and spiritual unity on a societal level. This grand vision of formatting and optimizing an entire civilization. This bold attempt to fundamentally solve the flaws of human nature surprisingly stirred in him a faint and extremely subtle sense of recognition.
Although the methods differ, the pursuit of ultimate perfection and absolute order seems to resonate with his inner longing for truth and transcendence.
The means are childish, he murmured softly, complex light flickering in his golden vertical pupils, but the idea itself is not without merit. It seemed he found something worth learning from this hypocritical version of himself.
The plot of Isekai-san took another sharp turn after revealing the true purpose of the philanthropist Orochimaru.
This seemingly light-hearted and comedic world instantly plunged into a philosophical dilemma about free will and absolute control. The absurdity of the world is reflected not only in the reversal of character personalities but also in the hidden and terrifying evil disguised as benevolence. The audience's emotions rollercoasted from laughter and relaxation to shock and unease.
Just as everyone was still digesting the impact of Orochimaru's utopia plan, the scene shifted again.
The system seemed to respond to the audience's questions: what would be the fate of those key characters in this world where the three legendary Sannin's personalities are reversed, Orochimaru has not defected, and Jiraiya is focused on research?
A young couple appeared on screen.
The man's golden hair shone brilliantly, his blue eyes like a clear sky, always wearing a warm smile. He dressed simply and neatly, gazing tenderly at his wife. The woman's red hair blazed like fire, her personality fiery, yet her eyes were full of love and attachment. Her slightly rounded belly showed the joy of nurturing new life. This perfect pair was none other than Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage couple of the main world, Naruto's parents. Seeing this scene, Naruto in the audience was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, his breath nearly stopped. He stared intently at the familiar yet strange figure on the screen, silently calling out in his heart, "Dad!
Mom!"
Although he had only seen them in photos or in the spiritual world, the thrill from deep within his bloodline made him immediately recognize them.
In this other world 3, they were actually still alive? And they looked happy? Mom was even pregnant?
The immense surprise and indescribable emotions overwhelmed Naruto like a tsunami in an instant.
His eyes instantly reddened, tears rolling down like beads with broken strings.
He wanted to shout loudly, to rush into the screen and embrace them, but his body would not obey, leaving him staring blankly, letting the tears blur his vision. Jiraiya and Kakashi, seeing the scene before them, were deeply moved. Jiraiya looked at his proudest disciple Minato, and the energetic red-haired woman Kushina. They were safe and sound in this world, even about to welcome new life. He felt both comforted and bittersweet, wishing the versions in the main world could be like this. Kakashi looked at Minato and Kushina, the gentle teacher and teacheress wife who had encouraged him, living a peaceful and happy life here, his eyes full of nostalgia and relief.
Perhaps, in some possibility, they truly found happiness. The scene continued to play, showing Minato and Kushina's daily life in this peaceful and different world.
Minato had not become the fourth Hokage, perhaps the third was still alive, or he had no interest in power. He was simply a powerful jonin of Konoha, or a respected teacher. He went to work and returned home on time every day, gently embracing his pregnant wife, his face full of happiness. Kushina no longer bore the heavy fate of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki like an ordinary wife and expectant mother. She cooked for her husband, chatted with neighbors, and looked forward to the child's birth. Her face showed only happiness and anticipation. The Nine Tails incident seemed never to have happened. Perhaps Orochimaru never defected, Jiraiya's research brought new hope, or it was just the butterfly effect. This discovery was a heavy blow to Naruto. He looked at his parents' smiles on the screen, at the baby about to be born who was originally him, and his heart was torn apart. While feeling comforted by his parents' happiness, he was deeply pained by never having had that happiness himself.
Why was it only him who had to endure so much? Why did he lose his parents from childhood? Why couldn't his world be like this?
Emotions surged like a tide. He covered his face and cried silently, his body trembling violently.
Sakura and Hinata both looked at him with concern, wanting to comfort him but not knowing how to begin.
Even Sasuke, who has always been at odds with Naruto, had a strangely complex look in his eyes when he saw Naruto in such pain and the happy couple on the screen. He thought of his own parents, of that family that was also destroyed. Perhaps, at this moment, he felt a faint, extremely faint, resonance with Naruto's pain? The plot of Isekai 3, after revealing the terrifying ambition of the philanthropist Orochimaru, suddenly dropped the tear-jerker bomb that the fourth Hokage couple might still be alive, once again toying with the audience's emotions. This seemingly light-hearted and quirky world hides emotions and impacts that are no less than any previous world. It uses absurdity to explore personality, choices, fate, and the possibility of happiness, allowing the audience to reflect more deeply on themselves and the world amid laughter and tears. Secrets about this world, such as the fate of the Uchiha clan and where these three reverse Sannin will lead the world, remain shrouded in mystery, waiting to be revealed.
On the screen, the happy family scene of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki rippled like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring strong emotional waves.
It especially made Naruto silently shed tears, his heart filled with complex feelings of loss and comfort. However, the system had no intention of letting the warmth last too long. Like a cold director, it precisely manipulated the audience's emotions. The scene switched, the camera turning to the Uchiha clan's residential area in Konoha village. In the main world, it had long been dead and silent, with only empty streets and houses bearing the tragedy of the clan's annihilation. But in Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry the Reverse Sannin Theater, the Uchiha residential area still existed. Although the lighting was dim, there were shadows moving on the streets, houses with lights on, and even the sounds of daily bustle could be heard. This discovery shocked several key figures in the audience, especially Uchiha Sasuke. For the first time, his cold face showed an intense emotion of disbelief. His pupils contracted sharply, his body tensed, and his breathing became rapid.
The Uchiha clan had not been wiped out? How is this possible? The clan massacre that had supported him all the way, had it never happened in this world? If the massacre never occurred, were his parents Fugaku and Makoto still alive? And what about his brother Uchiha Itachi, whom he once both revered and hated deeply? What kind of existence did he have here? Countless questions and a massive flood of emotions overwhelmed Sasuke like a tsunami in an instant.
He felt his worldview and the foundation of his existence violently shaken at this moment. If Uchiha Itachi were also present in the viewing audience, the system did not specify, but such a possibility exists, his reaction would probably be even more complex. Looking at the still existing clan settlement, seeing those clan members, their counterparts from another world who should have died by his hand, living peaceful lives, the lake of calm in his heart would likely be stirred into a raging storm.
Would it be relief or pain? Acceptance or a deeper sense of guilt? Maybe he himself couldn't explain it clearly. He silently closed his eyes, hiding all his emotions in that bottomless darkness. The scene continued to play, showing the life of the Uchiha clan in this world. Uchiha Fugaku appeared.
He was still dignified, but the gloom and ambition seen in the main world were gone from his brows, making him more like a strict family head or the captain of the Konoha security squad. If the security squad were still controlled by the Uchiha,
he might be handling family affairs, teaching the younger clan members. Next was Uchiha Makoto.
She was gentle and quiet, possibly preparing dinner at home or chatting with the neighbor ladies, a peaceful smile on her face.
Then, the figure that made Sasuke's heart almost stop appeared in the scene, young Uchiha Itachi.
He was somewhat more cheerful than in the main world. His gaze was deep but without the heavy burden of family fate and the pain of clan annihilation. He might be carrying young Sasuke on his back, smiling gently, pointing at the clouds in the sky as he spoke. Or, he could be training and sparring in ninjutsu with Shursui if Shursui in this world was also safe, his face showing the ease and tacit understanding between close friends. This world as Itachi had not experienced the life-changing cruel choices. He was still the genius, the promising pride of the Uchiha, the perfect older brother in Sasuke's heart. Seeing this scene, Sasuke from the main world could no longer maintain his cold facade. His eyes instantly welled up, the overwhelming emotional impact making it almost hard for him to breathe. Parents, older brother, family, those things he had long lost and could only seek in painful memories, actually still existed in this other world. They existed in a way he had once desperately longed for. Why? On what grounds? Could it be that all the pain and hatred he had experienced was just a possibility that could have been avoided? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, his body trembling slightly from the emotional turmoil. He wanted to scream, to question, to rush into the screen, grab that happy self, and ask how he could have all of this. But in the end, he just bit his lip hard, forcibly suppressing all the pain, resentment, jealousy, and even a trace of envy that he himself was unwilling to admit deep in his heart. His gaze grew deeper, and also more confused. So, why was the Uchiha clan in this world able to escape disaster? The system did not give a direct answer, but the images, through some indirect information and deductions, hinted at several possibilities. Possibility 1, Orochimaru's credit? In this world, Orochimaru became a philanthropist, did not defect from Konoha, nor did he study forbidden techniques or covet the Sharingan. Perhaps the events he secretly instigated in the main world to exacerbate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village never happened here. Without this key catalyst, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, though tense, did not escalate to the point of clan annihilation. It is also possible that Danzo's power was weakened. In the main world, Shimura Danzo and the Root organization played a dark role in the clan's destruction. But in this world where the personalities of the three legendary ninjas are reversed, Danzo's influence may have been curbed. The third Hokage did not die, exerting stronger control over Danzo, or perhaps the existence of philanthropist Orochimaru balanced or even dismantled Danzo's dark forces. Without Danzo fanning the flames, such an extreme act as clan annihilation might have been avoided. There is even a bolder speculation. Scientist Jiraiya used technology to detect spiritual waves and discovered the rebellious intentions of some within the Uchiha in advance. Unlike Danzo, he did not take extreme measures but handed the detection results to the third Hokage, proposing the use of a large-scale emotional guidance and peace maintenance device to soothe Uchiha emotions. Although this plan was risky and could even bring new disasters, it indeed offered a possibility to avoid bloody conflict. Whatever the reason, or a combination of factors, the Uchiha clan in Isekai 3 took a path completely different from that of the main world. They still had estrangement and conflicts, were still suspected and monitored by the higher-ups, but at least they still existed. The clan was not destroyed, and family members were not separated. This existence was the most cruel and shocking stimulus for Sasuke and Itachi from the main world. It was like an invisible blade cutting open the deepest wounds in their hearts, forcing them to face the pain they thought had long been sealed, and the possibility of what might have been if those events had never occurred. After revealing the different fate of the Uchiha clan, the opening of Isekai 3, a comedy of errors, the three legendary ninjas reversal theater, also came to an end. This world, in an extremely absurd and outrageous way, showed the profound and earth-shaking impact that the reversal of core characters' personalities could have on individual destinies, major historical events, and even the entire social structure. Scientist Jiraiya, through his research, changed the face of society but also brought new crises and troubles. Pervert Tsunade, whose lewd behavior was outrageous, still retained superb medical skills and even managed to obtain important intelligence by accident. Philanthropist Orochimaru, seemingly pure and selfless, actually harbored an even more terrifying plan, a utopia that sought to reformat human nature. It was precisely because of their reversal that the third Hokage was able to survive. The plan to collapse Konoha never took place, the Nine Tails incident might have been avoided, and the Uchiha clan might even still exist. The people in the audience, after experiencing waves of laughter, awkwardness, shock, anger, and sadness, fell into deeper contemplation. They no longer simply thought this world was funny or absurd. They began to truly realize that a person's character and choices could so profoundly change the course of the world. The reality they knew, fought for, or resisted against, was it really just one of countless possibilities? If key figures had made different choices back then, or if certain historical events had never happened, what would their lives in the world look like? Reflections on fate, causality, and possibilities quietly took root and sprouted like invisible seeds in everyone's hearts. Their gazes toward each other grew complex. Perhaps the companions, enemies, or even themselves nearby, in another possibility, played completely different roles and lived entirely different lives. This awareness began to shake their perceptions of interpersonal relationships, opposing stances, and even deeply ingrained beliefs in reality. The three key focused Sannin felt as if they had undergone a public execution, like spiritual cleansing. They were forced to confront the most extreme, absurd, and even unbearable aspects of their own personalities. This experience undoubtedly left an indelible mark on their hearts and may even change some of their future choices. Isekai 3, with its unique style and subversive content, stirred a tremendous wave in the hearts of the audience. The reflections it brought might touch the soul even deeper than the previous two worlds. Just as everyone was savoring the impact and thoughts from Isekai 3, the screen shifted again. This time, it was no longer that peculiar world full of twists and absurdities. The scene returned to that future tech-filled yet perilous place. Isekai 2, reinforced jungle Konoha urban legend. It seems the system intends, after revealing the disruptive impact of Isekai 3 on historical progress, to further delve into the sharp social contradictions and class conflicts hidden beneath the cool technological facade of Isekai 2. On the screen, that familiar and starkly contrasting scene appeared once again. On one side stood towering skyscrapers shimmering with flowing lights. These were the centers of power belonging to the elite class and corporate giants. On the other side were the dark, damp, and web-like dense lower districts, forgotten by the technological prosperity, where ordinary people struggled to survive. The camera tightly focused on that shadow-shrouded lower world. The scene meticulously displayed the lives of the lower-class people, revealing one by one the tragic conditions of their oppression and exploitation. A group of workers dressed in worn-out uniforms were mercilessly dispersed and beaten by well-equipped mechanical police as they protested against harsh working conditions and low wages. The anger and despair on their faces were heartbreaking. An ordinary family, unable to afford the continuously rising information tax, was cut off from all contact with the outside world, becoming isolated and helpless digital refugees. Some youths with special genes or abilities were targeted by black market organizations or corporations, forcibly subjected to dangerous cybernetic modifications, turning them into tools for underground fighting or covert missions. The cheap public energy and water sources relied upon by the lower class were monopolized by large corporations under the pretext of upgrades, causing prices to skyrocket and making life even harder. These cold scenes revealed the sharp class conflicts within this cyber city. The upper class used technology and capital to consolidate their rule, ruthlessly exploiting the lower class. The lower class struggled in anger and despair, finding no hope for change. The young ninjas, once full of curiosity about the cyber world, now fell silent.
Naruto clenched his fists, grinding his teeth.
He recalled the pain of being rejected as a child and felt a sympathetic anger.
Damn it! How can those rich and powerful people be so cruel? He growled softly, wishing he could rush into the screen to help them.
Kakashi and Tsunade wore heavy expressions. They had some premonition before, but witnessing this systemic oppression with their own eyes still left them shocked and indignant. Rich families whine and meat rot, while on the road lie frozen bones. Jiraiya, he seemed to finally recover from the shock of the reversed world and regain some ability to think, looked at the screen and murmured an ancient verse, his tone filled with sorrow. It seems that no matter how times change, no matter how technology advances, as long as classes exist, this injustice and oppression will never disappear, right? At that moment, Shikamaru, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. No, perhaps, there will be an opportunity for change. Everyone turned their heads to look at him. Shikamaru pointed at the screen and said softly, "Look over there." The image focused on a corner of the lower-class neighborhood, where a group of young people had gathered.
Though their eyes showed fatigue and confusion, more prominent were the flames of unwillingness and anger.
Among them, a familiar figure stood on a makeshift platform built from discarded boxes, waving his hands and speaking loudly. It was the cyber Naruto, wearing an orange jacket and riding a powered skateboard. At this moment, his face was no longer cynical but full of passion and determination, very much like the Naruto from the main world.
We can't endure this any longer. They live in tall buildings, enjoying conveniences, while we live like insects in dark corners. They monopolize energy and information, depriving us of our right to live and our right to know. Our children are being transformed, used as tools. This is unfair. We are human too. We also have the right to pursue happiness. Enough. We've had enough of being oppressed. We will resist and reclaim our dignity.
His voice was youthful, his reasoning rough, but his words burned with a power that ignited hearts.
The crowd below was inspired, beginning to shout slogans and wave their fists. Resist! Resist! Down with corporate tyranny! We want fairness! We want dignity! A wave of grassroots rebellion was quietly rising in the shadows of this cyber city.
Cyber Naruto became the leader of this movement, or at least its spiritual symbol. The Naruto from the main world saw this scene, his eyes lighting up as he excitedly shouted, "Wow, amazing!
Another me leading everyone to fight against the bad guys." His face was full of pride and admiration. That's right. We can't be bullied, we have to stand up bravely.
He seemed to see an unyielding version of himself. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others watching Naruto on the screen also showed relieved smiles. No matter the world, Naruto was always the one who ignited hope and led the way forward. But Shikamaru's expression remained serious. He whispered, "Trouble, rebellion is inevitable, but the chances of success are very low. The power gap between the two sides is too vast. And a rebellion on this scale will inevitably provoke brutal suppression from the upper forces." Before he finished speaking, the scene on the screen seemed to confirm his worries.
A piercing alarm suddenly sounded.
In the sky, a large number of menacingly designed armed aircraft and combat robots belonging to corporations or the government appeared. On the ground, a well-equipped mechanical police force, like a steel torrent, began advancing toward the area where the rebellious crowd was gathering. A clash between vastly unequal forces of suppression and resistance was about to erupt. The plot of Otherworld 2 reveals sharp class conflicts, quickly immersing the audience in the wave of grassroots rebellion. Cyber Naruto has become a symbol of resistance, but they face the brutal suppression of a heavily armed upper-class force. The future of this cyber city is destined to be full of turmoil and bloodshed. The audience's hearts are gripped with worry for Naruto and the rebels' fate. The system is preparing to present this conflict more comprehensively. On the screen, the tense atmosphere of Otherworld 2, Steel Jungle, almost overflows the display. The rebellion of the lower class has just been ignited, but the cold iron hoofs mercilessly crush it. Flying drones circle overhead, casting glaring searchlights on the ground. Mechanical police with flashing metallic glints press forward step by step, the charging sounds of energy weapons sending chills down the spine. Though the rebellious crowd is passionate, they appear extremely fragile in the face of overwhelming force. The stones, Molotov cocktails, and makeshift low-level energy weapons in their hands are completely no match for the standard-issue equipment. A conflict of vastly unequal strength is about to break out, and bloody suppression seems inevitable. However, just as tensions reach a breaking point, the system does not immediately show the outcome of the conflict but switches the camera to reveal a deeper conspiracy behind the clash. The scene shifts to a heavily guarded secret research facility, filled with a cold metallic texture. This place is even more secretive and unsettling than the headquarters of Orochimaru Heavy Industries. Huge transparent cultivation tanks are arranged throughout, soaking various strange creatures. Some retain human features but have limbs modified by mechanical or biological tissues. Others have completely transformed into nightmarish monsters. Complex genetic sequences and experimental data scroll rapidly on the wall screens. Researchers in white protective suits show no expression, busily working at the lab benches like factory workers, making various adjustments and tests on the specimens in the cultivation tanks. The air is filled with a strong smell of disinfectant and a faint scent of formalin. This place, without a doubt, is the secret base of some giant corporation conducting the most core, most forbidden, and most inhumane human experiments. The footage focuses on one of the experimental projects. The researchers seem to be attempting to modify the human brain through some kind of gene editing technology combined with nanorobot injections, aiming to control thoughts and eliminate rebellious consciousness. The screen displays brain scans of the modified test subject. Those innocent people, possibly lured or captured from the lower levels, have the parts of their brains responsible for emotion and free will suppressed or even destroyed, while the areas responsible for obedience and executing orders are abnormally active. The researchers record data, their faces showing a morbid excitement and pride. Test subject number 7's response rate to obedience commands has increased by 87.3%. The emotional fluctuation module was successfully suppressed, logical judgment slightly decreased, but execution efficiency greatly improved. Very good. Continue increasing the dosage and observe the long-term effects. The goal is to achieve 100% absolute control. These cold and ruthless conversations revealed the terrifying conspiracy of this giant corporation. They not only use force to suppress but also aim to completely eliminate any resistance genetically and mentally, turning everyone into obedient and compliant components. This is the deepest, most desperate darkness of the cyber world. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A young female researcher responsible for cleaning up discarded experimental materials, or rather a cleaner, accidentally discovered a core secret data chip that had been overlooked while handling files marked destroy. She had inconspicuous short pink hair. Is that Sakura? The cyber Sakura of this world? She was originally a prosthetics doctor or an information dealer at an underground clinic. How did she appear in this secret base? Was she there for intelligence or to rescue someone undercover? The footage did not explain her identity or motives, only focusing on her reaction after discovering the chip. At first, she glanced casually, but when she saw keywords on the chip such as mental formatting, obedience modification, and eradication plan, her pupils suddenly contracted, and shock and extreme fear appeared on her face. She clearly realized that behind the chip lay a terrifying secret capable of overturning the entire city. She quickly hid the chip in her bosom, forced herself to stay calm, and continued to pretend to clean. But her slightly trembling hands and constantly scanning eyes searching for an escape route revealed her nervousness and unease. She knew she was holding a hot potato that could bring deadly trouble. She had to leave here as soon as possible and get this information out. But could she successfully escape? This secret base, heavily guarded and filled with surveillance and cyborg guards, was like a dragon's den and tiger's lair. Moreover, who should she tell this news to? The representative of the grassroots resistance, Naruto, who might be too impulsive and immature? Or Sasuke, who was in the corporate upper echelons, cold and ruthless but perhaps possessed the power to change the situation? Perhaps she had other secret channels? Cyber Sakura's unexpected discovery brought a crucial turning point to the Worldsl plot. She held the core conspiracy of the corporation but was also plunged into great danger because of it. Her fate and final choice were very likely to determine the future of the entire city. Everyone in the audience held their breath nervously. Sakura! Naruto shouted anxiously, "Be careful, run!" He was worried for his companion in that world. That bastard Orochimaru or another corporation. How could they conduct such evil experiments? Tsunade roared in anger. This is bad, we've been discovered.
Shikamaru frowned, she is in great danger now. Escaping with the intel is almost impossible. Sakura from the main world stared at the screen, watching her other self trapped in crisis with a determined look.
She felt both nervous and proud. She didn't know what would happen to that version of herself, but she believed that no matter which world, Haruno Sakura would never give up easily. At that moment, the screen switched, focusing on an inevitable reunion and conflict. The location might be a chaotic district due to an uprising from the lower class, or a crisis scene ravaged by out-of-control AI and biological weapons. Cyber Naruto and Cyber Sasuke met again, the atmosphere more tense than ever. Naruto witnessed the brutal suppression by the upper class and learned the dark secrets of the corporation, perhaps from Sakura, filling him with anger and distrust toward the order Sasuke represented. Sasuke, on the other hand, received harsher elimination orders due to the escalating rebellion, or after discovering company secrets, began to waver toward Naruto, struggling with inner conflict. The conflict between the two was inevitable. Sasuke, are you still going to be stubborn? Look at what those guys have done. The order you're defending is built on lies and blood. Naruto burst out first, his tone intense. Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke's voice remained cold, but if you listen carefully, you might detect a faint trace of weariness or hesitation. You don't understand anything. This world is far more complicated than you think. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary for greater stability. Sacrifices? Sacrificing innocent people? That's not stability. That's tyranny. Say whatever you want. Step aside, or be eliminated by me. Sasuke's electronic Sharingan glowed fiercely red, his energy sword or similar weapon pointed at Naruto. Then let us begin. Naruto took a stance, his hoverboard floating beneath his feet, the Rasengan launcher aimed at Sasuke. A fierce showdown was about to erupt, with both sides ready to deploy more advanced techno-ninja tools and augmentation abilities. Just as the two were about to strike, a more powerful enemy appeared. It could be a new type of combat robot sent by Orochimaru Heavy Industries, meant to silence them or retrieve experimental data. It might also be chaos deliberately created by the Cyber Akatsuki organization, trying to profit from the situation. Or perhaps it was a runaway augmented monster from a secret base, terrifyingly powerful. The appearance of this third party instantly shattered the standoff between Naruto and Sasuke. Facing a common threat, the two had no choice but to join forces again. Although still filled with distrust and conflict, in the life or death moment, the battle synergy of Team 7 was rekindled. Naruto used his agility and explosive power to draw fire and create openings. Sasuke employed his calm mind and precise attacks, using his electronic Sharingan to find the enemy's weak points. At critical moments, to protect each other from fatal blows, they would even instinctively block attacks, though afterward they might grumble coldly. This joint battle was extraordinarily intense, blending a futuristic technological vibe. Various energy weapons, advanced ninja tools, augmentation abilities, and cyber warfare unfolded simultaneously. In the end, they might miraculously coordinate to barely defeat the powerful enemy, or pay a heavy price, with some suffering serious injuries. No matter the outcome, this collaboration vividly showcased the complex and intertwined relationship between Naruto and Sasuke. From different worlds and standpoints, they seemed always drawn by an invisible force to fight side by side at critical moments. Naruto from the main world watched it all, feeling both impatient and angry, yet somewhat pleased, that idiot Sasuke, always trying to act cool. But the teamwork just now was pretty good. Sasuke from the main world remained silent, but looking at himself fighting alongside Naruto on the screen, his gaze grew deeper, and the turmoil within him intensified. As for Sakura, watching those two familiar yet strange figures entangle once again, her heart was filled with worry and a faint glimmer of hope. Perhaps, even in this cold world, the bond between them had not completely vanished? Just as this thrilling battle and complex entanglement of the plot drew the audience in once more, the footage began to intersperse some thought-provoking scenes and dialogues. These scenes seemed deliberately designed by the system, aiming to make the audience reflect on the ethical issues behind the technology of this cyber world. Scene 1: The Dilemma of the Consciousness Uploader. On screen, a consciousness floated in an endless data stream, freed from the pain of the body, which should have been the beginning of freedom. But the sense of time and space gradually faded, and even self-awareness blurred. He began to doubt, am I still me? Without a physical body or real senses, does such an existence count as being alive? In the end, lost in endless emptiness, he chose to let his data dissipate. Scene 2: The Cost of the Over-Modified. A street samurai with over 90% of his body replaced by prosthetics possessed immense strength but had lost taste, touch, and even the ability to empathize. His face in the mirror was cold as a machine, his eyes numb, faintly revealing regret. He was invincible in battle, yet in the dead of night, he felt no emotion, like a living ghost. Scene 3, a discussion about humanity. During a mission break, Cyber Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura engaged in a conversation. Naruto angrily questioned, "Is it okay to abandon human emotions and dignity just for convenience and power? How is that different from being a machine?" Sasuke responded coldly, "Emotions only make people weak. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, only power is real. Humanity is just a luxury for the strong." Sakura said, "Technology itself is neither good nor evil, it depends on the user. We want to enjoy the convenience of technology while preserving the core values of being human. That is the greatest challenge of our era." These thought-provoking scenes and dialogues, like stones thrown into a calm lake, stirred ripples upon ripples. The audience was no longer just bystanders but began to face these ethical dilemmas themselves. Isn't consciousness uploading and immortality exactly what Orochimaru has been pursuing all along? Seeing the fate of that consciousness, would he also be moved? Body modifications for power. The main world also has cursed seals and various forbidden techniques. Do their costs not also weigh heavily? The convenience brought by technological development and the sacrifice of freedom. Could this be reflected in the main world as an excessive pursuit of power conflicting with peace? These questions have no standard answers. But they undoubtedly caused the intellectuals present like Shikamaru, Kakashi, and even some characters who usually don't engage in deep thought to fall into contemplation. Main text. Shikamaru rubbed his temples and murmured, "Troublesome. Technological ethics are far more complex than simple war strategies." Kakashi closed his e-book, his gaze deep. "Free will, humanity, these seemingly intangible things might actually be the foundation of our progress." The plot of Otherworld 2 reveals deep social conflicts, corporate conspiracies, and entanglements among key characters, bringing thought-provoking reflections on technological ethics. It is no longer just a cool backdrop but a possible world full of realistic metaphors and philosophical contemplation. After experiencing sensory stimulation, the audience begins to reflect rationally. This multiverse screening not only showcases possibilities but also feels like a soul-searching interrogation about the world, the self, and the future. On the screen, the images of Otherworld 2, Reinforced Jungle, continue to play, with discussions on technological ethics and human dilemmas like heavy notes, plucking at everyone's heartstrings and evoking silent resonance. But the young audience's focus is not so profound. After shock, excitement, and worry, they pay more attention to their own needs and preferences, specifically discussing the cyber world. Do you think the communication methods there are super convenient? Yamanaka Ino broke the silence, her eyes shining. It seems like you can directly use brainwaves or implanted chips to communicate, no need for hand seals or radios. If we had this kind of technology, passing information would definitely be much easier. As a descendant of the Yamanaka clan, she is sensitive to mental powers and information transmission. The cyber world's efficient, convenient, and even telepathic communication methods are extremely attractive to her. Yeah. Akito Toji put down an empty snack bag, wiping grease from the corner of his mouth. And those gadgets. The powered skateboards, Sasuke's energy sword, they look so cool. If we had those too, our combat power would definitely increase a lot. He was very interested in those weapons and equipment full of power and technological aesthetics, imagining whether he would be more formidable when using the multiplication technique if equipped with those things. Tian 417, an expert skilled in various ninja tools, was more interested in the cyber world's weapon systems and technical details. Those weapons, where does the energy come from? Is it some special battery? Or directly converted chakra? And those cybernetic modifications, how strong are the materials? Would maintenance be troublesome? Like a child, she fired off many professional questions in rapid succession, but no one could answer her. However, not all young people like that cyber world. Inazuka Kiba sneered and said disdainfully, "What's so good about those cold, lifeless machines? Did you see? The dogs in that world have all turned into robot dogs. Hard and stiff, completely lacking spirit. They can't compare to my Akamaru, who's smart and affectionate." As he spoke, he affectionately rubbed the furry head of Akamaru in his arms. Akamaru comfortably nuzzled him, making a satisfied sound. To Kiba, the spiritual connection and family-like bond between a ninja dog and a human is something no machine can replace. He had no interest at all in that world where even dogs became machines. Meanwhile, Rock Lee, the boy who treats taijutsu training as his life, was pondering a deeper question. He furrowed his brows and seriously said to Teacher Guy and Niji, "Teacher Guy. Niji.
I've been thinking, in that world full of high-tech weapons and cybernetic enhancements, does the pure taijutsu we insist on still have meaning? This was a realistic question.
When the enemy has prosthetic limbs that can fire energy blasts, energy shields that can block attacks, and ultra-high-speed powered exoskeletons, can raw physical strength and speed still compete? Teacher Guy smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He patted Lee's shoulder and said in a powerful voice, "Little Lee, good question. It shows you're thinking. No matter how powerful technology is, it is ultimately an external thing. The body and willpower we build through sweat and effort are the true powers that belong to ourselves." He gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming under the light. Perhaps pure taijutsu will face greater challenges in that world, but that is exactly the chance to burn with youth and prove the way of the ninja. I believe that even in the most technologically advanced era, the ultimate power of the human body and the never-give-up spirit can still create miracles. That is the meaning of us taijutsu ninjas. Teacher Guy. Lee listened, his eyes moist, and the confusion in his heart instantly dissipated. I understand now. No matter how the world changes, I will see it through to the end. This is my youth. Niji watched this overly passionate master and student pair from the side and sighed helplessly, but a faint trace of approval also appeared in his eyes. Perhaps. Teacher Guy was right, sometimes inner will is indeed more important than external power. The discussion among the younger generation revealed their different attitudes toward future technology. Some yearned for it, some worried, some persisted, and some reflected. They might not yet fully understand the deep social contradictions and ethical dilemmas behind this cyber world, but they have already begun to examine the potential impacts of technological development from their own perspectives and consider how to uphold their own paths and values amid various possibilities. Just as the heated discussion about the cyber world began to calm down, the system's voice suddenly sounded again. It announced coldly, "Notice, Otherworld 2, Reinforced Concrete Jungle Konoha Urban Legend, core storyline has been displayed in stages." Immediately after, the system indifferently released major news, will reintroduce Otherworld 1, Dark Empress, the sadistic rules of Succubus Tsunade, and add a brand new, Otherworld 4. The current rotation will be adjusted to Otherworld 2, Otherworld 3, and Otherworld 4. This news instantly made the atmosphere tense. Naruto wailed at once, "No, it can't be. That's Succubus world again." Ino complained softly, her face pale, "I have a shadow over that world." Jiraiya clutched his chest, the wound aching faintly. Tsunade's eyes blazed with anger, mixed with undeniable exhaustion. She felt toyed with by the system, having just escaped one nightmare only to be pushed into an even deeper darkness. But this time, besides rejection, the audience felt a complex curiosity. Although they feared the darkness of Otherworld 1, after experiencing Otherworld 2 and Otherworld 3, they realized each world has unique rules and development. Perhaps this reintroduction of the storyline will reveal the ultimate fate of Succubus Tsunade or the truth behind the collapse of the Dark World. What is even more anticipated is the arrival of the brand new Otherworld 4, with unknown stories waiting for them to explore. What kind of bizarre and surreal world will it be? Dark like 1? Technological like 2? Or absurd like 3? This curiosity about the unknown, to some extent, counteracted the fear of facing Otherworld 1 again. Of course, the one most eager to see the follow-up story of Otherworld 1 was probably Orochimaru. He was full of research desire for the power system of that world and naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to gain deeper understanding. As the audience's emotions grew complicated, the screen began preparing to say goodbye to Otherworld 1. The system didn't T-switch directly but played a montage of Otherworld 1, Dark Empress Succubus Tsunade's sadistic rules. The screen quickly flashed through the previous core content: the dark and magnificent Konoha village, the seductive Empress Tsunade, the fearful banquet, the twisted Chunin exam, Jiraiya turning to ashes, the hollow and numb silence, the brutal and bloody purification ritual, the mentally broken rebels, the fierce battle with the dark Orochimaru, and finally Succubus Tsunade standing on the ruins, her eyes hollow and cold. These scenes flashed by like a lantern show, deeply engraving the darkness and cruelty of that world into everyone's hearts. Many couldn't help but look away, especially Tsunade. Watching these scenes that filled her with shame and pain, her heart seemed to be tortured repeatedly. She closed her eyes tightly, gripped the armrest, and her body trembled slightly. Jiraiya also turned his head away in pain, unwilling to recall that nightmare. Finally, the screen froze on Succubus Tsunade's hollow eyes, or a dark red symbolizing desire and downfall. Then, the image completely disappeared. The broadcast of Otherworld 1 came to a temporary end. Tsunade let out a long breath, as if just waking from a nightmare. Although she knew that world might reappear, at this moment she could finally relax a little. Her eyes were tired but carried a bit more resilience, as if she had gained a clearer understanding of herself. Others in the theater also breathed a sigh of relief, finally no longer having to face that mentally polluting world for the time being. But immediately, new curiosity and anticipation surged up again. The fourth world, what would it be like? Everyone's gaze turned to the screen, which had once again gone pitch black, waiting for the arrival of a new possibility. The pitch black screen was like the calm before a storm, lasting briefly for a few seconds. The audience, just recovering from the complex emotions of bidding farewell to, was immediately overtaken by curiosity about. They held their breath, waiting for the new scene to unfold. The screen lit up again, but not with bright light instead, it was a dim grayish white, as if covered with a thick layer of dust. What appeared next was a huge, dilapidated title, slowly etched in the center of the screen, heavy as rusted steel. Doomsday Scavenger Ninja Under the Nuclear Winter. The font was mottled and incomplete, its edges glowing with an eerie green light, like a symbol of radiation. The background was not a fancy special effect but a chilling apocalyptic scene. Either the ruins after a nuclear blast filled with twisted rebar and charred rubble, the sky shrouded in heavy lead gray dust. Or a frozen wasteland, with howling cold winds, broken building skeletons standing alone on the ice field. No matter the scene, it was filled with an atmosphere of decay, desolation, coldness, and despair. This was different from the previous otherworld. It was neither dark and eerie, nor coldly technological or absurdly comedic, but a heavy, oppressive apocalyptic mood, as if a massive boulder had struck everyone's heart. The nerves that had just relaxed after bidding farewell to Otherworld 1 instantly tightened again. Apocalypse? Naruto looked at the title and background, shocked and uneasy. Nuclear winter? What's that? Like a world after a catastrophic disaster. Kakashi's tone was grave. Thinking of the destruction from the Ninja World War, he felt the devastation on the screen far exceeded that of war. Scavenger Ninja Shikamaru murmured, frowning deeply. Could it be that ninjas no longer protect the village, but struggle to survive amid the ruins? So cold. Hinata hugged herself tightly. Though the theater was warm, the chill emanating from the screen sent a shiver through her heart. Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions were also unusually serious. They had lived through wartime, witnessed countless deaths and destruction, but the despair on the screen, like the entire world had died, still made their hearts race. Even Orochimaru, who had always been indifferent to other worlds, showed a faint, barely noticeable flicker of something unusual in his eyes when he saw this apocalyptic scene. Was it interest in this new order after total destruction? Or even he found this lifeless world too boring? The fourth Otherworld, with just a title and background image, once again pulled the atmosphere slightly lightened by Otherworld 3 back into a heavy, oppressive mood. A sense of foreboding enveloped all the viewers. They vaguely felt that what they were about to see might be darker and more brutal than Otherworld 1, colder and more despairing than Otherworld 2, a human purgatory. As the title disappeared, the scene of Otherworld 4 officially unfolded. The opening scene confirmed the premonition. What came into view was a truly dead and silent world. Either it was an endless ice field, covered with thick ice layers, the cold wind cutting like knives, whipping up swirling snow that blurred the vision. The sky had no sun, only an eternal gray leaden color. A few frozen, sculpture-like ruins of buildings stood alone, like the outstretched arms of the dead. The cold seemed to freeze the soul. Or it was a completely destroyed wasteland city, covered with scorched earth and rubble. The ground showed an abnormal dark red or charred black color, and the air was filled with pungent radioactive dust. Twisted steel skeletons stood like the bones of monsters, while howling fierce winds mixed with sand and dust, producing ghostly wails. The sky was obscured by heavy radioactive clouds, with no trace of sunlight. Whether ice field or wasteland, the common point was no signs of life. No flying birds, no insect chirps, not even plants could be found. Only boundless deathly silence and desolation. This world seemed to have been thoroughly cleansed, all traces of civilization erased, leaving only a graveyard-like wasteland. However, in this desperate situation, faint, ant-like struggling figures can occasionally be seen. The camera zooms in on people wearing tattered, heavy protective suits, hunched over, braving the biting cold wind or radioactive dust, trudging painfully across the ice fields or ruins. Their protective suits are full of patches and stains, the visor lens is foggy, only faintly revealing pairs of eyes tired, alert, yet still carrying a hope that is nearly extinguished. They carry equally worn backpacks and hold crude tools, possibly crowbars, shovels, or some detectors made from scrap, carefully searching through the ruins for something. Are they looking for food? Searching for water? Seeking usable energy? Or, searching for those relics forgotten in the remnants of the old era that might help them survive? They are the scavengers of this world. And also the world's. Ninjas? The atmosphere in the theater grew heavy, everyone's eyes fixed on the struggling figures fighting for survival on the screen. Naruto opened his mouth to speak but choked on his words, looking at their staggering backs, his heart filled with sorrow and sympathy.
Sakura and Ino's eyes were moist, unable to imagine a life so desperate that even breathing became dangerous.
Usually carefree Kiba and Shikamaru had no mood for jokes at this moment. Seeing those fighting for their lives made their everyday troubles seem so trivial. Kakashi's eyes revealed compassion. He had experienced the pain of war, but the sight of this world's destruction and humanity struggling like ants still pained him deeply. The danger was not only from the harsh environment and scarce resources. The screen quickly revealed a deadly threat hidden beneath the wasteland. In the footage, a scavenger team searching for supplies was suddenly ambushed. The attacker was none other than a massive, grotesque, terrifyingly mutated beast. It vaguely resembled a summoning beast, either a giant spider or a canine, but its entire body was covered with pulsating tumor-like growths. Its skin was dark purple and looked as if it had been burned by radiation, with foul green slime dripping from its mouth and eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. This giant beast possessed immense strength, easily overturning abandoned cars, and its speed was astonishing, moving through the ruins as if walking on flat ground.
The scavengers immediately found themselves in a fierce battle.
Despite their ninja-like combat skills, using the terrain to evade, throwing crude explosives, and wielding modified melee weapons, they appeared extremely vulnerable against this monster. One scavenger failed to dodge in time and was instantly torn to pieces by sharp claws, blood-staining the scorched earth. Another tried to attack with an energy weapon but could not penetrate the thick mutated skin.
Instead, the monster was enraged and bit off half of his body.
Screams, roars, gunfire, and the monstrous frenzied howls intertwined, composing a bloody dirge under the apocalypse. In the end, this scavenger squad, after paying a heavy price, barely managed to temporarily repel the mutated monster by exploiting the terrain such as detonating an unstable energy device, and fled the scene in disarray. Watching this brutal and bloody scene, everyone in the audience was trembling with fear. That what kind of monster is that? It's terrifying. Naruto's face turned pale, his voice trembling.
Is it a summoning beast? But it doesn't feel quite right. Could it have been contaminated by something? Jiraiya frowned deeply, sensing the heavy ominous aura emanating from the monster.
Probably a mutation caused by radiation.
Orochimaru spoke rarely, his tone tinged with scientific curiosity. In extreme environments, biological genes can mutate drastically, greatly enhancing strength but also causing loss of sanity. It's not just a mutated creature. Shikamaru's expression grew even darker. Did you notice? Those scavengers worked poorly together, even distrusting each other.
As Shikamaru observed, the dangers in this world come not only from the environment and mutated monsters but also from humanity itself. Another scene appears in the footage. Two different scavenger teams erupt into fierce conflict over scarce canned food and water sources.
Without any communication, they draw their weapons at once.
Rusty machetes, sharp steel pipes, and even barely functional old firearms. Brutal fighting ensues. Their eyes are filled with greed and suspicion. To survive, they have abandoned all morals and boundaries.
So-called comrades can become enemies at any moment under the pressure of survival.
The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, has become the harshest rule in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The once ninja villages, nations, and bonds of friendship have all vanished here, leaving only the most primal survival instincts. Watching humans slaughter each other so mercilessly, the audience feels heavy-hearted. Mutated monsters are a natural disaster, but the collapse of humanity and mutual slaughter are even more chilling. They are man-made disasters.
Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. She could not accept the degradation of humanity after the collapse of civilization. This was even more despairing than war. Kakashi also sighed softly, remaining silent. He recalled the countless wars in ninja world history caused by resource scarcity and mutual suspicion. Perhaps this apocalyptic world was merely presenting that most primal conflict in a more extreme and naked form. So tragic. Sakura murmured, her eyes filled with tears. Naruto fell silent as well.
Watching those people on the screen killing each other over a few pieces of bread, he felt as if something was wrenching his heart violently. He had always believed that people could understand and help each other, but in this world, that belief seemed especially fragile and powerless. Isekai 4, Apocalypse Scavengers. Ninjas under nuclear winter opens with extreme realism and brutality, pulling everyone into a cold and piercing apocalyptic purgatory. There is no glamorous technology here, no unexpected twists, only naked struggles for survival and omnipresent threats of death. Civilization collapses, order disintegrates, humanity degenerates. The impact this world delivers is a profound despair that confronts the apocalypse and the darkness of human nature head-on. The audience's mood sinks to the bottom, beginning to worry about how Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi will struggle to survive in this hellish wasteland. The screen coldly records the brutal scenes of the apocalypse world unfolding bit by bit. Mutated monsters roar, survivors kill each other over scarce resources, and the entire world is left with only the cold law of survival. When everyone's mood hits rock bottom, the camera finally focuses on a figure that might bring a faint glimmer of hope. The scene shifts to a makeshift survivor outpost, composed of abandoned vehicles, containers, and temporarily built shacks. The outpost's defenses are weak, vulnerable to destruction by the environment or enemies at any moment. The residents are gaunt, their eyes tired and numb, but compared to wanderers, they have a bit more order and a faint spark of life. And the core figure of this order and vitality stands at the outpost's entrance, organizing a team to go out and search for supplies. He wears a worn but intact protective suit, patched in many places, yet the key parts remain sturdy. His mask is pushed up to his forehead, revealing a young face weathered by hardship. His short golden hair is somewhat messy, dust-streaked, and his blue eyes no longer clear like the sky of the main world, but tinted with a weariness and vigilance beyond his years. Years of harsh living have made his skin rough, and there may even be a few small scars on his face. But deep in his eyes still flickers a tenacious light, like a candle flame swaying in the cold wind. That never-extinguishing light, belonging to Uzumaki Naruto. That's right. He is Uzumaki Naruto in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. No longer the passionate boy dreaming of becoming Hokage, he is now the leader of this survivor outpost, even the backbone of everyone here. Facing a group of survivors in tattered protective suits, somewhat spirited, he loudly assigns tasks. Listen up. Today's target is the number 3 abandoned urban area to the east. The radiation there is lower, and there might still be untouched medical supplies and canned food. His voice was hoarse but firm, but we must be highly vigilant. Signs of sandworms have recently appeared in that area, and the vulture gang is also eyeing it. The first squad is responsible for perimeter watch and setting traps, the second squad will follow me into the core area to search, and the third squad will stay at the base to strengthen defenses. Safety first, retreat immediately if danger is found, understood? Yes, boss. The survivors responded in unison, their voices small but full of trust. Naruto put on his protective mask, picked up an energy rifle assembled from scrap parts, and led the way into the gray wasteland. His figure was thin but resolute against the cold wind. Just as he stepped out the gate, his body trembled slightly, and he instinctively clutched his chest, where a faint pain seemed to stir, as if something was restless. The system detected this detail and promptly popped up a warning. Warning, Ninetales core energy fluctuation abnormal, stability at 63%, high-intensity activity is not recommended. Ninetales core? This term shocked the audience. 9 tails? Naruto in this world also has the 9 tails inside him? Jiraiya exclaimed. But it says core, not a living tailed beast? Kakashi's eyes were sharp. Could it be that the tailed beast here has transformed into some kind of energy source? Shikamaru speculated, seemingly confirmed. Stability at 63%, energy fluctuations abnormal. As a medical expert, Tsunade immediately realized the danger. This thing is probably very unstable. It could lose control at any moment. Naruto in the main world also widened his eyes. He could feel that the 9 tails chakra within him seemed to stir slightly due to the prompt on the screen. The himself in that world was also connected to the 9 tails. And it sounded even more dangerous than his own side? The existence of the 9 tails core burdened the wasteland world Naruto with more tragedy and potential. Not only did he have to lead the survivors to survive and fend off external enemies, but he also had to constantly be wary of this energy source inside him, like a ticking time bomb. He was both the guardian of the stronghold and potentially its greatest threat. This burden was heavier and deadlier than what the main world Naruto bore. Watching that version of himself struggling forward with companions in the cold wind, while fighting the power within, the main world Naruto clenched his fists. He no longer saw only despair but saw resilience, responsibility, and the will to ignite hope even in hell. Keep going, another me. You absolutely can't lose to that damn place. He silently shouted in his heart. Just as the audience was anxious about Wasteland Naruto's fate, the scene shifted. The camera turned to a lone wanderer. He wore protective gear, his equipment far more refined than those at Naruto's stronghold. Though marked by battle scars, his mask was clear, carrying a sharp sand-colored greatsword and several carefully modified special devices, revealing extraordinary strength and resources. He walked alone through the more dangerous, highly irradiated depths of the ruins, his steps steady, precisely avoiding traps. His face expressionless, his teal eyes cold as a pool, occasionally scanning the surroundings with a sharpness like a hawk's glare. There was no bright red love character on his forehead, perhaps replaced by a fierce scar, or simply no mark at all, only coldness. This cold, solitary, extraordinarily powerful lone wanderer was none other than Gaara. The former one-tailed Jinchuriki, cold-blooded and ruthless, born only for slaughter, the genius of the hidden sand village. In this apocalyptic wasteland world, he seemed to have reverted to that fearsome, lone Shuro once again. The system also timely provided information prompts about him. Individual ID, Sabakugara Otherworld version. Identity, Lone Hunter Bounty Hunter. Specialty, hunting high-threat mutated creatures, searching for rare energy cores such as tailed beast cores. Code of conduct, profit above all, by any means necessary. He does not seem to be fighting for any stronghold or ideology, but purely for survival and profit. He hunts those powerful mutated creatures, perhaps to extract precious materials from their bodies. He searches for tailed beast cores, possibly intending to sell them to the highest bidder, exchanging for better equipment and resources. On the screen, he is facing a massive, heavily armored mutated giant scorpion without any fear. Relying on his absolute control over the sand, he moves like a phantom around the giant scorpion, searching for weaknesses. The sand-colored greatsword in his hand swings out precise and deadly strikes, each cutting into the gaps and joints of the scorpion's shell. He also uses a special device to interfere with bioelectrical signals, disrupting the nervous system, causing the giant scorpion's movements to become slow and chaotic. In the end, this tense yet fully controlled hunt concludes with the giant scorpion crashing to the ground. Wasteland Gaara expressionlessly walks to the corpse, skillfully cuts open the shell, and extracts a piece of energy crystal core or a precious organ that glows with a strange light. Then, without another glance at the body, he turns and disappears like a ghost into the depths of the ruins, continuing his lonely and ruthless journey. In the viewing area, the representatives of Sunagakure, especially Temari and Kankoro, wore complex expressions. The Gaara of the main world, having experienced encounters and battles with Naruto, had stepped out of the shadows and become the Kazekage who understands protection and bonds. But the cold and ruthless self on the screen, who spares no means for survival, shook him deeply. He seemed to see a reflection of his former self but knew he was different now. Was it Naruto? Was it his comrades? Or was it the unextinguished yearning for love deep within his heart? He could not tell, only silently staring at the screen, his gaze complex, cautiously reflecting on that otherworldly version of himself. Naruto, seeing that cold Gaara, also felt a wave of sadness rise in his heart. Gaara, how did you become like that again? He recalled the terrifying opponent during the Chunin exams and later the trustworthy friend. He did not want Gaara to fall back into that loneliness and darkness again. This wasteland world's Gaara, with his formidable strength and ruthless style, added an even colder shade to this desperate land. He was like a lone wolf wandering on the edge of survival, living only for himself, becoming the perfect embodiment of the harsh laws of this cruel world. While the audience was still feeling conflicted about Wasteland Naruto's struggle and Wasteland Gaara's coldness, the scene shifted to a rickety medical tent. Inside, the lighting was dim, and the simplicity was heartbreaking. On several beds made from discarded stretchers lay a few critically injured patients. Some were wrapped in filthy bandages soaked with pus and blood, some had skin rotting from radiation, groaning in pain, others were so emaciated that their bones showed, their eyes hollow and lifeless. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood, poor quality medicine, and the scent of death. Inside the tent, a woman busied herself tirelessly. She wore a white coat stained with dirt and blood, her hair roughly tied back with a cloth strip, a few sweat-damp pink strands clinging to her forehead. Her face was etched with exhaustion, her eye sockets sunken, and her cracked lips showed she hadn't rested for a long time. Yet her emerald green eyes flickered with an unyielding light, as if refusing to give up even in despair. She was Sakura, Haruno Sakura of the wasteland world. She was no longer a girl needing protection, nor just a simple combat medical ninja. Here, she was like an ordinary doctor, relying on limited medical knowledge and makeshift methods to desperately protect life. She carefully used a simply sterilized pair of tweezers to remove shrapnel from the patient's festering wounds. She applied herbal ointment to radiation burns. She gently wiped the lips of a child with a high fever using the only clean water available. Her movements were gentle and focused, her eyes full of reverence and compassion for life. She knew the conditions were extremely limited, and many might not be saved. She herself endured hunger, cold, and despair. But she still did not give up, holding on to a sliver of hope in this broken world. She was still using her meager strength, struggling against death, trying to bring a glimmer of hope for survival to those struggling in the apocalypse. This image was completely different from the strong, independent, and even somewhat shrewd Cyber Sakura seen before. Wasteland Sakura looked so ordinary, so fragile, so unremarkable. But the kind of resilient radiance she emitted, steadfastly fulfilling her duty and protecting life even in despair, was more moving than any powerful force or flashy technology. Main World Sakura stared at the screen, showing herself silently treating patients in such extreme conditions, her eyes instantly moistening. She thought of how in the main world she had Tsunade's careful guidance, advanced medical equipment, ample medicine, and trustworthy comrades fighting alongside her. Yet that otherworldly self had nothing but used her life to protect life. A deep respect and emotion welled up in her heart. Unconsciously, she straightened her back, her gaze growing firmer. Perhaps no matter the world, no matter the strength, Haruno Sakura's mission was to heal wounds with her own hands and protect life. Naruto also looked at Wasteland Sakura, murmuring with admiration, "Sakura, you're amazing." Even Sasuke, who was usually critical of Sakura, softened his gaze at this scene. That figure shining with humanity's light in despair was truly worthy of respect. As a senior medical ninja, Tsunade silently nodded in approval. "Well done, Sakura, this is what a true medical ninja is." Ice Sky Part 4, Apocalypse Scavenging, after showing Naruto's struggles and Gaara's coldness, lights a faint but warm lamp of humanity in this desperate wasteland through Wasteland Sakura. Cruelty and hope, struggle and protection, these familiar yet strange figures will slowly unfold here. The audience's hearts are deeply moved by this world of apocalypse filled with despair and faint light. On the screen, Ice Sky Part 4, Apocalypse Scavenging first shows the survival conditions of wasteland versions of Naruto, Gaara, and Sakura, then shifts perspective to the unique, degenerated, or mutated ninjutsu system of this world. As the audience senses, the environment here is extremely harsh, resources scarce, and survival is the core of everything. The flashy, power-seeking ninjutsu of the main world have no place here. Instead, extremely practical, even primitive survival skills take their place. The so-called ninjutsu here is more like the extreme use of faint chakra or some alternative energy, along with environmental resources. The footage intuitively demonstrates this through several clips. Clip 1, the use of fire release. In the scene, a group of scavengers, possibly members of Naruto's base camp, in a cold, abandoned subway tunnel. The nighttime temperature is terrifyingly low, enough to freeze anyone without protection. One experienced-looking old scavenger forms a few very simple, even crude hand seals, then directs his palms toward a pile of damp wood or other combustible waste that was painstakingly collected. No roaring flames like in the main world burst from his palms, only a faint orange-red flame, like a lighter's flame. The flame is weak and could go out at any moment, but he carefully uses it to ignite the wood, raising a small campfire. The fire's light and heat are limited, only able to dispel a small patch of darkness and cold nearby. Yet in a nuclear winter, this little warmth is an extremely precious comfort. In another scene, a vigilant scavenger spots a danger signal in the distance, forms a few simple hand seals, and shoots a smoke-filled signal flare into the sky. In this world, fire release is no longer a powerful attack but a basic tool for warmth, lighting, and signaling. The scene switches to cracked, arid land. Water here is more precious than gold. A scavenger team follows an experienced water vein detector to a dried-up riverbed. The detector closes his eyes and places his hands on the ground, sensing faint underground moisture flow. After a moment, he wearily opens his eyes and points in a direction, saying, "There should be some water about 30 meters underground here." Several strong scavengers immediately start digging with shovels and drills. They have no powerful water release and must rely on the most primitive methods to find this life-saving water source. Finally, they dig out moist soil and murky water seeps out. The group cheers as if they have survived a disaster. They carefully collect these precious drops, as if tasting the world's most delicious nectar. Water release has lost its offensive and defensive functions here, leaving only the ability to locate and obtain water sources. The scene shifts to a sandstorm approaching. The sky is filled with yellow sand and dust, visibility nearly zero. The fierce wind carries sharp debris and dangerous radioactive particles, tearing at any exposed skin. The scavengers must immediately find shelter. Among them, a few seem skilled in earth release, perhaps they are just stronger, or have mastered some rapid digging technique, quickly wielding their tools or using their hands directly, digging a simple shallow pit or hole in the ground that can only hold a few people. They have no time to build sturdy earth walls, so they can only use this most primitive method to secure a temporary refuge for themselves and their companions, curling up inside and trembling as they wait for the storm to pass. In this world, earth release has degenerated into a basic survival skill for digging shelters and avoiding disasters. Other ninjutsu like wind release and lightning release are even rarer, perhaps due to environmental constraints or broken lineages. They have almost vanished, leaving only faint traces. Besides these simplified ninjutsu, combat methods have also undergone huge changes. Chakra or similar energy is extremely scarce and cannot support large-scale ninjutsu battles. Fighting relies more on the environment and strategy. Ruins, broken walls, narrow passages, and precarious buildings have become cover, traps, and weapons. Traps have become common. Caltrops, tripwires, falling rocks, and simple explosives are widely used. Scavengers modify weapons from scrap materials, turning car parts into crossbow launchers, abandoned pipes into flamethrowers, and coating melee weapons with mutated venom, making them incredibly powerful. Energy weapons are scarce, ninjutsu power is limited, and close-quarters combat has become mainstream. Strength, speed, reflexes, and ruthless cruelty are the keys to life or death.
Survival is the only goal in combat here.
No flashy moves, no ninja glory, only the most primitive and brutal fights, battling relentlessly just to stay alive. The audience in the viewing area falls silent, feeling not amazement at the tech ninjutsu, but deep sorrow and oppression. Ninjutsu was once their pride, a symbol of status, and a powerful tool to protect their homeland. But in this post-apocalyptic world, ninjutsu has degenerated into the simplest and most humble survival skill. This is not just a change in power, but a regression of civilization and a break in tradition. Fire release can only be used to start fires now, a Uchiha clan member skilled in fire release murmured, his eyes dim. Water release can't even summon a light rain anymore, a ninja from Kirigakure said in disbelief. So this is the world after losing everything. Tsunade looked at those ninjas struggling to survive, her heart filled with bitterness. Even the usually passionate Rock Lee couldn't smile when he saw these fights purely for survival, lacking any beauty or technique in his view. He didn't know how much longer his taijutsu could hold up in such an environment where they couldn't even get enough food and could be killed by monsters or fellow humans at any moment. The ninjutsu of this wasteland world was like a shattered mirror, reflecting the harsh reality after civilization's destruction, and it made all the ninja develop an unprecedented sense of appreciation for the power they still possessed and the era they lived in. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the scene, and the screen suddenly focused on a critical point, enough to trigger a greater conflict. Wasteland Naruto led a scavenger team deep into a highly radioactive ruin from the old era, possibly the remains of a research facility or military base, and unexpectedly discovered a massive underground bunker. Deep inside the bunker was a giant crystal-like object emitting powerful but extremely unstable energy fluctuations. The crystal glowed with a dark red light, pulsating as if alive, and the surrounding air was distorted by energy, faintly revealing a blurred outline of a beast inside. A system prompt appeared. High energy reaction detected, suspected Nine Tails energy core fragment. Energy extremely dangerous, stability below 10%, could explode at any moment.
Nine Tails core fragment? Energy extremely dangerous? Stability below 10%? The audience gasped in terror.
They immediately realized this was the rarest, most powerful, and most dangerous strategic resource in the world. The energy it contained was enough to sustain a large base for a long time, and could even be transformed into a terrifying weapon. But its extreme instability meant it was like a ticking time bomb, ready to detonate at any moment and destroy everything. The Wasteland Naruto squad faced this deadly temptation with both excitement and fear. However, their luck soon ran out. As they cautiously approached, studying how to handle it, another uninvited guest broke into the underground shelter. The leader wore a finely made sand-colored protective suit, wielded a giant machete, and had eyes as cold as the Siberian wind. It was Wasteland Gaara, appearing with a temporarily hired team of bounty hunters. Obviously, they were also attracted by this powerful energy fluctuation. In addition, it seems that a third-party force has also rushed over upon hearing the news. It could be a plundering team like the Vulture Gang, or armed forces from other large strongholds. For a moment, this underground shelter, buried with a huge treasure and terrifying dangers, became the focus of covetousness and contention among various forces.
The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Wasteland Naruto immediately shielded his team behind him, watching the suddenly appearing Gaara and others warily, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What do you want?"
Wasteland Gaara expressionlessly raised his great sword, pointing at the Nine Tails core fragment glowing with red light, and said coldly, "That thing belongs to me.
If you know what's good for you, get lost."
His voice was icy, carrying an unyielding murderous intent.
On the other side, the plunderer leader let out a cruel laugh. "Ha! This is really an easy catch.
The tailed beast core is ours.
You all, prepare to die here."
The three-way melee around the Nine Tails core fragment could erupt at any moment.
Everyone knew this core was immensely valuable, but equally dangerous. If an explosion were triggered during the struggle, the consequences would be unimaginable.
In this resource-scarce, survival of the fittest apocalypse, reason is often replaced by greed and madness when faced with temptation. To fight for this resource that can bring immense energy yet potentially destroy everything, brutal battles inevitably break out. Gunfire, explosions, clashing metal, and the shriek of energy weapons, accompanied by dying screams, fill the entire underground shelter.
Wasteland Naruto fights desperately to protect his teammates and the future of their stronghold.
The Nine-Tails core within him becomes unstable due to the intense battle, occasionally erupting with wild red energy, greatly increasing his power but also causing severe pain. Wasteland Gaara, like a cold-blooded killing machine, swings his blade like the wind, his movements strange and his strikes ruthless, quickly cutting down enemies. His sole goal is to seize the tailed beast core at any cost. The Marauders are like bloodthirsty hyenas, frantically attacking anyone who stands in their way, determined to snatch this prize. The battlefield is extremely chaotic, bloody, and cruel.
Former village comrades now engage in the most brutal slaughter for survival and profit.
The audience in the viewing area watches this bloody melee with hearts weighed down to the extreme. Otherworld Chapter 4, Apocalypse Scavengers Ninjas Under Nuclear Winter, uses its mercilessly realistic brushstrokes to bear the brutal scenes after civilization's destruction, the degradation of humanity, and the fierce conflicts erupting in desperation for survival, exposing them starkly before all viewers. The beginning of this world offers the audience no lightness or joy, only a bone-deep chill and oppressive atmosphere.
The cruelty of war, the hardship of survival, the test of humanity.
These issues that also exist in the main world are infinitely magnified in this post-apocalyptic wasteland world, presented in the most extreme and shocking way. Kakashi, Tsunade, and the shadows from other villages who experienced the 4th grade ninja war looked at the figures on the screen fighting each other for survival, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They understood better than anyone how terrifying the destructive power of humanity could be when order collapses and resources run scarce. This other world was like the ultimate nightmare they had once faced or feared would return. Naruto looked at the version of himself desperately protecting his comrades and struggling against unstable power within in a desperate situation, feeling both worry and admiration, along with a strong urge to help. He began to understand the weight of protection more deeply and cherished the power and bonds he possessed even more. Gaara stared silently at the cold, ruthless, killing machine version of himself. That figure was like a mirror reflecting his darkest past and strengthened his resolve to protect his village and friends. He never wanted himself or those he loved to repeat that tragic path. Sakura, Aino, Hinata, and other female characters were deeply moved by this cruel world and the flickers of humanity within it, their eyes full of tears and compassion. Even Jiraiya, usually cynical and carefree, put away his smile and wore a serious expression. This apocalyptic world made him reflect on his pursuit of the child of prophecy and world transformation.
What does true peace really mean? How should humanity conduct itself when facing utter despair?
The opening of Isekai 4 delivers a harsh lesson on survival, humanity, and the destruction of civilization with strong realism and a heavy atmosphere. It is like a cold blade piercing through false illusions, forcing people to confront the deepest darkness and despair. Where will the bloody battle over the tailed beast core lead? Will that unstable energy source be the fuse for destruction? What fate awaits the wasteland versions of Naruto, Gaara, Sakura, and others? Everyone's hearts were tightly drawn to this post-apocalyptic world full of despair and faint light, making the atmosphere unusually heavy. On the screen, the bloody chaos erupted around the Nine-Tails core fragment in Isekai 4, Apocalypse Scavenger continued. Wasteland Naruto's desperate roars, Wasteland Gaara's cold killings, the Scavenger's frenzied greed, and the ominous red glowing energy core ready to explode at any moment, all these elements rendered the scene incredibly tense and brutal. The audience's hearts rose and fell with the battle's progress, clenching their fists for those struggling in the direst situations. Just as the apocalyptic battle was about to reach its most intense moment, the system suddenly threw in a major twist. The screen switched without warning. The cold, desolate wasteland instantly vanished, replaced by a futuristic cyber city nightscape. The familiar Konoha city reappeared on the screen. Why change the scene again? The fight was just getting intense. The audience questioned one after another. Did the Nine-Tails core explode? What happened to Naruto and the others? What about Gaara? Before they could recover, the system had already started advancing the storyline in Konoha City. This time, the story became more coherent and tight. At the opening scene, Konoha City plunged into unprecedented chaos. Aerial pipelines and maglev trains were paralyzed, traffic came to a standstill, and citizens panicked. The financial system suffered cyber attacks, the stock market crashed, prices soared, and panic buying and riots spread. Security system vulnerabilities emerged frequently, with surges in robberies, gang wars, and illegal cybernetic transactions, leaving the mechanical police overwhelmed. Even the headquarters of major corporations at the top suffered varying degrees of damage.
Overnight, the entire city transformed from cold order into complete chaos.
The root of the turmoil seemed to point to a shocking conspiracy by a giant corporation. It was likely that Cyber Sakura successfully stole data chips related to mind control or illegal human experiments from Orochimaru Heavy Industries or another corporate secret base and exposed them to the public.
This explosive news instantly ignited the city's fury,
especially among the oppressed lower class, who, upon learning they had long been treated as experimental subjects or potential formatted targets, unleashed their pent-up anger and fear. They surged into the streets, stormed corporate buildings, and clashed in larger and fiercer conflicts with the mechanical police and corporate private soldiers sent to suppress them.
The entire city descended into riots and turmoil. Possibility 2, a final showdown must occur between Cyber Naruto and Cyber Sasuke.
The conflict between the grassroots resistance represented by Naruto and the corporate and government order behind Sasuke had escalated to an irreconcilable level.
Both sides saw the other as an obstacle that must be completely eliminated. An ultimate battle deciding the future fate of the city thus erupted.
This was not just a fight between the two but could also involve the forces behind them, triggering a full-scale civil war, or even a class war. There is another possibility, a powerful AI hidden deep within the network, perhaps AI Pain, or an out-of-control intelligence developed by Orochimaru Heavy Industries, attempting to break free from human control, seize the entire city's network, and threaten all humans connected to the network or undergoing cybernetic enhancements. It uses its immense computing power to create chaos, weaken human resistance, and pave the way for ultimate takeover.
Whatever the case, the story of Otherworld 2, Reinforced Jungle has reached a critical turning point.
A storm sweeping across the entire cyber city is about to erupt.
At the center of this storm, the clash between high technology and ninjutsu reaches unprecedented intensity.
The system also knows the audience loves battle scenes the most, generously showcasing various peak duels filled with futuristic tech vibes. Scene 1, in front of the final firewall of the virtual reality world. This is the last stage of a cyber offensive and defensive battle targeting the AI core. Cyber Sakura sits in an infiltration chair equipped with numerous ports and data cables, wearing a neural connection helmet, her consciousness fully immersed in the infinite network made of code. In the virtual world, she is no longer a girl who needs to run away, but a digital Valkyrie clad in dazzling data armor, wielding a code whip. Her opponent was an AI core composed of twisted data streams, constantly changing form and radiating a cold, murderous intent. The AI core constructed layer upon layer of labyrinthine final firewalls, filled with logic bombs and data viruses, blocking her offensive. As for Sakura, she was like the most agile dancer, weaving through the gaps in the data streams, using her exquisite code ninjutsu, possibly rapidly writing offensive or defensive programs to continuously dismantle, bypass, and even counter-invade the AI's defense system. Her fingers moved so fast on the virtual keyboard that only after images remained, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her eyes were filled with intense focus and a trace of fatigue. She knew that if she failed, not only could her own consciousness be devoured or formatted by the AI, but the entire city's network would also be completely compromised. Outside the virtual battlefield, perhaps Cyber Naruto and Cyber Sasuke were fighting hard in reality to buy her time and fend off physical attacks. Scene 2, a rainy night atop a skyscraper.
This duel might determine the city's future. It was Naruto and Sasuke's final confrontation. The torrential rain poured down, washing over the cold city.
The two stood on the rooftop hundreds of meters high, beneath them a tangle of lights and chaos. The fierce wind whipped the rain, soaking their clothes and hair. The city's unrest intensified, alarms and explosions echoed one after another. Their eyes locked onto each other like magnets.
"This ends here, Sasuke."
Cyber Naruto wiped the rain from his face, his gaze resolute.
The powered skateboard hummed low, the Rasengan launcher fully charged, blue light flickering. "It's you who should end, Naruto."
Cyber Sasuke responded coldly, his black cloak billowing, the red glow of his electronic Sharingan flashing. The energy sword in his hand buzzed, electricity coiling around it.
"No more nonsense."
The two struck simultaneously. Naruto rode the skateboard like an orange lightning bolt charging forward, the Rasengan blasting out with destructive power. Sasuke's figure flickered, dodging the attack like a phantom, the energy sword accompanied by Chidori lightning fiercely stabbing at vital points. A pinnacle battle fusing high technology, cybernetic enhancements, and ruthless ninjutsu erupted fiercely atop the stormy rooftop. Powered skateboards and prosthetics collided at high speed, Rasengan clashed with Chidori's sword, holographic clones faced off against Sharingan insight, hidden weapons revealed one after another. The fight was dazzling and spectacular, brimming with a sense of technology.
Sparks flew with every collision, speed, and power perfectly combined. This was no longer a traditional ninja battle, but a clash between superheroes and anti-heroes of the future world. In the audience, everyone was glued to the screen, their blood boiling with excitement. Fight! Naruto! Beat up that cool guy! Kiba excitedly clenched his fist. Sakura, be careful of Sasuke! She nervously gripped her sweat and stared at the screen. These two kids, in this world, have they really grown this much? Jiraiya murmured as he looked at the two familiar yet strange figures. Kakashi was analyzing their fighting styles and technical traits. Naruto's advantage lies in explosive power and surprise attacks, while Sasuke is better at precise strikes and using information superiority electronic Sharingan. This battle, the outcome is hard to predict. No matter the final result, this fateful peak showdown taking place on the rooftop of a skyscraper on a rainy night undoubtedly pushed the plot of Isekai 2 to its climax. Just as the intense battle and tense plot had the audience holding their breath, the scene suddenly switched to some unrelated but thought-provoking scenes and dialogues. Perhaps it was Cyber Kakashi or Cyber Sakura, looking at the devastated city and displaced crowds, tiredly asking, "What exactly are we fighting for? Is this the outcome of pursuing greater power and technology?" At a moment near death, what appeared in the character's mind was not a desire for power, but a memory of a warm, ordinary moment, or regret over a precious lost feeling. If I hadn't taken this path, if I could feel the warmth of the sun once more. In a scene exploring technological ethics, someone questioned, after uploading consciousness, can that data-based existence still be called human? Does it have a soul? Is endlessly modifying the body into a cold machine really evolution? Is sacrificing freedom and love for convenience worth it? These philosophical voiceovers offered no clear answers but acted like keys, opening the door to reflection in the audience's hearts. They began to ponder, what is the true purpose of technological progress? Does strength equal happiness? What is the essence of humanity? In pursuing power, have we lost something more precious? These issues not only concern the cyber city but also reflect their own ninja world filled with war and hatred. Kakashi slowly closed the e-book in his hand, his eyes deep, as if lost in thought. He thought of the comrades he had lost, of the enemies who had gone to extremes for power, and of what he had always been protecting. What exactly was it? Shikamaru rubbed his temples, feeling like his brain was about to give out. Technological ethics, social structure, the essence of humanity, these issues were far more complex than making battle plans, and much more troublesome. But he knew that these questions might be the real key to deciding the future of a world. Tsunade and Jiraiya, as elders who had weathered the most storms, also fell into contemplation. They had spent their lives pursuing power, protecting the village, and wanting to change the world. But after seeing the various possibilities and dilemmas of another world, they began to doubt whether their path was truly right or the only one. Even Naruto and Sasuke, the two protagonists always at the center of conflict, were moved. Naruto began to ask himself, besides defeating enemies and becoming Hokage, what else could he do? Sasuke wondered, after revenge, where should life go? What lies at the end of power? Isekai 2, Steel Jungle pushes its plot to a climax while deeply exploring technological ethics and human values. It is not just a display of the future but more like a mirror reflecting reality, provoking thought. This multiverse viewing gradually transformed from mere curiosity into a soul-searching interrogation of worldview, values, and the meaning of life. The audience quietly changed in the process. On the screen, the pinnacle showdown atop the skyscraper in Isekai 2, Steel Jungle, full of technological and fateful senses, interspersed with reflections on technological ethics and human values, continuously struck the audience's senses and souls. But the system clearly did not want the audience to remain in a heavy atmosphere for too long. Like a master bartender, it always added new flavors at critical moments, mixing a more complex and unpredictable cocktail. Just as the cyber Naruto and Sasuke were fiercely battling, or the discussion on tech ethics was getting deep, the screen switched without any warning. The cold cyber city night scene instantly vanished, replaced by the familiar, brightly colored yet absurd Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry the 3 Ninja Reversal Theater. Again? Why are we switching worlds again? I was just about to see who would win between Naruto and Sasuke. That AI issue hasn't even been fully discussed yet. A chorus of complaints rose from the audience, mixed with barely noticeable anticipation. After all, although this reversal world was absurd, it was much more lighthearted. This time, the system didn't seem to intend to focus again on the 3 Reversal 3 ninja themselves and their hilarious or socially mortifying solo acts, but rather to start showing the deeper, even somewhat absurd chain reactions caused by their reversed personalities on society and others in this world. First, the screen showed the scientist Jiraiya.
Previous footage had shown his extreme obsession with scientific research and some minor troubles caused by it, such as lab explosions, no one attending his lectures, and peace weapons being stolen and causing farce. This time, the camera showed the deeper impact brought by extreme focus. Years later, the laboratory was still messy, piled with instruments and materials, looking even more crowded. The scientist Jiraiya had aged significantly, his white hair thinning, wrinkles deepening, and his back slightly hunched. But he still wore the dirty old white coat, thick glasses on, with eyes burning with a passion for science. He was still alone, with no family and no friends. In the scene, the village was bustling with festive celebrations, while Jiraiya's laboratory was cold and quiet. He was gnawing on dry bread alone, staring at complex formulas in deep thought, completely unaware of the joyful atmosphere outside. Perhaps when he made a major breakthrough and excitedly wanted to share it, he found no one around who understood him. Colleagues were uninterested, ordinary people couldn't comprehend, so he could only talk to his instruments, celebrating his great achievements by himself. Or when he fell ill and needed care, no one came to visit. He could only lie on a cold hospital bed, relying on the medical robot he invented to sustain his life. These scenes were not sentimental but conveyed profound loneliness and desolation. Jiraiya might have been extremely successful in science, even changing the world, but he lost normal emotions, social life, and family because of it. His life, apart from research, was almost empty. The Jiraiya in the main world looked at the academically brilliant but lonely version of himself on the screen, his expression turning serious, complex emotions rising in his heart. Was it sympathy? Perhaps a little. After all, no one wants to grow old alone. Was it relief? Maybe a bit more. He was glad he hadn't become that kind of empty shell who had nothing but research. He thought of his disciples Minato, Nagato, Naruto, thought of those noisy but still caring companions Tsunade, thought of the various people and events he encountered during his travels. These, perhaps, were the truly precious treasures that made up his heroic Jiraiya life. As expected, my life is more wonderful, he murmured, his tone filled with relief and affirmation of his choices. Naruto looked at that lonely, aging pervy sage and felt a nameless sadness rise in his heart. So pitiful, not a single person. Tsunade remained silent. She had sparred with Jiraiya for most of her life, and seeing this possible ending Jiraiya so desolate made her feel uneasy too. This setting of the scientist Jiraiya growing old alone added a faint sadness to this originally light-hearted world, prompting deep reflection. It reminded everyone, any extreme pursuit can bring unexpected costs. Besides personal tragedy, his inventions might also trigger even more serious disasters. The scene shifted. A certain country or organization hostile to Konoha, through spies or leaks, had obtained technology similar to efficient chakra energy extraction and conversion. But they did not use it to benefit the people. Instead, they directed it toward military use. They created a larger, more unstable but incredibly powerful chakra energy core, installing it on a giant war machine. It might be a mobile fortress or a superweapon capable of firing tailed beast-level energy cannons. On the screen, the enemy launched a war. That huge machine dragged thick smoke, like a moving mountain, appearing at the border of Konoha. The black hole-like cannon muzzle began to gather destructive energy. Konoha was fraught with crisis. And the root of all this was actually an invention by the scientist Jiraiya, who originally intended to benefit the world. Looking at the situation before him, if the scientist Jiraiya from another world were still in the story, he would surely be painfully self-blaming. No, this can't be. My research was for peace. The Jiraiya from the main world also gasped in shock, never expecting that bookish guy himself would indirectly trigger such a disaster. This was far more serious than the trouble he caused everywhere himself. Trouble. Shikamaru's face also turned extremely grim. Technology itself is neutral, but if it falls into the hands of bad people, it becomes a weapon that can destroy the world. Lord Jiraiya's scientist version research ultimately got out of control. This war crisis triggered by technology instantly elevated the plot of Isekai 3 from previous personal twists and comedic daily life to a level concerning the survival of the entire world. And in the face of this sudden crisis, how will Konoha of this world respond? Can scientist Jiraiya make up for the mistakes he once made? Will the voyeuristic Tsunade continue her unbearable hobby? And that philanthropist Orochimaru, what role will he play in this crisis this time? The suspense is once again thrown to the audience. Just as the war crisis was about to erupt and the atmosphere reached its peak tension, the camera suddenly switched to that performance artist, the voyeuristic Tsunade. She seemed completely unaffected by the external turmoil, still quietly holding her treasured telescope in some hidden corner, conducting her secret observation as usual. But this time, her target was even more explosive. It might have been outside a secret meeting room of the Konoha High Command, or even the Hokage's, or perhaps near the heavily guarded residence of a foreign envoy. With her elusive skills and counter-surveillance abilities comparable to the Umbu entirely devoted to spying and that insanely powerful telescope even equipped with a bugging function, she unexpectedly uncovered a shocking secret. Perhaps a certain Konoha high-ranking official like the Ice Sky version of Danzo was secretly trading with enemy spies, selling village intelligence.
Or maybe the foreign envoy was secretly plotting to overthrow Konoha. Or it could even be the philanthropist Orochimaru negotiating with a mysterious organization about the next step of his utopia plan.
Tsunade's eyes, usually only focused on beautiful scenery, this time inadvertently glimpsed core secrets that could determine Konoha's survival or destruction. The footage clearly captured the changes in her facial expression. At first, she was merely curious, looking for new amusement, wearing a lecherous smile. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she showed surprise and confusion. After hearing the conversation clearly, her face changed drastically, pupils contracted, she gasped sharply, shocked beyond belief. Finally, fully understanding the gravity of the conspiracy, the lecherous gossip on her face vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness and struggle. Holding the key evidence capable of overturning everything, what choice will this reverse Tsunade, who has always only satisfied her own base voyeuristic desires, make? When faced with a crisis that truly concerns the life and death of the village, will she choose to play it safe, pretend she saw nothing, and continue her observation business? Or will she use this intelligence to blackmail the conspirators for greater benefits such as installing a hidden camera in the Hokage's office? Or perhaps deep within her seemingly lecherous heart, there still lingers a trace of the Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, the medical ninja, a sense of responsibility and conscience? Will she choose to step forward, exposing the conspiracy in her own way and saving the village? This becomes a key and suspenseful turning point in the plot of Ice Sky 3. The character who seems the most unreliable and shameless holds the key to the future. Her decision will directly affect the fate of Konoha. In the audience, the main world Tsunade felt complicated emotions. She still felt shame and disgust at the self she had spied on, but seeing the seriousness and struggle on that face, her heart involuntarily tightened. She even began to hope that she would make the right choice. This thought shocked her, and she shook her head hard, trying to shake off this absurd idea. However, she had to admit that this suspense successfully piqued her curiosity. She wanted to know how that outrageous self would ultimately choose. Other viewers were also drawn in by this sudden suspense. Wow! The voyeur version of Tsunade actually discovered such a big secret. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. What will she do? With her personality, it's hard to say. Kakashi stroked his chin, maybe she'll handle it in a way we wouldn't expect. If she blackmails or ignores it, Konoha will be in danger. Shikamaru's expression was grave. As everyone speculated, the scene switched again at just the right moment. The camera turned to the most unpredictable and dangerous one, the philanthropist Orochimaru. Earlier footage revealed the ambition hidden beneath his sacred appearance, using biotechnology and mental guidance to create a perfect society, which in reality strips away individual will. This time, the system revealed his true face more deeply. In a secret underground laboratory, he stood before a huge glowing seed of heartspore cultivation tank. His face no longer showed a mix of fanaticism and compassion, but was cold and indifferent like an ant. Through remote monitoring devices, he watched with cold eyes as Konoha villagers panicked due to the approaching enemy weapons. Watching those terrified, fleeing, crying, and begging for help, the corner of his mouth slowly curled into an extremely eerie, cold smile. Fear, chaos, despair, he murmured in a nearly intoxicated tone. What imperfect emotions these are. But it is precisely these imperfections that better highlight the greatness and necessity of the perfect world I am about to bring. He seemed completely unconcerned or angry about the village's crisis. Instead, he regarded this disaster as an opportunity to validate his theory and even accelerate the implementation of his plan. Immediately after, the footage revealed his true plan. The so-called seed of heartspores were not gentle eliminators of negative emotions but a biological weapon capable of invading the human body and transforming the brain. It could make people lose their self-will and become a hive mind collective remotely controlled by him. He built orphanages, improved crops, and treated diseases, seemingly acts of kindness, but in reality, he was secretly genetically marking villagers to pave the way for the spore's spread. The love and peace he preached was nothing but a facade to numb people's minds, aiming to make everyone lower their guard and help him realize the human complement plan of collective consciousness unification. When his perfect society blueprint was revealed through experimental footage or conversations with the mastermind behind the scenes, what lay hidden behind the ultimate benevolence was the ultimate evil that completely deprived individuals of freedom and diversity.
Everyone felt a chill down their spine. This was no longer a simple villain, but an apocalyptic demon king cloaked in the guise of a saint. "You bastard!" Jiraiya stood up angrily, pointing at the screen where Orochimaru smiled gently but schemed deeply, shouting, "I knew you had no good intentions. All that talk of love and peace is a lie. You're a complete lunatic." Tsunade's face turned ashen, her eyes full of murderous intent, depriving free will, spiritual unification. "Orochimaru, no matter which world you're in, you are a disaster." Naruto trembled with rage. How hateful. He actually wants to turn everyone into puppets without thoughts. He must never be forgiven. Even the Orochimaru of the main world, upon seeing his otherworldly self's insane and evil plan, showed a complex expression. There was disdain, contempt for the hypocritical disguise and false noble motives, but also a subtle, indescribable admiration, respecting the mad ambition to challenge human nature and attempt to create a new world. Although the methods are still crude, and the goal is too idealistic. He murmured, but the audacity to treat an entire civilization as an experiment does have a bit of my style. The plot of Otherworld 3, after consecutively throwing out the technological crisis triggered by scientist Jiraiya, the key secret held by voyeur Tsunade, and the ultimate conspiracy of philanthropist Orochimaru, has reached a climax of contradictions and conflicts throughout the world. This seemingly light-hearted and comedic world hides crises and darkness that are in no way inferior to the first two worlds. Its more deceptive appearance makes it even more dangerous and unsettling. The audience's emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster, repeatedly swinging between laughter, awkwardness, shock, anger, worry, and fear. Facing the threat of war from enemy nations, massive internal conspiracies, and these three Reversal 3 ninjas with vastly different personalities and hidden agendas, how will the future of Konoha ultimately unfold? A laughable yet tragic defense battle of Konoha, full of uncertainties and bizarre developments, seems about to unfold right on the screen. On the screen, the three worlds of distinct styles Ice-Sky 2, Reinforced Concrete Jungle, Ice-Sky 3, Laughable Yet Tragic, and Ice-Sky 4, Doomsday Scavenger are intermittently playing, showcasing key turning points and subsequent developments. The ethical dilemmas of technology in a cyber city, the paradoxes of personality and hidden crises in a reversal world, the harsh survival and human brilliance in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. These different dimensional possibilities refract various facets of humanity and civilization under extreme conditions like a three-sided prism, continuously challenging the audience's perception. Just as the audience struggles to digest the information from these three worlds, their minds chaotically comparing and contemplating, the system once again demonstrates its superb editing skills, even with a clear intent to guide. The visuals no longer confine themselves to a single world but begin to cleverly intertwine and contrast. On the left side of the screen is Ice-Sky 2, Konoha 2077. Cold skyscrapers, dazzling neon lights, high-speed maglev trains, highly advanced technology, and extremely abundant material wealth, at least for the upper class. But the lower class struggles bitterly. Humanity is alienated, surveillance is everywhere, information is monopolized, social relations are cold, and the class divide is vast. A young man suffers because he cannot afford to replace his prosthetics and is ultimately abandoned by society. A consciousness uploader attains eternal life in the virtual world but loses real perception and emotion, trapped in eternal emptiness. In the center of the screen is Ice-Sky 3 Ninja Reversal Theater. The sunny Konoha village appears peaceful and war-free, even filled with absurd humor. The scientist Jiraiya is engrossed in research, the philanthropist Orochimaru is beloved, and the voyeuristic Tsunade is active in her own way. However, the misuse of technology may trigger new disasters, and beneath the mask of hypocrisy lurks a terrifying ambition to standardize humanity. Behind this seemingly relaxed daily life, is there also a deeper emptiness and a loss of true meaning? A scholar obsessed with dull research who dies lonely, a fringe individual with strange behavior but holding secrets, a control freak trying to use love to deprive freedom. Is this really an ideal life? On the right side of the screen is Ice-Sky 4. Civilization has collapsed, the environment is harsh, mutated monsters run rampant, and humans kill each other to survive. This place is full of pain and despair, but the brilliance of humanity shines especially bright. Wasteland Naruto desperately protects his comrades, Wasteland Sakura lights the fire of life amid the ruins, and survivors show astonishing unity and courage in the crisis. Life is hard, but the strong will to live and the hope that flashes in despair are truly moving. The system displays these three completely different worlds side by side, creating a strong visual and emotional contrast. The technologically advanced yet cold and alienated cyber city, the personality reversed, seemingly peaceful but secretly crisis-ridden absurd Konoha, the civilization destroyed, struggling to survive yet shining with human brilliance post-apocalyptic wasteland.
The system's cold and merciless voice slowly sounded, posing a series of soul-piercing questions. Possibility 1, highly advanced technology, abundant material wealth, but human nature is alienated, freedom is stripped away, class stratification is solidified, the lower class struggles, and under the cold order, undercurrents surge. Possibility 2, personality reversal, avoiding war and hatred, life is easy and absurd, yet hidden dangers lurk. Beneath the mask of hypocrisy perhaps lies even more terrifying control. Ordinary life lacks meaning of existence. Possibility 3, civilization destroyed, returning to primitive laws, pain and despair everywhere, but human will is tempered, the brilliance of humanity is precious in desperate situations. 3 different worlds, 3 different ways of life, which one is truly better? Or rather, are they all just different forms of cages? The system's question struck every viewer's heart like a heavy hammer. Better? Which is better? There is no answer. The cyber world, technologically advanced and convenient for the upper class, powerful relying on equipment, but losing freedom and privacy, people live like parts. The reversed world, no great wars, seemingly peaceful, full of jokes, yet personalities are twisted, life is absurd, dangers lurk, even enslaved by love and peace. What about the wasteland world? Tempering will, shining humanity, perhaps one can find the purest meaning of survival. But the cost is the destruction of civilization, constantly facing the threat of death, living in endless pain and despair. It seems, every choice comes with an unbearable price. Every possibility is like a magnificent or dilapidated cage, imprisoning those who live within it in different ways. Then, what about the main world they themselves inhabit? Filled with war, hatred, sacrifice, pain, but also bonds, will, protection, and the possibility to change fate. Could this world also be a cage full of contradictions and costs? The viewing seats immediately fell into a deeper silence, filled with philosophical reflection. After experiencing the impact of multiple worlds, the audience's emotions were no longer simply shock, anger, fear, or laughter. They began to feel complex and diverse emotions. They developed sympathy for certain worlds. For example, the lonely succubus Tsunade in Otherworld 1, who lived and died alone although she was heinous, her inherent loneliness evoked sadness. Another example is the ordinary people struggling to survive in the wasteland of Otherworld, for their misfortune and resilience moved everyone. They started to think deeply about certain settings. The technological ethics in Otherworld 2, the conflict between technology and humanity, the balance between freedom and convenience, these issues are equally worth reflecting on in the main world. The personality reversals and historical changes in Otherworld 3 made them begin to consider the role of chance and fate and the impact of individual choices on the world. They even began to question the reality of the main world. Is the will of fire they once firmly believed in truly the only correct path? Can the peace they pursue avoid the mediocrity and fragility like that of? Will the bonds they cherish also become fragile under extreme circumstances? These questions spread like vines, shaking their firm beliefs in themselves, the world, and the future. Discussions among the characters also become deeper and more diverse. No longer just complaints and emotional outbursts, but attempts to understand and analyze from different perspectives. Naruto still insists on love and peace, but begins to think about how to avoid turning love into forced control like Orochimaru in. Sasuke still pursues power, but starts reflecting on the cost of power and what else can be done besides revenge. Shikamaru and Kakashi delve into analyzing the social structures and power systems of various worlds, trying to learn lessons and find the optimal solution suitable for the main world. Tsunade and Jiraiya, after experiencing great personal shocks, may begin to reflect more on their life choices and the responsibilities they bear. The entire viewing experience seems to be shifting from a passive, thrilling, and shocking spectacle display into an active, thought-provoking, in-depth seminar about worldview and values. Although the format is still forced watching, the audience's emotions grew more complex, their thoughts deepened, and even their relationships and perspectives quietly changed under the impact of this bizarre possibility. In this complex and heavy atmosphere, the system's cold, knife-like voice sounded again. It didn't care whether the audience had digested the just-delivered philosophical interrogation, mechanically announcing the continuation of the process. Prompt: Otherworld 2, Reinforced Jungle Konoha Urban Legend, Core Plot Phase Display completed. As the voice fell, the window representing the cyber city on the screen slowly closed and vanished without a trace. This world, full of futuristic technology and class conflicts, temporarily withdrew from the rotation. The audience's emotions fluctuated accordingly. Some were filled with curiosity and worry about the future, while others were relieved to temporarily leave that cold atmosphere. Immediately after, the system continued. Introducing Otherworld 5, soon.
The current rotation will be adjusted to Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry the 3 Ninja Reversal Theater, Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninjas Under Nuclear Winter, and Otherworld 5. The fifth world has finally arrived. After the dark and eerie 1, the cold technology of 2, the absurd reversals of 3, and the desperate cruelty of 4, what kind of shock will this world bring? Continuation or subversion? The audience awaited tensely. Despite their caution and unease, their curiosity about the unknown was like opening Pandora's box, uncontrollable. Their eyes fixed on the black screen about to light up. A new story is about to unfold. What awaits them, impact or reflection? With the System S cold announcement, the window of Otherworld 2, Reinforced Jungle, finally closed. The screen last displayed images representing the cyber world, the dazzling skyscrapers sharply contrasted with the dark, damp lower streets. Cyber Naruto rode a powered skateboard weaving through the reinforced jungle, his rebellious silhouette unforgettable. Cyber Sasuke, dressed in a suit, his electronic Sharingan glowing red, his cold profile coming into view. Cyber Sakura, busy and sharp-minded in an underground clinic or information node, her focused gaze. Cyber Kakashi, slouched in a smoke-filled office, half his face covered by an electronic mask. Holographic clones, Rasengan energy blasts, Chidori currents, Sharingan network intrusions, those ninja techniques magically modified by technology. And finally, that intense, fate-filled showdown on a rainy night atop a skyscraper. These scenes flashed by like shattered fragments, presenting the world as coldness, coolness, contradictions, and struggles one last time before the audience. The image gradually dimmed, eventually fading into darkness. Otherworld 2 comes to a temporary pause. The audience stared at the black screen, their hearts filled with complex emotions and unresolved questions. What will be the final fate of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura? Can their grudges be resolved? Can the conspiracy of the Cyber Akatsuki organization and the mysterious AI Pain be stopped? Will the cyber city, filled with class conflicts and technological ethics, head towards destruction or embrace transformation? The system provides no answers. The possibility lies here, showing but not deciding the ending. The audience is immersed in the afterglow of the cyber world, full of anticipation for the next world. The screen lights up again. This time, the light is no longer cold blue-purple, but a warm brass color, like sunset or a hearth fire. A huge new title appears in the center, retro yet powerful. iSky 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution. The font has a metallic texture, sharp edges, as if made of rivets and gears in an industrial style. The edges are adorned with ornate Victorian curls, perfectly blending vintage and industrial styles. The background is even more stunning. No longer neon lights of a futuristic city, nor dark shadows, but a grand industrial scene of massive machinery and surging power. Countless huge brass gears slowly mesh and rotate, like a precise and enormous mechanical heart. Thick steam pipes emit white smoke, spiraling and extending, connecting strange mechanical devices. Towering chimneys spew dense smoke, symbolizing the power and pollution of the industrial era. Blurred figures dressed in bizarre costumes skillfully navigate and operate among the giant machines. The entire scene is filled with steam, steel, gears, rivets, and brass, these iconic elements of steampunk. A strong atmosphere, as if you can smell coal smoke and machine oil, belonging to the era of the Industrial Revolution, hits you head on. This style is completely different from any world depicted before. It is neither as dark and eerie as 1, nor as futuristic and sci-fi as 2, nor as absurd and comedic as 3, nor as apocalyptic and despairing as 4. This is a brand new style that intertwines retro and fantasy, where machinery and power coexist, full of a unique aesthetic. Steampunk? In the audience, some well-informed people, like Jiraiya, might have seen similar themes in novels, or Kakashi, who reads widely and can recognize this distinctive style. Most others were attracted by this entirely new art style, their faces showing curiosity and surprise. Gears and steam, ninja revolution? Naruto tilted his head, pondering, could it be that the ninjutsu in this world is related to machines? Looks like an era of industrial development, Sakura guessed, but it seems to still retain some ancient elements. Steam-powered ninjutsu? Shikamaru frowned, considering the plausibility of this setting. Has chakra become the power for running boilers? This power system is completely different. Wow, so many big gears, really impressive. Choji was especially interested in this kind of mechanical structure. Even Lee and Guy, who usually focus only on taijutsu and pay little attention to the outside world, showed a hint of curiosity when they saw this title full of power and revolution vibes. This work, iSky 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution, successfully sparked everyone's interest with its steampunk style. Everyone wanted to know what Konoha would become in this world full of gears and steam, how the ninjas would be, and what kind of wonders the so-called steam ninjutsu would bring.
On the screen, the title gradually disappeared.
The footage of Otherworld 5 officially begins. The opening scene is visually striking.
What appears before everyone's eyes is not the familiar Konoha village gate or Hokage rock, but a vast and complex Konoha heavy industry city made entirely of steel, brass gears, and steam pipes. This city is built on a huge metal platform, resembling a floating island, or possibly a transformed massive valley. At the center of the city stands a towering central power tower, composed of countless interlocking gears and steam-emitting pipes, providing continuous power to the city like a heart. Surrounding the power tower are layers of staggered buildings, blending Victorian-era spires, arches, and relief styles, but heavily utilizing metal and exposed mechanical structures, forming a unique 417 architectural complex. Huge steam pipes, thick like blood vessels, spread like a web throughout every corner of the city, connecting various buildings and areas, occasionally emitting hissing steam leaks and metallic humming sounds.
In the sky, there are no birds instead, some small, steam jet or propeller-driven, antiquated-style flying machines similar to airships or ornithopters
slowly shuttle between the crisscrossing pipes and buildings. On the ground, or rather, on the metal streets, some steam-powered, peculiarly shaped vehicles are running, resembling a combination of old-fashioned steam locomotives and carriages.
The city echoes with the clang-clang sounds of mechanical impacts.
The entire Konoha village was shrouded in a layer of grayish-yellow steam and smoke, with sunlight barely penetrating through, casting mottled shadows. The air was mixed with the smell of burning coal, rusting metal, and the pungent scent of lubricating oil. This was Konoha of the Otherworld 5, a city filled with industrial atmosphere and mechanical beauty, yet also permeated with pollution and oppressive steam. The ninja living here had completely changed their image. On the streets, they no longer wore lightweight ninja outfits but instead donned thick, retro, and heavily artisan-style clothing. Many wore jackets, vests, and trousers reminiscent of Victorian-era workers, with thick boots reinforced with metal protection.
Their clothing was adorned with steampunk-style brass armguards and intricate gears.
Their waists were hung with various metal tools and weapons, perhaps folded steam daggers or concealed weapons capable of firing small gears. Their goggles varied, some with brass or amber lenses, even connected to telescopes or measuring instruments. Their bodies were stained with oil and coal ash, and their faces bore the marks of resilience and fatigue forged by the industrial age. They no longer hide in the shadows to carry out secret missions, but are more like the technical workers, engineers, or mechanics of this industrial city. Skilled at moving between huge operating machines, they operate steam-emitting control panels and repair gears that make strange noises. Their movements are agile and precise, their eyes focused, clearly possessing special skills that ordinary workers cannot match. Perhaps here, the definition of ninja has completely changed. They are no longer warriors who fight solely relying on chakra and ninjutsu, but rather mechanism sorcerers who have mastered the core technologies of driving and repairing these complex steam machines, and can use this mechanical power to fight or complete specific tasks. Looking at the screen showing this Konoha heavy industry city full of steam and gears, and those ninjas dressed in peculiar outfits like advanced technicians, everyone in the audience was once again shocked by this brand new setting.
Wow, this Konoha is really spectacular!
Naruto exclaimed, looking at the huge gears and gushing steam. It feels like a giant toy factory.
Indeed, it's very special. Sakura widened her eyes, full of curiosity about those complex machines and strange clothes.
Machines everywhere, and the air smells like coal smoke.
Choji wrinkled his nose, clearly disliking this environment.
Their clothes are really strange. Ino and Tenten whispered to each other about those steampunk-style outfits, finding them both retro and trendy.
Mechanist.
Shikamaru repeated the word softly, his eyes gleaming with thought. It seems the power in this world revolves around machinery and steam. Chakra is likely used as the energy source to drive machines.
Using chakra to power machines?
Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering.
Interesting idea. But if they rely too much on machinery, wouldn't that cause the ninja's own abilities to deteriorate? Kakashi noticed another detail: this city has a clear class hierarchy.
Those operating precise instruments at higher levels are dressed and look very different from those doing manual labor at the bottom.
It seems technical skill determines social status.
Orochimaru wasn't very interested in this physical form of power, but when he saw the complex machinery, a look of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Converting energy into mechanical power might not be very efficient, but amplifying will through machines, that's an intriguing concept. This steam and gear-filled Isekai 5, with its unique industrial aesthetic and mechanist setting, refreshed everyone's understanding and sparked their curiosity.
They wanted to know, what kind of mechanical masters would the ninjas here become? What stunning or humorous effects would the so-called steam ninja arts bring? What stories and crises were hidden behind this prosperous city? The camera began to focus on specific characters, ready to unveil the core secrets of this steampunk world. On the screen, the footage of Isekai 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Arts Revolution, after showcasing the magnificent and industrially charged Konoha heavy industry city in full view, started to explain the core setting of this world more deeply and concretely to the audience, the so-called mechanists and Steam Ninja Arts. The system seemed to have restarted its teaching demonstration mode, clearly showcasing the unique combat methods and power systems of this world through a series of carefully edited clips. On the screen appeared a mechanist in training. He wore clothing equipped with brass armor and belts, fitted with various strange mechanical devices. His arms were covered with powered arm armor made of precise gears and pistons, greatly enhancing strength and grip. On his back was a small steam backpack containing a glowing, pulsating core device. The system's narration began, Otherworld 5, Power Core, Chakra Core. This world uses special technology to solidify the chakra energy within ninjas, creating a chakra core that provides powerful and stable energy for steam mechanisms. The screen showed a close-up of the chakra core. It was either a gem crystal emitting blue light or a metal disc engraved with runes, indicating that chakra had been transformed into mechanical fuel rather than a direct source for performing ninjutsu. Next, the footage demonstrated the execution of steam ninjutsu. The mechanist faced a dummy target, not performing quick hand seals but instead carrying out a series of complex mechanical operations. He checked the steam pressure in the powered arm armor, adjusted the brass valve on the side, and turned the gear knob on his wrist to select the attack mode. Then, he pressed a button on his knuckle. Shoo boom! A steam jet hissed. A high-speed rotating steam drill popped out from the front of the powered arm armor, wrapped in high-temperature steam. The drill struck the dummy target fiercely, instantly piercing through it, with a burnt smell coming from the wound. The power of this strike was in no way inferior to the powerful ninjutsu of the main world. But the way it was launched was filled with a strong, industrial operational feel. No mysterious chakra flow, no flashy energy effects except for the steam itself, only the cold sound of mechanical operation, the piercing hiss of steam jets, and precise and efficient destructive power. This is steam ninjutsu. A completely new combat style that transforms a ninja's use of chakra into precise control of intricate steam machinery. The footage continued to showcase several other types of steam ninja techniques. Steam jet instant movement. The mechanist activates the steam backpack on their back, releasing high-pressure steam from their feet or back, providing a powerful thrust to instantly complete high-speed short-distance movement or jumps. It looks just like Iron Man. Gear flying blade frenzy. The mechanist rapidly launches a series of sharp, high-speed spinning metal gears from the device at their waist. These gears, like deadly boomerangs, cut through the air and strike the enemy. This is probably the world's version of a shuriken shadow clone, right? Steam smokescreen cover. The mechanist releases dense, high-temperature, high-pressure steam, instantly enveloping the battlefield and creating a smokescreen that severely disrupts vision and senses, used to cover retreats or launch surprise attacks. Chakra core overload. At critical moments, the mechanist can choose to overload the chakra core in themselves or their weapons, instantly unleashing super strong energy. But this causes permanent damage to the core and can even trigger a violent explosion. Perhaps this is their version of 8 gates or self-destruct? The audience was deeply captivated by these steam ninja techniques full of mechanical feel and industrial aesthetics. Wow! Flying with steam, that's so cool. Naruto watched the steam jet instant movement with envy. Launching gears as hidden weapons, that's an interesting idea. Tenten stroked her chin, thinking seriously. Solidifying chakra into a core as an energy source, is it really more efficient than using ninjutsu directly? And manufacturing and replacing it must be troublesome. Shikamaru frowned and said, flashy nonsense. Sasuke remained indifferent. Over-reliance on machinery is ultimately a deviation from the true path. Kakashi watched the complex steam ninjutsu techniques with a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. He recalled the days of his childhood spent practicing hand seals and chakra control. That feeling of honing skills step by step, pursuing perfection, seemed more like a true ninja than just pressing buttons. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, the camera finally focused on the core figure of this world. The first to appear made everyone who knew him feel a sudden shock in their hearts. The scene switched to an extremely tidy and bright advanced technician's workshop, filled with various precision instruments and tools, or rather, the control room of a large machine. A figure stood with his back to the camera, in front of a huge console covered with various dashboards, valves, and control levers. He wore, not the ordinary work clothes seen before, but a well-tailored, high-quality outfit, possibly dark blue or gray, an advanced technician's uniform? Or perhaps simply a coat with a stand-up collar and epaulets, resembling an officer's trench coat? His posture was upright, his movements meticulous, and even just standing there, he exuded a powerful aura of calmness, precision, and absolute professionalism. As he slowly turned around, the audience immediately let out a low murmur of surprise. His silver-white hair was slightly tousled, covering his left eye. His right eye no longer held the half-closed lazy expression from the main world, but wore a delicate brass-rimmed monocle, sharp and focused, as if able to perceive every detail of the machinery. He still wore a mask on his face, but the material was different, with a metallic sheen and fine texture, appearing more protective. The most eye-catching feature was his exposed right arm, not flesh and blood, but a mechanical arm composed of countless precise gears, pistons, connecting rods, and steam pipes, gleaming with cold metallic luster, exquisitely crafted, full of postmodern industrial beauty, clearly valuable and powerful. This man, wearing a monocle, dressed in an advanced technician's uniform, with a calm and professional aura, and a cool steam mechanical arm, was none other than Hatake Kakashi. This Worldsl Kakashi had reached a new level of coolness. He was no longer the somewhat lazy, yellow book-loving ordinary jonin, but transformed into a top-ace technician mastering cutting-edge mechanical technology, with the demeanor of a secret agent. The Kakashi from the main world looked at the isotope on the screen, whose appearance and temperament were completely different yet faintly similar, and raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Oh, this one looks pretty good to me." He stroked his chin, clearly interested in that mechanical arm. "I wonder how it performs." Naruto's big eyes opened wide. "Wow! Teacher Kakashi, you're so cool. Is that arm fake? It even moves. Amazing." Sakura couldn't help but praise. "Indeed, so professional, it feels so reliable." Even Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly when he saw this version of Kakashi. At least it was easier on the eyes than that disheveled detective version, and looked stronger. The footage continued to play, showing this ace technician Kakashi's work scene. He was standing in front of a huge steam-powered war machine, a giant puppet like a moving fortress. Inside the cockpit or control room, his hands moved like phantoms over the complex control panel, skillfully operating this colossal machine to move, attack, or defend. Every command he gave was incredibly precise, maximizing the mechanical power to the extreme. He might also be personally engaged in a mechanical technique duel. His multifunctional steam mechanical arm displayed an astonishing power level of 15. The mechanical arm could instantly transform, popping out sharp alloy blades for close combat. The mechanical arm could spray high-temperature, high-pressure steam to strike enemies or cover himself. Inside the arm were various small weapons and tools. For example, it could fire tranquilizer darts or small explosives, it could perform short-range grappling hook flights, and it had precise welding and cutting devices. He uses his mechanical arm as if it were a part of his body, calmly analyzing the battle situation, relying on superb skills and rich experience, perhaps still retaining the Sharingan, to maneuver and fight against his opponents. No longer relying on copied ninjutsu and limited chakra to fight on equal terms like in the main world. He is more like a technical expert who crushes opponents with top-notch technology and outstanding control skills. Calm, precise, and efficient, displaying a charm completely different from the Kakashi of the main world. Watching the ace technician Kakashi showing his skills on the screen, the Kakashi from the main world's lips curl into a slight smile. Although the fighting style is different, that calm mind, precise judgment, and ability to seize the moment are still inherited. Perhaps, no matter which world, Kakashi's core is the professionalism and reliability hidden beneath his lazy exterior. He developed a strong interest in this otherworldly Team 5 Kakashi. While everyone was still marveling at the demeanor of the ace technician Kakashi, the scene switched. The camera took us to a completely different place. This is a cluttered yet vibrant studio, like an inventor's laboratory. The room is piled with blueprints, parts, models, and semi-finished mechanical devices on the walls, tables, and floor. Gears, springs, pistons, bearings, pressure gauges, brass tubes, and other mechanical components are everywhere. The air is filled with the smell of machine oil and solder, along with a scent of dreams. In this chaotic creative hub, a figure leans over a huge drafting table, focused on drawing complex designs. She has neat pink short hair, with a few strands stained with grease, but she doesn't mind. Her bright turquoise eyes sparkle with excitement and intelligence. On her face, perhaps from long hours of work, there is a hint of fatigue, and maybe a few cute grease smudges left from accidental brushes. But her expression is so focused, so absorbed, so full of passion. The pen in her hand, perhaps some special drawing tool, moves swiftly across the blueprint, sketching precise lines and marking various complex data and parameters. She kept muttering to herself from time to time.
No, the gear ratio here still needs adjustment, otherwise the energy transmission will lose too much. The steam jet angle of the wings, maybe change it to variable, that way the maneuverability will be stronger.
Add a small chakra core as a backup power source? That's a good idea. This figure, focused on invention and exuding the aura of a genius girl, is Haruno Sakura?
This world's Haruno Sakura didn't become a medical ninja like in the main world, but instead, relying on her intelligence and thirst for knowledge, took a completely different path to become a genius inventor, even a mechanism designer.
What she designed is an extremely precise small steam-powered flying device, or some kind of single-soldier combat machine?
Judging from the complexity of the blueprints and her excited expression, this invention is very important, possibly revolutionary. The main world's Sakura stared at the version of herself on the screen from a different world, who chose a different path but was equally shining while striving for her dreams, her eyes instantly lighting up with a strange glow.
Wow, amazing!
She couldn't help but exclaim, her tone full of excitement and resonance. Although she didn't understand mechanical principles, she could feel the thirst for knowledge, the passion for creation, and the firm determination to change the world with wisdom and hands in that self. This feeling was so similar to how she felt when she first apprenticed under Tsunade and worked hard to learn medical ninjutsu.
Being an inventor is pretty great too,
she said softly, her eyes shining.
Perhaps, if she hadn't met Tsunade, she would have liked these marvelous machines as well. Naruto said in amazement, Sakura is building an airplane? That's awesome. Can you take me flying with you someday?
Sasuke looked at the pink-haired girl, fully focused with the light of wisdom sparkling in her eyes, and couldn't help but nod. At least she was much better than the Sakura in the main world who always cried and chased after him.
Though he wouldn't admit that the main world's Sakura also worked hard later on.
Kakashi also showed an approving smile. No matter which world, Sakura is an outstanding child.
The footage continued to play, showing the challenges this genius inventor Sakura might face.
Her revolutionary invention, such as a highly efficient and energy-saving personal flight wing, was about to change everything.
Or a powerful new type of steam weapon? Successfully launched, it caused a huge sensation. In no time, she rose to fame,
becoming the target of various major forces, possibly Konoha's leadership, other workshops, or even hostile nations competing to recruit her, or even covet her.
Someone offered a high price to buy her patent. Someone tried to use power to force her to hand over the technology.
Even someone sent spies or assassins to steal her blueprints, or to eliminate her, a potential threat, in the cradle. The young genius inventor suddenly found herself caught in the adult world's struggle for interests and conspiracies. She not only had to continue her research and inventions but also had to stay constantly vigilant against attacks from all directions. Her situation was far from glamorous on the surface, filled with danger and challenges. Seeing this, Sakura from the main world gradually lost her excitement, replaced by a trace of worry.
It seems like my other self in that world is having a hard time too. Naruto frowned. Those villains dare to bully Sakura? Let me another me? Show them how to deal with that.
Otherworld 5, part of Gear's Steam Ninja Revolution, reveals the rich setting of the steampunk world through two core characters, the ace technician Kakashi and the genius inventor Sakura, showcasing the brilliance and challenges of different life paths.
One is the executor who controls powerful machinery, the other the pioneer who drives technological innovation with wisdom. They represent the two major directions of this world's development.
Their fate, and the possible intersections with characters like Naruto and Sasuke in this world, make the audience eagerly anticipate the following plot. The world woven with steam and gears becomes increasingly captivating. On the screen, Otherworld 5, part of Gear's Steam Ninja Revolution, first presents the two representative characters, Kakashi and Sakura, but does not immediately unfold their stories. Instead, it pulls the perspective back to focus on the core and most intriguing steam ninja arts. This time, it's not a simple solo skill demonstration, but a stunning grand scene where machinery and chakra perfectly combine, full of imagination and the aesthetics of violence. The scene shows a vast training ground as large as a giant factory, or called a hangar. In the center of the site stands a colossal giant that shocks all Uchiha clan members. It was a gigantic humanoid skeleton, composed of heavy armor, precise gears, and thick steam pipes.
Although it was only in skeletal form, its outline and posture exuded a godlike majesty and terrifying aura. It was startlingly similar to the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan in the main world Susanoo.
However, this Susanoo before me was not made of pure chakra, but a thoroughly steel and steam-driven, giant war machine. Its size might even surpass the Susanoo of the main world.
Huge hydraulic rods and transmission gears connected at the joints, and the chest cavity seemed to embed an extremely large chakra core emitting strong energy fluctuations, perhaps composed of multiple cores linked together. Several huge exhaust pipes like chimneys extended from its back, continuously spewing high-temperature steam. Even more astonishingly, the one controlling this steam Susanoo was not a single person. Inside the cockpit sat several mechanists, each with clear roles. Some controlled limb movements, others adjusted energy output, and some managed the weapon systems. It required multiple people working together to operate this colossal machine. A system narration sounded: Steam Ninja Art Secret Technique Mechanical Skeleton Susanoo. Imitating the legendary ocular power, jointly operated by multiple elite mechanists, possessing invincible defense and destructive power, it is one of the strongest strategic deterrents in Konoha Heavy Industry City. The footage showed mechanical skeleton Susanoo in combat. Its massive metal arm swung out, easily smashing a training hill. The chakra core in the chest suddenly overloaded, and amid a roaring sound, a beam cannon of mixed high-temperature steam and energy particles shot out from the chest, instantly vaporizing a distant target. It could also briefly shoot steam to leap or charge, each step shaking the ground. This steam Susanoo, full of steel power and mechanical beauty, left the audience dumbfounded. Susanoo has actually turned into a robot? Sasuke looked at the familiar outline, now cold steel, feeling shocked and absurd. To require so many people to operate it together. If Itachi were here, he would frown. This collective control of mechanical power felt strange to him. Wow, so big, so powerful. Naruto was amazed by its size and destructive power. Can this guy fight the Nine Tails? Recreating legendary power with machinery, mechanical ninjutsu is truly beyond imagination. Jiraiya couldn't help but praise. The scene shifted, revealing another equally stunning steam ninjutsu creation: a giant toad made of metal and steam pipes. Its appearance almost perfectly replicated the toad boss of Mount Mayaboku in the main world, Toad Bunta. Even the pipe clenched in its mouth was vividly accurate. However, this toad was clearly not flesh and blood, but a huge, quadrupedal, steam-powered combat mech. Its back may be equipped with a weapon system capable of firing high-pressure steam cannons or sticky tar. Its tongue might have been modified into a mechanical grappling hook that can be rapidly launched for grabbing or attacking. It can also use the steam propulsion devices on its legs to perform astonishing jumps. The system narration sounds again: Summoning Beast Mechatoad Bunta MK2. Modeled after the legendary summoning beast, operated by a single person, usually a mechanist who masters the core technology of Sage Mode or has a special contract with the Toad Clan. A highly mobile steam-powered combat unit, skilled in complex terrain and mid to close-range fire suppression. On the screen, a mechanist skillfully controls this toad mecha, nimbly jumping and dodging on a simulated battlefield, using the back steam cannon to precisely destroy targets. The scene is full of power yet carries a hint of inexplicable humor. Toad Boss has become an iron lump too? Naruto exclaimed, his perception completely refreshed. Jiraiya looked at the almost identical mecha with a complex expression, hard to tell if he was happy or sad. Bunta, are you doing well in this world? The screen also showcased more ninjutsu and summoning beasts modified with machinery and steam. Spiral Steam Drill: this is not an ordinary weapon but a powerful drilling device that requires a long warm-up. When activated, it moves solemnly and slowly like an old-fashioned steam train, capable of continuously penetrating the toughest defenses. Instant Body Mechanism Technique: a mechanical device relying on complex gears and linkages, creating an instant body effect through rapid deformation and displacement, accompanied by constant mechanical clicking sounds, occasionally jamming due to the precise structure. 8 Gates Release Steam Liberation: not a removal of bodily limits, but forcibly opening the steam safety valve, instantly unleashing extreme pressure and speed. The cost is that the mechanical device will be completely destroyed, even explode, and the user will suffer severe injuries. These imaginative steam ninja techniques perfectly blend ninjutsu with steampunk, bringing an unprecedented visual shock. They may not be as flexible, varied, or mysterious as the main world ninjutsu, but that sense of steel's heaviness, the precision of gears, the surging steam, and the pure and direct violent aesthetics brought by mechanical operation are equally thrilling. Just as the audience was still immersed in amazement at the various strange steam ninja techniques, the pace of the footage suddenly quickened. The atmosphere grew tense. The scene switched to the border area of Konoha Heavy Industries City? Or rather, is this a frontline bordering other forces? This is no longer the kind of industrialized yet orderly cityscape, but a true steel battlefield filled with smoke and fire of war. Huge steam tanks like moving fortresses, tracks sparking, crushing land full of shell craters.
In the air, steam combat aircraft spewing black smoke circle and dive like vultures, dropping bombs or strafing enemies. On the ground, both sides' mechanists control various medium and small steam puppets and individual mechas, fiercely fighting. Some mechanists wear heavy steam-powered armor, wielding huge steam hammers or chainsaw swords, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Some resemble agile hunters, using steam jets to move at high speed, shooting high-pressure steam arrows or tranquilizer darts from a distance to snipe and harass. Other mechanists act as engineers or support, quickly deploying automatic defense turrets and energy shields on the battlefield, or repairing damaged machinery. The explosion of chakra cores, the roar of steam cannons, the clash of metal, and the screech of jammed gears, mixed with the screams or mechanical wails of mechanists and their puppets being destroyed, weave together a symphony of steel and fire and war. This is only a small-scale fragment of the mechanized war, but its intensity and brutality are in no way inferior to the Ninja World War in the main world. It even appears colder and more ruthless due to the involvement of mechanical power. The footage does not specify the warring sides, nor does it show the outcome. It serves as a cold recorder, presenting a glimpse of the brutal, mechanized war in the steampunk world. As if to say, no matter how different the powers are, or how advanced the technology becomes, as long as conflicts exist among intelligent beings, war will never disappear. It has only taken on a more industrialized and mechanized form. The images of steel clashing and steam roaring on the screen once again plunged the audience into silence. The excitement of novelty and coolness gradually gave way to heaviness and unease. War, no matter which world, is it always this cruel? Naruto murmured as he looked at the destroyed steam puppets and fallen mechanist ninjas. Their way of fighting, although different from ours, the sacrifices and pain, don't seem to have lessened. Sakura's eyes were also filled with sorrow. Over-reliance on mechanical power has also made the destructive power of war even more astonishing, Kakashi commented. Destroying a medium-sized steam puppet might mean the operator's death. War efficiency has increased, but the value of life seems to have become cheaper? Shikamaru pondered, wars of this scale must consume enormous energy. Is the chakra core a renewable resource, or is it limited? If it's limited, the struggle over energy might become the biggest source of conflict in this world. Jiraiya gazed at those cold war machines, recalling the brutal ninja world wars, and sighed, alas, no matter how much power humans wield, it seems they can never escape the fate of killing each other. Even Sasuke, who usually showed little interest in power systems, was slightly shaken when he saw the mighty mechanical Susanoo and the cruel mechanized warfare. Power, regardless of its form, inevitably ends up being used for war. Isekai 5, Gear Heartsteam Ninja Revolution showcases a steampunk worldview in the unique mechanist ninja setting, with imaginative steam ninjutsu, yet mercilessly exposes the brutal mechanized warfare. This world not only has a retro-mechanical aesthetic but is also filled with conflict, sacrifice, and cold reality. It brings the audience a more complex and diverse experience. Tenten and Shino, very interested in machinery, are probably discussing the power source of the mechanical Susanoo or the weapon systems of the Toad Mecha. Kakashi and Sakura showed recognition and concern for the counterparts of their own world, wanting to know the fate of the ace technician and the genius inventor in the steam world. Others marveled at the combination of ninjutsu and machinery, beginning to consider the pros and cons of this development, as well as the wars and conflicts it might ultimately trigger. The focus of the discussion shifted from cool or not and handsome or not to technical details, combat power assessments, social impact, and the ethics of war. This world full of gears and steam, with its unique charm and profound contradictions, captured everyone's attention and sparked a new round of reflection and discussion. As for more stories about this world, about the roles those familiar characters would play here, and about where this steam ninja revolution will ultimately lead this world, all the answers remain hidden in the mist, waiting to be revealed in subsequent footage. The screen, after freezing on that battlefield scene filled with smoke and steel wreckage for several seconds, slowly dimmed again. This marked the conclusion of the preliminary presentation of Isekai 5. Next, which other Isekai will appear? What kind of impact and reflection will it bring? The audience's feelings were filled with complex anticipation and contradictions. After a brief blackout, the screen did not switch immediately but, like a delicate kaleidoscope, quickly alternated between follow-up clips of Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry, Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenger, and the just shown Isekai 5, Heart of Gears. The system's rotation mechanism stabilized. It no longer played one world in sequence but simultaneously advanced these three worlds with distinct styles and stark contrasts. The audience, bombarded by completely different visuals and storylines, continuously refreshed their understanding and engaged in complex, multifaceted comparisons and reflections. After the bombardment of 5 Isekai, the people in the viewing seats gradually adapted to the high-intensity information and emotional shifts. They no longer passively accept shock or laughter but begin to actively analyze, compare, and think. They try to understand the rules of different worlds, explore the pros and cons of power systems, reflect on the advantages and disadvantages of social structures, and even develop empathy for certain characters. For example, seeing the scientist Jiraiya living a lonely old age in Isekai 3, they contemplate the balance between knowledge and emotion. The voyeuristic Tsunade accidentally obtaining intelligence sparks discussions on means and ends. The philanthropist Orochimaru's utopia plan warns against extreme control in the name of goodwill. Similarly, in Isekai 4, the struggles and responsibilities of Wasteland Naruto, the cold past of Wasteland Gaara, and the resilient protection of Wasteland Sakura evoke the brilliance of humanity in desperate situations, making people cherish the peace and bonds of the main world even more. Also, in Isekai 5, the ace technician Kakashi's calm professionalism, the genius inventor Sakura's intelligent enthusiasm, and the steam and gear-filled ninjutsu and warfare amaze with technological imagination and provoke thoughts on technological development and the ethics of war. Their cognition is like a lake's surface disturbed by countless stones, with waves continuously spreading and their horizons broadening. Their understanding of the Naruto world is no longer limited to reality but expands into an infinite, broader yet chaotic multiverse of possibilities. This huge cognitive shock and expansion also make interactions between characters more frequent and complex. Characters originally opposed may experience subtle psychological changes because they see another possibility of the other in a certain isekai. For example, a Sasuke who no longer pursues revenge? An Itachi who never experienced clan annihilation? Close companions may also develop disagreements and disputes due to differing views or values regarding a certain isekai. Even some characters who originally had no connection began to communicate due to their shared interest in a certain otherworldly setting. For example, Jinchiro and Shino are both fascinated by steam machinery. Sakura and Ino are curious about the fashion of the cyber city. The entire multiverse theater was no longer just a place for passive viewing, it became more like a platform for the collision of ideas and emotional exchange across time, space, and perspectives, even though everyone was forced to participate. The system was very satisfied with this effect and continued to play the subsequent plots of the three worlds 3, 4, and 5 in a steady rhythm, revealing more details, deeper conflicts, and complex character fates. The scene finally froze on a grand and industrially aesthetic mechanical setting in Otherworld 5, Heart of Gears. Perhaps it was a close-up of the mechanical husk Susanoo, which required multiple operators, or a giant city power core with roaring gears and steam bursts. This image was full of power and the mystery of unknown technology, hinting at a deeper exploration of the steampunk world and the secrets hidden behind the gears and steam about to be unveiled. The audience, amid constantly updating knowledge and intense intellectual clashes, waited with complex emotions for the next segment to begin. The scene seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, switching from the industrial setting of Otherworld 5, where steam and gears intertwined, back to the peculiarly styled, absurdly twisted Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry 3 Ninja Reversal Theater. This time, the camera focused on Jiraiya, the scientist obsessed with science and almost isolated from the world. Previous scenes had shown the troubles and comedies caused by his excessive research, but now the system seemed ready to showcase his research achievements that could truly change the world. The scene appeared in his still messy but now equipped with several large, precise instruments laboratory. Jiraiya looked more haggard but also more excited. His bloodshot eyes shone with a fanatical light as he unveiled the ultimate mysteries of the universe. He was facing a huge device as large as a radar antenna array, continuously rotating and humming, excitedly recording data. Success! Finally succeeded! He shouted incoherently, his voice trembling with excitement. Chakra perception amplification coefficient has broken through the critical point. Coverage range theoretically can cover the entire continent. The system's narration sounded at the right moment, explaining this breakthrough research achievement. In Otherworld 3, scientist Jiraiya, after years of research, finally succeeded in developing the ultra-wide area chakra wave detection and resonance system. This system can greatly enhance the user's chakra perception range and, in theory, can monitor in real time any chakra abnormal fluctuations exceeding a certain threshold anywhere on the continent. This technology was originally designed for large-scale disaster warnings, such as tailed beast rampages or major geological activities, as well as for locating missing persons, perhaps to find that legendary child of prophecy. The audience was shocked to hear this. Coverage across the entire continent? Can it also monitor chakra fluctuations in real time? This is basically the ultimate upgrade of clairvoyance and clairaudience. The potential of this technology left everyone dumbfounded. If used correctly, it would undoubtedly greatly promote peace and stability in the ninja world. For example, it can provide early warnings of natural disasters, enabling timely evacuations and reducing casualties.
It can also monitor chakra anomalies at the borders in real time to prevent the outbreak of war. It could even detect hidden threats, such as the Akatsuki, and crush them in their infancy. Amazing!
The pervy hermit actually invented something so practical.
Naruto exclaimed in admiration, beginning to see this bookworm master in a new light. Kakashi also nodded in approval. If used properly, this is definitely a groundbreaking achievement. Even Orochimaru, who usually watched coldly from the sidelines, showed a strange gleam in his eyes upon hearing this ultra-wide area perception. Quite interesting. He was pondering its potential in intelligence and surveillance. However, things did not go as everyone had hoped. Innocent men suffer when they carry precious jade. Jiraiya's groundbreaking invention soon attracted the covetous eyes of sinister forces. The scene shifted. In a secret conference room, a group of men in uniforms with grim expressions fiercely discussed a confidential report on the ultra-wide chakra wave detection system. "This technology is tailor-made for us," the leader said with a greedy smile. "If we master it, the movements, strength, and even the thought fluctuations if possible of all the ninjas across the continent will be completely exposed to us." Exactly. Another person chimed in, "Not only can we use it to monitor enemies and anticipate their actions in advance, we can even use it to identify those within our ranks who are dissatisfied or pose a potential threat. Achieving truly absolute control." And also, the third person added, eyes flashing with an even crazier light, "The report mentioned that this system seems to be able to emit some kind of resonance wave in reverse. Although that idiot Jiraiya designed it as an emotion guidance device, if we can modify its frequency and power, maybe we can use it for large-scale mental interference. Even mind control." Their discussion was full of blatant lust for power, wanting to turn technology into a weapon, with sinister intentions. They didn't care at all that this technology was originally designed for peace and early warning, only focusing on its potential for surveillance, suppression, and even mind control. The Jiraiya of the main world heard these words, his face instantly turning ashen. He never expected that the results of his alternate world version hard research would be coveted and twisted by these bastards like this. Damn it!
They actually want to use that invention of mine to do such things, he shouted angrily.
Scientist Jiraiya also realized the danger.
On screen, he tightly protected the core data and prototype, refused the military and higher-ups' cooperative research, and publicly declared that this technology could only be used for peace. But his insistence seemed pale and powerless in front of those ambitious people with power and influence. Soon, a conspiracy against scientist Jiraiya began. They first tried to buy him off with money and fame. When he refused, they spread rumors, claiming his research was a dangerous forbidden technique, inciting public panic.
Then, citing endangering national security, they shut down his laboratory and confiscated his data and prototype.
They even sent assassins, aiming to completely eliminate this troublesome source Jiraiya. In the footage, scientist Jiraiya is ambushed. He lacks combat training and is not as strong as his counterpart in the main world. But after all, he is one of the 3 legendary ninjas, and those seemingly useless inventions might save his life at a critical moment. For example, counterattacking with a secret weapon created by an experimental accident? Or activating the laboratory's defense system? A do-or-die scenario for scientist Jiraiya, triggered by a technological ethics controversy, seems about to unfold. The main world's Jiraiya watches this nerdy version of himself, caught in a political conspiracy because of his own inventions and even facing life-threatening danger, with mixed emotions.
There is anger toward those ambitious schemers.
There is worry for the safety of that self.
Helplessness towards that self who lacks flexibility. Even a trace of sympathy?
He couldn't help but think, if it were me, in this situation, I would have long since run off with the research results, not stubbornly resisting like him. But at the same time, he felt a hint of respect for that self who insisted on principles and refused to weaponize the technology.
Perhaps that bookworm, though living a dull life, is in some ways even more pure than he, the hero? The chain reaction triggered by scientist Jiraiya's troublesome results dragged the story of Isekai 3 from lighthearted comedy into the abyss of conspiracy and crisis. The ethical dilemmas of technological development were fully exposed. Scientific pursuit collided with dirty politics, and tragedy followed. Jiraiya's fate and that epoch-making invention became the suspenseful focus. Just as everyone was concerned about Jiraiya, the scene smoothly shifted to another world: the desperate struggle of Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninja under nuclear winter. The system shocked the audience with a stark contrast, from technological ethics to raw survival crisis.
The camera focused on the survivor base where Wasteland Naruto was located, the atmosphere heavy and desperate. They were barely holding on. Resource scarcity had become a crisis, food was running out, and clean water was almost gone. The energy core was nearing depletion, leaving lighting, heating, and defense on the brink. Worse still, there were many wounded and sick, with radiation sickness, frostbite, and infections rampant, and medical supplies nearly zero. Wasteland Sakura gave her all but could only watch helplessly as comrades suffered and died. What was even more frightening was a massive beast tide composed of terrifying mutated creatures approaching the base. Thunderous roars and ground tremors in the distance signaled impending destruction. Internal troubles and external threats, depleted resources, and powerful enemies closing in. This small base was standing on the edge of life and death. Inside the temporary meeting room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Wasteland Naruto, exhausted and anxious, his blue eyes bloodshot, stared at the few remaining core team members and hoarsely said, "Everyone knows the situation. The food can last at most 3 more days, water BFFJ might not even be enough for 1 day. The output power of the energy core has already dropped below the warning line. The beast tide outside will arrive here by tomorrow night at the latest." His words, like a cold verdict, weighed heavily on everyone present. "Boss, what should we do?" a young team member asked in a trembling voice, eyes filled with fear and despair. Another more impulsive team member suddenly slammed the table if there was still a table. "What else can we do? Fight to the death. We're going to die anyway, might as well take some of them down with us." "Fight? With what?" a calm team member retorted, "We don't even have decent weapons left, and the energy isn't enough to sustain the defense. Going out is just suicide." "Then run. Before the beast tide arrives, we have to move quickly." "Move? Where to? It's dangerous everywhere outside, and without a stronghold, we can't hold out for more than a few days." Arguments, complaints, and cries filled the cramped meeting room, the atmosphere growing heavier. Wasteland Naruto rubbed his temples, knowing they couldn't argue now. A decision had to be made quickly, or it would all be over. At this moment, the reconnaissance team members stumbled in, their faces showing a mix of fear and excitement. "Boss! Boss! We've found something," he shouted, gasping for breath. "What did you find?" Naruto immediately became alert. 5 kilometers north of the stronghold, at the ruins of an abandoned old-era research institute, a strong energy reaction was detected. Energy reaction? Everyone's eyes lit up. Energy is scarce, this could be a way out. What kind of energy? Is it stable? Can it be used? Naruto asked urgently. The reconnaissance team member swallowed hard, excitement replaced by fear. Unstable, very unstable. "The detector shows it's a tailed beast core." "Tailed beast core?" The conference room fell silent instantly, everyone gasping sharply. The tailed beast core is a forbidden creation from the old era, containing immense energy. Obtaining it might solve the energy problem, and even become a powerful weapon against the beast tide. But the tailed beast core is extremely violent and unstable. Countless forces in history were destroyed because it went out of control. It is both hope and destruction. Are we really going to touch that thing? A team member asked in a trembling voice, what if it explodes? "If we don't touch it, we die anyway," another team member retorted, "this is our only hope." But everyone's gaze focused on Naruto. As the leader, he must make this extremely difficult decision that concerns the fate of everyone. Should he take the risk to obtain the tailed beast core that might bring new life, but could also bring destruction? Or should he give up and lead everyone to wait for death and despair? Wasteland Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, struggling fiercely inside. He thought of the comrades in the stronghold who trusted him, the wounded struggling in pain, and Sakura tirelessly busy in the medical tent. He couldn't give up, couldn't just watch everyone die. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to fight for it. But the catastrophic consequences of the tailed beast core losing control made him hesitate. This not only concerned the stronghold but could even affect a wider area. Did he have the right to gamble everyone's lives on this slim hope? Worse still, the unstable Nine Tails core inside him seemed to become restless because of the news. Could he still control himself? Time passed by second, and the roar of the beast tide in the distance grew closer. Finally, Wasteland Naruto took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Those bloodshot blue eyes flickered with a resolute determination as if burning bridges. "Wait." His voice was hoarse but firm as he made his choice. Seeing this, Naruto in the main world felt his heart almost leap out of his chest. He deeply understood the immense pressure and difficult decision that the himself in that world was facing. On one side are the lives and hopes of survival of his companions, on the other side is the enormous risk that could bring destruction.
If it were him, what would he choose? He didn't know, but he understood that no matter what choice the self in that world made, he would do his utmost to protect what he wanted to protect. Keep going, the other me. He silently prayed in his heart, his palms sweaty. Otherworld 4, after showcasing a brutal survival environment, pushed the protagonist's team to the brink of life and death, rebirth or destruction. This world full of despair and struggle would undoubtedly become even more thrilling, tightly gripping the audience's hearts. The screen, like an invisible hand plucking strings, once again shifted from the apocalyptic choice in Otherworld 4 to the sound of gears meshing and steam roaring in Otherworld V, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution. This time, the camera's focus was firmly locked on the cold and precise ace technician Steam Kakashi, like a finely tuned instrument. Previous footage had already shown his heroic posture controlling a giant war machine and fighting with a multifunctional steam mechanical arm. This time, the system seemed to want to present a more thrilling, personal, top-tier mechanical arts duel belonging to him. The scene was inside an extremely large and intricately structured clock tower. Before them was a vast and dangerous mechanical factory. Countless huge gears slowly turned, driving connecting rods and pistons to move up and down. Scorching steam sprayed from pipe seams, filling the air and blurring vision. The sounds of metal striking, gears grinding, and steam roaring intertwined into a symphony full of industrial power and danger. Within this steel labyrinth, two figures were engaged in a high-speed, deadly chase and battle. One of them was Kakashi, wearing a single-lens eyeglass and sporting a steam-powered mechanical right arm that shimmered with a metallic luster. He no longer relied on chakra for speed and agility but fought with precise and efficient mechanical skills. Using steam jet propulsion, he moved swiftly, appearing like a phantom in unexpected positions to his enemies. His mechanical arm deployed sharp hooks that firmly grasped gears or beams, skillfully swinging and climbing, making the complex environment his home turf. He calmly observed the machinery's operation, calculating gear engagement and piston cycles, waiting for the right moment to launch deadly traps, luring enemies into gear-crushing zones, or using steam jets to disrupt opponents. Every move and technique was meticulously calculated, full of logic and cold technical power. His opponent was equally formidable. Dressed in bizarre mechanist attire, their equipment style was completely different from Kakashi's Konoha Heavy Industries. The opponent wore a biological mechanism made of obsidian or unknown bone materials inscribed with strange runes, wielding weapons that combined lost forbidden mechanist arts, powered by negative emotions or life energy as their core. This opponent was clearly an ace assassin from a rival workshop or nation, mastering another ancient and sinister technical system. Or perhaps a steam cyborg illegally modified infused with terrifying biological tissues, possessing powers and regenerative abilities beyond the norm? It might even be a former nemesis of Kakashi? A ghost-like entity wielding the so-called long-lost ancient mechanist arts? Whoever they were, their strength was undeniably formidable. Their movements were equally swift and deadly. They seemed to also manipulate the environment, or even to some extent infect or control the surrounding machinery. For example, causing normal gears to suddenly jam, or making steam pipes burst. The forbidden mechanist arts they used were extremely bizarre. They might emit cursed steam that corrodes metal and disrupts steam flow, or deploy bone spikes like venomous snakes that drain chakra core's energy. The two engaged in a thrilling top-tier mechanical technique duel within this gigantic, living-like mechanical labyrinth clock tower. This was not only a contest of strength but also an ultimate clash of intelligence, calculation, reaction speed, and environmental utilization. Kakashi calmly analyzed every move of his opponent, using his monocle to catch fleeting flaws. His steam mechanical arm sometimes transformed into a sturdy shield to block strange attacks, and at other times, like a venomous snake striking, it launched hidden weapons for precise counterattacks. Meanwhile, his opponent relentlessly pursued, employing all kinds of incredible forbidden mechanical techniques to create deadly traps. The opponent seemed to be well acquainted with Kakashi's fighting style, always able to predict his next move. The battle was intense and exciting. They might be fighting for footing on rapidly spinning giant gears or thrillingly jumping and dodging among scorching steam pipes using connecting rods and pistons as cover to launch deadly sneak attacks. The fierce fight even triggered a chain reaction in the mechanical structure, gears breaking, steam leaking, the entire clock tower swaying on the brink of collapse. This duel was filled with the coldness of machinery, the power of industry, and the extreme tension of life and death moments. The audience watched breathlessly, eyes glued to the scene. Kakashi in the main world was even more focused, his eyes fixed on that completely different isotope on the screen. He was no longer lazy and playful but truly immersed in the battle, rapidly analyzing the opponent's moves in his mind, simulating how he would respond, use the environment, and seize flaws.
He even felt a bit envious of that steam Kakashi, envying his powerful, infinitely potential-filled steam mechanical arm. Envious of that kind of battle style no longer limited by chakra quantity, relying more on technology and intelligence to win. Perhaps if I had that kind of equipment and technology when facing certain powerful enemies back then, would the outcome have been different? Of course, he also saw the dangers of combat in that world. Over-reliance on machinery means that once the machines malfunction or are targeted, the consequences are unimaginable. Moreover, that cold, precisely calculated style of fighting seems to lack the kind of passion and possibility found in the main world ninja battles, where miracles are created through willpower and bonds. In any case, this top-tier showdown amid steam and gears was absolutely spectacular. It perfectly showcased the unique mechanist combat style of Isekai 5. The character Kakashi also shines with dazzling new brilliance in the steampunk world. As Steam Kakashi fought fiercely and the audience held their breath in tension, the system's remote control struck again. The scene suddenly switched back to the peculiar art style, full of twists and absurdity, of Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry, the Three Ninja Reversal Theater. This time, the camera focused on the peeping Tsunade, who made the main world Tsunade feel ashamed and furious. Previously, out of curiosity, she accidentally stumbled upon a major secret deal. Now that she holds the key information, what will she do? The scene didn't reveal it directly but showed her subsequent actions and the chain of laugh or cry consequences through indirect depiction. Scene 1, a secret base resembling the Umbu or an intelligence department. Several ninja responsible for intelligence, perhaps Marino Ibiki or Yamanaka Inoichi, are staring at blurry surveillance footage and incomplete intelligence, frowning helplessly. That spy is too cunning, all the leads are cut off. All the surveillance near the deal was jammed, we have no idea what they actually traded. If we can't find evidence, they LL get away with it. Lord Third's sighed. Just as they were at a loss, a highly detailed anonymous intelligence report quietly appeared on the desk. The report not only clearly recorded the time, place, characteristics of the people involved, and the content of the secret transaction, but also detailed the code words and whispered conversations between both parties, as if recorded by a high-performance bugging device. The intelligence officers stared at this seemingly divine piece of information, dumbfounded. WH? Who sent this? Oh my god, this intelligence is so crucial, it's practically a lifeline. But, the style of the illustration is weird, the spy's abs are drawn so clearly, and it even says nice lines? Although they were puzzled by the source of the intelligence and amused by the illustration, there was no doubt that this information provided decisive help in uncovering the conspiracy. Scene 2, a black market shop selling high-tech telescopes and various observation devices. Tsunade Otherworld version was beaming as she took from a sly-looking black market dealer the latest model of a super telescope equipped with chakra vision and ultra-long-distance zoom functions. She played with the new gear lovingly, even batting her eyelashes at the shop owner, who was startled. Hee, now my equipment is upgraded. Next time, I'll definitely be able to see that new handsome Umbu guy clearly, she said proudly to herself, showing no sign that she had just saved Konoha. Obviously, she chose to report the intelligence to the righteous side. Although the method was anonymous and covert, her motive did not seem to be entirely for the village. More likely, she secretly traded this key piece of intelligence, which was enough to overturn the conspiracy, with some informed high-level figure such as the third Hokage. She handed over the intelligence in exchange for tacit approval of her hobby and funding to buy more advanced observation equipment. This roundabout way of saving the country cleverly combined a personal perverse hobby with saving the world, which was utterly outrageous. Watching this, the expressions of the audience and the theater varied. The Tsunade of the main world completely gave up managing her expression, covering her face in shame, feeling she had no face to show anyone. Her counterpart in that world was simply hopeless. Although the outcome was good, the process and motive made her want to crawl into a hole. Jiraiya looked at the smug, peeping Tsunade on the screen, then thought about the trouble his scientist version had caused, and suddenly felt that this outrageous Tsunade was living a much more comfortable life than himself. After all, she could exchange her hobby for benefits. Naruto looked confused. Huh? So is the peeping Tsunade a good person or a bad person? Kakashi was speechless. It's hard to define. You can only say she did something objectively right in an unconventional way. Sakura immediately retorted, but her motive was definitely improper. You can't use that as a reason to glorify peeping behavior. Shikamaru sighed, what a hassle, the way justice is realized in this world is truly full of uncertainties. This plot about secretly spying on Tsunade's accidental discovery and solving the conspiracy in a bizarre way once again adds a rich layer of absurd comedy to Isekai 3. It makes the audience both laugh and cry, while gaining a new understanding of this world's lowest limits.
And right in this lighthearted atmosphere, the scene once again switched. This time, the camera focused on the most unsettling and possibly the greatest hidden threat, the philanthropist Orochimaru. The footage revealed that beneath his seemingly pure appearance lies a terrifying ambition to create a perfect society through biotechnology or mental guidance, which in reality strips away individual will. This time, the system began to expose the true face of his plan. The scene showed an ordinary village, where the residents wore strikingly similar smiles, happy yet dull and hollow. They lived harmoniously, without quarrels or anger, like robots controlled by a program. Orochimaru walked among them like a priest, receiving their uniform gratitude and worship. "Thank you, Lord Snake, for granting us peace. Lord Snake keeps us away from pain. Lord Snake is our only light." These residents were likely the first experimental subjects of his seeds of the heart spores. Negative emotions disappeared, but personality, free will, and even the soul were erased. They became perfect shells of absolute obedience and happiness alone. Orochimaru looked at these puppet-like masterpieces with a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes flickered with cold satisfaction and deeper ambition. He was not content with transforming just one village, his goal was the entire world. The footage also showed people attempting to resist. A ninja who had not been infected entered the village, keenly sensing something was wrong, and tried to awaken the residents. Or perhaps a modified resident accidentally regained a moment of self-awareness and began to doubt this false happiness. But their fate was always tragic. They were eliminated by those happy villagers through a collective unconsciousness accompanied by eerie smiles, because they were discordant elements. Either they were personally dealt with by Orochimaru, the otherworldly version, who gently redirected them back to the right path of love and peace, which meant completely erasing their self-awareness corpses. This kind of silent, spiritual level cleansing and unification carried out in the name of benevolence and happiness. Its horror surpasses even the blatant violence and desire-driven rule seen in Isekai 1, making it even more chilling. Because what it strips away is not just life, but the very core of being human, free will. When the truth of Orochimaru's so-called perfect society was revealed in such a straightforward and terrifying manner, the laughter and lightheartedness in the theater instantly vanished. Instead came a bone-chilling cold and fear. Jiraiya looked at those zombie-like villagers, his voice trembling. Is this really his true goal? It's terrifying, even worse than infinite Tsukuyomi. Tsunade's face turned pale, her eyes full of dread. Using happiness to enslave people, this guy is a demon. Naruto trembled with anger. This isn't love and peace at all, it's turning everyone into puppets. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Even the Orochimaru of the main world, watching that perfect creation in the other world, was unusually silent. He might not approve of the hypocritical motives, but this power to completely reshape society and achieve absolute order sparked an indescribable interest in him. The plot of Isekai 3 took a sharp turn at the last moment, dragging this absurdly comedic world into the abyss of dystopia. The true face of the philanthropist Orochimaru and the horrifying secret behind the perfect society plan subjected the audience to unprecedented ideological shock and ethical torment. The opposition between free will and absolute peace, the choice between painful reality and false happiness, hid heavy and complex philosophy behind a simple decision. Set against a comedic backdrop, this serious debate felt both absurd and thought-provoking. The screen froze on Orochimaru's warm yet icy smile, and the happy but hollow faces of the villagers behind him. The subsequent plot of Isekai 3 will undoubtedly revolve around this terrifying utopia plan. The secrets held by the voyeuristic Tsunade, the crisis triggered by scientist Jiraiya, and the world swallowed by love and peace, all conflicts and suspense have reached their peak. The audience's mood felt like experiencing extremes of ice and fire, caught between laughter and horror, absurdity and profundity, falling into a state of chaotic and complex anticipation. The images on the screen, like a skilled card dealer reshuffling, instantly shifted the audience's attention from the deeply unsettling utopia plan of Isekai 3 back to the world of Gears and Steam, where retro and fantasy intertwine in Isekai 5, Gear Hard Steam Ninja Revolution. This time, the camera's focus was on the genius girl sweating and pouring out inspiration in her personal workshop, the steam inventor Sakura. Previous footage had already showcased her astonishing talent and passion for mechanical inventions. This time, the system delved deeply into the huge impact her invention brought, as well as the ensuing difficulties and struggles. The scene showed a grand new mechanism exhibition held in the Konoha heavy industry city. The venue was bustling with voices, gathering dignitaries, workshop representatives, military personnel, and a variety of speculators and spies. At the center of the stage, a compact, precise, streamlined single-person steam-powered flying wing was performing a stunning flight demonstration.
It relied on a highly efficient miniature chakra core to drive and precisely control multiple steam nozzles, accomplishing hovering, high-speed dives, sharp turns, and even thrilling aerial rolls. The operator was the inventor herself, the pink-haired girl Sakura, whose eyes sparkled with confidence and pride. Her performance won thunderous applause and amazement from the entire audience. Personal flight is really realized. Its maneuverability is even more flexible than top-tier combat mechs. It's truly a groundbreaking invention. The inventor is such a young girl. For a moment, Steam Sakura and her Sakura wing became the stars of the exhibition. Her name and invention quickly spread throughout Konoha Heavy Industry City and even farther. Major powers showed strong interest in this highly promising new technology. The Konoha leadership and military wanted to nationalize the technology for defense and mobility. The mechanism workshops tried to obtain patents and even poach the genius girl. Hostile countries and underground organizations sent spies to steal the blueprints or suppress this invention that could change the course of warfare. The scene shifted to a darker side, merchants and officials dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing hypocritical smiles, offering Sakura various seemingly generous but actually trap-laden cooperation terms. Unknown black-clad figures tried to sneak into Sakura's simple but defense mechanism-filled design by herself. Workshop late at night. Even possibly some suppression and exclusion from certain conservative forces or competitors within Konoha? For example, accusing her invention of being too dangerous, not conforming to tradition, and so on. The young genius girl, who only thought about realizing her invention dreams, was suddenly pushed to the forefront of fame, interests, conspiracies, and even life-threatening dangers. She yearned to change the world with her technology and help more people. Perhaps her original design of the flying wing was meant to let ordinary people experience the freedom of flight, or to use it for rapid medical rescue. But reality told her that behind the birth of technology often lay complex entanglements of interests and unpredictable risks. Her invention might not bring the ideal goodness she hoped for. Instead, it could be used in war, bringing destruction, or become a tool for others to vie for power and profit. Late at night, Sakura sat alone in her workshop filled with parts and blueprints. Outside the window, the city light shone brightly, but the excitement and pride on her face had vanished, replaced by fatigue, confusion, and struggle. In front of her lay two contracts, one from the military demanding she contribute all her technology to build new war machines, the other a high-priced deal offered by black market merchants, with the technology likely to be used for illegal purposes. She tightly held the original sketch of the flying wing, on which people were drawn soaring freely in the blue sky. Idealism and reality, opportunity and danger, creation and destruction. How should she choose? Should she stick to her original intention, risking suppression or even erasure to protect her invention? Or compromise, handing over her hard work to those who might abuse it in exchange for temporary safety and profit? Or could she find a third way, using wisdom and courage to carve a path through the complexity and realize her ideals? This moment of inner struggle made Steam Sakura no longer just a genius inventor, but a three-dimensional character with dreams, dilemmas, and struggles. Sakura in the main world looked at this talented yet heavily pressured self on the screen, feeling deeply resonant. She recalled the hardships of learning medical ninjutsu, the pressure of saving comrades on the battlefield, and the helplessness faced when confronting enemies. Although the environments were different, the effort devoted to the goal, the painful struggle between ideals and reality, and the determination to prove oneself and change the world were all connected. Keep going, another me. She silently cheered for her Steam World self in her heart. You absolutely must not give up on your dreams. She seemed to have drawn a kind of strength to keep moving forward from the possibility of that other world. Meanwhile, the other spectators, while marveling at Steam Sakura's talent and inventions, also felt concern for the difficulties she faced. This little girl has it really tough, Jiraiya sighed. Geniuses always attract jealousy and covetousness. That's the sorrow of the weak, Sasuke said coldly, though a complex flicker passed through his eyes as if recalling times when his own power had been coveted. I hope she can make the right choice, Kakashi murmured with a sigh. This segment about Steam Sakura's ambition and struggles added profound human conflict to Isekai 5, exploring the fate of geniuses, the ethics of technology, and the clash between ideals and reality, making the steampunk world richer and more moving. Just as the audience grew anxious about Sakura's future, the scene suddenly switched. Return to that unsettling, even creepy Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry 3 Reversal Theater. The camera focused on the most dangerous and mysterious existence, the philanthropist Orochimaru. Previous footage revealed the conspiracy beneath his disguise, a terrifying plan to use the seed of the heart spores to eliminate negative emotions and achieve consciousness unification. This time, the system will more intuitively show the operation and results of his brainwashing technology. The scene shifted to his secret underground laboratory. Several people tied to the experimental tables, either captives or deceived test subjects, their eyes full of fear and resistance. Orochimaru wore a simple robe, his face bearing a chillingly gentle smile, holding a syringe filled with the softly glowing concentrated seed of the heart liquid. "Don't be afraid." His voice was as gentle as hypnosis. "Soon, you will no longer suffer. All worries, hatred, and sorrow will vanish like smoke. You will gain eternal peace and pure happiness." After speaking, he ignored the struggles and screams, slowly injecting the liquid into the test subjects' bodies. A miracle, or a horror, immediately occurred. Those who struggled endlessly, their eyes full of fear and anger, gradually calmed down. The expressions of pain vanished as if wiped away in an instant. In their place was a extremely strange, mask-like calmness and smile. Their eyes also became hollow and vacant, losing all their brilliance and the emotional fluctuations that belong to humans. They no longer resisted, no longer struggled, just lay there quietly, with that monotonous, seemingly happy but lifeless smile on their faces. As if their souls had been completely extracted, leaving only a shell injected with a happiness program. Orochimaru Isekai version looked at his masterpiece, a satisfied smile of an artist appreciating his work appearing on his face. "How perfect!" He whispered softly, "No more meaningless emotional interference, so harmonious, so unified." To demonstrate the power of this brainwashing technology, the footage played a comparative scene. Two members of ninja clans that were originally sworn enemies, after being injected with the seed of the heart, surprisingly smiled at each other, embraced tightly, and kept repeating love and peace and "we are one family." A woman who had just lost her closest relative and should have been grief-stricken, after receiving the treatment, showed a hollow yet happy smile on her face, as if death and sorrow had never come. These scenes vividly reveal the terrifying nature of the false harmony and happiness obtained by depriving free will. At this moment, except for Orochimaru himself, who showed a sickly appreciative smile in the audience, everyone else felt a chill rising from the depths of their souls. This is simply. Tsunade trembled with anger, unable to finish her sentence, "More cruel than killing. Depriving thoughts, erasing emotions, this is not something a human can do." Jiraiya shouted angrily. Naruto felt his scalp tingle. "It's terrifying, those people's smiles are frighteningly fake." Even the usually calm Kakashi and Shikamaru found it hard to stay composed at this moment. "Free will is the most fundamental bottom line of being human," Kakashi said coldly. "This kind of technology must never exist." "Orochimaru in this world is far more dangerous than we imagined," Shikamaru said with a grave expression. "He doesn't just want to conquer the world, but to destroy humanity." The revelation about Orochimaru's brainwashing technique is another bombshell from Isekai 3 following the reversal of the three shinobi. It tears apart the lighthearted and comedic facade of this world, exposing the ultimate horror hidden behind the themes of control and freedom. The future of this world seems destined to become a barren wasteland of thought, drowned in happiness. Just as everyone was immersed in this chilling fear, the system screen switched again, perfectly timed. This time, it returned to that, despair-filled and struggling. Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenging Ninjas Under the Nuclear Winter. It seems the system intends to continuously challenge the audience's psychological endurance by repeatedly jumping between extreme terror and extreme despair. And this time, what Isekai 4 presents will be a truly cataclysmic, great crisis. On the screen, the small survivor outpost where Wasteland Naruto is located, along with several other scattered possible outposts nearby, have all fallen into unprecedented panic. The beast tide that was previously only mentioned in Scouted has finally arrived. This beast tide is far from the single mutated monsters encountered before. It is an overwhelming, endless, destructive flood. Hundreds and thousands of grotesque, terrifying mutated creatures gather within it. In the sky, mutated flying beasts with wingspans of tens of meters, capable of spraying corrosive mucus, circle overhead. On the ground, mutated giant beasts as large as small mountains, covered in heavy armor plates and capable of causing earthquakes, run rampant. Underground lurk terrifying sandworms with sharp mandibles that can instantly drag people underground. At the very center of the beast tide, a huge, terrifying shadow vaguely resembling a moving mountain can be seen. The system issued another warning: detected ultra-high energy biological reaction. The three great sacred lands summoning beasts have undergone ultimate aberrant fusion, awakening the chaos aggregate. Threat level: apocalyptic. Chaos aggregate? Apocalyptic level? The audience was shocked. The three legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, who have deep ties to the three great sacred lands, suddenly changed their expressions. They could hardly believe that the powerful toads, snakes, and slugs had fused into such a terrifying monster due to the doomsday radiation. This apocalyptic-level monster was leading an endless tide of beasts, crushing the last fragile human strongholds like a natural disaster. The survivors' shelters were like small boats in a storm, ready to be swallowed at any moment.
Run! Naruto shouted anxiously.
Kakashi said grimly, "It's too late, there's nowhere to escape from a beast tide of this scale."
Sakura cried, "Is this world really going to be destroyed?"
Yet, in this moment of despair, the survivors did not choose to flee or wait for death but made an unexpected decision. Instead, they put aside their prejudices and suspicions and gathered all remaining strength together. Between different strongholds, they began to communicate through rudimentary communication devices, perhaps still usable old-era radios, sharing intelligence. Those still able to fight, whether warriors from Naruto's stronghold, survivors from other bases, or even the lone wasteland Gaara, seemed to have temporarily joined this makeshift human resistance alliance due to this crisis affecting everyone. They concentrated all usable weapons, equipment, and energy on the ruins. Using the last of their time, they built crude but courage-filled defensive lines that embodied humanity's final bravery. They understood that this might be a hopeless last stand, but they chose to fight side by side. The battle erupted instantly. The survivors faced the surging tide of mutants like a black tsunami, with crude weapons, exhausted bodies, and a faint courage so weak even they could hardly believe it. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, energy weapons hissing, monsters roaring, human warriors' desperate roars, and dying screams echoed across the wasteland once again.
The battle was fierce and tragic. The human defense line was torn apart and destroyed by the beast tide again and again. Countless survivors fell like wheat, devoured by claws and fangs. But they did not retreat.
For everyone who fell, another took their place. They built a shaky yet resilient dam of flesh and blood, blocking the arrival of the apocalypse. Wasteland Naruto roared and charged, the nine tails core within him erupting with wild energy, red chakra enveloping him like flames. He tore apart the attacking mutated monsters like a war god, but his body was covered in cracks, blood flowing freely.
Wasteland Gaara swung his great sword, weaving through the beast tide, precisely slaying the powerful mutated beasts threatening the defense line.
In his cold eyes, there seemed to be an indescribable something. Wasteland Sakura desperately treated the wounded at the rear medical point, her hands stained with blood, her face tired and sorrowful, yet she did not stop. Other survivors burned their last flames of life in their own ways, fighting this final battle full of courage and dignity despite having no chance of victory. On the screen, the tragic battle scenes erupting from despair were deeply moving. The audience in the theater was once again profoundly shaken. This time, it was no longer fear, no longer disgust, no longer mockery, but a heartfelt reverence for life itself, and an indescribable resonance. They seemed to see those figures in the main world who, during the Ninja World War, fought bloodily to protect their villages and comrades. I saw those heroes who, knowing they were outmatched, still chose to step forward and use their lives to embody the will of fire. Although the world, power systems, and enemies differ, the spirit of never giving up in despair, the courage to burn one's life to protect what is important, that most fundamental and brilliant light of humanity, is universal. Naruto looked at himself on the screen, covered in blood yet still roaring and charging forward, murmuring to himself as tears welled up, this time tears of emotion and admiration. Kakashi also sighed softly, even in the darkest wastelands, the human will remain so tenacious. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched the fighting figures, as if seeing their younger selves and fallen comrades, their eyes filled with complex emotions. The plot of Isekai 4 first drags the audience into the abyss of despair, then uses a tragic and heroic battle of humanity united against an apocalyptic disaster to showcase the dazzling brilliance of human nature erupting under extreme conditions. The outcome may still be tragic, but the process is enough to move and shock everyone, prompting a re-evaluation of the meaning and value of life. The system seems determined to fully present this apocalyptic requiem. The battles on the screen grow increasingly fierce and tragic, with scenes shifting from the heroic end of the world battlefield to the gear and steam-filled roar of Isekai v. Gearheart Steam Ninja Revolution. The camera focuses on two core characters, Steam Naruto and Steam Sasuke. In this steampunk world, they represent completely different classes and ideologies. Naruto comes from the lower class, relying on grassroots wisdom and explosive power, using discarded parts and non-compliant technology to build a rough but surprisingly potential-filled unorthodox steam mechanism. He may not have received formal mechanical education, but with an indomitable spirit, he has carved out his own path. Sasuke, on the other hand, hails from the Uchiha workshop, which controls the core Sharingan gear technology, representing the elite of a noble technical family. He has received the most elite mechanical education, possesses the top-tier technology and resources, and operates a noble exclusive high-performance steam engine designed by a famous master, with extremely precise styling, exquisite lines, and superior performance. Their identities, backgrounds, ideologies, and even the rides they use form an extremely sharp contrast. And the conflict between them may stem from
class antagonism. Naruto represents the lower class technicians, expressing dissatisfaction and challenge toward the noble class monopolizing core technology that Sasuke represents. The clash of ideologies unfolds intensely.
Naruto advocates that technology should be freely shared, breaking monopolies to benefit more people.
Sasuke insists on elitism, believing core technology should only be held by a few qualified individuals to maintain the so-called order.
Or, the focus of the conflict is the ownership of a key technology. The genius inventor Sakura designed a revolutionary new technology, possibly a new type of chakra core or flying wing.
Naruto wants to popularize it, while Sasuke and his faction want to monopolize it as a tool for control or war. Whatever the reason, these two youths, regarded as chosen ones, ultimately face an inevitable fated showdown. The battlefield is set in an abandoned old industrial city. It was once the center of steam civilization, now only rusted steel frames, collapsed factories, and a maze of huge pipelines installed conveyor belts remain. The setting sun, blood red, shines through broken windows, casting a tragic hue over the ruins. Steam Naruto pilots his nine-tailed fox steam mech appearing at one end of the ruins. The mech looks rough but has special reinforcements at the joints, and its power core has been illegally modified to unleash extraordinary steam pressure. Mounted on its arm is a powerful but highly unstable spiral steam cannon. Naruto's eyes are resolute, reflecting the wild struggle of the lower class. He grips the controls tightly, locking his gaze on the opposite end of the ruins. Then, a high-performance steam mech with a gorgeous design, smooth lines, obsidian-like armor covering its entire body, and jet ports on its shoulders resembling wings, slowly descends. Inside the cockpit sits Steam 417 Sasuke, clad in a sleek black pilot suit, expressionless, with cold, sharp eyes. His mech is named Chidori, or perhaps Susanoo, quietly awaiting the start of the duel. This custom mech, whether in materials, craftsmanship, or core technology, perhaps equipped with the legendary Sharingan gear system, clearly outclasses Naruto's scrap mech. On its arm, it is equipped with an ion blade capable of condensing high-pressure steam into an energy blade. Naruto, Sasuke's voice comes through the communicator, cold and emotionless. It's time to end your childish ideals. The lower class should have the awareness of their place. Cut the crap, Sasuke. Naruto's voice is full of anger and defiance. Technology belongs to everyone, not just you high and mighty people. Today, I'll use these fists to break your ridiculous rules. Sasuke replies coldly, foolish. Then falls silent. The next moment, the two steam mechs representing different classes and ideologies launch simultaneously. Boom! Naruto's nine-tails fox roared like an enraged beast, suddenly pushing the steam pressure to its limit, with thick black smoke and sparks spewing from the exhaust pipe behind. In an almost self-destructive stance, he violently charged towards Sasuke's Chidori, as the spiral steam cannon began to wildly concentrate energy, emitting a dangerous hum. Sasuke's Chidori displayed a magnificent and graceful mobility, weaving through the ruins like a ghost, easily dodging Naruto's fierce but crude ramming attacks. The ion blade on his arm flickered with blue-white light, searching for the opponent's weaknesses. In this abandoned industrial site, a fateful battle filled with the clash of steam and steel erupted fiercely. Naruto's fighting style was full of explosive power and unpredictability. He played by no rules, using abandoned pipes, conveyor belts, and collapsed buildings as cover and springboards. Although the mech was heavy, its instantaneous bursts of power and speed were astonishing. Each firing of the spiral steam cannon came with strong recoil and the risk of overheating, but a hit was enough to severely damage the Chidori's armor. Sasuke, on the other hand, was precise and calm, relying on the mech's performance and exceptional control skills, possibly even depending on the Sharingan gear's super strong reaction and prediction abilities. He always managed to dodge attacks by a hair's breadth, seize every flaw, and counterattack accurately with the ion blade, targeting the joints and power core of the nine-tails fox. The two mechs, with vastly different styles, were like two giant beasts performing a deadly dance of violent aesthetics amid the steel ruins. Gears wailed, steam roared, steel clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. The entire abandoned industrial city seemed to come back to life because of this intense battle, becoming a witness to their fateful fight. The audience in the viewing seats was once again captivated by this battle full of tension and visual impact. Wow, wow, wow! They're fighting! They're fighting! Naruto watched with blood boiling, waving his fists to cheer on himself in that steam world. Go! Nine-tails fox! Beat that pretentious guy to a pulp! Sasuke Koen amazing Sakura gazed at the Chidori mech, sleek and agile like a black lightning bolt, and at Sasuke in the cockpit, calm and composed, unable to help but whisper in awe.
Although she didn't want to see the two fight, she had to admit that this world's Sasuke was overwhelmingly powerful.
An underling technician versus an elite noble?
Kakashi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Naruto's mech is clearly at a performance disadvantage, but his unpredictable tactics and explosive power might create a miracle.
Sasuke's skills are definitely superior, but he relies too much on calculation and precision. Could Naruto's chaotic strategy break through? No matter the world, that underdog is always an eyesore.
The Sasuke from the main world snorted coldly, watching the Nine-Tails Fox mech on the screen relentlessly charging like an indestructible cockroach, and Naruto's stubborn gaze inside the cockpit.
A faint trace of complex emotion flickered in his eyes. This fateful battle of steam and gears pushed the plot of Otherworld 5 to its climax.
Beyond the thrilling mechanical combat, it vividly showcased class conflicts and ideological clashes through the duel between Naruto and Sasuke.
What will the final outcome be? Will grassroots Naruto achieve a comeback, or will elite Sasuke defend the order? Or perhaps the two will join forces against a common enemy? All the suspense tightly gripped the audience's hearts.
Just as this breathtaking steam mech battle, along with the strange, brutal, and thought-provoking plots of Otherworld 3 and Otherworld 4, still echoed in the minds of the viewers, many began to involuntarily engage in deeper comparisons and reflections.
Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry, the Three Ninja Reversal Theater. Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninjas Under Nuclear Winter. Isekai 5, Gearheart Steam Ninja Revolution.
3 worlds, each with distinct styles and vastly different fates, take turns unfolding.
The audience is no longer just bystanders, no longer merely amazed, angry, laughing, or sorrowful.
They begin to put themselves in the characters' shoes, thinking deeply. If it were me, living in Isekai 3, that world full of twists and absurdities, facing a legendary 3 ninja who might be a nerd, a voyeur, or a hypocritical saint, facing a peaceful Konoha without great wars but hiding dangers, what would I do?
Would I choose to go with the flow and accept this absurdity? Or try to change something? Would I also be deceived by that false love and peace? If it were me, living in Isekai 4, that post-apocalyptic wasteland where civilization is destroyed and order collapses, struggling every day to survive, facing mutated monsters and equally hungry, crazed peers, could I survive? Would I become a leader like Wasteland Naruto, protecting comrades and igniting hope even in despair? Or like Wasteland Gaara, doing whatever it takes to survive, a cold and lonely hunter? Or like Wasteland Sakura, holding on to the conscience of a healer even in hopelessness? Or would I quietly fade away in this cruel world?
If it were me, living in Isekai 5, this industrial city full of steam and gears, facing advanced technology, complex machinery, as well as rigid class structures and the threat of war, would I become a top technician like Steam Kakashi, calm and professional, mastering cutting-edge skills? Or a genius like Steam Sakura, full of wisdom and passion, changing the world through invention? Or just an ordinary worker in the Steel City, companioned by oil stains and coal dust? These questions stir ripples deep within. The audience begins to discuss passionately. I still think Otherworld 5 is better, with advanced technology and a seemingly good standard of living, you said first.
But the class conflicts are severe, and there's war. It feels exhausting to live there, Dinksy retorted. Then what about Otherworld 3?
It's the most peaceful and quite funny, Aino said, though her tone was somewhat hesitant. It's just that everyone there feels a bit strange.
Strange? It's downright twisted. Tsunade immediately countered, I'd rather not have that kind of false peace. Then what about Otherworld 4? Sakura asked softly, her eyes filled with sympathy. Although life is hard, the willpower there is very strong. Strong willpower means nothing. You could die at any moment.
Naruto replied without hesitation, I still think our world is the best.
Our world, is it really the best?
Kakashi suddenly asked quietly, his tone tinged with barely perceptible fatigue and confusion.
As his words fell, the previously noisy discussion instantly fell silent.
Yeah. The main world they lived in was scarred and ravaged, the wounds of war lingering, hatred and conflicts unending, with various sacrifices and suffering intertwined.
Is this world really better than those other worlds? Perhaps it is not as desperate as, not as dark as, not as cold as, not as absurd as, not as contradictory as?
But it is by no means perfect either. It can even be said to be filled with all kinds of problems and helplessness as well. The emotions of the audience, after experiencing the successive impacts and comparative reflections of these 5 worlds, have become more complex. They no longer simply like or dislike a certain world. They begin to understand that every possibility has its light and shadow, its charm, and its heavy price. Settings they once looked down on, such as the peaceful facade inn, have started to shake their convictions. Settings they once longed for, such as the high technology inn, have also made them wary. Even their own real world has begun to feel uncertain to them.
This confusion in perception makes the interactions between characters more complex.
When Naruto and Sasuke argue about which world is stronger, they might unconsciously bring in the setting of another world. After Tsunade and Jiraiya go through a shared awkward moment, their relationship may have less hostility and more resonance. Kakashi and Shikamaru might delve deeply into the society and development of different worlds, becoming more rational.
The audience's experience also shifts from passive reception to active thinking and self-reflection.
The system seems pleased to see this change.
Just as the audience is engaged in deep discussion, the system's calm alert sound rings out again.
This time, it announces the end of the core storyline phase of Isekai 2, Konoha 2077, and a new world is about to appear. Notice, the core storyline phase of Isekai 2, Reinforced Concrete Jungle Konoha Urban Legend, is complete. On the screen, the image representing the cyber city flickers a few times before shutting down.
Isekai V is about to be introduced.
This is a bit confusing. According to the process, the sixth world should be introduced, and the system may have corrected a slip of the tongue. Introducing Otherworld 6 shortly.
The system corrected. The current rotation will be adjusted to Otherworld 3, Otherworld 4, and Otherworld 5. No, it's Otherworld 4, Otherworld 5, and Otherworld 6. The system also seems to have a slight confusion due to the large amount of information.
Let us continue according to the process of introducing the sixth world. Introducing Otherworld 6 shortly.
The system finally confirmed. The current rotation of worlds will be adjusted to Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninja Under the Nuclear Winter, Otherworld 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution, and Otherworld 6.
This announcement once again pulled the audience's attention back from their previous thoughts and discussions. The fifth world.
No, the sixth. It's finally here. After experiencing 5 completely different worlds: darkness, technology, twists, wasteland, and steam, what will this sixth world be like? More bizarre? More brutal? Or more unexpected? The audience focused their attention once again.
Although their hearts were filled with caution and a hint of fatigue toward the unknown, the curiosity of never knowing the next chocolate flavor still drove them to fixate on the black screen about to light up.
A new chapter was about to unfold. What kind of perception would it overturn this time?
On the screen, 3 completely different scenes from other worlds intertwined and rotated like the facets of a prism.
Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenging. The oppressive and despairing atmosphere still lingered. Wasteland Naruto faced the difficult choice of activating the unstable-tailed beast core.
Wasteland Gaara hunted like a lonely grim reaper among the ruins, and Wasteland Sakura raced against death in a precarious medical tent.
The entire world was shrouded by the destruction of civilization and the pressure to survive.
However, amid this darkness that almost crushed people completely, the system cleverly captured and amplified several faint yet shining glimmers of humanity like stars in a cold night. In the scene, such moments might appear.
Scene 1, Sharing Food.
On a cold night, by the campfire at the Wasteland Naruto base, survivors sat around sharing today's meager food, either fragments of compressed biscuits or a can of long-expired canned meat. According to the harsh law, the strong deserve more, and the weak may even be abandoned.
But in the scene, a strong scavenger silently split his already insufficient food in half and handed it to a young companion beside him who was injured and unable to go out, his eyes dim.
The young man was stunned for a moment, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes, gratefully took the food, and devoured it ravenously. The burly man sharing the food just gave a simple, honest smile and continued gnawing on the meager other half. No heroic words, no earth-shattering deeds, only a tiny, extremely ordinary warmth. But in this post-apocalyptic world where even survival has become a luxury, this care and sharing beyond mere survival instinct for a companion feels so precious, so heartwarming. Scene 2, The Sacrifice to Protect the Weak. The alarm of the beast-tide attack sounded. A scavenger squad responsible for perimeter watch encountered a small group of extremely ferocious mutant wolves that had infiltrated early. In the squad, there were experienced veterans, young recruits with little combat experience, and even a few women and children responsible for logistics with almost zero combat ability, perhaps survivors from a previously destroyed base? Faced with a pack of mutated wolves far exceeding them in number and strength, retreat became the only option. However, an old soldier responsible for covering the rear, in order to protect the safe evacuation of children and women who had difficulty moving, resolutely stayed behind. He ignited the last makeshift explosive on his body, roaring as he charged into the wolf pack, using his flesh and blood to buy his companions a few seconds of escape time. In the end, his figure disappeared in the blaze of the explosion and the frenzied wolf pack. The scene did not explicitly show his sacrifice, but the resolute silhouette during the charge, along with the tearful gaze of his companions looking back from afar, deeply portrayed his ordinary yet great courage to sacrifice himself to protect the weak. At night, as the radioactive dust slightly subsided, the wasteland Naruto sat by the campfire, not sleeping like the others. He took out a worn and blurry photo from his pocket. The photo showed a sunny, lush green place, completely different from the wasteland world, perhaps a park from the old era before the disaster. He gently stroked the photo, and his blue eyes rarely revealed a gentle longing and hope. One day, he whispered to the photo, we will definitely find a place like the one in the photo, where we no longer have to be afraid, no longer have to fight, and can live well. He looked up at the sky shrouded in a lead-gray radiation cloud, and the faint flame of hope seemed to burn even brighter. Perhaps what sustained him and everyone at the stronghold struggling desperately in despair was not only the instinct to survive but also the faint yet firm hope for the future in their hearts. These scattered, fleeting moments filled with human warmth amid the harsh reality were like a few stars sprinkled on a pitch-black canvas. Though faint, they were enough to dispel some of the darkness, bringing a touch of comfort and emotion. In the theater, the audience, who had felt heavy and oppressed by the apocalyptic scenes earlier, experienced emotional fluctuations upon seeing these clips. That's great, they haven't completely given up yet, Sakura said with moist eyes as she watched the burly man sharing food. To sacrifice oneself to protect a child, it's truly moving. Ino couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Even in such a hellish world, there are still good people. Shikamaru sighed. Naruto looked at himself making a wish in front of a photo, feeling a deep resonance and strength in his heart. That's right. We must never give up hope. One day, we will definitely find it. Kakashi nodded slightly, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. No matter how harsh the environment, the kindness, courage, and longing for the future in human nature will never be completely extinguished. Jiraiya gazed at these shining moments, recalling the heroes who grew through adversity in his stories, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Perhaps hope truly exists in every corner, even in the deepest despair. These flashes of humanity did not change the overall brutal tone of Otherworld 4, but they made this world no longer purely dark and despairing. Like the tenacious grass growing in the ruins, they demonstrate the resilience and brilliance of life, allowing the audience to feel a glimmer of redemption amid the heaviness. Just as the audience is moved by the faint light of humanity in the wasteland, the screen, like a calm pendulum, switches again to the gear and steam-filled Otherworld 5, Heart of Gear's Steam Ninja Revolution. This time, the footage no longer focuses on cool mecha battles or peculiar steam ninja arts, but delves into the social issues behind this prosperous industrial city. The screen shows the stark class divide in the Konoha heavy industry city. On one side are the nobles and major workshop owners who control core technologies and possess expensive mechanisms, living in the splendid and tightly guarded upper districts, riding luxurious private steam airships, enjoying the conveniences and privileges brought by technology. Their children receive the most elite mechanical arts education from a young age, using the latest and most powerful steam equipment. On the other side are ordinary technicians and manual laborers living at the bottom of the city, surrounded by oil stains and coal ash. They cram into narrow, harsh workers' dormitories, doing long hours of intense physical labor day after day, such as maintaining huge steam pipelines, mining energy ores, or assembling basic mechanical parts, yet only earning meager wages barely enough to get by. They have almost no opportunity to access core mechanical arts knowledge, let alone own those expensive, precision mechanisms that can elevate social status. The development of technology seems not to have brought common prosperity. Instead, it has intensified social class solidification. The small elite class that controls core technologies and expensive means of production precision mechanisms monopolizes the vast majority of wealth and power, forming an insurmountable barrier. The vast majority of low-level technicians and commoners are trapped at the bottom of society, lacking upward mobility. They can only contribute their labor day after day to this enormous industrial machine, yet they cannot share in the dividends brought by technological progress. In the footage, noble scions like Steam Sasuke pilot the latest, most magnificent steam mechas, engaging in elegant and deadly combat at exclusive training grounds, with professional technicians on hand for maintenance. Meanwhile, low-level youths like Steam Naruto can only secretly assemble a crude, makeshift mecha from discarded parts in a junkyard, a fragile contraption that could fall apart at any moment, dreaming of one day possessing true power. This stark contrast exposes the profound injustice and contradictions beneath the glamorous surface of the steam world. Such injustice naturally sparks rebellion. At night in the lower-class workers' district, a group of angry and resentful workers, along with some sympathetic low-level mechanists, hold secret meetings. They discuss strikes, demand higher wages and better conditions, and even plot to sabotage factories symbolizing noble privilege. Some propose learning the monopolized mechanist arts to arm themselves with technology and break through class barriers. A spontaneous secret organization of the lower classes is quietly emerging, resisting injustice and fighting for their rights. Their actions are bound to threaten the interests of the upper elite, triggering more intense conflicts and crackdowns. The expressions of the audience in the theater were solemn.
Again, class conflict.
Shikamaru rubbed his temples, saying with a headache, whether it's the cyber city or the steam world, as long as resources are unevenly distributed, conflict is unavoidable.
Such a hassle.
Kakashi nodded and said, technology is neutral, but the people who control and use technology determine its direction. If technology only serves a few, becoming a tool of exploitation, it brings not progress but disaster. Naruto looked at the angry working class people, recalling those who rebelled against corporate tyranny in the other world, and also thought of his own homemade mech, feeling full of sympathy and support.
That's right. We can't be bullied by those rich people. We must resist.
Meanwhile, Sasuke, looking at the sharply divided classes and the potential conflicts on the screen, showed a faint, barely noticeable complexity in his eyes. He was born into the once illustrious Uchiha clan, although now a rogue ninja. Perhaps deep down he still retains some pride belonging to the elite?
Would he identify with the class and order represented by himself in the STEAM world? Or would he also feel a slight wavering toward the injustice faced by the lower class?
Otherworld 5 revealed the class rigidity and social contradictions of the STEAM world, adding a layer of realistic critique to this fantasy mechanical world. It was not just romantic fantasy but a microcosm hiding complex social issues and potential conflicts.
The story provoked the audience to think how to balance technological progress and social fairness. When technological dividends are monopolized by a few, how should injustice be broken?
Just as the audience was immersed in the social contradictions of the STEAM world, the system remote control precisely switched the screen, returning for the third time to the Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry, the Three Ninja Reversal Theater that caused the three ninjas' social death. This time, the system focused on a more subtle but equally important question. In a peaceful world where the three ninjas' personality reversals prevented the Great War, the collapse of Konoha, the Nine Tails incident, and even the Uchiha clan's annihilation, can one truly rest easy? The screen showed a peaceful and harmonious Konoha. Children laughed and played on the streets, villagers greeted warmly, and ninjas mostly handled neighborhood disputes and security matters. There was no shadow of war, no chains of hatred, and no large-scale sacrifices. This seemed to be the peace countless people dreamed of. Yet the details revealed hidden crises. At the border outpost, several guards dressed in worn-out clothes appeared lethargic, yawning, playing cards, and chatting, their vigilance greatly diminished. In a blind spot, enemy scouts from a neighboring country quietly used camouflage to infiltrate and gather intelligence. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Weary, was handling paperwork. A report from the Umbu mentioned an extremely secretive extremist organization lurking within the village. Although it was developing rapidly, due to a lack of concrete evidence and prolonged peace, it had not attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Scene 3, an important research facility, possibly the laboratory of scientist Jiraiya before, or another institution. Because of the long-term peaceful environment, security measures had become lax. The core data of an important and potentially dangerous research achievement, such as an upgraded version of the emotion guiding device? Or some kind of new energy core? Was easily stolen by an unidentified spy. These fragments all hint at this seemingly peaceful Otherworld 3 is actually, possibly in a dangerous situation akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Due to the lack of external pressure and internal crises, Konoha and even the entire ninja world seem to have fallen into a state of complacency, stagnation, and even some weakness. The combat abilities of the ninjas have gradually declined in peace. The vigilance of the leadership has also slackened in long-term comfort. External threats, such as ambitions from other countries, or internal crises like extremist organizations and Orochimaru-esque conspiracies, are quietly spreading, growing like poisonous weeds. What's more troublesome is that the core leadership of this world, the Reverse 3 legendary Sannin, is itself full of uncertainties.
Scientist Jiraiya is obsessed with research. His inventions could be misused or cause disasters at any time, and he knows nothing about politics or military affairs. The voyeuristic Tsunade behaves strangely, although she occasionally manages to grasp intelligence by luck. Relying on her to stabilize the military morale is simply a pipe dream. The philanthropist Orochimaru is a wolf in sheep's clothing. His so-called love and peace plan is actually a huge threat to the world. Can such a peaceful world, lacking strong leadership, with declining overall strength, ongoing internal conflicts, and facing external threats and conspiracies, really last?
Once a real crisis arrives, such as an enemy country using Jiraiya's technology to wage war, or Orochimaru's plan beginning to unfold, this seemingly beautiful bubble of peace will burst instantly. The audience stared at the screen, seeing the undercurrents beneath the surface of peace, unable to help but fall into deep thought. They once envied this world for having no war or sacrifice, but now they realize that absolute peace without vigilance might be the more dangerous state.
Troubles. Shikamaru frowned and said, "Peace is not something easily achieved. Losing a sense of crisis is equivalent to losing the ability to survive.
Something big will happen in this world sooner or later." Kakashi nodded and said, "Being vigilant in times of peace is a truth in any world.
Excessive comfort only breeds decay and danger." Naruto looked at the seemingly peaceful Konoha, feeling uneasy in his heart. "I always feel like something is wrong."
Tsunade and Jiraiya, on the other hand, felt helpless and troubled by the unreliable leadership, especially themselves. This revelation about the potential crisis in the peaceful world once again brought new reflections to the audience. It seemed to explore a deeper question.
What exactly is true peace? Is it enough to simply have no war or conflict? Is a peace that lacks the strength to protect itself, lacks vigilance, or is even possibly built on falsehoods or distortions, really a goal worth pursuing? Or are struggle, crisis, and even pain themselves necessary evils that promote the growth and progress of individuals and civilization?
These questions have no fixed answers, but they undoubtedly give the audience a deeper understanding of the theme of war and peace in their own world. The plot of Isekai 3 repeatedly switches between absurd comedy and deeply unsettling moments, exploring profound themes such as personality, fate, technology, ethics, peace, and crisis in a unique way, bringing the audience complex and tangled reflections. The images on the screen resemble a merciless cycle, pulling the audience away from the peaceful illusion filled with hidden dangers and philosophical contemplation in Isekai 3, back to the more raw and brutal survival struggles of Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenging Ninjas Under Nuclear Winter. This time, the system presents the moral dilemmas caused by extremely scarce resources even more sharply before everyone.
The scene shifts to an old-era giant warehouse ruin half covered by snow and ice.
This place is geographically remote and perhaps overlooked by scavengers, with supplies remarkably well preserved. The Wasteland Naruto-led scavenger team, after great hardship, finally opens the rusted warehouse door, and the sight before them shocks everyone. The warehouse is piled with expired but barely edible military canned food, several barrels of clean water that can be consumed after simple treatment, precious medical supplies, weapons and ammunition, and even a few small backup energy cores that still seem usable. This is practically a treasure trove, enough to ensure their base can survive worry-free for a long time in the future. The members of the Wasteland Naruto team look at these supplies, moved to tears of joy, their cheers deafening. They embrace each other, celebrating this hard-won fortune. However, just as they are immersed in joy and begin moving the supplies, a noise suddenly comes from another entrance of the warehouse.
Another scavenger team has also discovered this place. The leader of this team might be a character familiar to the audience, Wasteland Kakashi? He is no longer the lazy detective but an experienced leader of another small outpost, or perhaps Wasteland Shikamaru? Using his exceptional intelligence, he deduced the location of this forgotten supply point?
In any case, two teams equally desperate for these supplies to survive unexpectedly encounter each other in this narrow warehouse filled with temptations.
The atmosphere instantly becomes tense.
Both sides tightly grip their weapons, which might be crude rifles, machetes, or just sharpened steel pipes, cautiously sizing each other up, their eyes filled with vigilance and a barely noticeable greed. They all know that although there are many supplies in this warehouse, they cannot be evenly divided between the two outposts and one T less long.
If they can monopolize these supplies, their outpost's chances of survival will undoubtedly increase greatly. This is an extremely difficult choice, testing the deepest limits of human nature. Choose cooperation? Fairly divide the insufficient supplies and each take their share, while risking being ambushed and robbed by the other side. In this world without trust, where the strong prey on the weak, cooperation seems illusory. Or choose to fight.
Attack immediately before the other side stabilizes, completely eliminate the enemy, and monopolize all the supplies.
This is the most rational and efficient way to survive in the wasteland. In the image, the leaders of the two teams, Wasteland Naruto and the other Wasteland Kakashi or Shikamaru, are locked in a fierce standoff.
Wasteland Naruto's eyes are full of struggle. He looks at his companions behind him who crave supplies, then at the kindred on the opposite side who are also struggling, his heart torn in conflict. His innate kindness and sense of responsibility for his comrades make him unwilling to draw his blade lightly. He longs for peace and mutual aid, even in this apocalyptic wasteland. But as a leader, he must be responsible for the survival of his comrades.
If softness leads to the downfall of their base, how could he face those who trust him? In this world where people prey on each other, could kindness become the greatest weakness? The leader on the other side is equally torn. Kakashi, having experienced multiple losses and betrayals, may have become cautious and pragmatic, leaning towards handling the situation with more reliable, even ruthless means. Shikamaru might use his intelligence to quickly analyze the risks of a firefight, trying to find a compromise that, while imperfect, can avoid the worst outcome. Both teams' members grip their weapons tightly, palms sweating, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. They await their leader's command, but their eyes are filled with complex emotions: desire for supplies, fear of battle, wariness of their kind, and perhaps, a trace of reluctance? Time seems to freeze at this moment. In the warehouse, only the tense breathing of both parties remained, along with that mountain of survival supplies exuding deadly temptation. In the end, what choice will they make? Will the brilliance of humanity ultimately overcome the instinct to survive, achieving a fragile cooperation? Or will the cruel reality overwhelm everything, forcing kindred to turn against each other in the struggle for survival? The system did not provide a direct answer but instead laid this moral dilemma bare before the audience. The theater fell silent once again. Unlike the previous anger or laughter, this time it was heavy in heart-wrenching contemplation. If it were me, what would I do? Naruto muttered, staring at the struggling self on the screen. This question was truly difficult to answer. To survive, can you really turn on your own kind? Sakura's voice trembled, full of reluctance. There is no absolute right or wrong in such an environment, Kakashi said softly. Every path means sacrifice. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing: the risk of cooperation is lack of trust and resources, the risk of fighting is mutual destruction and collapse of humanity. Whichever you choose, it's a dead end. Tsunade and Jiraiya, having witnessed countless wars and darkness, understood the struggle of humanity in extreme conditions. They could only hope that Naruto, or Kakashi, and Shikamaru in that world, could make a choice they would not regret. Sasuke stared at the people on the screen struggling to survive, even possibly turning on each other, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. To him, this ruthless survival rule might be the truest truth of all worlds. This moral dilemma over resource competition pushes the cruelty and reality of Otherworld 4 to new heights. It not only depicts an apocalyptic scene but also profoundly questions the limits of human nature under extreme conditions. How much are we willing to pay to stay alive? There is no standard answer, but it forces every viewer into deep self-reflection. Just as everyone was still immersed in thoughts about the wasteland, the system channel switched again. The screen returned to that world of interwoven gears and steam, where industrial aesthetics coexist with crisis. Otherworld 5, part of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution. And this time, the steampunk world seemed to have its own big trouble. The scene appeared inside the central power tower of Konoha Heavy Industries City. This is the heart of the entire city, where countless huge gears mesh and turn, and thick steam pipes coil like giant serpents, delivering surging power to every corner of the city. Yet at this moment, chaos reigned here. Piercing alarm sirens blared through the sky. The red warning lights flashed wildly. The needles on the dashboard jumped frantically, already exceeding the alert range. A key gear broke or jammed, emitting a harsh metallic grinding sound. Multiple steam pipes ruptured, spraying out scalding high-pressure steam, instantly shrouding the surroundings in white mist. Even more terrifying was the massive main chakra core at the heart of the power tower, whose energy fluctuations were extremely unstable, its glow flickering, and fine cracks beginning to appear on the surface. The system warning sounded again, delivering catastrophic news. Warning: unknown fault in the central power core. Energy overload, structural damage, stability sharply declining. Catastrophic meltdown expected within 10 minutes, triggering an explosion equivalent to several tailed beast orbs, enough to destroy the entire Konoha Heavy Industries City. What? The core is going to explode? 10 minutes is impossible. The people in the viewing area were shocked. Just moments ago, they were immersed in the moral dilemmas of the wasteland world, and the next second they faced the life or death disaster of the city's destruction. The pace suddenly accelerated, tense and thrilling. On screen, Konoha Heavy Industries City fell into panic. Citizens screamed and scattered, fleeing away from the power tower. The city's defense system collapsed due to unstable energy, steam mechanisms went out of control, causing fires and chain accidents. This prosperous city forged from steel and gears was facing total annihilation. In this critical moment, the mechanists, usually divided by stance and ideology, had to put aside their differences and unite to respond. On screen, ace technician Kakashi rushed into the power core control room on the verge of explosion, sweat soaking his forehead, his gaze serious beneath his single lens glasses.
Using his multifunctional mechanical arm, he quickly operated valves, attempting emergency repairs on the fault.
The genius inventor Sakura was not hiding in her workshop either.
She might be using her invention, an unfinished flying wing or some other rapid mobility device, darting through the chaotic city, evacuating civilians while using her expertise to provide remote technical support for Kakashi's repairs, or trying to design some kind of emergency plan to temporarily stabilize the core's energy.
Her face was full of anxiety and determination. And the Steam Naruto and Steam Sasuke, who had been locked in a fateful duel in the abandoned industrial city just before, seemed to have temporarily ceased fire.
In the face of this disaster affecting everyone, personal grudges and ideological conflicts seemed to become irrelevant.
Would they join forces again?
Naruto drove the nine-tailed fox, a rough but explosively powerful machine, desperately clearing the rampaging machines that had gone out of control due to a core malfunction and were obstructing the rescue. Sasuke operated the high-performance, agile Chidori, carrying out a dangerous and precise task, delving into the power core to manually shut off a critical valve. Other mechanists also sprang into action. Some extinguished fires, some rescued trapped civilians, and others erected temporary energy barriers, desperately buying time to delay the core's explosion.
The entire scene was tense and thrilling, with time running out.
In the face of this shared crisis, people put aside their prejudices, united as one, and fought the disaster together, creating a solemn and heavy atmosphere. This scene was different from the tragic unity against external enemies in despair scene in. It was more like a technological elegy of humanity trying to harness the powerful forces it created, only to be devoured by them, struggling on the brink of destruction. On the screen, the steam city on the verge of collapse and the fearless mechanists stirred complex emotions among the audience. They felt sorrow for the impending destruction of this city, full of industrial beauty. For those agency sorcerers who put aside their differences and joined forces to fight the disaster, especially the otherworldly versions of Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke, I feel both heartache and admiration. They also once again reflect on the double-edged sword that is technology. It brings convenience, but it can also bring destruction.
Can humanity truly fully control the power it creates?
This crisis of steam technology out of control pushes World 5 to its climax and adds a profound warning significance. Just as the storylines of these three worlds 3, 4, and 5 reach a critical moment, a deeper and more complex storm is raging inside the heart of one audience member in the theater.
That is Tsunade.
After watching these 5 completely different otherworlds over a long period, counting 1 and 2, especially the 3 where versions of herself appear with completely different images and fates, her originally shattered heart, filled with anger and shame because of Ice-Sky 1 and Ice-Sky 3, began to quietly undergo a very subtle change. She still despised that succubus Tsunade from Ice-Sky 1. She hated her cruelty, her depravity, and her trampling on humanity. Seeing her ultimately fall into a lonely end, Tsunade felt a twisted pleasure in her heart, though it was soon drowned by guilt. She still scorned that voyeuristic Tsunade from Ice-Sky 3, despising her lewdness, shamelessness, and even more so her desecration of the medical ninja profession. Thinking of those officially certified warning signs, her cheeks burned with embarrassment, wishing she could immediately crawl into a crack in the ground to escape. However, when she saw that wasteland Sakura in Ice-Sky 4, Doomsday Scavenger, desperately treating the wounded with extremely limited resources in a hellish medical tent, her eyes tired yet resilient, although not herself, as a fellow medical ninja, she empathized deeply and felt profound respect. That was the true medical ninja, the will of fire who never gives up in the face of despair. At that moment, she seemed to understand why she chose to become a medical ninja, why she inherited the will of the first Hokage, and why, despite countless pains and losses, she still shouldered the heavy responsibility of being the Hokage. Because some things are more important than personal honor, life, or death, that is to protect life and pass on hope. Then, she thought of those 3 selves. 1, the succubus empress, possessing supreme power but consumed by loneliness and strength. 3, the voyeuristic doctor, whose absurd behavior still retained the instinct to save lives, even accidentally upholding justice. And the self from the main world, burdened with pain, addicted to gambling and alcohol, quick-tempered, yet always guarding her bottom line, willing to sacrifice everything for the village and comrades. These 3 completely different Tsunades are like 3 mirrors, reflecting the extremely complex and contradictory multiple possibilities within the identity of Senju Tsunade: strength and fragility, responsibility and avoidance, nobility and disgrace, light and darkness. It turns out that Tsunade is not just a fixed image. She can be a monster, a clown, a hero, or a flesh and blood person struggling among various possibilities.
This realization threw Tsunade into unprecedented confusion, but it also brought a faint sense of relief.
She no longer completely denied and collapsed just because a version of herself in another world was unbearable. She began to examine these possibilities from a more detached, more objective perspective, to understand the logic and cost behind each choice. In the midst of chaos, she started to re-examine the identity of Tsunade and herself. Perhaps she was not perfect, she had many flaws, and she had made mistakes. But at least, she had not become a monster like one, nor a clown like three. She was still striving, bearing her responsibilities, protecting what she wanted to protect.
Is that enough?
Her mood did not immediately brighten, her heart remained full of contradictions and struggles. But this multiverse viewing was undoubtedly a profound shock and growth experience for her, the legendary Sannin and the fifth Hokage of Konoha. She stared at the three alternate worlds continuously playing on the screen, her gaze growing deeper and more complex. She wondered, where would these worlds ultimately head? And what kind of future awaited her and the main world she belonged to? On the screen, scenes from three different worlds alternated, each displaying their own struggles and conflicts. In Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger, Wasteland Naruto faced a life or death choice over activating the unstable tailed beast core, while the Human Survivor Alliance fought their final battle against the devastating beast tide. In Otherworld 5, Heart of Gears, the Steam City was on the brink of destruction due to a core malfunction. Ace technician Kakashi and genius inventor Sakura temporarily set aside their differences, racing against time to repair and save the city. In Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry, beneath a calm surface, undercurrents surged. Scientist Jiraiya's technology triggered a new crisis, voyeuristic Tsunade held key secrets with unclear motives, and philanthropist Orochimaru's Utopia conspiracy quietly unfolded. Each world was filled with dramatic tension and profound contradictions. The audience in the theater, after prolonged bombardment of information and emotional cleansing, gradually shifted from passive reception to active reflection, their emotions resonating more deeply. Especially Jiraiya. This legendary Sannin, having experienced the humble and tragic death of himself in Otherworld 1 and the lonely old age of himself in Otherworld 3, was on the verge of collapse, doubting the meaning of life. But just as he was about to sink into despair, in Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger, that wasteland Naruto who still burns with hope and fiercely protects his comrades in desperate situations, gave him new strength. And in Otherworld 5, Heart of the Gear, those mechanists who, facing an overwhelming disaster, still chose to put aside prejudices, unite as one, and fight together, perhaps including the Naruto of that world? These, the will and spiritual strength displayed in extreme adversity, never giving up, like a faint light piercing through the darkness, little by little, rekindled his heart that was almost extinguished. He looked at the figures on the screen, fighting bloodily and struggling to survive, and the hollow deathly stillness in his eyes was gradually replaced by a complex emotion. He was moved, admired, resonated, and also felt a trace of shame. He thought of himself. He remembered the days when he fought to protect Konoha, Tsunade, and Naruto. He remembered the determination to travel far and wide in search of the child of prophecy and explore ways to change the world. He remembered the heroes in his writings who struggled in adversity and ultimately grew and found redemption. Could it be that everything he had persisted in would really become meaningless because of the possibilities of another world? No, never. Jiraiya slowly straightened his back. His face was still pale, his eyes filled with fatigue and pain, but the hint of a cynical smile at the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. This was not a forced smile, but a bitter yet genuine relief and rekindled fighting spirit after enduring calamity. Haha, he laughed softly, with self-mockery, as if declaring, "It seems this old man is not ready to admit defeat yet." He began to ponder. No matter how the world changes, how the power systems differ, or how strange fate may be, what truly supports a person, a civilization, is not external power, environment, or status, but the inner will and spirit. The kind of determination that believes in light and pursues hope even when in hell. The courage to protect companions and take responsibility even in the face of despair. The kind of belief that persists in the way of endurance and never gives up, even after experiencing betrayal and failure. These seemingly intangible things are the most fundamental and important values that transcend all possible worlds. Just like Wasteland Naruto, bearing an unstable core of power, facing apocalyptic despair, yet still protecting his base and comrades, pursuing faint hope. Like the Steam Age mechanist, facing the crisis of a city's destruction, putting aside differences and uniting to resist. Even that otherworldly scientist, though living like a bookish nerd, his persistence and pursuit of scientific truth is also a powerful spiritual force, though somewhat misguided. Understanding all this, the heavy stone weighing on Jiraiya's heart was finally lifted for the most part. He no longer obsessed over how despicable or absurd those selves from other worlds were. He began to cast his gaze on a broader level, starting to seek from these bizarre possibilities those common, shining, and affirmable things. He even developed an impulse to record all of this. These unheard of, unseen otherworldly scenes. These power systems and social rules that overturn cognition. These people struggle, fight, fall, and shine in extreme environments, showcasing the rich diversity of human nature. This is simply an epic more brilliant, grander, and more inspiring than any of Jiraiya's previous works. If all of this could be recorded, carefully analyzed, and summarized, perhaps the true key to changing the world and guiding the future toward a better path could be found. At this thought, the light of a writer and explorer reignited in Jiraiya's eyes. He instinctively reached for the pen and paper in his pocket, tools he never parted with during his travels. Although in this damned theater he might not be able to produce anything, he had already decided in his heart that as long as he survived and left, he would record everything he saw and heard today exactly as it was. This might become the most important work of his life. Jiraiya rallied again amid pain and setbacks, finding new purpose and motivation from this movie watching. He was no longer the failure crushed by the impact of another world, but the perverted sage who was forever curious about the world, constantly exploring and thinking, though he had no mood for that now. Unlike Jiraiya's outward emotions, Uchiha Sasuke in the corner of the viewing seats remained silent. He was not as emotionally expressive as Naruto, nor did he collapse like Tsunade when her image shattered, and he lacked Jiraiya's dramatic transformation. He sat quietly, like ice in the night, hiding all emotions beneath his dark eyes. But this did not mean his heart was calm. On the contrary, the bizarre multiverse viewing might have impacted him more deeply and complexly than anyone else. His gaze kept shifting. When he saw the dark, twisted, otherworld one, and the dark Orochimaru who also pursued power and was even more successful than the main world Orochimaru, did his eyes flash with recognition and desire for pure power? When he saw Otherworld 2, the cyber city full of technology and conspiracy, and the himself dressed in a suit, controlling power and possessing electronic Sharingan, did his eyes also flash with a hint of curiosity or longing for a different path? When he saw Otherworld 3, the possibility where the clan was not wiped out, his parents were alive, and his older brother was still perfect, did his eyes fill with unspeakable pain, jealousy, and a silent protest against the injustice of fate? When he saw the cult himself struggling to survive by any means in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, did his eyes flash with a moment of reflection on his own choices, or some understanding of pure survival instinct? When he saw the himself piloting a magnificent mech, representing the elite class, battling the lower class Naruto, what was he thinking? Was it identification with his own class, or weariness of the rigid order? And those different world Narutos. That Naruto who remains clear and clumsy in resistance even in the darkness. That Naruto full of vitality in the cyber city, leading the grassroots rebellion. That Naruto living an ordinary life, inheriting happiness. That Naruto bearing everything in the post-apocalyptic wasteland, igniting hope. That Naruto challenging authority with grassroots wisdom in the STEAM world. These different Narutos all seem to possess an indomitable quality that can inspire others. What kind of waves does this stir in his heart? Does it strengthen his resolve to sever ties, or does it cause ripples in his long-suppressed complex emotions? And those Uchiha from different worlds. The extinct, the existing, the technologically modified, and even those who never truly existed. How might these different family destinies affect his obsession with reviving the Uchiha? Sasuke silently observes, calmly analyzing all the information from the other worlds. He is the most objective bystander, yet also the most tormented participant in this viewing. Because each world touches the most sensitive parts of his heart: power, bonds, revenge, family, and belonging. These images, like sharp carving knives, etch new marks onto his scarred, frozen heart. Perhaps even he does not know what he will become after this viewing. Will he become more resolute on the path of revenge, or begin to waver and seek a new direction? What new possibilities will arise from the unbreakable fate between him and Naruto? No one knows. Only he himself, in that silent observation and reflection, quietly endures an inner storm, one that may completely change his life. His gaze flickers in the darkness, deeper and more elusive than ever before. As Sasuke's lifelong rival and bond, Uzumaki Naruto's growth and changes in this multiverse viewing are even more direct and clear. From initial shock, anger, curiosity, and loud exclamations, Naruto gradually begins to understand what the system means by possibilities. He sees the different fates of himself and his companions in various worlds, stirring deeper thoughts and emotions within him. In Otherworld 1, that dark and twisted world, he realizes how terrible the consequences can be if power takes a wrong path. In the cyber city of Otherworld 2, he sees that although technology is dazzling, it is cold, making genuine human feelings even more precious. The absurd twists in Otherworld 3 teach him the huge impact personality and choices have on fate, and he somewhat senses the cost behind peace, even though he is still mostly laughing. By the time he reaches the post-apocalyptic wasteland of Otherworld 4, he feels the fragility and preciousness of life and witnesses the resilience of never giving up in desperate situations. In the steam and gears-filled Otherworld 5, he understands different power systems and development paths, and also witnesses the ever-present class conflicts and shadows of war. No matter which world, whether success or failure, happiness or pain, hero or ordinary person, that Uzumaki Naruto always possesses a common trait: never giving up. He clumsily resists the dark rules, leads the oppressed people to rebel, ignites hope in the wasteland, and pilots a broken mech to challenge powerful enemies. This Naruto is always full of vitality, firmly believing in a certain conviction, bravely moving forward to protect those he loves. This core quality, unchanged despite traveling through different worlds, fills the Naruto of the main world with unprecedented shock and pride. He begins to ponder, no matter how the world changes, no matter how power differs, does his steadfast say it, do it, that's my ninja way, hold some universal meaning? No matter how harsh the environment, no matter how strong the enemy, as long as the belief in one's heart does not fade, the path forward can always be found. His understanding of the goal of becoming Hokage also deepens. It is not just for recognition and power. More importantly, what should this power be used to protect? To create what kind of world? Is it like Otherworld 1, using power to enslave and control? Is it like Otherworld 2, letting technology develop unchecked, leading to the distortion of humanity? Is it like Otherworld 3, sacrificing free will in pursuit of a false peace? Is it like Otherworld 4, struggling bitterly in despair? Or is it like Otherworld 5, trapped in endless technological competition and class conflict? No. None of these is what he wants. What he longs for is a world like Otherworld 10, though he has never truly seen it. A world where everyone can show genuine smiles, where children can play freely under the sun, and parents no longer weep over lost children. A truly peaceful and warm world. Even if that world looks ordinary, even somewhat dull. But that happiness and peace within reach may be the most precious treasure. He understood that achieving such an ideal was far more difficult than becoming the strongest in the ninja world or defeating all enemies. Yet this did not prevent the goal in his heart from becoming clearer and more resolute. This multiverse viewing was like a special training across time and space for Naruto. It did not directly enhance his chakra or ninjutsu, but it greatly broadened his horizons and sharpened his mind. It gave him a deeper understanding and awareness of himself, the world, and the future. The screen continuously played images of other worlds full of infinite possibilities and challenges. And his blue eyes sparkled with a brighter, more determined light than ever before. No matter what strange or harsh worlds he would see next, he was already ready to face the challenges and draw strength from them. Right there in the viewing seats, as everyone was still processing Jiraiya's renewed vigor, Sasuke's silent observation, and Naruto's profound understanding of possibility, that precise, clock-like system prompt sounded again. Each prompt signaled a major shift in the viewing content, tugging at everyone's hearts. Prompt: Isekai 3, Laugh or Cry. The 3 Ninja Reversal Theater core plot has been displayed in stages. With the prompt, the window representing that absurdly twisted, deeply unsettling world slowly darkened. This news caused a subtle change in the atmosphere among the audience. For the 3 victims involved, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. This was undoubtedly fantastic news. Tsunade immediately let out a long breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. How much she didn't want to see that voyeuristic, officially certified self again. Although there was lingering fear and shame, at least for now, there was no need to be publicly tormented anymore. She even felt as if the air around her had become fresher. Jiraiya also snapped out of his thoughts. Upon hearing the news, the faint color that had just returned to his face instantly tightened again, but then relaxed. Although he had recovered from the blow dealt by that bookish self and found a new direction for his thoughts, it was still better not to look if he could avoid it. Too embarrassing. As for Orochimaru, he was probably the most indifferent among the 3 about the end of this plot twist theater. Although he extremely despised that hypocritical version of himself, it seemed he had also found something worth studying from it. However, switching to a new world might bring more valuable material, and he was not opposed to this. He just snorted coldly to show he understood. The other viewers felt very complicated upon hearing that Isekai 3 was temporarily ending. On one hand, the absurd setting of this world and the social death scenes of the 3 ninjas made them laugh out loud and sparked much reflection on personality, fate, and society. But on the other hand, Orochimaru's sinister utopia plan sent chills down their spines. The final outcome of this world remained full of suspense. Before everyone could savor it carefully, the system's next announcement immediately caught everyone's attention. Isekai 6 will be introduced soon.
The carousel worlds have been adjusted to Otherworld 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninja under Nuclear Winter, Otherworld 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution, and Otherworld 6. The sixth world has finally arrived. After experiencing 5 worlds with completely different styles, darkness, technology, twists, wasteland, and steam, what will this sixth one look like? The audience grew excited, their curiosity burning like a flame. They had gotten used to the fast pace of switching between different worldviews, even beginning to enjoy the thrill of opening blind boxes, of course, as long as they didn't encounter worlds like 1 or 3 that made their hearts race. After the system released the new carousel list, it seemed to know the audience needed a farewell ceremony. The last thing broadcast on the screen was a representative montage from Otherworld 3, Laugh or Cry, the 3 Ninja Twist Theater. In a cluttered laboratory, scientist Jiraiya was smiling foolishly at a pile of data. On the rooftop of a hot spring inn, the peeping Tom Tsunade held a telescope, letting out a lecherous hee-hee sound. In an orphanage bathed in sunlight, philanthropist Orochimaru smiled, surrounded by white doves and children. In class, Jiraiya passionately lectured on theories that no one understood, while the students one by one fell asleep. On the street, Tsunade was chased all over by the security team after being spied on, even leaving provocative graffiti on the walls. In the secret laboratory, the philanthropist Orochimaru gazed at the glowing seed of the heart in the cultivation tank, his eyes flickering with the fanaticism of creating a perfect world. And finally, that extremely ridiculous, love and peace version of the 3 Ninja War simulation exercise. These scenes, full of contrast, absurdity, and humor, yet also hiding a chilling undertone, flashed quickly across the screen, like a final summary of this outrageous world. Then, the image completely faded out, returning to darkness. This world was full of laughable yet tragic moments, causing the 3 ninja to experience a large-scale social death scene, and also provoking deep reflections on personality, fate, and hypocrisy. Now, the story temporarily comes to a pause. The 3 ninja, except for Orochimaru who was still researching the seed of the heart technology, all breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, they were temporarily free from this nightmare. The audience, with a complex mix of wanting to laugh and feeling somewhat fearful, watched the end of this bizarre world. After a brief darkness, the screen lit up again. The light became strange, no longer the previous dark red, blue-purple, warm yellow, gray-white, or brass colors, but a mixed light as if seen through a shattered mirror, carrying a twisted and eerie hazy glow. Immediately after, a brand new title slowly appeared, with elegant calligraphic font yet sharp and fragmented, Ice Sky 6, Illusory Flowers and Moon Reflections, all characters gender swapped. The title background was a huge cracked mirror, vaguely reflecting the scene of Konoha Village, but the genders of the figures in the mirror were completely reversed. A golden twin-tailed figure ran down the street, a pink-haired figure wearing male ninja attire threw a punch, and a black-haired tall woman faced away from the screen. The shattered reflections combined with the 5 characters, all characters gender swapped, directly slammed the core setting of this world in front of all the viewers. Everyone gender swapped? The entire theater instantly fell into a silence even more eerie and noisy than before. Everyone's expressions froze, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, minds blank. After a few seconds, most of the male characters finally reacted, a wave of shock, absurdity, horror, and chills sweeping over all the male audience like a tsunami. Gender swap, they exclaimed. Naruto was the first to let out a scream like his tail had been stepped on. He instinctively looked down at his body, then touched his face, as if afraid he would turn into a girl the next second. What kind of joke is this? All of us gender swapped? Kiba was so scared he jumped up if he could jump, grabbing Akamaru tightly, his voice trembling. Then does that mean I'd become a girl? Akamaru. Will Akamaru also become a female dog? Akamaru seemed to sense his master's panic and let out an uneasy whimper. Wait. Everyone is going to change? Choji's face was filled with terror. He couldn't even eat, afraid of what he would look like as a girl. Rock Lee was stunned for a moment, then turned to Teacher Guy, his face full of confusion. Teacher Guy, is gender swapping also a part of youth? Teacher Guy was speechless, his face written with shock and horror. I don't even know what to say. Niji, Shino, Shikamaru, and others remained calm but showed expressions of disbelief and discomfort upon hearing the news. Especially when imagining themselves as girls, a chill ran down their spines. Even the usually composed Sasuke showed an unhidden crack in his expression. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes full of rejection and disbelief. Thinking about possibly becoming a woman made him feel nauseous. Jiraiya was struck as if by lightning. Just as he was recovering from the shock of the reversed world, he now had to face the impact of gender swapping. He touched his beard and Adam's apple, panicked. No. I am the wise, mighty, and charming Toad Sage. How could I possibly become a woman? Compared to the panic of the male audience, the reaction of the female audience was completely different. Although they were shocked, they were more curious, even a bit excited. Everyone's gender swapped? Ino blinked and said excitedly, so Naruto will become a girl, Sasuke too, what about Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba? I really want to see what they look like as girls. Yeah. Tenten excitedly agreed, and Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, oh wait, Tsunade is already a woman, so would she become a man? Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly, finding the idea ridiculous, but when she thought about Sasuke turning into a girl, she felt a bit curious. She quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. Hinata, still blushing, lowered her head but secretly glanced at Naruto out of the corner of her eye, seemingly imagining what the female version of Naruto-kun would look like, how cute he might be. As for Tsunade, she had just struggled out of the social death shadow of being a peeping Tom. Seeing this gender swap title and imagining herself possibly turning into a man, her expression became extremely strange and hard to describe. However, compared to becoming a peeping Tom, becoming a man seemed, somehow, not so hard to accept. At least it wouldn't be that embarrassing, right? Orochimaru wasn't interested in this simple physiological structure change. He raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking this system was getting more and more playful. However, whether the gender swap would affect strength and mental traits? That was a variable worth observing in this experiment. In short, the title Otherworld Chapter 6, Illusory Flowers and Moon Reflections. Everyone gender swapped was like throwing an ice cube into a calm frying pan, instantly igniting the entire scene. Shock, absurdity, chills, curiosity, excitement. Various conflicting emotions collided in the audience, creating an unprecedentedly intense atmosphere, even somewhat chaotic. Everyone was eager to find out what kind of worldview-shattering spectacle this all-gender-swapped world would bring. Those familiar characters, after gender reversal, how would their appearance, personality, abilities, and even relationships undergo such strange and outrageous changes? The screen slowly lit up amid the clamor of anticipation and unease, ready to unveil this ephemeral and illusory, gender-reversed otherworldly scene. On the screen, the shattered mirror reflections and eerie halos gradually faded away, and Isekai 6, Ephemeral Illusions All-Gender Swap Record, officially began. What appeared was the sunny, vibrant Konoha village. The streets, buildings, even the clouds in the sky were no different from the main world. But when the first resident stepped into the frame, everyone held their breath, and an eerie silence filled the air. Was that a girl? No, girl was not enough to describe her. She was like a burst of energetic little sun, radiating vitality. She had long orange hair more brilliant than sunlight, burning like flames. Unlike Naruto in the main world, whose hair was messy, she tied her hair into two lively twin tails that swung wildly as she ran, the tips slightly curled, adding a touch of playfulness. Her face was round and carried a baby fat, her skin a healthy wheat color, full of vitality. The most captivating were her large, sky-blue eyes, clear as the heavens, sparkling with the same indomitable, life-filled light as Naruto from the main world. Of course, there were also the iconic six faint whisker-like marks of the six paths, clearly imprinted on both cheeks of her slightly chubby face, adding a touch of wildness and an indescribable kind of cuteness. Her figure, though still that of a young girl, already showed some, energetic curves. Unlike Naruto from the main world, who was skinny at least in the early days, she had a well-proportioned build that suggested regular exercise and strength. At this moment, this explosively energetic female version of Naruto, perhaps we can call her Naruko, was arrogantly and joyfully running wildly through the streets of Konoha village. Behind her, a group of exasperated ninja academy teachers were chasing relentlessly, shouting non-stop, maybe even a few unlucky jonin. They were clearly in hot pursuit because she had caused some big trouble. Uzumaki Naruto. Stop right there. Don't run, this time we definitely won't let you off. Catch her quickly, don't let her escape. But Naruto was not afraid at all. She ran while looking back, making faces, and laughing with a silver bell-like sound that was anything but ladylike. Silly teachers, you can't catch me. I'm the future Hokage, and I will never be caught by you. Her voice was crisp and strong, full of energy, carrying the same thick Shinibu vibe as the original Naruto. At the corner, she skillfully waved one hand and quickly formed a hand seal. Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed, and several identical orange twin-tailed shadow clones of her appeared. These clones immediately scattered, creating chaos and making the chasing teachers even more frustrated. Damn it, shadow clones again. Don't bother with the clones, chase the original. Who exactly is the original? Watching this both familiar and strange scene, Uzumaki Naruto in the audience was completely dumbfounded.
He pointed at the lively, hyperactive orange twin-tailed girl on the screen, his mouth forming an O, eyes wide open, fingers trembling non-stop, and he stammered. That, the one with the braids, the one with the beard on her face, she. His mind simply couldn't process this shocking information. That person who looks exactly like him except for the hair and gender could also use shadow clones, play pranks, and was even chased all over the village by the teacher. That noisy, lively guy was actually. Is that me? A W woman? A scream of shock, absurdity, and indescribable fear burst out from Minato's mouth. His worldview, outlook on life, and even his perception of gender were completely overturned at this moment. He instinctively looked down at his chest flat, then touched his Adam's apple. There it was, repeatedly confirming that he was still a pure guy before he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, only to fall into even deeper confusion and some kind of extremely subtle shame. That female version of himself looked kind of energetic. Tui. What am I thinking? He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake the figure with twin ponytails on the screen out of his mind, but that vivid image lingered like a brand, impossible to erase. His companions beside him, after the initial shock, all showed strange expressions of wanting to laugh but not daring to. Sakura covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking continuously, clearly trying to hold back laughter. She looked at the energetic Naruto on the screen, then glanced at the collapsed Naruto beside her. The contrast was just too amusing. Kiba and Choji were already laughing heartily. Kiba laughed until tears came out. Naruto, so this is what you look like as a girl. Pretty lively, huh? Choji laughed as he said, twin ponytails actually suit you pretty well? Even the usually calm Shikamaru, looking at the energetic, troublemaking Naruto on the screen, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and sigh. Trouble, it seems the level of trouble hasn't changed regardless of gender. Kakashi looked at Naruto with his crescent-shaped eyes, teasingly saying, Naruto's energy is in no way inferior to yours. Only Hinata blushed and lowered her head, secretly watching the boisterous yet clear-eyed Naruto on the screen, feeling strangely a bit cute. She immediately shyly lowered her head again. Just as Naruto was collapsing in embarrassment over his gender-swapped image, and everyone was either holding back laughter or making comments, the scene switched again. The scene changed from a noisy street to a ninja school training ground, sunlight filtering through the leaves, the field empty. Only a solitary figure, as aloof as the night, was engaged in a fierce and dangerous training. It was a girl. She had long hair as smooth and glossy as obsidian or neat short black hair, flowing with her movements like tassels in the dark night. Her skin was fair and translucent, like porcelain, her features delicate like a doll's, yet she radiated a cold, unapproachable, peerless beauty. Her figure was not as lively as Naruto's but extremely well proportioned and harmonious, like a perfect leopard, exuding streamlined power and deadly elegance. She was dressed in a set of ninja attire possibly modified to better fit the female body curves, yet still in dark colors black or dark blue, perfectly outlining her slender and powerful figure. At this moment, she stood in the center of the training ground, her gaze cold and focused, her right hand raised high. Zzz. A piercing sound, like the chorus of thousands of birds chirping simultaneously, erupted. On her fair and slender right hand, an enormous and wildly fierce blue-white lightning gathered. The lightning flashed, arcs danced, the air was torn apart, carrying an aura of destruction. Chidori! And it was an even stronger, more dangerous Chidori. Her eyes turned cold as she let out a low shout. In a flash, her figure appeared instantly before a huge rock dozens of meters away. Her right hand gathered lightning, stabbing into the rock like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The rock and ground were shattered by the lightning, debris flying, dust swirling, leaving behind a charred crater. The power of a single strike was astonishing beyond belief. As the dust settled, the cold and beautiful face of the girl appeared. She slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes showing no joy, only a thirst for greater power, along with hidden pain and hatred. This black-haired, black-eyed, cold and aloof girl was the female version of Uchiha Sasuke from the otherworldly land. We could call her Seiko, or more fittingly, Saki. The audience fell silent once again. This time not with laughter, but stunned by her beauty, aura, and strength. So beautiful, Ino whispered softly, her eyes full of amazement. As a fellow woman, she had to admit that the female Sasuke was unbelievably beautiful. And so strong. Tiantian's expression was serious. Was that Chidori just now even more powerful than the Sasuke from the main world? Sakura looked at the iceberg goddess Saki on the screen, her heart turbulent. On one hand, she was shocked by the other's beauty and strength, even feeling inferior. On the other hand, thinking that this beautiful and powerful existence was actually Sasuke Koen transformed, complex and awkward emotions surged in her heart. The Sasuke she had always admired, after becoming a girl, was even more dazzling. This was hard for her to accept. As for the person involved, Uchiha Sasuke from the main world, looking at the female version of himself on the screen whose appearance, temperament, and even strength were top tier, his expression could no longer be described as ashen, but rather, as black as the bottom of a pot. His fists clenched tightly again, knuckles creaking from the excessive force. His body trembled slightly from extreme anger and a certain indescribable sense of humiliation. Becoming a woman was bad enough, though already enough to drive him crazy. Why did this female version of himself look so strong? So charming? Even though that charm was cold enough to be frightening. This was simply mocking him, the power-seeking, proud and arrogant Uchiha genius. He felt his pride mercilessly crushed by the Seiko Saki on the screen. He even wanted to rush into the screen and fight that female version of himself to prove who the real Uchiha Sasuke was. Of course, he knew that was impossible. He suddenly turned his head away, no longer looking at the screen, afraid that one more glance would torment him even more. At that moment, the screen began to show the relationship between Naruto and Seiko Saki. Outside the training ground, Naruto with her orange twin tails secretly peeked out half her head, staring at the cold and aloof Seiko Saki inside. Naruto's eyes were complicated, just like how the main world's Naruto looked at Sasuke. There was defiance, competitiveness, and a desire to surpass the other. But also a hint of care and admiration that even she hadn't noticed herself. Humph. Seiko is practicing alone again, pretending to be cool. Naruto muttered with a pout, Chidori may be powerful, but one day I'll invent a ninjutsu stronger than Chidori and defeat you. She clenched her fists, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. Inside the arena, Seiko Saki seemed to sense the gaze. Her cold eyes swept toward Naruto like a sharp sword, their eyes meeting in midair. No words were spoken, but it was as if intense sparks exploded in the air. That was the eternal rivalry and entanglement between sworn enemies. It seemed that even in a world where genders were reversed, the bond running through the entire story between Naruto and Sasuke Seiko Saki still existed in a more subtle and complex way. Seeing this scene, the Naruto and Sasuke from the main world were both shaken. Naruto looked at the two girls locked in a standoff on the screen, his heart reignited with the desire to catch up to Sasuke and prove himself. That's right. Another me. Go for it. You must defeat her. As for Sasuke, although he still didn't look back at the screen, hearing Naruto's familiar, unyielding declaration and feeling that damned connection between him and Naruto that transcended gender and worlds, his brows furrowed even deeper, and the irritation in his heart grew stronger. Just as Naruto and Seiko Saki were still engaged in their silent eye duel, a somewhat clumsy but power-filled figure suddenly rushed out from the side. Naruto! Seiko! Are you two exchanging glances here again? Come over and help, the strength training isn't finished yet. This voice sounds somewhat familiar. Everyone focused their eyes and saw a tall young boy with short pink hair, whose brows showed a mix of heroic spirit and a bit of simplicity. He wore flexible training clothes, with clearly defined muscles on his arms and calves, full of strength. His face still carried the impulsiveness and straightforwardness unique to youth. This pink-haired boy, could he be the male version of Sakura? Everyone exclaimed, Sakura turned into a boy too? Naruto pointed at the screen in surprise. Wow, really solid. Tenten commented. Seems even more impulsive than Sakura? Ino tilted her head looking at him. Meanwhile, the main world's Sakura looked at the screen showing a taller, rougher, and somewhat clumsy male version of herself, feeling conflicted. On one hand, she envied that male version of herself for having stronger pure physical strength. But on the other hand, she felt he was not delicate enough, being more passionate about taijutsu rather than the medical ninjutsu and chakra control she excelled at. More subtly, this male version of herself seemed to have special feelings for the female version of Sasuke Seiko. Thinking about the male version of herself pursuing the female Sasuke, Sakura's mind became a bit chaotic, and her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower Water Moon. All characters gender swap begins with the stunning and strange interactions among Naruto, Seiko, and Usuke, bringing the audience an unprecedented shock and endless points to tease. This gender-reversed world is full of bizarre possibilities and hilarious plots. The audience, especially those who love to watch the drama unfold, can't wait to see how the other familiar characters will turn out in this world, becoming what kind of earth-shattering appearances. On the screen, the plot of Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower Water Moon. All characters gender swap continues. The three core protagonists with reversed genders Naruto, Seiko Saki, and Usuke Sakuraru have appeared. Their interactions, both familiar and strange, leave the audience shocked and laughing, while also fueling a stronger curiosity about the other characters in this world. Especially the legendary three ninja. How will they look in this gender-reversed world?
The system obviously knows how to tease the audience.
After showing the gender-swapped image of the younger generation, the scene shifts to a place filled with the smell of alcohol and an air of wild abandon. This could be a bustling izakaya or perhaps a more chaotic, mixed underground casino. A figure is seen boldly standing on one foot on a table, holding a huge wine gourd in one hand and gulping down the liquor with a gulp-gulp sound. The other hand is indecently draped over the shoulder of a pale, trembling handsome young man beside them.
This figure is a woman.
She has a stunning figure that is extremely eye-catching, with wild white hair spreading out like a lioness mane. Her facial features faintly resemble Jiraiya's, but appear more charming and alluring. Those eyes no longer hold the calmness of an elder but burn with passion and cunning, openly showing a strong interest in the beautiful youth, or rather, all handsome men. She wears a bold and revealing outfit, perhaps a modified deep red tight ninja suit or something like a casino bunny girl costume, but with an even stronger aura. Her proud curves, long legs, and almost bursting chest are displayed without reservation, even more fiery and straightforward than the succubus Tsunade from another world. While drinking heartily, she pinches the young man's muscles with the hand resting on his shoulder, letting out a boisterous, somewhat lecherous laugh.
Hee, young man, nice figure. Interested in chatting about life with your sister?
I've been gathering material lately and am just missing a strong, young male lead like you. Her tone of voice was filled with unabashed teasing and a kind of aggressiveness that made people, especially men, get goosebumps.
The handsome young man she was teasing was already so scared that he was trembling, repeatedly waving his hands, and no. I dare not.
Lady Jiraiya, please spare me.
Jiraiya? That's right.
The voluptuous, bold, alcohol-loving, and openly teasing beautiful white-haired woman before him
was none other than the female version of Jiraiya from Otherworld Land. We could call her Jiraiya? Or maybe Sister Jirai?
The latter suits her mature, regal aura better. Jiraiya from the main world, watching from the viewing seat, was stunned once again at this scene. This time, his shock was different from when he saw the scientist version and servant version of himself breaking down. It was a complex mix of emotions. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth, staring at the female version of himself on the screen, whose figure, personality, and mannerisms were all stunningly extraordinary. Inside, a chaotic storm raged, a fierce internal struggle like a battle between heaven and man. On one hand, he was shocked, bewildered, even a bit nauseated just thinking about how he had turned into a woman and was openly flirting with men was unbelievable. But on the other hand, looking at that fiery figure, bold personality, and carefree spirit, although her methods were a bit questionable, she lived freely. She even changed her hobby to chasing handsome young men, yet still perfectly inherited himself.
He actually.
Shamefully, he felt a faint, barely admitted envy that even he dared not acknowledge.
Yes. Envy.
Envy that Sister Zilai could so unabashedly display her feminine charm. Envy that she could openly pursue her own love for handsome young men interests.
Even envying her even more exaggerated and impressive figure than Tsunade.
Gulp, he unconsciously swallowed, his eyes complex. But he quickly forced down these dangerous and immoral thoughts.
No. How could I envy a female version of myself who behaves so promiscuously? This is absurd, too disgraceful for a gentleman.
He shook his head hard, trying to clear his mind. But the image of the white-haired mature woman on the screen and her bold words and actions lingered like a spell. The reactions of others in the viewing area when Jiraiya appeared were also spectacular.
Naruto was dumbfounded, a lecherous sage turned female, and still teasing men? That's a lot of information. Sakura, Ino, and the other girls looked at the screen with disdain but couldn't help sneaking glances at Jiraiya's fiery figure, whispering, "Oh my god, Lord Jiraiya turned female and is actually this well endowed?" Kiba and Shoji wore expressions of eye-opening amazement, exchanging knowing looks as if to say, "So this old guy is this fierce as a woman?" Kakashi silently lifted the electronic book in his hand a little higher, covering most of his face, leaving only one eye visible, his gaze filled with helplessness and a hint of amusement at the spectacle. Only Tsunade, seeing this female version of Jiraiya, especially with her figure even more exaggerated than her own in the main world, and her even more uninhibited and bold demeanor, her expression turned extremely unpleasant. On one hand, she felt that this Jiraiya was utterly shameless and disgraceful, bringing shame to the Sannin. But on the other hand, seeing that she actually surpassed her in both figure and boldness, she felt inexplicably annoyed, igniting a strong competitive spirit. Just a shameless female hooligan, she snorted coldly, curling her lips. Just as Jiraiya was still drinking heavily and teasing handsome boys in the izakaya, the scene shifted, revealing her other side as a ninja. Perhaps on the training ground, Naruto was diligently practicing the Rasengan, maybe a variant suited to a female constitution.
But no matter how hard she tried, her chakra could not stabilize into a spherical shape, and in frustration, she punched a nearby wooden post.
At that moment, a lazy yet powerful voice sounded.
Little Naruto, your chakra control is still so poor, don't even talk about becoming Hokage, you can barely form a ball.
Naruto suddenly turned around and saw Jiraiya leaning against a tree, holding a large sake gourd, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. Annoying, Master Jiraiya. Rasengan is already hard to practice. Didn't you go to gather materials? Why are you back again? Tired from gathering materials, came to check on my clumsy disciple, what's up?
Jiraiya staggered over with a smile, but his eyes were unusually sharp. He looked at the shapeless chakra ball in Naruto's hand, then suddenly reached out and firmly tapped her forehead.
Idiot.
How many times have I told you, forming chakra requires feeling with your heart, not brute force. You have to be as gentle as when you're caressing your favorite ramen, yet as focused as when you see someone you hate and want to punch them. Using his unique and somewhat crude Jiraiya-style method to guide Naruto, though smelling of alcohol, he hit the nail on the head. The confidence and experience of a strong man emanating from Jiraiya made Naruto involuntarily listen seriously. It seems that even with the gender swap, even with extremely unrestrained behavior, as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya still perfectly inherited the strength and teaching ability.
She might still be that unreliable but dependable master who can guide Naruto to grow? Although this master might often take her disciple to the casino or a host club to gather materials? Seeing this scene, the Jiraiya of the main world felt that discomfort caused by the gender swap and lewd behavior was slightly eased. At least, the self in this world, although a female delinquent, still seems to retain the sense of responsibility belonging to the master. Moreover, she appears to be quite strong. He stared at the white-haired older sister on the screen who was seriously guiding Naruto. Although her methods were strange, his expression grew complicated. While the audience was still digesting the shock of the uninhibited older sister Naruto, the system screen switched again. This time, the focus was on the last of the three ninjas Tsunade, a character who had been completely overturned. In this gender-swapped world, what would Tsunade become like? The audience held their breath in anticipation, and Tsunade herself was even more nervous, palms sweating, ready to socially die once again. However, as soon as the screen became clear, everyone was stunned. The location was actually the Hokage's office. Moreover, this office was neither dark and luxurious nor like a clinic filled with medical reports. Instead, it was full of a sense of power and authority, with a tough guy style. Huge weapons hung on the walls, like maces or battle axes. A heavy strategic map was spread out on the desk, and in the corner were barbells and sandbags. And sitting on the Hokage chair, symbolizing the highest authority, is a man. He is burly, muscles bulging, full of explosive power. His hair is still blonde, but cut into a neat, short style, or casually tied at the back, making him look even more resolute. His features faintly resemble Tsunade's, but the lines are rugged and strong, full of masculinity. His gaze is no longer soft or fiery, but dignified and sharp, carrying unquestionable decisiveness and the aura of a domineering CEO. He wears a sleeveless black vest, revealing solid muscles, draped with the Hokage's ceremonial robe, exuding a tough guy vibe. There are no bottles of alcohol or gambling tools on the table, only piles of military documents and battle plans. At this moment, he is frowning, reviewing an urgent military intelligence report, his fingers tapping forcefully on the table, as if contemplating a major decision. The pure, powerful, overwhelmingly oppressive masculine hormone aura emanating from him is practically bursting out of the screen. This real man full of power, dignity, and dominance turns out to be a male version of Tsunade? We could call him Tsunade Lang? Or Tsunade Gon? Perhaps this suits his domineering style better? The audience suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the muscular Hokage on the screen, who was completely different from the fiery, gambling-addicted Tsunade they remembered. The Tsunade from the main world was utterly stunned. She had imagined herself as various genders, maybe a timid pretty boy, a greasy gambling uncle, or even a bold muscular brother like Jiraiya. But she never expected to become such a powerful, dignified, domineering CEO-like figure, or rather, a tough leader. This style is way too rugged, right? She instinctively touched her own arm, though firm, it was nowhere near as strong as the one on the screen, then glanced at her chest. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up in her heart. How should I put it, this male version of herself actually looks pretty handsome. Ugh, what am I thinking? Moreover, that powerful aura and decisiveness seem even more like a qualified shadow than she is herself, though she would never admit it. Most importantly, this image is not awkward at all, on the contrary, it's kind of cool.
This gave her heart, wounded by consecutive social embarrassments, a faint sense of comfort for the first time. Of course, that thought vanished in an instant. She quickly returned to normal, outwardly calm, but looking at the Tsunade guy on the screen, her expression was stranger than before, with a bit more interest. She even began to assess his strength, like whether his brute force was stronger, and how his medical ninjutsu performed. The audience also burst into new discussions after their shock. Wow! Tsunade turned into a guy, so fierce. Naruto swallowed hard as he looked at the muscular male figure on the screen. The aura is really strong, even more dignified than the fifth Hokage, Sakura whispered, then covered her mouth and secretly glanced at Tsunade beside her. Full of power. Lee's eyes lit up, full of admiration. This is true strength. Youthful masculinity in full force. Guy-sensei nodded vigorously in agreement nearby. Jiraiya looked at the robust and imposing Tsunade man, then thought about the bold and unrestrained Jiraiya. He suddenly felt, in this gender-swapped world, he seemed outdone? Whether in physique or aura, he lost. A strange sense of dissatisfaction welled up in his heart. Only Sasuke remained indifferent. In his view, regardless of gender or appearance, in the end, it all comes down to strength. Although this Tsunade man looked intimidating, his true power was yet to be seen. The footage continued, showcasing this Tsunade man's style of conduct. He possessed the same astonishing brute strength as the Tsunade from the main world, even stronger due to his male physique. In the scene, frustrated by his subordinates' incompetence, he smashed a heavy office desk with a single punch, silencing everyone around in fear. He also mastered top-tier medical ninjutsu, but when performing it, it lacked the delicacy of a woman and had a rougher, more violent healing style, for example, forcibly setting bones with brute strength, then stimulating cell regeneration with yang chakra. When handling village affairs, he was domineering and tough, suppressing doubts with a powerful aura and responding to external threats without hesitation with overwhelming force. He was like a strong and decisive iron-fisted leader, autocratic and impatient, completely different from the fiery yet considerate style of the main world as Tsunade. The audience felt both novelty and some concern. Such leadership might save the day but could also lead the village into danger. The appearance of Tsunade man added a complex and interesting element to Otherworld Land. His imposing image formed a sharp contrast with Naruto, Saki, Sakurasuke, and Jiraiya, sparking speculation about the power structure in this gender-swapped world. Next, the camera shifted to the last of the three legendary Sannin, the mysterious and feared Orochimaru. In this gender-swapped world, what shocking form would he take? All eyes focused on the screen again, filled with curiosity and ominous anticipation. The system camera quickly switched, and the scene was not a laboratory or battlefield, but a magnificent palace with exotic flair. It was decorated with pearls, vibrant silks, and bizarre artworks made from venomous snakes and strange flowers, exuding a sinister aura. The air was filled with a strange scent, sweet and cloying, yet tinged with a hint of danger. And in the deepest part of the palace, on a luxurious couch draped with purple velvet, leaning against a silhouette. When the figure's appearance became clear, in the audience seats, an even stronger outburst of astonished gasps and sharp intakes of breath erupted than when they had seen Jiraiya and Tsunade before. Because that person was simply beautiful, or rather, bewitching? She didn't look human. The gender was so ambiguous it was hard to grasp, even more mysterious than the dark Orochimaru from Isekai 1. That long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with an enticing gloss, gently writhing as if alive. The skin was fair and delicate, smoother than mutton fat jade, seemingly leaving fingerprints with a light touch. The features were exquisite, lines sculpted like a deity's, with narrow eyes slightly upturned, sly like a fox or snake, the pupils shifting between purple and gold, sparkling with enchanting light. The lips were painted a vivid rouge, slightly upturned, carrying a seductive yet dangerous smile. The figure was slender and supple, lazily leaning on a soft couch, every curve radiating fatal allure. Wearing a lavish and intricate robe of purple and black embroidered with golden snake patterns, resembling a female court dress or kimono, or perhaps the daring attire of an exotic dancer, with only sheer fabric and jewels covering key areas. No matter the clothing, she exuded a bewitching, androgynous, and dangerous aura, with a hint of morbid beauty. This being, stepping out from dark mythology, was breathtakingly beautiful and dangerously mesmerizing, too intimidating to look at directly. It turns out to be a gender-swapped version of Orochimaru? We could call him her Lady Orochi or Madam Serpent, but neither title can fully capture his or otherworldly charm that transcends gender. In the audience, regardless of gender, everyone seemed to hold their breath. They had imagined what Orochimaru might look like after a gender swap, perhaps a cold and elegant older sister type, or maybe a Yandere beautiful girl, but never did they expect such a breathtakingly beautiful existence that completely breaks through gender boundaries. This visual impact is stronger than any character's, making it impossible to look away. Jiraiya and Tsunade from the main world, watching that figure on the screen so different in style from the cold, pale, and somewhat inhuman Orochimaru they remembered, were left speechless. They even started doubting their own lives? Could it be that Orochimaru's true nature is actually that of an unparalleled beauty handsome man? Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and the younger generation were even more stunned, their cheeks flushed. On one hand, they thought the person on the screen was outrageously beautiful, but on the other, they instinctively sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Even the usually indifferent Sasuke showed intense fluctuations in his eyes when he saw this Lady Orochi. He recalled the Orochimaru from the main world who clung to him, full of forbidden temptation. This presence before him, who seemed to have taken seduction to the extreme, made his feelings complex and wary. The main world's Orochimaru looked at this gender-swapped self on the screen, so different yet seemingly connected on a deep level. The usual sinister smile at the corner of his mouth slightly stiffened. This time, it was not disgust but a rare curiosity and a strong desire to study. He stared at Lady Orochi, observing the otherworldly charm that could easily manipulate hearts, sensing the unique aura of life and death, beauty and poison mixed within her. His golden vertical pupils flickered with bright light as he murmured, "Interesting, truly interesting." A change in gender can so profoundly affect the form of existence and the manifestation of power. This ultimate feminine beauty seems to contain a spiritual bewitchment and life control power similar to the cursed seal, yet different. How does she maintain this perfect form that transcends gender boundaries? Is it some forbidden technique or a complete genetic transformation? Perhaps the secret of immortality is not just the undying soul, but the creation of this perfect vessel that can adapt, charm, and devour everything. Orochimaru of the main world developed a strong research interest in this gender-swapped version of himself. He seemed to see new possibilities for life, power, and the perfect form. No matter how the gender changes, Orochimaru's desire for forbidden knowledge and ultimate power will never change. The images on the screen also confirmed his suspicions. They showed some behavioral clips of this Orochimaru snake lady. She might not have conducted cruel human experiments as directly as in the main world. Instead, it was a more covert, more elegant, but equally deadly method. She might have used their unparalleled beauty and charm to easily make those powerful ninja, wealthy merchants, and even the rulers of a nation fall at her feet or under the folds of a pomegranate skirt? Or a magnificent robe? She willingly gave everything for him: wealth, power, secrets, even vitality. She was skilled in poisons and curses, able to kill silently or turn people into beautiful puppets under her control. She pursued forbidden techniques in immortality, focusing on mind control, soul transfer, and the evil secret arts of using others' life energy to maintain youth. This Orochimaru, stunningly beautiful on the outside, was no less dangerous and evil than the cold venomous snake of the main world. Her deception was even stronger, making her defenses impossible to guard against. In Otherworld Land, Illusory Flowers and Watermoon, all characters gender swapped, following Naruto, Seiko Saki, Asuka Adaru, Jirako Jirene, and Tsunade Tsunakan. The most stunning and dangerous Great Serpent Princess finally makes her appearance. With this, all the core characters of the gender-reversed world have been revealed. The images and settings of these characters are full of subversion and controversy, triggering a visual and ideological shock for the audience. What kind of love and hate conflicts will arise from the gender reversal among them? This world, filled with psychedelic colors, hides infinite possibilities and outrageous developments, sparking strong curiosity among viewers who are eager to know where the story will lead. On the screen, after showing the gender-swapped appearances of Naruto, Saki, Adaru, Jirene, Tsunakan, and the Great Serpent Princess, the story does not immediately unfold. Instead, some daily details are presented, hinting at the subtle changes in social relationships and gender roles in the gender-reversed world. The change in physiological gender not only affects appearance and behavior but also profoundly alters their interactions, emotional expressions, social status, and even the entire society's power structure and cultural atmosphere. In the scenes, many thought-provoking moments appear. Scene 1: the sisterly love and hate between Naruto and Seiko Saki. At the training ground, Naruto and Seiko Saki have just finished an intense, perhaps one-sided, sparring match. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was defeated and is now sitting on the ground, panting, with a defiant expression on her face. Yet deep in her eyes, there seems to be a subtle emotion more typical of girls than the original world's Naruto. Is it jealousy? Or a more complex kind of concern? Meanwhile, Seiko Saki still wears that icy beauty look, standing coldly to the side, wiping the weapon in her hand, possibly a kunai, or maybe something else. Her gaze toward Naruto still carries contempt and impatience, but it also seems to hide a trace of care even she hasn't noticed herself. Unlike the explosive, ready-to-fight-again tension between Naruto and Sasuke in the original world, the atmosphere between the sisters in this world is more subtle. Naruto cursed, "Seiko, you were too harsh," but couldn't help secretly admiring Seiko's perfect profile and formidable strength, her heart filled with the complex emotion of "damn it. How is she always so powerful and beautiful?" Seiko Saki dismissed Naruto's shouting with disdain, but when she saw Naruto frustrated or putting on a brave face after failing, a flicker of worry she herself wanted to deny flashed deep in her eyes, perhaps mixed with a possessiveness unwilling to see this bottom ranker defeated by others. Their relationship was no longer just simple competition or twisted bonds, but mixed with the uniquely female traits of comparison, jealousy, attention, and even the unspeakable sisterly affection of love-hate. This subtle change made Naruto and Sasuke in the main world feel uncomfortable. Naruto couldn't imagine having such a clingy relationship with the female version of Sasuke. Sasuke was even more strongly opposed to this kind of sisterly affection. Scene 2, Jiraiya Jiraiya's sister and Tsunade Tsunade Lord as happy foes? In an izakaya or the Hokage's office, the voluptuous and bold Jiraiya Ko and the burly, imposing Tsunade were once again at odds over something, arguing fiercely. Jiraiya Ko put her hands on her hips and pointed at Tsunade nose, scolding in a streetwise tone, "Tsunade, you stubborn blockhead. I say no means no. Your rigid rules are outdated." Tsunade's veins bulged, he slammed his fist on the table, which cracked with the impact, and he roared in a domineering CEO style, "Shut up! You shameless female hooligan. This is the Hokage's office. This is not a place for you to run wild. My decision. No room for doubt." The quarrel between the two was filled with the same kind of tension as in the main world and mutual disdain. However, upon closer observation, one could catch a trace of the same complex emotions found in the main world, belonging to old friends, old rivals, old frenemies deep within their arguing eyes. While Zalizi's sister Zalizi was cursing and grumbling, was there also a hint of recognition hidden deep in her eyes toward Gangso Lang's perhaps what she lacked? Sense of responsibility and commitment? When Gangso Lang roared, maybe he had a complicated appreciation for Zalizi's free-spirited nature, formidable strength, and even her figure, or perhaps more so a helpless headache. Their relationship remained that of lifelong quarrelers and fighters who, at critical moments, understood and trusted each other the most as joyful frenemies. But after the gender swap, this dynamic added an indescribable subtle gender tension. Did Zalizi occasionally tease this tough old rival? Did Gangso Lang feel a helpless protective urge toward this troublemaking female rogue? In the main world, Jiraiya and Tsunade watched the screen showing the gender-swapped versions of themselves fiercely arguing, their expressions strange. Jiraiya thought, turning into a woman, the insults seem sharper? Tsunade felt, turning into a man, the temper is even more violent? They exchanged a glance, both snorted simultaneously, then turned away in silence. In a dark and lavish palace, the seductive and dangerous snake princess faced a magic mirror, which reflected the cold and stunningly beautiful Zuzi. She gently stroked the mirror's surface, whispering, "Uchiha's little phoenix, such a perfect vessel, such powerful bloodline, such an enchanting soul." Her eyes were filled with a desire and possessiveness towards Zuzi similar to Orochimaru's towards Sasuke and the Sharingan in the main world. But because of gender or a supernatural charm beyond gender, this obsession carried even more danger and taboo, even a pathological admiration. She not only wanted Zuzi's power and body but also longed to completely possess, control, and even corrupt the seemingly pure and icy soul of this young girl. "Grow quickly, my little phoenix," the snake princess whispered to the mirror, "become stronger and more beautiful, then come to me, to be the most dazzling piece in my eternal collection." His eyes, filled with morbid possessiveness and forbidden temptation, sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the audience. Sasuke from the main world felt every hair on his body stand on end. He looked at the seductive monster on the screen, who was eyeing his female version with predatory intent, and his disgust and vigilance reached their peak. This gender-swapped Orochimaru seemed even more perverse and dangerous than the original. Meanwhile, Orochimaru from the main world, looking at the self who was obsessively fixated on his female version, curled the corner of his mouth into a rather interested smile. "Oh? So pursuing the perfect vessel can also involve such intriguing emotions? This is getting more and more interesting." Scene 4, Society's different views on powerful men and women? The footage subtly hints through details that in this gender-swapped world, perceptions of the powerful gender have undergone subtle changes. Women like Jiraiya's sister, who are strong and bold in character, are they regarded as heroines among women and highly respected, or criticized and discriminated against for being too strong and unwomanly? What about Sakurataro, a man with great strength but impulsive and not very steady in temperament here? Is he seen as manly, or labeled as simple-minded and all brawn? And leaders like Tsunekoro-sama, a domineering and tough male leader, are his ways considered decisive and powerful in this world, or autocratic and macho? Women like Saki, who are stunningly beautiful and powerful, do they face more opportunities, or more covetousness and trouble from both the opposite and same sex? These details, though not explicitly stated, guide the audience to ponder: does a change in gender truly affect society's judgment of an individual's value? Are so-called masculine and feminine traits innate, or are they shaped by culture? In this gender-reversed world, is gender equality genuinely realized, or is it inequality in a different form? These subtle shifts in social and gender roles add depth and controversy too. It's not just a curiosity-driven gender swap setting, but more like a thought experiment on gender, society, and culture. Just as the audience discusses these subtle changes, the system seems to think the impact isn't enough and decides to add fuel to the fire. The scene suddenly switches to an extremely familiar and important setting. It's at the edge of a dense forest, where a river winds its way through. Several figures dressed in Konoha ninja outfits are gathered around a huge wooden barrel. Struggling and shouting can be heard from inside the barrel. This scene. Is it the mission to reclaim Sasuke Seiko Saki? That's right. The system actually started playing the gender-swapped version of that extremely important key event from the main world. The audience's hearts instantly leapt. They all wanted to know, in this gender-reversed world, how would this mission full of sacrifice, betrayal, and fated confrontations unfold? And what different ending would it bring? The scene focused. Naruto, the female version of Naruto, was anxiously commanding the squad members, possibly the gender-swapped versions of Shikamaru, Choji, Neji, and Kiba. Their appearances were equally exciting. Hurry up! Shikako, how much longer can your shadow imitation technique hold? Naruto's voice was full of urgency but still carried an unyielding spirit. What a pain! A black-haired girl with a high ponytail, lazy eyes but sparkling with intelligence, frowned and replied, "Their mental strength is strong. My shadow binding won't last long." Shana, Kabako, are you ready to attack? Human tank, charge! A chubby but agile girl shouted as she rushed forward. Akamaruko, Fong Wolf Fong. Another girl with a wild aura, accompanied by a similarly gender-swapped cute little female dog, launched a sharp attack. The white-clothed, white-eyed youth calmly observed the surroundings after the break, wary of possible pursuers. Their opponents were the 4 sound ninja, who might have also transformed into the 4 beautiful sound ninja maidens. The two sides clashed fiercely, with the target being Zako, trapped inside a huge wooden barrel and undergoing a painful transformation. This battle was equally intense. Although the genders were reversed, the ninjutsu, tactics, and the desperate determination to reclaim their comrades were no different from the main world. Naruto still charged at the front, never giving up. Shikako still strategized, using wisdom to make up for the gap in strength. Dingnu still unleashed astonishing power at critical moments. Yazi and Akamaruko still cooperated seamlessly, full of wildness. Ningju remained calm and strong, an invincible defender. But the gender differences brought subtle changes. The fighting styles and interaction details occasionally made people chuckle, even feel awkward. For example, would Naruto stomp his feet or sniffle like a little girl when emotionally upset? Although the next moment he might explode with even greater power? For example, when Shikamaru is making plans, would his delicate female sensibility make him consider things more thoroughly, or rather, more troublesome? For example, when Choji uses his human bullet tank, would that scene be a bit too turbulent? For example, would the interactions between Kiba and Akamaru become more sticky? Like rubbing cheeks after a victorious battle? On Niji's consistently cold face, would there be a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of male protective instinct when he sees Naruto or other female comrades in danger? The inner struggle and pain of Saki, trapped in the wooden barrel, made even more heart-wrenching because of her female identity. The complex feelings between her and Naruto thus become ambiguous and hard to decipher. Kimimaro, who was responsible for taking Saki away, has he also undergone a gender swap in this world? Has he become a frail yet uniquely charming beauty with the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline limit? The relationship between her and Saki is therefore filled with a sense of taboo. This gender-swapped version of the Rescue Sasuke mission is full of both cringe-worthy and exciting moments, awkwardness and passion intertwined. The audience is sometimes tense and anxious, sometimes bursting into laughter, their emotions fluctuating wildly. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Neji from the main world watch their gender-swapped counterparts on screen, who behave similarly despite the opposite sex, with complex expressions. On one hand, they feel awkward and uncomfortable. On the other, they develop a sense of recognition and pride because their counterparts are fighting desperately as comrades. Sakura, Ino, and other girls watch more engrossed and are more accepting of this setup, beginning to seriously analyze the changes in combat ability and emotions after the gender swap. Jiraiya and Tsunade, after initial shock, observe this key gender-swapped event with a more professional or even amused attitude, curious whether gender differences will determine the mission's outcome. Only Sasuke still turns his head aside, refusing to watch this farce that makes him extremely uncomfortable, but his slightly trembling shoulders and clenched fists reveal the turmoil inside him. Otherworld Land, Illusory Flowers and Moonlight All Gender Swapped Edition, successfully pushes the impact to its peak by showcasing social relationships and key events after the gender swap. It is no longer merely a gender swap gimmick to satisfy curiosity, but more like a profound thought experiment about gender, identity, society, and fate. The embarrassment, chaos, laughter it brings, and perhaps a hint of deep reflection hidden beneath, make the atmosphere in the viewing room unprecedentedly noisy and lively. The characters who were gender swapped themselves mostly felt extremely embarrassed, unable to accept it, and even a bit disgusted and nauseated. They felt that their image and dignity had been completely ruined by this absurd world. Especially Jiraiya and Tsunade, after experiencing the double blow of Isekai 3 and Isekai 6, they probably developed a psychological shadow against the system. Other viewers found it novel and funny, even starting lively discussions about how gender affects personality, abilities, and interpersonal relationships. Everyone began imagining what would happen if they themselves were gender swapped. How would their lives change? The embarrassment and chaos brought by this gender swap sparked a lot of discussion, making the viewing experience of Isekai 6 reach an extremely special climax. This gender-reversed world full of psychedelic colors seemed to have just begun its story. What even more absurd and cognition-subverting plots awaited them next? The audience, except for those characters who had already socially died, were filled with complex anticipation. On the screen, the awkward and hilarious scenes caused by the gender swap in Isekai 6, Mirror Flower, Watermoon continuously stimulated everyone. The gender-swapped version of the Rescue Seiko Saki mission was both familiar and novel, full of points to mock, making the atmosphere in the audience unusually lively, even somewhat noisy. However, just as everyone was laughing at the sisterly feud between Naruto and Seiko Saki or the loving enemies mode of Jirako and Tsunade Aro, the system's remote control mercilessly pressed the switch button. The screen instantly switched. The youthful vibe and pink bubbles of the gender-swapped world disappeared, replaced by the familiar yet suffocating, full of despair and struggle. Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninjas Under the Nuclear Winter. The art style abruptly changed, and the atmosphere took a sharp downturn. The light-hearted and funny scenes were instantly replaced by cruel despair. The audience's hearts seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, smiles froze, and discussions abruptly stopped. The nerves that had just relaxed immediately tensed up. The screen continued to show the continuation of the Isekai 4 plot. The overwhelming, black tsunami-like waves of terrifying mutated creatures called the Beast Tide, and at the center of the Beast Tide, the apocalyptic threat emitted by the chaos aggregate formed by the aberrant fusion of the three great sacred summoning beasts. A world-ending crisis, like the sword of Damocles, hangs overhead, dangerously close. The last fragile strongholds of humanity, like candles flickering in the wind, could be completely swallowed by this apocalyptic flood at any moment. Despair. Helplessness. The shadow of death looms over this already shattered wasteland. However, at this darkest, most suffocating moment, some different scenes begin to appear. No longer the scenes of mutual suspicion and killing each other for resources as before. In the scenes, several different survivor strongholds, which might have been hostile or even in conflict before, are now beginning to attempt to unite. Could it be coming through an old radio that's barely working, with static noise? Or perhaps it's a messenger from some outpost, risking their life to cross the wasteland and deliver a message to other outposts? Or maybe it's a more primitive signal, like lighting beacon fires or using a modified signal gun? In any case, faced with this disaster affecting all survivors, the idea of uniting to fight a common enemy finally began to take root in the hearts of some visionary or desperate leaders. The footage shows. The small outpost where Naruto was located was the first to send out a call for help and unity. With his hoarse but powerful voice, he shouted through the radio to everyone, "We can't keep fighting alone. The chaos aggregate is our common enemy. United, we might still have a chance." The reactions from other outposts varied. Some outposts, due to past conflicts and distrust, mocked Naruto's call, choosing to shut their doors and defend themselves, even preparing to take advantage by looting.
But some outposts, after a brief hesitation, ultimately chose to respond.
Perhaps because they also realized the severity of the crisis, knowing that if one falls, the others are at risk, or maybe they were inspired by Naruto's spirit of never giving up hope, or simply because they didn't want to die powerless like this.
So, we see
a well-equipped armed squad, possibly the team led by the wasteland Kakashi or Shikamaru encountered earlier at the warehouse, appears on the outskirts of Naruto's stronghold, indicating their willingness to support. There are also some scattered survivors, bringing their families and limited weapons and supplies, flocking to join this faint but growing resistance force. Even the usually solitary and ruthless wasteland Gaara unexpectedly appears near the battlefield due to the news of the Chaos Aggregate awakening. He is not here to join the alliance, but more like a top predator attracted by this world-ending prey. Perhaps he wants to challenge the strongest existence with his own power, or he has some unknown reason that compels him to stop this disaster. In short, the human survivors who were originally suspicious of each other and scattered like loose sand, in the face of a common, devastating threat, miraculously begin to try to unite. Amid the ruins, they establish a temporary, extremely fragile but profoundly significant
human resistance alliance.
They start sharing intelligence about the movements of the beast tide, about possible weaknesses of the chaos aggregate if any, about the strategic value of the surrounding terrain. They begin to consolidate all available weapons, ammunition, energy, and medical supplies on hand, distributing them uniformly. Then, they jointly formulated defense and counterattack plans, using the ruins to set up defensive lines and traps, concentrating firepower on key targets. They even planned a bold operation to destroy the core of the chaos aggregate.
The process was extremely difficult.
Distrust among them still existed, resource allocation sparked disputes, and the planning was filled with arguments and compromises.
But they took an important first step. Wasteland Naruto once again became the key to uniting people's hearts.
He might not have proposed brilliant tactics, nor was he known for his strength, but his never-give-up spirit and sincere care for his comrades ignited everyone's hope like a little sun. He became the spiritual leader of the temporary alliance. With simple words, he persuaded hesitant stronghold leaders and earned the trust of originally hostile survivors through his actions. When despair almost consumed everyone, he straightened his back and firmly said, "We can still fight." Naruto from the main world looked at the weathered yet resolute version of himself on the screen, his heart filled with pride and admiration.
He knew how much courage and effort it took to rebuild trust and unite strength in that wasteland full of betrayal and despair. And that self had done it. "Well done, another me," he shouted in his heart, "this is the true will of fire."
The other viewers were also deeply moved by this sudden alliance.
"Great, they've finally joined forces,"
Sakura said excitedly, her eyes shining with hope. "Although, the power gap is still huge, at least, they now have the courage to keep fighting."
Kakashi nodded, affirming the survivor's choice.
"Troublesome. I hope their plan succeeds." Shikamaru, though still pessimistic, began seriously analyzing the possible tactical deployments appearing on the screen. Just as this faint but incredibly resilient united force, born from despair, had just taken shape, the real test had arrived.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. On the distant horizon, the black beast tide surged like a tsunami.
Countless mutated creatures were hideously terrifying, their roars deafening, eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light, leaving nothing alive in their wake. At the center of the beast tide, the massive chaos conglomerate finally revealed its true form. It was grotesquely twisted and terrifying, resembling a giant toad's body covered with giant serpent scales and venomous fangs, along with a slug-like corrosive mucus shell. Its body was patched together with severed limbs of spirit beasts like ape demons and dream tapers, covered with crazily spinning eyes, radiating extreme hatred for life. From its mouth came a terrifying noise composed of countless creatures' wails and roars, striking deep into the soul. Its mere presence was enough to shatter the minds of the weak, like a spiritual pollution from the abyss.
Roar! The chaos conglomerate roared thunderously, leading the endless beast tide to crash like a disaster against humanity's last line of defense.
The barrier built of flesh and courage was mercilessly crushed.
The final battle had begun.
This fierce and tragic ultimate war would be recorded in the annals of the wasteland world. The Human Survivor Alliance, relying on the ruined terrain and crude defenses, launched a desperate resistance. Energy weapons still functional let out their last roars, blasting swarms of low-level mutated beasts to pieces. Explosive traps detonated one after another, with smoke and rubble temporarily halting the beast tide's advance. Mechanist sorcerers controlled creaking steam puppets and modified vehicles, charging desperately at the massive mutated monsters. More ordinary survivors gripped machetes, spears, and even sharpened wooden sticks, confronting this endless tide of darkness. Engaging in the most primitive and bloodiest, close-quarters combat with those mutated creatures that broke through the firepower net and surged onto the front lines. Blood, limbs, guts, stained red this scorched earth that had already been destroyed once. Shouts of battle, roars, screams, explosions, echoed across this dead silent wasteland, composing a doomsday lament. The battle, from the very start, entered a white-hot intensity. On the human side, although they temporarily held back the first wave of the beast tide by leveraging terrain advantages and tenacious willpower, the gap in strength between the two sides was simply too great. The number of mutated creatures was endless and ferociously fierce. Even with severed limbs, they still bit wounded on one side, they dragged their broken bodies crawling. Human warriors fell one after another, rapidly exhausting their stamina, running low on ammunition, weapons breaking, casualties soaring. The defense line was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, several familiar figures, like lighthouses in the darkness, upheld the entire defense line. The Nine Tails core within Wasteland Mingren completely lost control, red berserk energy covering his body like armor. He lost his sanity, frantically tearing apart mutated beasts. Every roar and punch brought destruction, shredding enemies. However, the cracks in his body grew deeper and deeper, ready to collapse at any moment. He used his life to buy time, holding on desperately. Wasteland Gara appeared like a cold phantom on the most dangerous battlefield. The huge sand-colored cleaver in his hand took down a powerful enemy with every swing. Yet his gaze occasionally glanced toward the terrifying chaotic conglomerate at the center of the beast tide, as if searching for something. Could it be that he intended to challenge this world-ending monster alone? Wasteland Sakura's temporary medical station was piled high with wounded, the air thick with the stench of blood. She forgot fatigue, tirelessly treating the injured like a machine. Her hands were stained with fresh blood, her face speckled with blood spots, but those emerald green eyes remained gentle and resolute, like a guardian angel, protecting this fragile defense line with her life. And then there were Wasteland Kakashi, Wasteland Shikamaru, Wasteland Rock Lee, Wasteland Guy, each burning their life force, fighting on this battlefield where hope was slim. The battle was fierce, tragic, and passionate. The audience in the theater had long forgotten their laughter, their hearts rising and falling with the apocalyptic wasteland battles on the screen. They felt pain for every fallen soldier, deeply moved by humanity's final struggle. They cheered for every successful counterattack. They were moved to tears by those figures who still shone with the light of humanity even in desperate situations. They seemed to be on that brutal battlefield themselves, alongside the survivors, feeling the despair, and also that never-extinguishing courage and hope. Come on! Naruto could no longer control his emotions, suddenly standing up. This time the system didn't seem to suppress him immediately, waving his fists and shouting loudly at the screen. You must win! You absolutely cannot lose to those monsters! His shout ignited everyone's fighting spirit. Hold on! Take them down! For survival! In the viewing hall, voices rose and fell, filled with encouragement and tension. Although everyone knew this was just an image from another world and they were powerless, at this moment, their hearts were tightly connected to that wasteland, breathing alongside the fighting people. However, individual courage could not make up for the gap in strength. The beast tide surged like a tsunami, devouring the fragile defense line. Casualties soared, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. And the most terrifying chaotic conglomerate finally approached. Its massive body, as large as a mountain, cast a shadow of despair. Countless rotating eyes emitted a soul-freezing malice. It opened its giant mouth covered with slime and fangs, seemingly about to unleash a roar that would destroy everything. Is humanity's last resistance really coming to an end? At this critical moment, the screen suddenly cut off. The tragic scene on the wasteland disappeared, leaving only darkness. Anxious exclamations arose from the audience. Why is it gone? What about the rest? Did they win? How is Naruto? What about that big monster? The system left a cliffhanger at a crucial moment again. But this time, no one complained. Everyone was still immersed in that fierce apocalyptic battle, their hearts filled with worry. Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenger uses despair to lay the foundation for a tragic epic of humanity uniting against natural disasters, showcasing the brilliance of human nature and resilient will. The ending is unknown, but the shock and emotion throughout the process are profound and lasting. It makes the audience understand that even in the darkest moments, the fire of hope can still burn. To protect hope, humanity can unleash such great courage and strength. This heavy and complex emotion lingers in everyone's heart for a long time, hard to dissipate. The darkness on the screen did not last long.
Just as the audience was still immersed in the shock and worry brought by the tragic and fierce final battle of Ice-Sky 4, Doomsday Scavenger, the screen lit up again. This time, it switched back to the world filled with the sound of gears meshing, steam roaring, and a strong industrial atmosphere. Ice-Sky the Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution. It seems the system intends to continuously shock and refresh the audience's senses and cognition through rapid shifts between cold and heat, despair and surge, primitive and industrial. This time, the scenes shown in Ice-Sky V seem to have changed again. The previous scenes mainly displayed the initial appearance of the steampunk world, grand industrial cities, peculiar mechanist sorcerers, imaginative steam ninja arts, and brutal mechanized wars. This time, the system began to deeply depict the development and transformation of this world. In the scene, the Konoha Heavy Industries city appeared more prosperous, but also more crowded, with heavy pollution filling the air. In the sky, besides small steam-powered aircraft, massive steam motherships appeared, like airborne fortresses, driven by giant chakra cores, slowly cruising and casting shadows, symbolizing stronger military power and authority. On the ground, besides old-fashioned steam vehicles, new types of transport powered by advanced internal combustion engines or electricity appeared, moving faster and producing less noise. On both sides of the streets, skyscrapers grew denser and taller, but the buildings at ground level were dilapidated and crowded, with social stratification becoming more pronounced. Mechanisms also entered a new stage.
The footage showed more powerful, precise, and even dangerous new types of mechanisms. The mechanical Susanoo, which once required multiple operators, now had a simplified version with slightly reduced combat power but greatly improved mobility and accessibility. The Sakura Wings personal flying device designed by the genius inventor Sakura had entered mass production and was even requisitioned by the military, modified into single-soldier flight backpacks for reconnaissance and airborne operations. Beyond steam power, the new generation of mechanisms might have begun to utilize chakra fusion or ether energy, with power far exceeding traditional steam mechanisms, but accompanied by greater risks and uncontrollable energy. There has even emerged a forbidden technology that deeply integrates machinery with the human body. Previous footage had hinted at this, but this time the system presented it more directly.
On the screen, there might appear a
perfectly modified human who has mechanized most of their body organs in pursuit of ultimate power. His appearance may no longer resemble a human at all, having become a cold killing machine composed of metal skeletons, hydraulic drives, energy pipelines, and various external weapons. He possesses strength, speed, and defense far beyond that of flesh and blood, and might even have some degree of immortality as long as the core remains intact. Mechanical parts can be replaced at any time. But at the same time, he has completely lost human emotions, perception, and even his soul. His eyes contain only cold calculations and command executing programs. Turning a ninja into a purely mechanized existence is undoubtedly the ultimate subversion of the traditional ninja philosophy. Rapid technological development has brought social problems and ethical dilemmas, leaving everyone in the viewing audience shocked and uneasy once again. This world is developing so fast. Naruto said, looking at those more advanced mechas and weapons, amazed but feeling that something was off. Technological progress doesn't seem to have brought true social progress, Kakashi said worriedly. Class conflicts have actually intensified.
Can those perfectly modified humans still be considered human?
Using chakra to power machinery replacing the flesh, Jiraiya shook his head. It seems they have gone astray.
Shikamaru sensed the potential crisis more keenly. Rapid technological iteration brings huge risks. More powerful energy and weapons, if controlled by ambitious individuals, could lead to unimaginable consequences. A thorough upheaval of tradition will inevitably trigger intense ideological conflicts.
As Shikamaru predicted, due to differences in technological direction and ideology, this conflict soon erupted between the two core figures of the steam world. The scene focused on the ruins of an old city filled with an industrial wasteland atmosphere. Steam Naruto piloted the nine-tailed fox modified mech, rough in appearance but excellent in performance after multiple modifications, and faced off once again against Steam Sasuke, who controlled the Chidori Shadow high-performance mech representing top-tier technology and the elite class. This confrontation was heavier and more resolute than any fated battle before. It was not just a struggle over class and technology. Their conflict had escalated into a fundamental ideological battle over the future direction of the steam world. Naruto insisted on free sharing of technology, hoping to use mechanical arts to help the lower classes, break down class barriers, and create a fair world where everyone benefits.
He might also oppose those transformation technologies that completely mechanize humans and erase their humanity.
As for Sasuke, he may have become the staunchest defender of the existing elite order. He believes that power and technology should be held by a select few elites to maintain social stability and efficiency. He might even endorse or lead the research on fully transformed humans, seeing it as the inevitable direction for human, or rather, elite class evolution. The two of them no longer merely represent themselves but represent two completely different paths for the development of this STEAM society. One path is a grassroots revolution filled with ideals and the pursuit of fairness. The other embraces elitism, pursuing efficiency and power, even at the cost of humanity, through technological evolution. These two paths are irreconcilable and must determine a victor. Sasuke! Naruto shouted through the communicator, his voice full of anger and disappointment. What have you done? Are those transformed people still human? The order you uphold is nothing but a pile of cold machines and tyranny. I will destroy it. A cold voice came from Sasuke's side, tinged with faint fatigue and resolve. Naruto, you're still so naive. Emotions and humanity are burdens that hinder progress. Abandon them, pursue power and efficiency, and our civilization can survive the brutal competition of the future. What you call fairness is nothing but a dream of the weak. Nonsense! Naruto retorted angrily. Enough talk, Sasuke replied coldly. The clash of ideals can only be decided by force in the end. This time, it's not just a battle of mechas. Naruto's Nine-Tails Fox Modified entered an extremely unstable chakra core overload state, the machine spewing violent red steam. He even connected part of his nerves to the mecha, achieving man-machine integration and unleashing astonishing power. Sasuke's Chidori, Kageyami showcases the Sharingan gear system's ultimate speed and destructive power. The ion blade easily cuts through everything, and he can briefly form an energy field or perform spatial jumps. Two top-tier steam mechas representing completely different philosophies engage in a climactic battle on this war-torn ruin, deciding the fate of the world. The fight is fiercer and more brutal than ever before, merciless. Steam roars, gears wail, energy surges. Every clash seems to tear the ruins apart, every confrontation stakes their beliefs and willpower. The audience in the theater is once again shocked by this final battle filled with a sense of destiny and ideological conflict. They no longer just watch for excitement but begin to truly contemplate the path Naruto represents, pursuing fairness and protecting humanity. The path Sasuke represents, pursuing efficiency and embracing evolution. Which one is truly the right path? Or rather, is there no such thing as right? Are they just different choices? And the outcome of this final showdown will lead this world full of steam and gears to where? Is it Naruto who broke the old order, bringing a vibrant yet potentially more chaotic new era? Or is it Sasuke who protects the elite rule, pushing the world toward an efficient, powerful but cold and ruthless future? Everyone's eyes are fixed on the screen where the two steam mechas fiercely battle, their hearts filled with tension and complex anticipation. Just as this decisive battle determining the fate of the STEAM world reaches a critical moment, the system once again inopportunely stirs things up. Instead of broadcasting the final result, it switches to an extremely secretive scene, revealing the secrets behind the STEAM world's mechanical arts. The screen shows ancient stone tablets or metal scrolls carved with unknown runes. What is depicted is not steam and gears, but energy circuit diagrams advanced beyond their era, or design blueprints for some humanoid weapon, with a style vaguely similar to the technology of the Otsutsuki clan. The system's narrator, or a character who discovered the secret, whispers, could it be that our proud mechanical arts are not original at all? But rather excavated from some long-forgotten ancient super-civilization? Are we merely copying fragments of power left behind by those higher beings? This possibility casts a mysterious and uneasy shadow over the STEAM world. Was their revolution nothing but second-hand knowledge? And where did that ancient super-civilization, the Otsutsuki, that left this technology go? Will they return? Another scene shows a more secretive and forbidden research project. In a laboratory darker than Orochimaru Heavy Industries, researchers in black uniforms are tuning up purely combat machines with fierce appearances and no human features. These machines are equipped with powerful weapons and defense systems, even carrying artificial intelligence capable of autonomous learning and judgment. An old man with his face wrapped in bandages, suspected to be Danzo, watches these cold-blooded killing machines, his eyes flashing with madness as he whispers, soon, almost finished. These, autonomous combat mechanisms that no longer need emotions, no longer need rest, and absolutely obey orders, are the rulers of future wars. With them, we no longer need those fragile, fickle, and easily swayed by emotions mechanists. Humans only need to stay in the rear and enjoy the fruits of victory. He. This conspiracy is even more terrifying than the previous class solidification and technological abuse.
Some faction is secretly developing AI combat weapons that can completely replace human ninjas mechanists.
If this technology truly matures and is put into use, not only will all mechanists lose their jobs, but humans might even lose control over war and power. In the end, they might be enslaved or even destroyed by the machines they created. Another scene reveals the cruel price hidden behind those seemingly powerful chakra cores or high-performance mechanisms. On screen, an elite mechanist, perhaps an heir of a certain family, forces an overload of the mech core during intense combat to unleash greater power. The battle was won, but he paid a heavy price. He collapsed in the cockpit, pale and barely breathing. The chakra core interface on his chest, which originally glowed softly, was covered with web-like cracks. Moreover, it seemed that part of his life force was forcibly drained by the overloaded core. It turns out that these powerful mechanism cores are not infinite energy sources. Every extreme burst consumes the user's life force. The stronger the mechanism, the greater the life consumption. This is essentially another form of eight gates, except that what burns is not chakra, but life itself. The mystery of the origin of these mechanism techniques, the conspiracy of AI weapons, and the revelation of the cost of power hit the audience like a bombshell. Some exclaimed, the mechanism techniques were left behind by Otsutsuki? AI weapons replacing humans is terrifying. Using powerful mechanisms actually consumes life force? The audience was shocked. They originally thought Isekai 5 was just a steampunk world full of retro romance and industrial aesthetics, at most with some class conflicts and wars. They never expected so many secrets, conspiracies, and brutal costs hidden behind it. The complexity and danger of this world are by no means less than any previous world. Just as information exploded and suspense mounted, the system paused the broadcast of Isekai 5 again. What was left to the audience were guesses about the final showdown of Steam Misa, shock at the secrets behind the mechanism techniques, and deep concern about the future direction of this world full of gears and steam, yet also filled with conspiracies and costs. The plots of the three different worlds all stopped abruptly at their respective critical points, leaving countless suspense and room for thought. Meanwhile, the emotions and cognition of the audience, through this constant switching, impact, and reflection, became increasingly complex and mature. Next, which world's continuation will the system play? And what new possibilities will it bring? Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the screen. On the screen, the brutal final battle in Isekai 4, Doomsday Scavenger, had yet to reveal its outcome. The decisive Steam Mecha duel in Isekai 5, Heart of Gears, remained unresolved, and the secrets and conspiracies hidden behind were also exposed. These two worlds, full of conflict, sacrifice, and contradictions, stood before the audience like two mirrors with vastly different styles yet equally thought-provoking. The system did not immediately switch to the new storyline but deliberately displayed the representative scenes of these two worlds side by side, extending the duration. On the left is Otherworld 4. Frozen wasteland, charred ruins, gray sky. Scavengers under tattered protective suits struggle to survive, even killing each other. Ferocious mutated monsters prey brutally. Wasteland Naruto and Wasteland Sakura ignite hope and despair, burning their lives to protect their companions. On the right is Otherworld 5. A magnificent city woven with steam and gears, chimneys billowing thick smoke, roaring machinery. Retro workwear mechanists control powerful steam machines but face threats of class solidification and technological abuse. Steam ninja arts and mechanized warfare are filled with power and violent aesthetics. Steam Naruto and Steam Sasuke hold on to their ideals amidst the wave of technology, piloting powerful mechas to engage in a fateful showdown. One world symbolizes the primitive struggle and test of humanity after the destruction of civilization. The other represents the technological progress and social pain brought by the Industrial Revolution. Two completely different worlds, both full of challenges and costs. The system uses this direct contrast to guide the audience into deep reflection and comparison. In the audience, the noise gradually subsides, replaced by calmness and seriousness. Everyone no longer passively accepts but begins to judge and even choose their own world, combining their own experiences and values. These two worlds. Kakashi looked at the screen and was the first to break the silence. His voice was low and thoughtful. One has almost lost everything, struggling to maintain humanity amidst the ruins. The other seems to have everything: technology, power, yet in the process of development, gradually loses humanity. His words precisely summarized the core contradiction of these two worlds. If you ask me, I still prefer Isekai 5. He hesitated for a moment but stuck to his opinion. Although there's war and all, at least it looks like no one is starving. Aren't those machines pretty powerful? It's definitely better than being eaten by monsters in the wasteland, right? His viewpoint represented those who valued real survival and material conditions more. At the brink of life and death, humanity and freedom seemed like luxuries. But, Sakura retorted excitedly, perhaps out of respect for Wasteland Sakura, or maybe due to her dislike of the dark side of the STEAM world, the class conflict in Ice Sky 5 is severe. The lower class lives very hard, and there are those terrifying cyborgs and AI weapons. That world is cold and merciless, utterly hopeless. She believed more that even if life was tough, warmth between people and basic morality must be preserved. I agree with Sakura. Naruto said loudly, what use is the strongest power and technology? If it can't make everyone happy, can't protect the important people, then it's better not to have it. Ice Sky 4 may be tragic, but they never gave up and supported each other. That's what matters most. Naruto's words represented another value system that emphasized spirit and emotional bonds.
Too naive.
Sasuke said coldly, with sarcasm, in any world, power is the foundation of everything. Without power, humanity, hope, and bonds are all at the mercy of others. The alliance in Ice Sky 4 is just the dying struggle of the weak, and the class differences in Ice Sky 5 are the inevitable result of uneven power. Only by mastering absolute power can you control fate and even rewrite the rules. His harsh realism angered Naruto and the others, but was hard to completely refute.
But, Sasuke-kun,
Neji calmly but firmly countered, the source of power is equally important.
Is it like Ice Sky 4 relying on their own indomitable will, or like Ice Sky 5 overly dependent on external machinery?
I think the former is closer to true strength. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, Neji always believed that bloodline and training were true power, instinctively rejecting systems dependent on external objects.
Exactly.
Rock Lee immediately agreed, no matter how powerful technology is.
No matter how strong the mechanisms.
They can't compare to the steel-like body and burning youthful willpower we train through sweat and effort.
Well said. Xiao Li.
Teacher Kai gave a thumbs up once again. As for Shikamaru, after comprehensively listening to everyone's opinions, he once again gave his summary filled with a sense of trouble. Trouble, these two worlds, there is simply no such thing as which is better. They just show different extreme possibilities, and the huge price that must be paid behind each possibility. Otherworld 4 exchanged the destruction of civilization and extreme survival difficulties for a pure test of humanity and willpower. Otherworld 5, on the other hand, sacrificed social fairness and the innocence of humanity, risking technological runaway in exchange for material prosperity and a leap in power.
Which price is more worth accepting? There is no standard answer at all.
He sighed, what we really need to think about is not which world is better, but how to learn lessons from them and avoid heading toward any extreme.
Shikamaru's words made everyone fall into deep thought.
Perhaps, the purpose of this multiverse viewing was not to judge which world is stronger, but to reflect on themselves through extreme possibilities and warn the future.
It made them think. How to pursue power without losing humanity. How to develop technology while also considering fairness and ethics. How to enjoy peace while staying vigilant and prepared for crises. How to hold on to hope and bottom lines even in desperate situations.
These might be the key points the system hopes they will understand. Just as everyone was having intense discussions and deep reflections around 4 and 5, the screen suddenly switched. This time, there was no new world, nor heavy plot. Instead, like a dessert after a tense feast, a dish of peculiar style and unique flavor dessert appeared. The scene returned to that, Otherworld 6, illusory flowers and moon reflections, all characters gender swapped, that made many male characters both embarrassed and curious. This time, it was no longer about the stunning or shocking debut of gender swapped characters, nor a key event. Rather, it randomly showcased the daily interactions of the gender-swapped characters. These clips are lighthearted and funny, even a bit eye-catching, seemingly designed by the system to ease the previously heavy atmosphere.
The first clip shows an interaction between Naruto and the male version of Hinata in a corner of the ninja school.
Naruto, with her vibrant orange twin tails, is boldly punching the shoulder of a fair-faced, extremely shy and introverted white-eyed boy who blushes easily and even pokes with his finger, obviously the male version of Hinata.
Should we call him Hyuga Hinato? Or Hinataro? Hey! Hinato! Why are you spacing out here alone again? Come on. Let us go eat ramen. It's on me. Naruto's tone is full of familiarity and an enthusiasm that brooks no refusal. The white-eyed boy called Hinato was frozen by Naruto's sudden affection, his cheeks instantly flushed. He stammers, "Nah, Naruto classmate, I nervous," his fingers fumble, his eyes darting away, unable to meet Naruto's dazzling smile. Stop stammering and come on. Naruto insists, grabbing his neck and dragging him forcefully toward Ichirako Ramen.
The white-eyed boy looks like a frightened little rabbit, blushing furiously, flustered, almost fainting.
The audience's expressions are strange.
Naruto from the main world watches the male Hinata being teased by the female version of himself, feeling something odd but unable to pinpoint it. Hinata from the main world looks at the similarly characterized but gender-swapped boy, then at the lively female Naruto beside him, his face burning red, wishing he could disappear.
Others can't help but laugh out loud. This gender-swapped official couple interaction is just too amusing.
The scene shifts to the streets of Konoha village, where the hot-bodied, straightforward Jiraiya Ne bumps into a masked, slender, cool silver-haired female ninja. Her hairstyle, outfit, and half-closed eyes closely resemble Kakashi, clearly the female version of Kakashi Kakako.
Jiraiya's eyes light up like a lecher spotting a beauty. Striding boldly, even whistling, she blocks Kakako's path and teasingly says in a greasy tone, "Yo, isn't this Konoha's #1 icy beauty, Kakako? Out shopping today, waiting for some handsome guy to ask you out?"
As she speaks, she reaches out to lift Kakako's chin.
And Kakako female Kakashi?
Facing Jiraiya's blatant teasing, she just glances at her coolly, her eyes filled with the same lazy and disdainful expression as the Kakashi from the main world.
Then, she responded in a similarly lazy, yet slightly cold and distant, crisp and pleasant female voice.
"Lord Jiraiya, please restrain yourself. I just came out to buy the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, that's all."
After speaking, she even shook the book in her hand, a novel with an extremely suggestive cover.
Put. Kakashi from the main world saw that Kakako, who had the exact same temperament, behavior, and even reading habits as himself except for the gender difference, and completely broke down. He almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling like his image was instantly ruined. Jiraiya looked at the still mischievous and naughty Jiraiya after the gender swap, and the Kakako who still liked reading erotic books, sighing in his heart that this world was truly hopeless. The audience laughed uproariously. This kind of gender swap iconic scene was extremely impactful and hilarious.
Paragraph 3. Daily interactions of other gender-swapped characters.
Besides the protagonists, the daily lives of these gender-swapped characters were also full of complaints and humor. For example, female Shikamaru Shikako complained about the hassle while being pressured by the more assertive female Temari to go on a date. For example, the male version of Ino Inosuke and the male version of Sakura Sakosuke even got into a fight over the female version of Sasuke Saki, creating a rather cringe-worthy scene. There are also the female versions of Choji and Kiba gathering to discuss a newly opened barbecue restaurant or which handsome member of the Umbu suits their taste better. These light-hearted and funny segments act like seasoning, interspersed within the serious plot to ease the atmosphere and give the audience a richer, more three-dimensional understanding of this gender-swapped world.
However, is the other world really all laughter?
While the audience is immersed in joy, the system maliciously inserts some less light-hearted scenes. For instance, a male who was originally the heir of a family, after being gender-swapped into a female, is stripped of inheritance rights, silently shedding tears or resisting. Or a male ninja skilled in strength-based taijutsu, whose power greatly diminishes after gender swapping, falling into distress and struggle.
For example, society might still harbor discrimination or prejudice against certain genders. For instance, the belief that men should be masculine, women should be gentle, leading to exclusion or criticism of gender-swapped characters whose personalities or behaviors don't fit these stereotypes. There might even be some kind of dark force exploiting gender differences for manipulation or crime, such as using beauty for espionage, or kidnappings and human trafficking targeting specific genders.
These serious conflicts or social issues hidden beneath the light-hearted, comedic daily life arising from gender reversal, though only glimpsed briefly, are enough to make the audience, after the laughter, fall back into deep reflection.
Watching this gender-swapped world is not just for curiosity and comedy.
It is more like a special mirror, forcing the audience to examine those gender stereotypes and underlying biases that are taken for granted in reality.
Why must the female version of Naruto have twin ponytails? Is short hair or other hairstyles not feminine enough? Why does the male version of Sakura look more rugged? Can't men be delicate and precise? Why does society always hold fixed expectations of men as strength and women as gentleness? Does gender really determine a person's personality, ability, and behavior? Or are these so-called gender differences just shackles and labels imposed on us by social culture? These questions quietly ferment in the audience's minds.
Ino touches her long hair, staring at the Inosuke on the screen who might have short hair but is equally fond of beauty, lost in thought. Tenten fiddles with ninja tools, looking at the Tensuke who is also skilled with weapons but perhaps limited in strength due to being female, her gaze complex.
Sakura looks at the more simple and straightforward Sakosuke and can't help but wonder if her life would be completely different if she were a boy. Would she still choose to be a medical ninja? What would her relationship with Naruto and Sasuke be like?
Tsunade watches the imposing Tsunadera and the bold Jureko, beginning to reflect on whether her fiery and gambling personality is innate or a disguise and rebellion to prove she is no less than men in the male-dominated ninja world. Even Shikamaru, seeing the equally smart but more delicate Shikako, starts to ponder whether gender differences really affect thinking patterns, and whether this difference is good or bad. Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower, Water Moon all gender swapped uses an absurd setting like a clever thought experiment, skillfully provoking the audience's deep reflection and intense discussion on gender stereotypes. It makes people realize that those seemingly self-evident differences between men and women may not be so natural after all. And true strength or excellence perhaps has nothing to do with gender? This reflection and discussion sparked by gender swapping undoubtedly elevates the depth of multiverse viewing to a new level. On the screen, the tragic final battle of the Human Survivor Alliance against the world-ending monster Chaos Aggregate in Ice Sky 4, Doomsday Scavenger continues, the decisive mecha duel between Naruto and Sasuke that will determine the fate of the Steam City in Ice Sky 5, Heart of Gears has also reached a white-hot stage, while Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower, Water Moon shifts between light-hearted, comedic daily life and profound reflection on gender stereotypes, with contrasting styles and intense conflicts. Three completely different worlds are presented in turn, stimulating the audience's senses and thoughts, inspiring deeper discussion. Just as the climax surges and emotions swell, the system prompt sounds again. Notice, Ice Sky 4, Doomsday Scavenger Ninjas under Nuclear Winter Core Plot Phase display completed. This message, like a truce horn on the battlefield, instantly stunned the audience immersed in the Wasteland showdown. What? It's over? What as the outcome? Did they win? What about Naruto? What happened to the Chaos Aggregate? Questions arise one after another, full of anxiety and reluctance. Just as they were moved by the courage in the Wasteland world and concerned about their fate, the system abruptly stops at the most critical moment. Naruto watched as the window representing the Wasteland world slowly closed, his heart filled with worry and endless questions. Are they okay? Did they win? Is there hope for that hellish world in the end? But the answers remained silent, making him eager to break through the theater and find out for himself. However, the system's decision was cold and merciless, irresistible. Immediately, a prompt continued, introducing Ice Sky 7. The current rotation of worlds will be adjusted to Ice Sky 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution, Ice Sky 6, Illusory Flowers and Moon all characters gender swap, and Ice Sky 7. The seventh world finally arrived, slightly easing the audience's impatience caused by the interrupted storyline. Flowers and anticipation quietly spread through the air. After experiencing 6 worlds, each with distinct styles, full of impact and thought, they were filled with even stronger curiosity and a hint of caution about this upcoming 7th world. This time, what kind of mind-bending possibility would it be? Darker? More brutal? Or more absurd? More ridiculous? No one knew. After announcing the new rotation list, the system, seemingly once again considerate, played a farewell montage for the just concluded preliminary showcase of Ice Sky 4. The screen replayed that cold and despairing post-apocalyptic wasteland world, vast icy plains, charred ruins, leaden gray skies. Beneath tattered protective suits, scavengers trudged forward, their eyes numb but faintly flickering with hope. Ferocious mutated beasts rampaged, cruel laws forced people to kill each other. Wasteland Naruto ignited hope amid despair, leading his comrades to rise up and resist. Wasteland Gaara hunted coldly like a death god. In the medical tent, Wasteland Sakura guarded the last light of life. Finally, the Human Survivor Alliance set aside grudges and united to resist the extinction beast tide. Bonfires burned among the ruins, symbolizing faint hope. Naruto gazed into the distance, his silhouette complex. The giant mutated beast carcasses were defeated, perhaps only temporarily. Pain, struggle, and sacrifice intertwined, yet shone with the brilliance of humanity and unyielding will. The scene flowed slowly, with no stirring music, no emotional narration, only a profound heaviness and unspeakable solemnity. In the end, the image froze on the war-stained ruins, with the dawn's first light quietly breaking through. This image of a world filled with despair and courage completely vanished. Ice Sky 4 temporarily exited. In the theater, many people let out a long sigh of relief. Saying goodbye to this world brought mixed emotions. On one hand, they were glad to escape the suffocating oppression and despair. On the other hand, they felt concerned about the fate of that world and were filled with respect and sympathy for the struggling figures. This world had given them the deepest emotional impact, sparking reflections on survival and humanity. Its departure left a heavy burden but also made everyone cherish the value of peace and civilization even more. While the audience was still savoring the complex feelings from Otherworld 4 and speculating whether the upcoming Otherworld 7 would be darker, more oppressive, or stylistically different, the screen lit up again. This time, the visuals and background music instantly captured everyone's attention, making all the viewers' eyes almost pop out. Expression control? Completely lost. Worldview? Once again ground into the dirt. Because this art style is simply too absurd to believe. On the screen, no longer appeared any scenes filled with battles, conspiracies, technology, or apocalyptic atmosphere. But it was a scene extremely vivid in color, highly saturated, filled with the aroma of food as if you could smell it through the screen. Huge, exaggerated kitchen utensils hung on both sides of the street, looking as imposing as weapons. Various strange chef uniforms bore inscriptions like fire-style barbecue and water-style ramen, as the ninjas fiercely competed in cooking battles. Some ninjas ignited roaring flames in both hands, quickly roasting a giant sizzling whole lamb. Others stood beside enormous soup pots, manipulating their hands like controlling water flow, tossing rare ingredients into the boiling broth to brew a secret soup that emitted a strange glow. There were also ninjas wielding 2 huge knives, slicing vegetables into fine shreds and even carving flowers on tofu. The background music was extremely passionate and intense, like the super fiery BGM from Cooking Master Boy or Food Wars. A huge golden title appeared in the center of the screen, flames and kitchen utensil effects shining, the art style reaching its peak. Isekai 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Blazing Chef. The audience burst into fits of laughter and spit takes. Naruto laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. Legend of the Chef? Ninjas stopped fighting and started cooking? What the heck is this? Sakura laughed so hard she could barely stand. Fire-style barbecue, water-style ramen, that's just too creative. Shoji drooled, staring at the delicious dishes on the screen, his eyes turning into hearts. Looks super tasty. Kiba laughed, rolling on the ground, pointing at the screen shouting, Blazing Chef. That name is even more cringy than Rock Lee's. Even the usually calm Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face, though a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This art style is way too out there. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, feeling his mind completely blank, utterly unable to comprehend this crazy world. Troublesome, after the plot twist, now there's a gourmet anime too. What exactly does this system want to do? Jiraiya stared at the chefs on the screen using ninjutsu to cook, first stunned, then showing an extremely strange expression. Using fire style to grill meat, it seems, it's not impossible? I think I've tried that before? He seemed to recall some unpleasant outdoor survival experiences. Tsunade looked at those greasy-looking dishes with a face full of disgust. She seemed to prefer lighter flavors? Perhaps some would find this setting silly and sneer, just a bunch of cooks, what can they achieve? Although she herself loved drinking, in a way she was also food and drink. Only Orochimaru showed no interest in this world filled with the aroma of delicious food. He looked at those flashy dishes in cooking competitions with disdain and boredom in his golden eyes. To him, this world purely satisfying appetite without any technical content was a complete waste of time. However, Isekai 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Explosive Flame Chef, with its extremely peculiar, funny, and enticing art style, instantly shattered the heaviness and oppression of all previous worlds. The entire theater was filled with laughter and a relaxed atmosphere, everyone eager to see how familiar characters would become powerful and hilarious explosive flame chefs in this world where ninjas don't fight but become chefs. What kind of gourmet temptation and exaggerated special effects would the so-called Tongue Wars bring in this divine culinary showdown? The art style of this gourmet world soared into outer space, bringing an unprecedented feast for the senses. The images on the screen exude a strong aroma of food and a passionate spirit, signaling that a hilarious legend about ninjutsu, cooking, and honor is about to unfold. Isekai 7, Tongue Wars The Legend of the Explosive Chef officially premieres, with bright and vivid visuals, overflowing scents, showcasing a gourmet Konoha village. The buildings here retain an ancient Japanese style, but the details are filled with elements related to food. Instead of ninja tool shops or bookstores lining the streets, there are various cooking shops with different styles and enticing aromas. Ramen shops, barbecue restaurants, sushi bars, dessert houses, takoyaki stands, everything is available, each shop hanging tempting signs and pictures of delicious food that make mouths water. For example, in the village center square, what stands tall is no longer a monument or statue, but a huge food totem made from various ingredients, of course, possibly models. It even has strange slogans carved on it like will of food and soul in every bite. Even, the ninja school's training ground has undergone a major transformation. It was no longer a place for practicing throwing shuriken or sparring in taijutsu, but rather, transformed into individual kitchens equipped with various professional cooking tools, from the most basic knives and cutting boards to what looked like high-end ovens and molecular gastronomy devices. In the open-air kitchen, a group of young students dressed in white chef uniforms were training seriously. Although they wore chef uniforms, the design still retained elements of ninja attire, such as the forehead protector turned into a chef's hat.
The teacher was guiding them from the side.
Some students practiced knife skills, required to instantly slice a cucumber into 108 paper-thin slices. Others practiced controlling the heat, sensing the temperature of the iron griddle with their palms to precisely cook a medium-rare steak. There were also students learning ingredient pairing, adjusting the best culinary combinations based on the diner's chakra attributes and the occasion. The teacher resembled an alternate world version of Irika, not talking about ninjutsu or combat techniques, but passionately explaining the secrets of cooking. Remember, cooking is not just about filling your stomach, it can convey emotions, communicate the soul, and even create miracles. Good food shines, makes people so happy they cry, and eating it feels like experiencing the entire universe. Ninjutsu was our most powerful tool to achieve all this.
The teacher's words inspired everyone.
In this world, ninjutsu hadn't disappeared, but its purpose had completely changed. It was no longer used for combat but was fully dedicated to cooking. The scene showed various wonderful applications of ninjutsu in culinary arts. Fire release was no longer a giant fireball but fire release, explosive flame barbecue technique. The user concentrated fire chakra in both hands, acting like a humanoid flamethrower, roasting large chunks of meat at high temperature from all angles, producing meat that was crispy on the outside, tender inside, fragrant, and infused with the unique flavor of chakra.
Water release was no longer water dragons or water walls but water release, ultimate broth technique.
The user manipulated water flow to simmer the essence of rare ingredients, creating a legendary broth that nourished the soul and enhanced chakra.
Or used water release, rapid freezing technique to make ice cream and shaved ice.
Wind release also transformed into wind release, Godspeed vegetable cutting technique, making chopping vegetables both fast and precise. The user concentrates wind-natured chakra on the blade or maybe just the fingertips, slicing through piles of vegetables at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch, instantly cutting them into uniform thin strips or slices.
They can even carve vivid dragon and phoenix patterns on tofu. Or wind release, whirlwind dough kneading technique, used to make noodles with a chewy texture.
Earth release. No longer just earth wall or yellow spring swamp, but
earth release, secret kiln roasting technique.
The user manipulates earth and stone to instantly build a specially constructed custom oven or kiln cave that perfectly controls temperature and humidity.
Used for baking pizza, bread, or making dishes with a special earthy flavor. They can even use earth release to create all kinds of bizarrely shaped tableware and containers.
Lightning release, this one is hard to apply directly to cooking.
Could it be lightning release, electromagnetic heating technique? Or lightning release, cell activation technique, used to keep ingredients fresh? That actually makes some sense. Or, directly using it for electric fishing? The scene even shows a ninja using the Chidori technique to fish electrically in a river in a hilarious moment. Genjutsu is even more interesting. Maybe genjutsu, taste deception technique, making ordinary ingredients taste like delicacies? Or genjutsu, appetite amplification technique, making people ravenous and everything taste delicious? They could even use genjutsu, culinary dual mental interference, to affect opponents' performance during competitions? Sounds a bit underhanded. Taijutsu is very practical.
Super strength can knead dough and pound meat, high-speed movement can quickly serve dishes or snatch rare ingredients. The 8 gates might help complete complex dishes in an extremely short time, but the cost is exhaustion afterward. In short, in this, otherworldly 7, a ninja's strength is no longer determined by combat power but by culinary skill. Whoever makes the most delicious dishes, whose cooking is the most superb, who can use ninjutsu to create the most creative and heart-touching cuisine, is the true strong one in this world. The true blazing culinary master. The title of Hokage may no longer represent the strongest ninja but the ultimate culinary master who holds the title of god of food and is unbeatable in cooking. Looking at this forcibly fused scene of the ninja world and a gourmet anime on the screen, full of joy, silliness, and tempting aromas, the audience has given up thinking. Their expressions are mostly like this, oh. Or maybe like this. And also like this, especially Tenten and Naruto. They have been completely conquered by this peculiar art style and absurd settings, even to the point of being confused. The ninjas of the main world, those warriors who have been baptized by blood and fire and bear heavy missions, look at these colleagues on the screen who are sweating and using ninjutsu for better grilled meat and more perfect ramen, feeling a complex and ridiculous emotion welling up inside. What on earth is this? Kakashi covered his face, feeling that his energy for sarcastic remarks was seriously depleted. Using ninjutsu for cooking. Jiraiya twitched at the corner of his mouth, unsure whether to admire this world's imagination or despise their desecration of ninjutsu.
Tsunade looked at the glowing dishes and exaggerated reactions of the diners on the screen with a face full of disdain.
Just showboating. Only Naruto and Tenten had eyes sparkling with excitement, drooling all over the place.
Wow! Ramen! Grilled meat! Sushi! Desserts! This is practically heaven!
Naruto shouted excitedly, itching to jump into the screen and feast.
Hungry!
Tenten said as she thought about biting her own finger. In this world where gourmet food and absurdity intertwine, the camera focuses on a familiar protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto.
In this world where culinary skills determine status, what kind of role will Naruto play?
The scene shifts to the entrance of a very familiar ramen shop, yes, the bustling Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha Village.
However, in this world, Ichiraku Ramen is even more revered, with long lines outside, and even nobles dressed in splendid attire willingly waiting in queue.
Inside the shop, besides the ever-smiling Uncle Ichiraku who remains inscrutable, there is a blonde boy in the kitchen wearing an orange headband and a white apron, skillfully cooking ramen.
That's right, it's Naruto.
The explosive flame chef Uzumaki Naruto of this world. He is not a poor student at the Ninja Academy but is naturally passionate about ramen, possessing a special talent such as a fire release tongue that can withstand extremely high temperatures, or a 9-tail stomach that can finish 10 bowls in an instant. Naturally, he apprenticed under Uncle Ichiraku, dedicating himself to mastering the ultimate secrets of ramen. At this moment, Naruto is intently watching the rich broth boiling in the pot, skillfully wielding a ladle as large as a wolf's club, precisely controlling the heat and adding various secret seasonings. His forehead is covered in sweat, his face dusted with flour, but in his blue eyes shines a deep love and focus for cooking.
Not ready yet? Naruto!
Where's my hell spicy miso tonkatsu ramen? A burly man outside the door urged. Almost done, sir, please be patient a little longer.
Naruto replied. I guarantee it'll be so spicy it'll blow your soul out. Naruto shouted back without turning around, his tone full of confidence and a hint of mischief. Soon, a bowl of ramen emitting an extremely enticing but also extremely dangerous aroma was swiftly served by him. The bowl of ramen had a broth color that looked like molten lava, an intensely rich dark red. Thick layers of chili oil, seemingly still bubbling, floated on top. Several thick slices of char siu, grilled to a crispy outside and tender inside, piled like small mountains on the noodles. In the very center lay a Naruto swirl that looked like a high-speed spinning energy ball. Could this be the legendary Rasengan Naruto roll? Even more exaggerated, when the bowl was brought out, it came with background music and even emitted a faint glow. Although it might have just been steam and lighting effects, it looked incredibly impressive. Here it is.
Sir! Your special Nine-Tails Chakra, explosive Hellfire Rasengan Ramen. Please enjoy. Naruto placed the bowl with the intimidating name heavily in front of the burly man. The burly man stared at the imposing bowl of ramen before him, swallowed, his face full of anticipation mixed with fear.
Naruto from the main world watching from the audience drooled, Ramen. Ramen. It looks so delicious. Although the name is weird, that meat, that broth, and the spinning Naruto roll, I want to eat it too. He felt that this cooking-centered world was tailor-made for him. If he could live here and eat the delicious ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku and another version of himself, how happy he would be. This world is amazing, he exclaimed sincerely.
The other viewers, watching Naruto, who had transformed from a ninja into a chef but still full of passion and energy, even incorporating his signature ninja technique, the Rasengan, into his cooking, couldn't help but smile knowingly. Perhaps, no matter which world he was in or what identity he took on, Naruto would always be that little son bringing warmth and appetite to everyone. Just as everyone was immersed in the image of Naruto the blazing gourmet, the screen suddenly switched. The scene shifted to a Japanese-style confectionery workshop with a completely different atmosphere, quiet, elegant, and full of Zen spirit. Inside the workshop, everything was spotless, and under the soft lighting, a faint sweet aroma of glutinous rice and red bean paste filled the air. A black-haired youth dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform, standing upright, was focused intently in front of a fine cypress cutting board, making pastries. His fingers, long and nimble, like the most skilled artist, gently and precisely pinched, kneaded, rolled, and stamped, shaping pieces of softly colored, art-like glutinous rice dough into various exquisitely delicate and beautifully crafted shapes of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Every one of his movements was filled with an indescribable rhythm and elegance. It was as if he was not making pastries, but engaging in a silent cultivation of beauty and taste. His gaze was cold and focused, seemingly pouring all his spirit into the small pastry in his hands, pursuing the ultimate balance of flavor and a perfect visual presentation. That black-haired youth, like an iceberg prince, had turned pastry making into an art. Could it really be Uchiha Sasuke? The audience immediately gasped and stifled laughter. Sasuke from the main world saw on the screen himself dressed in white chef's clothes, elegantly pinching the glutinous rice dumplings, and his face instantly turned ashen. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, veins bulged on his forehead, and he looked as if he had been deeply insulted. It was already hard enough to accept a ninja becoming a chef, but why did that useless Naruto go make passionate ramen, while he, the Uchiha genius, was making such effeminate Japanese-style pastries? This was simply the greatest mockery of him. He was almost about to explode with chakra, smashing the screen into pieces. The others all held back their laughter, their expressions strange and stifled. Naruto laughed so hard he almost fell off his chair, clutching his stomach. Sasuke, you actually made dim sum. And it's so delicate and exquisite, it suits you perfectly. When Sasuke shot him a murderous glare, he immediately shut up, though his shoulders were still shaking. Sakura and Ino stared at the screen showing Sasuke making dim sum, still looking handsome and elegant, pink bubbles sparkling in their eyes. Wow, Sasuke Koen gourmet version is so classy. Kakashi stifled a laugh and commented, it seems Sasuke pursues perfection in everything he does, even when making dim sum. Only Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, focused on his creation, with a faint, barely noticeable trace of disappointment in his eyes. Petty tricks, a waste of talent. The system seemed to think that wasn't tea enough and showed another scene. Sasuke sat at a dining table covered with a pristine white tablecloth, in front of him a simple home-cooked dish. He didn't pick up his chopsticks, just closed his eyes and gently inhaled the aroma of the food. Then, he stuck out his tongue, extremely lightly, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and licked the sauce of the dish. Just that one lick. His brows immediately furrowed. Then they relaxed, and a highly professional and picky expression, like that of a wine connoisseur, appeared on his face. He slowly opened his eyes and, facing the person beside him, possibly the dish's creator or maybe the host of a food show, began to critique in an extremely arrogant, sharply sarcastic, yet seemingly authoritative tone. The ingredients are fairly fresh, but the preparation was too rough, failing to bring out the original flavor. The timing was off by 0.3 seconds. The outer layer is slightly burnt, affecting the texture layers. The seasoning was too conservative. Too much salt was added to mask the lack of umami. This is a beginner's mistake. The plating is a disaster, completely lacking aesthetic appeal and failing to showcase the vitality of the ingredients. Overall, I can only rate this dish as unqualified. His critique was sharp and precise, merciless, as if his taste buds had turned into a sophisticated instrument. The system narrator sounded, Uchiha Sasuke Isekai 7 edition may have awakened the legendary Sharingan tongue. Possessing super taste buds and analytical skills, he can instantly identify every ingredient, seasoning, and even subtle flaws in cooking. He is the most feared and most hated top food critic in the culinary world. Sharingan tongue? Top food critic? The audience erupted in exclamations and laughter. The Sasuke from the main world stared at himself on the screen, who could lick with his tongue and spout a bunch of professional terms, harshly critiquing dishes, his blood pressure rising again. He could tolerate making desserts, but now he had become a food critic who lived off his sharp tongue? That Sharingan tongue had actually turned into a taste-testing artifact? The Uchiha bloodline limit had changed flavor. He was completely fed up, suddenly closed his eyes, buried his head in his arm, wanting to isolate himself from this absurd world. Isekai 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Explosive Flame Chef, vividly showcases absurd comedy and extreme modifications through the two completely different culinary paths of Naruto and Sasuke. One becomes a passionate chef inheriting the ramen secret techniques and creating explosive flame cuisine. A prince of the Ice Mountain who has become obsessed with pursuing ultimate perfection and making exquisite pastries, or a sharp-tongued critic with a Sharingan tongue. This strong contrast and subversion make the audience full of anticipation for the upcoming culinary world amid bursts of laughter. What other bizarre food concepts will the other characters have next? And how will this tongue battle ultimately decide the winner? Everyone's eyes except for the withdrawn Sasuke are filled with expectation, continuing to focus on the screen. On the screen, the plot of Isekai 7, Tongue Battle Legend of the Explosive Shaft, naturally shifts its focus to the last member of Team 7, Haruno Sakura, after showcasing the two very different food-themed protagonists, the passionate ramen boy Naruto and the icy pastry prince sharp-tongued food critic Sasuke. In this strange world where culinary skills determine status, what special food skill will our little Sakura have? The scene changes. It's not a luxurious restaurant, nor a refined workshop, but an ordinary yet clean and tidy pastry kitchen, or rather, the back kitchen of a large cafeteria. A familiar figure, wearing a white apron and a neat pink headscarf, stands before a huge workbench covered in flour. She has refreshing short pink hair, and her green eyes are full of focus and a simplicity that belongs to the working people. That's right, she is the Haruno Sakura of the culinary world. At this moment, she is facing piles of dough stacked like mountains, weighing at least hundreds of pounds. Taking a deep breath, her gaze is firm. Hey-ya! Accompanied by a strong yet slightly cute shout, her seemingly slender arms unleash astonishing strength. Fist sized like a wash basin, she quickly and rhythmically pounds heavily on the dough. Bang! 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 Each strike is heavy and powerful, causing the entire chopping board to vibrate. The dough, originally hard and difficult to knead, quickly becomes smooth and elastic under her storm-like pounding. In just a few minutes, she has kneaded this pile of dough with her bare hands into the perfect state for top-quality ramen or bread. Moreover, her face was calm, her breathing steady, with only fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, making her look healthy and full of energy. She was practically a human dough kneading machine, and a super version with monstrous strength at that. Seeing this, the audience was stunned. Sakura? Still that strong? Naruto stared at her effortlessly kneading the dough on the screen, unable to help swallowing. The dough looks so delicious. Oh my, using monstrous strength to knead dough, and still thinking of that. Ino covered her forehead, marveling at how wonderfully diverse the talents in this world were. But, the efficiency is really high. Choji looked at the dough that was instantly kneaded, stars shining in his eyes. Bread made this way must be super chewy. Kakashi also smiled. It seems Sakura's monstrous strength has found a very practical use in this world. Meanwhile, the Sakura from the main world, watching herself on the screen who used the monstrous strength she was proud of to knead dough. Her expression was extremely subtle. She was somewhat amused and exasperated. The powerful force she had painstakingly trained, strong enough to split mountains and crack stones, had become a kitchen tool for kneading dough in this world. Wasn't that a huge underuse of her talents? But watching that self knead the dough so perfectly, she seemed to almost feel the joy and sense of accomplishment from the labor, and she inexplicably thought it was pretty nice. At least it was much safer and warmer than fighting on the battlefield. Moreover, the dough kneaded with superhuman strength must have a unique texture. She even felt a bit curious to taste it. Besides the super strength kneading, the scene also showed another possibility for the gourmet version of Sakura. The camera switched to a place resembling a pharmacy or a kitchen specializing in medicinal cuisine. The air was filled with a faint scent of herbs and food. The otherworldly version of Sakura wore simple clothes and sat at a table with various medicinal herbs and ingredients laid out before her. Her gaze was no longer the focused strength of kneading dough but was filled with the meticulousness, rigor, and care for life characteristic of a medical ninja. She carefully processed the herbs in precise proportions and special methods, possibly extracting their medicinal properties with chakra, and paired them with fresh ingredients for cooking. Her cooking did not pursue extravagance or extreme deliciousness but emphasized the therapeutic effects of food. Perhaps a bowl of warming and chakra-replenishing Angelica ginger lamb soup. Or a plate of goji chrysanthemum cake to clear the mind, improve eyesight, and relieve fatigue. Or even a specially made Soldier's ration pill that accelerates wound healing and replenishes life energy, tasting 10,000 times better than those in the main world. The system narrator explains, Haruno Sakura Isekai version combines a profound understanding of medical ninjutsu to become a top medicinal cuisine master. She customizes healing dishes with special therapeutic effects based on the diner's physical condition, chakra attributes, and mental state. Her cuisine not only satisfies the appetite but also heals the heart, both physically and mentally. On screen, a ninja whose meridians were damaged from excessive training feels a warm sensation in his body and much smoother chakra flow after eating Sakura's specially prepared medicinal meal. There might also be someone who, due to the trauma of war, is melancholic and has lost their appetite. After tasting the carefully crafted dessert by Sakura, which can calm the mind and soothe fright, a long-lost smile finally appears on their face. This medicinal cuisine master concept is undoubtedly much more sophisticated than the previous super-strength dough kneading, and it fits the main world Sakura's identity as a medical ninja much better. The main world Sakura's eyes instantly lit up when she saw this. Medicinal cuisine. Using food to heal others, this seems really amazing. She said excitedly that she had always dreamed of becoming an outstanding medical ninja like Tsunade-sensei, using her own strength to save and help others. In this gourmet world, combining medical knowledge with cooking to soothe the body and mind with delicious food is simply another perfect expression of her ideal of healing. She felt that if she really lived here, she would definitely choose to become a medicinal cuisine master. This profession was tailor-made for her. Other viewers also unanimously approved of this concept. Using cooking to cure illness, that's a really good idea. Tsunade rarely showed an approving expression. Diet therapy is an important part of medicine, and combining it with ninjutsu is very creative, Kakashi commented.
Sakura, so amazing. Hinata whispered in admiration.
The dual concepts of super strength do kneading and medicinal cuisine master make the gourmet version of Sakura uniquely charming. She inherits the original's great power and also possesses the delicacy and warmth of a medical ninja. In this world where culinary skills determine heroes, she might carve out a unique gourmet path full of healing power. After showcasing Team 7, the camera shifted to their teacher generation, the legendary 3 ninja.
In this world of gourmet food, what kind of charm will the 3 top figures Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru present? First to appear is Jiraiya.
The scene is no longer the bustling streets of Konoha village, but the vast primitive wilderness. It could be deep mountains and forests, with babbling streams and birdsong, or it could be a turbulent seaside, with jagged rocks and salty sea breeze. There is a somewhat scruffy but spirited middle-aged man Jiraiya crouching by a campfire, skillfully roasting a plump, delicious fish. He uses no fancy ninja techniques, only firewood and flames, plus some unknown local spices, to grill the fish until its skin is golden and crispy, the inside tender and juicy, with an aroma so enticing it seems you can smell the tempting roasted scent through the screen. Beside him, there might be a huge backpack, no longer filled with thesis collections, but various seasonings, simple cooking utensils, and a thick book that seems to be written by himself, notes on legendary ingredients and secret realm cuisine of the Pan continent. The system narrator explains, Jiraiya Alternate World version 7 did not choose to stay in the village to open a shop or teach, but like in the main world, chose to wander the lands. But his purpose for traveling is no longer to gather material for novels or seek the child of prophecy, but to search for the legendary phantom ingredients.
To explore secret realm cuisines from all over the world.
He is a legendary gourmet hunter and also a barbecue master, skilled in using unique techniques to turn any ingredient into an exquisite delicacy. Legend has it he possesses a secret sage barbecue technique that can grill ordinary or exotic ingredients to mouth-watering perfection. In the footage, he engages in a thrilling battle with guardian monsters to obtain the legendary ingredients, either the molten lava giant lizard meat from deep within the volcano or the extremely cold snow lotus seeds from the glacier summit. After the battle, he gathers materials on the spot, lights a campfire, and grills a rustic yet aromatic dish of heroic barbecue using those rare ingredients. While taking big bites of meat, he records this culinary adventure and the recipe, his face full of satisfied smiles.
The lava giant lizard meat is full of fire attribute energy, with a chewy texture and an endless aftertaste, though it's a bit tough on the teeth. Next time, I'll try the water release, softening technique. The extremely cold snow lotus seeds taste sweet and can calm the mind. Paired with ice release to make a dessert, it's a perfect match. Let us call it the ice goddess Sai.
This legendary barbecue master and gourmet hunter Jiraiya ventures and battles monsters to taste all the world's delicacies and record recipes. The Jiraiya from the main world sits in the theater seat, watching the screen where the profession is changed, but the lifestyle and personality are extremely similar to his own counterpart. His heart, frustrated by continuous social deaths, finally fully awakens.
Oh. This is amazing.
He slaps his thigh, his face full of excitement.
This is the life for our generation. Gourmet hunter. Sage barbecue technique. This is great. He was so excited that he danced around, although it's a bit of a pity that I can't write erotic novels anymore, but being able to taste all the delicious food in the world, and write travelogues and recipes, this setup. I like it. Ha ha ha.
He felt that this gourmet version of himself was simply, except for not being able to pick up girls, or maybe he could? Just didn't he show it, it was the perfect life he had always dreamed of. Compared to that lonely bookworm who would grow old alone, and that humble, desperate admirer, this gourmet hunter who lived for food and lived freely and stylishly was just amazing. He even started to envy that version of himself in that world. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who suddenly got excited beside her, then glanced at the equally unreliable gourmet hunter on the screen, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit, no, a lecher can't change his nature. No matter which world, he's always like this. Although she also thought in her heart that this setup was way better than the scientist one.
Naruto drooled as he watched. Wow! The lecherous sage gourmet version is amazing. The barbecue looks so fragrant, I want to go on an adventure with him to eat delicious food too. This adventurous and food-tempting legendary barbecue master gourmet hunter Jiraiya was undoubtedly one of the most charming characters in. His optimistic, bold, and life-enjoying attitude added a lot of color to this joyful and silly world, making Naruto and Choji especially yearn for it. After showcasing the gourmet version of Jiraiya, the camera finally turned to the last of the three legendary Sannin, whose image had been overturned the most before Tsunade. In this food world where cooking determines everything, what would Tsunade be like? Still the gambling-addicted, hot-tempered big fat sheep? Or, like Jiraiya, had she found a new life role related to eating? The scene shifted, and what appeared was neither a casino nor the Hokage's office, but an extremely high-end, grand top-tier culinary research lab, or rather, a private kitchen specially serving dignitaries and top-tier elites. Inside, the room was bright and clean, kitchenware was dazzlingly abundant, and there were even special tools combining medical ninjutsu or sealing techniques. The air was filled with a rich, complex, and irresistibly enticing aroma of top-grade broth. In the center, in front of a huge soup pot made of special jade, a mature woman with fiery blonde hair and a stunning figure was intently tasting the amber-colored broth with a long white jade ladle. She was Tsunade of the culinary world. She seemed not to have become a barbecue master or a pastry chef, but rather specialized in the most demanding and patience-testing field of cooking simmering soup. She took a small spoonful of broth into her mouth, not swallowing immediately, but closing her eyes and using her tongue with extremely subtle, almost like the most precise instrument, carefully sensing every ingredient's flavor, every seasoning's proportion, and the extremely complex and delicate chemical reactions and energy flows produced by the long simmering process. At times she furrowed her brows slightly, as if discerning some subtle difference in taste. At other times she relaxed, showing a satisfied smile, as if savoring a peerless fine wine. The system narrator sounded, Tsunade Otherworldly version 7, relying on the Senju clan's formidable vitality and precise control over chakra, or perhaps called food energy, and the legendary 100-flavor tongue capable of distinguishing thousands of flavors and even the emotions of ingredients, has become a top figure in the culinary world, especially in the realm of soups. The supreme soup king. The fountain of life broth she simmers is exquisitely delicious and is said to contain powerful healing energy and vitality, capable of saving people from danger. Though somewhat exaggerated, it is the ultimate tonic dreamed of by countless strong warriors. 100-flavor tongue? Supreme Soup King? Fountain of Life? The audience listened in stunned silence, shocked by the impact of this setting. Tsunade from the main world, upon hearing this, had a strange expression. The name 100-flavor tongue was both familiar and eerie. Supreme Soup King sounded quite impressive, much better than Peeping Maniac. As for Fountain of Life being able to heal and save lives, it also fit her identity as a medical ninja. In short, although the Supreme Soup King setting was ridiculous, it was much better than the previous succubus and voyeur scenarios, and made her slightly more able to accept it. She held her forehead, feeling completely drained of energy to complain, thinking helplessly, if I have to make soup, then so be it. It's better than doing something else. However, the system had no intention of letting her off. After showcasing Tsunade Gourmet version as the professional Supreme Soup King, the scene shifted. The setting changed to a luxurious yet lively and chaotic top-tier tavern. Tsunade Gourmet Edition was no longer calm and focused. Instead, she had one foot on the bar counter, holding a wine glass bigger than her head, the strong liquor inside swirling. She loudly played finger-guessing games and drinking challenges with the burly men around her, their faces flushed from drinking. 5 liters. 666. 8 horses. Her voice was loud, full of alcohol breath, strong and steady, her finger-guessing moves practiced. Her drinking posture was even more like gulping down a whale's worth of drink. Glass after glass. Without changing her expression. She was even betting drinks with others? The loser had to take off a piece of clothing or do something even more outrageous. Where was the slightest trace of the calm and elegance of the Supreme Soup King? Clearly, she was a bottomless drinker with a strong gambling spirit, a hopeless drunkard. The system's narration sounded again, with a hint of schadenfreude. Of course, as the Supreme Soup King, Tsunade also has secrets unknown to others, or rather, known to everyone. She was addicted to alcohol, drinking whenever there was gambling. Although she didn't lose much, in Konoha village and throughout the entire culinary world, she was known as the god of wine who never gets drunk after 1,000 cups, a fearsome reputation. She opened a legendary Hokage tavern, operating only late at night, and only serving those true strongmen who could either drink her under the table or at least match her drink for drink to the end.
Many self-proclaimed heavy drinkers came to challenge her, but without exception, they were all soundly defeated and carried out. Seeing this scene, Tsunade from the main world, whose mood had just slightly calmed, instantly hit rock bottom. She had long known that this damned system would not treat her kindly. What Supreme Soup King, Fountain of Life, yet in this world she was still an incurable drunkard and gambler, though her luck in gambling had slightly improved.
Even more absurdly, she opened a Hokage tavern. Could it be that in this world, the Hokage was really about who had the strongest drinking capacity? She covered her face, feeling life grow dark once again. The others in the viewing area burst out with good-natured laughter. Jiraiya looked at the god of wine Tsunade, who was drinking heavily and playing finger-guessing games, his eyes shining with admiration. Haha, this is the real Tsunade. Fierce enough. Completely forgetting the previous pain. Naruto also found the setting interesting. Wow, the sake god Tsunade granny is amazing, able to knock down so many people with her drinking. Kakashi pondered, from always losing bets to never drunk no matter how many cups, that's quite a special reversal, isn't it? Ice Guy 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Explosive Flame Chef finally revealed Tsunade's role in this gourmet world, the top soup master, Supreme Soup King, and at the same time, a sake lover known as the Sake God. Although still exaggerated, compared to other Ice Sky worlds, this setting seems a bit more acceptable, at least to Tsunade herself. With this, the core members of the Konoha faction have all appeared: the passionate ramen boy Naruto, the icy dessert prince and sharp-tongued food critic Sasuke, the super-strong dough-kneading medicinal cuisine master Sakura, and the legendary barbecue expert and gourmet hunter Jiraiya. Supreme Soup King the sake god Tsunade kills. Plus the possible dark cuisine figure, Orochimaru. This food-filled world, full of fragrant aromas, exaggerated effects, and all kinds of quirky settings, will undoubtedly stage a spectacular, or should we say chaotic, ninja world war on the tongue. The audience, especially Naruto and Choji, are already eager to see how these explosive flame chefs will use their astonishing culinary skills and ninjutsu to conquer each other's taste buds and stomachs. On the screen, the joyful atmosphere of Ice Sky 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Explosive Flame Chef remains strong. The bizarre settings of the 5 main gourmet characters Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Jiraiya, and Tsunade have whetted the audience's appetite, with Naruto and Choji especially excited to the extreme. So, as the eternal villain of Konoha and even the main world, one of the legendary 3 ninja Orochimaru, what kind of role will he play in this other world filled with love and delicious food, where culinary skills determine one's status? He certainly can't still be the philanthropist like in Ice Sky San, right? The audience firmly opposes that. The camera finally shifts to this highly anticipated and even wary ultimate boss. The scene is no longer the sunny Konoha village, nor a bustling restaurant, but a huge kitchen filled with a sinister and dark atmosphere. This kitchen is hidden deep underground, or perhaps in a secret swamp base that never sees sunlight. The walls seem to be made of obsidian or solidified venom, entwined with twisted, vein-like vines, on which phosphorescent poisonous mushrooms grow. The stove burns not ordinary flames, but eerie green hellfire flickering like ghostly flames. The air carries no enticing aroma, instead, it is filled with the stench of rot, bloodiness, and a sickly sweet strange scent that is both nauseating and fatally tempting. In this Demon King's kitchen, a familiar figure stands with his back to the camera before a huge cooking pot bubbling with purple vapor. In his hand is a long-handled spoon made from human bone, slowly stirring the thick, indescribable dark cuisine in the pot. He wears a gorgeous yet sinister black chef's uniform, adorned with shining golden snake patterns. His pale, snake-like neck looks even colder and inhuman under the eerie green firelight. As he slowly turns around, the audience erupts in a suppressed gasp. It's really him. Orochimaru. This Orochimaru of the gourmet world clearly has not turned over a new leaf like in Ice Sky San. On his pale face still lingers that cold, snake-like, spine-chilling smile. His golden vertical pupils were still filled with a craving for forbidden knowledge and some kind of twisted power. However, in this world, what he pursued was no longer the art of immortality, no longer the Sharingan, but cooking? But obviously, the cooking he pursued was completely different from the bright cooking of Konoha, which sought deliciousness and conveyed emotions. Orochimaru alternate version from World 433, the uncrowned king of the dark culinary world. Known as the Forbidden Food God. He despised those bright cooking styles, thinking them weak, full of hypocrisy and boring emotions. What he pursued was the ultimate cooking, a kind that could manipulate hearts, twist souls, and even grant alternative immortality through dark cuisine. For this, he continuously gathered various ingredients considered taboo by the world, containing powerful dark forces. The scene quickly shifts, showcasing those chilling ingredients. A 100-eyed poison frog captured deep in the toxic swamp, its body covered with countless eyes. Undead skeletal remains unearthed from an ancient battlefield, filled with resentment and the aura of death.
Phantom dream mushrooms picked from the cursed forest, capable of inducing intense hallucinations and mental madness. There are even flesh tissues cut from powerful monsters, rich in dark energy. These taboo ingredients that send chills down the spine and cause sanity to plummet are priceless treasures in Orochimaru's hands.
He uses ninjutsu cooking filled with dark aura to prepare them into extremely evil and twisted dishes.
In the scene, he carefully extracts the poison glands of the hundred-eyed poison frog, refines the venom that paralyzes nerves and causes hallucinations, and adds it to a soup with a strange aroma. He grinds the undead skeletal remains into powder, mixes it with resentment chakra, kneads it into dough, and makes cursed bread that erodes the will and triggers madness. The phantom dream mushrooms and poisonous herbs are boiled into a colorful jam of despair, plunging people into eternal nightmares and ultimately mental collapse. Each dark dish is filled with an ominous aura, carrying evil power that manipulates minds and brings destruction.
He has two ultimate goals. The first is to create dishes that grant immortality, but that immortality might turn one into a mindless undead monster. The ultimate dark recipe. The second is to use his dark cuisine to completely conquer the culinary world. To turn everyone into slaves addicted to the twisted flavors and spiritual pleasures he creates. To establish a dark gourmet empire ruled by him. To this end, he is formed in absolute opposition with Konoha, representing the light culinary world, especially the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, revered as the god of food. Between the two sides, there are open and covert battles, each a food war risking the honor of chefs and the future of the world. The overlord of the dark culinary world, the forbidden food god Orochimaru, once again made everyone in the audience feel waves of nausea and chills. Ugh! Naruto was the first to lose control and started gagging. So disgusting. Cooking with that stuff? Can you even eat it? Poisonous frogs, bones, and monster meat.
Shikamaru's face turned pale, his appetite vanished instantly. I'd rather die than eat that stuff. Tsunade said with disgust, using food to manipulate people's minds, this guy is a pervert no matter what world he's in. Jiraiya frowned, the dark culinary world, food wars. This world really isn't simple after all. Only the Orochimaru from the main world stared at the version of himself on the screen. Although his research direction had become absurd, shifting from biotechnology to dark cuisine, the essence of pursuing the forbidden, using any means necessary, and trying to control everything remained unchanged. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he laughed from the heart. Heh, interesting. Although using cuisine in this way seems childish, manipulating the mind and twisting the soul through the instinct of eating, pursuing an alternative immortality and domination, is quite creative. He found himself strangely approving of this dark cuisine version of himself. At least he was more appealing than that hypocritical philanthropist, and had more ambition than that bookworm obsessed with physical formulas. He began to seriously consider, if the power of the cursed seal, the soul binding of Edo Tensei, and the study of life energy were combined with cuisine that could directly affect the human body and influence the mind, could it create a more efficient means of control or a method of immortality? A dangerous and fanatical gleam flashed in his eyes once again. This gourmet world, though strange, was still a treasure trove for Orochimaru. Just as he was enthusiastically analyzing the potential of dark cuisine, the screen switched. This time, it was finally the segment all the audience, especially the younger generation, had been eagerly awaiting, the Chunin exam of the gourmet world. As previously speculated, the Chunin exam in this world was no longer the harsh trial testing comprehensive strength and teamwork like in the main world. Instead, it turned into a grand event, a spectacular competition that captured everyone's attention, where young chefs wagered their honor and future.
A culinary contest. The scene showed the examination site. The location was no longer a death forest or a cold arena, but a huge, open-air, coliseum-like gourmet arena with dozens of cooking stations equipped with top-notch kitchenware set up in the center BFFJ. The arena was packed to capacity, the stands roaring with the sound of the crowd like a mountain shout or a sea roar. Food lovers, culinary school representatives, and talent scouts from Konoha, the land of fire, and even all over the world gathered together. They waved flags and banged shearing sticks, shouting encouragement for their supported contestants, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. On the podium, several judges sat solemnly, exuding a powerful aura. At the very center was the elderly man wearing the Hokage straw hat, with a kind face but sharp eyes, none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In this world, he had not died but instead became a culinary master, known as the god of food, holding the highest authority.
Beside him were other heavyweight judges, such as Tsunade, the supreme soup king with the tongue of 100 gourmets she might be secretly dozing or drinking, Jiraiya the gourmet hunter who traveled far and wide currently peering through binoculars at a female contestant, and even the young version of Sasuke, the sharp-tongued food critic with the Sharingan tongue.
This lineup was both luxurious and entertaining.
In front of the cooking stations below stood a group of young genin chefs from Konoha and other villages. They wore various chef uniforms, their eyes nervous yet excited, full of longing. The exam format was full of gourmet anime characteristics. The first round was timed cooking, where contestants had to prepare dishes fitting a specific theme within a limited time using randomly assigned ingredients, such as dishes that ignite youth or love-filled bento, testing basic skills, adaptability, and creativity. The second round was team cooking, where groups of several people worked together to complete a complex large dish, like a summoning beast roast feast for 100 people or an edible Konoha village model, testing communication, cooperation, and division of labor. The finals were the most exciting Food Wars cooking duels.
Contestants faced off, battling with their culinary skills,
fiercely clashing with their best dishes, most unique ninja culinary techniques, and the passionate soul they put into cooking. The footage focused on several spectacular or rather, outrageously exaggerated Food Wars moments.
One contestant, possibly an alternate world version of Rock Lee, was engulfed in green youth chakra flames, just special effects, shouting, "This is my burning youth fried rice,"
while tossing the frying pan several meters into the air, performing incredible flipping and seasoning moves mid-air using body techniques. Each grain of fried rice is golden, exuding a rich aura of vitality.
Another contestant, like an alternate world version of Kiba Inuzuka, works in perfect harmony with his ninja dog partner Akamaru.
Kiba handles the beast meat with wild techniques, while Akamaru uses his keen sense of smell to precisely blend spices and even fetches seasoning bottles.
Their Wolf Fong wild grilled skewers emit an irresistible aroma that makes mouths water.
There is also a contestant who seems to be an alternate world version of Niji Hyuga, showcasing the precise and elegant culinary skills passed down through a great family. He might specialize in refined knife work and kaiseki plating, or use his byakugan to observe the meridians and energy of ingredients, brewing a bagua secret soup with remarkable health benefits. Every food duel is accompanied by exaggerated special effects. Ingredients shine brightly, dragon and tiger illusions appear in the dishes, judges explode their clothes after a bite, a starry sky sparkles behind them, and after eating, it feels as if their souls have ascended.
These classic gourmet scenes have somehow become reality here.
The audience, faced with this absurd Chunin exam-turned-gourmet competition, is too stunned to comment, only able to dumbly stare at the glowing dishes on the screen, the judges bursting their clothes, and the ninja chefs fighting with all their might for the title of strongest chef. Just as this peak showdown filled with fantastic flavors reaches its climax, the much-anticipated ultimate battle finally arrives.
The opponents are Blazing Cuisine Master Uzumaki Naruto vs. Iceberg Pastry Chef Uchiha Sasuke.
Even in this wonderful world of cuisine, Naruto and Sasuke, these mortal rivals, will ultimately face off. The theme of this food battle might be bonds, or perhaps the strongest, and both have thrown everything they've got into it.
Naruto remains passionate and full of energy.
What he is making seems to be his bowl of, the ultimate evolved version of friendship ramen, infused with all his passion and longing for his comrades.
While kneading the dough, maybe even using some superhuman strength, he shouts, "Sasuke, with this bowl of ramen, I'll show you what true power is. What truly matters."
As for Sasuke, he remains cold and proud as ever. What he is making seems to be a dish, extremely delicate, extremely perfect, but also extremely cold?
A revenge dessert tinged with bitterness and darkness?
He stares at Naruto and says coldly, "Tailender, let me shatter your naive theories with my cooking."
Their cooking itself is a tense showdown full of intensity.
Naruto unleashed full firepower, steam rising, bursting with energy, as if about to ignite the entire kitchen. Sasuke, on the other hand, was calm and precise, every move meticulous, like performing a sacred ritual, full of artistry and distance. In the end, two dishes representing completely different philosophies were completed simultaneously. Naruto's ultimate friendship, Nine Tails Rasengan Ramen, was steaming hot, fragrant, warm like sunlight, and full of power. Sasuke's Tsukuyami, Eternal Vengeance mousse, was perfectly crafted like a work of art, exuding a cold chill, with a complex flavor initially sweet, but leaving a bitter, icy aftertaste, even carrying an addictive mental toxin.
Both dishes were presented to the judges at the same time.
The judges' exaggerated reactions erupted instantly upon tasting. Those who ate Naruto's ramen felt surrounded by warm sunlight, strength surging forth, even seeing deceased loved ones smiling, with countless comrades appearing behind them in battle. Those who ate Sasuke's dessert fell into a cold abyss, feeling loneliness and hatred, yet captivated by the morbidly delicious taste, unable to escape, with images of the Uchiha clan's massacre and vengeful black flames flashing through their minds. The two dishes sparked a gustatory storm among the judges and also provoked profound philosophical reflection: friendship versus revenge, warmth versus coldness, the masses versus the elite. The final outcome is hard to predict, and perhaps it doesn't even matter. What matters is that this food battle in the culinary world, in a uniquely absurd yet entertaining way, once again showcased the eternal, unbreakable fate entanglement between Naruto and Sasuke. The audience in the theater, watching this battle filled with gourmet food, special effects, shinibu, and inexplicable philosophical musings, have completely given up on making any comments. They just stare blankly. Then, they feel their stomachs seem to be hungrier? Isekaichi, Tongue War's Legend of the Blazing Chef, with its unparalleled quirky art style and silly settings, has successfully pushed the entertainment, or should we say, mental pollution? Effect of multiverse movie watching to a whole new peak. It's like a mudslide, washing away the audience's previous seriousness and heaviness, bringing them into a joyful new world where all they need to say is 666 and I'm hungry. Regarding the follow-up in this culinary world, especially the final result of the Naruto-Sasuke food battle, it has clearly whetted everyone's appetite. On the screen, the exaggeratedly flashy, philosophically tinged, and tantalizingly aromatic peak food battle of Naruto and Isekaichi, tongue-tip showdown Legend of the Blazing Chef seemed to end without a clear winner. Perhaps the judges, having tasted two dishes with vastly different styles but exquisite flavors, collectively fell into a blissful stupor? Or maybe the system feared that if it continued, the audience might cause a humanitarian crisis from starvation due to craving. In any case, after pushing the atmosphere to its climax, this culinary world showcase temporarily came to a pause. The screen gradually dimmed, but the air still lingered with the rich aroma of ramen, the charred scent of grilled meat, the sweetness of desserts, and even that strange flavor of dark cuisine. In the audience, after experiencing an unprecedented gustatory and mental shock, a strange atmosphere settled in. Past feelings of oppression, heaviness, tension, and fear were all diluted by this sudden feast of food. In their place was a strange sense of ease mixed with extreme hunger, a strong urge to critique, and a great enlightenment born from being thoroughly played with. Gurgle gurgle. A loud stomach growl broke the silence. Naruto and Choji led the way, almost all the audience clutching their stomachs, their faces full of pain and longing. Hungry, starving. Choji slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. I really want to eat that glowing grilled meat, and Sakura's medicinal cuisine, and Lady Tsunade's soup is so nourishing too. Ramen, my ramen. Naruto leaned on the armrest like he'd lost his soul, drool flowing like a little river. Why show me such delicious food but not let me eat it? This was more cruel than any torment in any world, a double blow to both spirit and stomach. As for the others, though not as exaggerated as the two of them, most also felt a bit hungry. Even Ino and Tenten, who usually paid close attention to their figures, couldn't help but secretly swallow when looking at those dishes on the screen that seemed to have perfect color, aroma, and taste. Sasuke Koen's gourmet version snacks look really exquisite, Ino said softly. Yeah, and Naruto's ramen, although it looks spicy, it seems really satisfying, Tenten agreed. Besides the intense hunger, the viewing seats were filled mostly with laughter and jokes. The setting of this gourmet world was just too bizarre. Using ninjutsu to cook? Fire-style grilled meat, water-style simmered soup, wind-style chopping, earth-style building the stove, lightning-style electro-fishing, it was hilarious. And strange titles like 100 Tongues and Sharingan Tongue, the Chunin exams turned into a cooking contest, food battles deciding the winners. Could the Hokage actually be a chef or a drunkard? All of this formed a huge contrast with the passionate ninja world they knew, so absurd it was impossible not to laugh. As soon as I use fire-style, I just want to eat barbecue. Kiba laughed so hard he doubled over, clutching his stomach. Kakashi also joked unusually, when I use water style, I only want to drink soup. If Asuma were here, he'd probably laugh and say, using genjutsu to increase appetite, what a genius idea. Even the usually serious characters had smiles on their faces. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, clearly holding back laughter, while his mind wondered if bugs could be made into special dishes. Niji looked at the withdrawn Sasuke and the excited Naruto, then thought about his possible identity as the head family's culinary heir, finally shaking his head helplessly, a rare faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This world is just too interesting. Isekai 7, Tongue Wars: The Legend of the Explosive Flame Chef breaks through the audience's previous dark and heavy emotions with an extremely joyful, silly, and irreverent style. It redefines ninjas and ninjutsu in a lighthearted and entertaining way, infusing them with the rich aroma of fireworks and delicious food. The audience found rare mental relaxation amid laughter and hunger, though their values might have been blown apart.
The whole atmosphere was unprecedentedly light and lively, full of laughter and anticipation.
If you ignore the still withdrawn Sasuke and the Naruto and Neji who were about to faint from hunger.
However, just as the audience was still immersed in this joyful and silly atmosphere, even beginning to look forward to the continuation of this culinary world, for example, the final result of Naruto and Sasuke's food battle? Orochimaru's dark cuisine conspiracy?
The system's remote control once again mercilessly pressed the switch button. On the screen, the scenes of the food world filled with tempting dishes and exaggerated special effects shattered and disappeared like bubbles. The familiar sound of gears meshing, the roar of steam, and the heavy industrial atmosphere came rushing back again. Isekai 5, Gear Heart Steam Ninja Revolution, art style suddenly changes, atmosphere instantly shifts. One moment in a joyful gourmet world, the next it cuts to a steampunk world filled with class conflicts, technological crises, and the cold shadow of war. This sudden shift caught the audience off guard, even making some uncomfortable. After all, they had just finished eating and were immediately faced with heavy industrial scenes.
Changed again? What about my barbecue and ramen?
No, I haven't finished watching Naruto and Sasuke's battle yet. Complaints rose from the audience, mixed with different voices. Finally back to the main story, Kakashi looked at the steampunk city on the screen and sighed in relief. The gourmet world was interesting but too detached from reality. He was more concerned about the further development of Isekai 5, especially the fate of himself and Sakura in that world. Troublesome, the fight just now isn't over yet. Shikamaru frowned, recalling the intense battle between Steam Naruto and Sasuke in the abandoned industrial city and the precarious central power core. Sasuke looked up, his gaze locking back onto the screen. Compared to the gourmet world, he preferred the steampunk world full of power, technology, and conflict. He wanted to know if himself piloting the Chidori Shadowbreaker could defeat Naruto and uphold the order he believed in. The system truly knows how to manipulate the audience's emotions. It first relaxes the nerves with joyful silliness, then abruptly stops at the climax, switching back to the suspense-filled steam world to continue advancing the plot. This well-balanced rhythm is both clever and torturous. This time, we'll showcase the deep social changes and technological crises that the steam world inevitably faces as it enters a new phase. The scene immediately follows with the final battle between Steam Naruto and Steam Sasuke in the abandoned industrial city. The outcome of the battle might not end with the grassroots representative Naruto achieving a triumphant comeback, as in traditional hot-blooded stories. Or it might not be a complete crushing victory by Sasuke, the elite representative. Instead, it could be a mutual destruction. Or forced to stop due to some external factor, for example, news of the central power core about to explode. Or the appearance of a common enemy? Regardless of the result, this confrontation will be like a giant stone thrown into a lake, stirring even greater ripples in this already conflicted Steam society. As the battle begins, the wave of social change in the Steam society quietly rises. The grassroots technicians and resistance forces represented by Naruto, though not necessarily victorious, display resilience and strength that inspire many. The calls grow louder, demanding the breaking of technological monopolies and improvement of working conditions. In the scene, the lower-class workers stage a massive strike, throwing down their tools and taking to the streets, holding banners that read "Technology belongs to the people" and "Down with the workshop aristocrats," clashing fiercely with mechanical police and private soldiers. Radical groups even emerge, dissatisfied with peaceful protests, secretly learning civilian machinery arts, preparing to overthrow injustice by force. Meanwhile, the elite aristocrats represented by Sasuke, facing the waves of rebellion and weaknesses in their rule, become even more hardened. They deploy advanced war machines to brutally suppress the resistance. They strengthen surveillance and propaganda, labeling the rebellion as riots and terrorism. More terrifyingly, they accelerate research into forbidden technologies, seeking greater power to consolidate their rule. This leads to the key direction for the sequel of Otherworld 5, the fusion of machinery and the human body. For greater power, whether for suppression or competition, some radical scientists have set their sights on the human body. They are no longer satisfied with external machinery and have begun to combine steam mechanisms with human flesh. The scene cuts again to that cold and eerie secret laboratory. This time, lying on the experimental table is not just mechanical parts, but a living human body. The researchers, like ruthless butchers, remove certain organs from the test subject: heart, lungs, even the brain, then implant more efficient mechanical substitutes made of metal and gears. Corpse. They connect high-pressure steam pipes directly to the subject's blood vessels. Replace muscles with mechanical pistons.
Replace nerves with electronic sensors.
In the end, they create one after another, beings who may still retain some human appearance on the outside, but inside are no different from cold machines.
Cyborgs.
Steam-modified humans. These modified beings far surpass ordinary humans, even outperforming regular mechanists, possessing terrifying power. They might have mechanical claws capable of easily tearing through steel, or modified bodies that can withstand high temperatures and pressures, even survive in a vacuum.
Some have built-in systems that can convert chakra core energy directly into devastating weapons.
Even their brains are partially modified, eliminating fear and pain, leaving only absolute obedience and a killing instinct. These cyborgs, like those from Resident Evil or Terminator, become the most powerful and terrifying tools of suppression and war machines for the elite class.
However, this technology of fully mechanizing humans has sparked huge ethical controversies. Are the modified still human? Do they still have free will and a soul? Is abandoning humanity for power evolution or degeneration?
The footage focuses on a character facing the choice of whether to accept modification.
Perhaps it is the ace technician Kakashi.
In a previous battle, he was seriously injured protecting teammates Sakura or Naruto. His precious steam mechanical arm was destroyed, and his body severely damaged, difficult to heal. On the brink of death or becoming a cripple, a faction possessing forbidden technology offers him an olive branch to undergo full-body deep modification and become a more powerful cyborg. He will gain unprecedented strength, be able to continue fighting, and even achieve a certain kind of immortality. But the price is that he must give up the part of his humanity, emotions, and even memories that belong to Hatake Kakashi.
How would Kakashi choose? To retain his humanity and quietly step aside, or to embrace power and become a cold, powerful machine?
This choice pushes him into a profound philosophical dilemma about what it means to be human.
His choice will not only determine his personal fate but may also symbolize a possible future for the STEAM world, a possibility?
The subsequent plot of Isekai 5, Heart of Gear's Steam Ninja Revolution elevates the complexity and depth of this world to a new level by depicting intensifying class conflicts, waves of social change, and increasingly radical and dangerous human-machine fusion technology. It is no longer just a steampunk fantasy filled with retro romance and industrial aesthetics, but more like a mirror, reflecting the various social issues of the Industrial Revolution in human history, as well as the ethical dilemmas that future technological development may face, an allegorical mirror. The audience marvels at the rapid advancement of technology, while also beginning to deeply reflect, who should technology serve? Should the pursuit of power have limits? Where is the boundary between humans and machines? These questions have no simple answers but provoke deep thought. This world full of gears and steam, contradictions and choices, has a future path that becomes elusive and fascinating. On the screen, Isekai 5, Heart of Gear's Steam Ninja Revolution tells of escalating class conflicts, brutal mechanical wars, and the taboo technology and ethical dilemmas of human-machine fusion, with the story slowly approaching its conclusion. What will be the ultimate fate of this world, where industrial aesthetics and profound contradictions intertwine? The system gives no clear answer. The story does not reveal the outcome of the ideological struggle between Naruto, the representative of the lower class, and Sasuke, the elite representative, nor does it clarify whether the central power core on the verge of explosion was successfully repaired or destroyed the city. Whether the forces controlling the taboo human-machine fusion technology achieved their ambitions is also left undecided.
Instead, there is a symbolically rich, thought-provoking open ending.
Scene 1, the massive gears come to a halt. The camera focuses on the central power tower of Konoha Heavy Industries City, like a heart. The huge gears that once roared non-stop now slowly stop turning one by one. This is not a malfunction but more like a deliberate choice to stand still. The gears stop, and the city becomes quiet. The towering chimneys no longer emit smoke, and the piercing roar of steam gradually fades away.
Instead, an unprecedented tranquility takes over.
Sunlight pierces through the thin industrial haze, shining on the cold steel buildings, bringing a touch of long-lost warmth. On the street, those workers who once hurried along, exhausted and weary, have now stopped in their tracks, looking up blankly at this suddenly quiet city, their eyes filled with confusion and unease, but also a hint of relief. This ending is full of symbolism. It might mean that this civilization, overly dependent on steam power, ultimately declined for some reason: energy depletion? War destruction? Or a conscious choice by the people? The tide of industry recedes, leaving only silence and uncertainty about the future. Perhaps this represents people beginning to reflect after the suffering and crises brought by technology, choosing a slower, more peaceful path, closer to nature and the self. They stopped the endless pursuit of efficiency and power, turning instead to seek a new balance. The scene shifts to a laboratory, where the genius inventor Sakura is busy at work. She is not researching more powerful steam engines or weapons, but has successfully developed a brand new energy source. This energy is cleaner, more efficient, and safer, possibly directly harnessing wind, solar, or geothermal power, or it could be a low-risk chakra fusion, even capable of converting human spiritual energy into power. In the scene, this energy is gradually being promoted. It is not as intense as steam power, but it is more environmentally friendly and sustainable. The city no longer emits thick smoke, and people's faces show less coal dust fatigue and more anticipation for the future. This symbolizes that technology itself is innocent. The key lies in the direction of choice. After weathering storms, the STEAM world finally found a balance between technology and humanity, development, and the environment. Finally, the scene returns to Naruto and Sasuke, these arch-rivals. Their final battle did not end with one side completely defeating the other. At the height of the fight, an unexpected crisis, whether a core explosion, an AI weapon threat, or Sakura's new invention, forced them to stop. After intense confrontation, they began to understand each other's positions and even reached some form of reconciliation. The final image freezes on them standing side by side, their gazes firm, facing a future full of hope. Naruto and Sasuke, each piloting their battered mechas, did not continue fighting but stood side by side, looking toward the horizon that was both full of hope and uncertainty. In their eyes, there was no longer just hostility and opposition, but a trace of shared reflection on the future? Or perhaps they chose different paths? Naruto might continue to stay at the grassroots level, dedicating himself to improving people's lives through technology and promoting social fairness, while Sasuke might still be in a high position but begins to try a gentler, more rational way to guide the order and development of this world. Although they took different roads, perhaps their goal is the same: to make this world a better place, just by different means. This ending focuses more on human choices. No matter how the external environment changes or how advanced technology becomes, the ultimate direction of the world is still determined by the decisions and actions of every person living here. The system did not give Isekai 5 a single ending but presented several open endings full of possibilities and symbolism side by side or alternately to the audience. It tells everyone, the future has no fixed answer, it is full of uncertainties and choices, as well as hope and danger. Where it ultimately goes depends on the choice made at every present moment. Watching these meaningful ending scenes, the audience fell silent for a long time. They no longer hurried to ask what is the result, or who won, but began to ponder the deeper meaning behind it. The balance between technology and nature, the trade-off between development and cost, the relationship between individual choices and collective fate, these major themes were vividly and powerfully presented before them through the rise and fall of the steampunk world. Isekai 5, part of Gears' Steam Ninja Revolution, thus ended in an open and philosophical way. It brought the audience not only the romantic fantasy of steam and gears and the visual feast of mechanical battles but also profound reflections on industrial civilization, technological progress, social change, and human choices. Just as everyone was immersed in the afterglow of this steam world and began speculating about the open ending, the system's remote control mercilessly pressed the switch button again. This time, on the screen appeared the one that made everyone both embarrassed and curious, full of points to mock Isekai 6, illusory flowers and moon reflections, all members gender swap. The system seemed to think the previous tone was too heavy and wanted to use this lighthearted world to adjust the atmosphere. However, this time Isekai 6 was not just about lighthearted comedy and the surface shock brought by gender reversal. After the initial novelty and curiosity caused by the gender swap gradually faded, this world began to reveal its deeper, hidden problems and conflicts beneath the illusory flowers and moon reflections' hallucinatory surface. On the screen, scenes like the following might appear. Scene 1, Clash of Social Values. Although this world has achieved universal gender swapping, have the deeply rooted traditional gender stereotypes such as men are strong, women are weak, and men work outside, women stay at home truly disappeared as a result? The footage shows several conflicts. The strong and straightforward Jiraiya sister, although having many followers possibly because of her strength or figure, is also criticized and suppressed by conservative forces for being too tough and not feminine enough. She is even required to mind her words and actions and act like a woman in formal occasions. Meanwhile, strong male leaders like Tsunade-ko, who appear very masculine, often face setbacks in handling emotionally delicate issues due to their excessive machismo and poor communication skills, even provoking dissatisfaction and rebellion among subordinates, especially female subordinates after gender swapping. Then there is Sakura Taro, who is strong but simple-minded, often labeled as simple-minded and brave but lacking wisdom, which limits him in situations requiring intelligence and strategy. Has society truly achieved a fair evaluation of individual abilities and values?
Or have the original stereotypes aimed at women simply been imposed on gender-swapped men, or vice versa?
This clash of deeply ingrained gender concepts triggered by gender reversal hides profound social criticism beneath this seemingly lighthearted world. In terms of emotions, gender reversal not only changes appearances but also complicates relationships between characters. The sisterly rivalry between Naruto and Saki becomes more tangled and difficult to resolve due to the delicate and jealous nature unique to women. Their complex feelings, which go beyond friendship and competition, also face greater social and ethical pressures. The gender-swapped frenemies Jiraiya's sister and Tsunade-ko have an ambiguous relationship that becomes more awkward and unspeakable due to the gender inversion, perhaps reducing worldly prejudices and making it more direct and fiery.
Orochimaru's pathological obsession and possessiveness towards Saki, involving a taboo same-sex romance, appear even more twisted and dangerous. And what emotional dilemmas will the original official couples face after gender swapping? For example, Naruto and Hinata, the male version of Hinata, one passionate and carefree, the other shy, introverted, and extremely passive. What kind of resistance and comedy will this girl-chasing boy, especially such a shy boy scenario, encounter? Can Hinata's fragile little heart withstand Naruto's sun-like fiery pursuit? For example, Seiko Saki and Sakosuke Sakurataro, one cold and proud, keeping everyone at a distance, the other honest, impulsive, and single-minded. Will this loyal dog pursuing the ice goddess, though with reversed genders scenario, be even tougher than the original? Sakosuke's more direct and persistent male pursuit might actually be more likely to win Seiko's heart.
The new emotions brought by gender reversal are full of unpredictability and melodrama, making the story richer, more colorful, and hard to predict.
Scene 3: Power Systems and Gender Differences.
In the main world, although there are powerful female ninjas like Tsunade, overall, male ninjas seem to have advantages in strength, speed, and chakra volume, perhaps just a stereotype.
So, in the gender-swapped world, will this advantage be reversed? If female characters like Naruto, Seiko, and Jiraiya had male bodies, would their strength and combat abilities generally improve? And if male characters like Usook, Hinata, and Ninsuke had female bodies, would their strength and endurance be limited, making them more inclined toward technique, speed, or support abilities? Or perhaps, in this world, gender differences have no impact on ninja abilities at all, or manifest in completely different ways. For example, females being better at spiritual energy control, while males excel in life energy bursts? In the footage, details of battles and training might hint at tactical or cognitive changes brought about by gender differences. For instance, would the female version of Shikamaru Shikako pay more attention to detail, excel in psychological tactics, or even be more cunning? When the male version of Ino Inanasuke uses the mind transfer jutsu, would he find it easier to succeed due to stronger mental power, but struggle with precise control because of a more coarse male mindset? Do Jiraiya Ne and Tsunade Ko reflect gender imprints in their leadership styles? Do female leaders focus more on emotional communication, while male leaders emphasize authority and efficiency?
These comparisons are not meant to judge which gender is stronger or better suited for what, but to guide the audience to think.
To what extent do gender differences actually influence a person's abilities, thinking, and behavior? Which differences are objectively physiological? Which are merely stereotypes imposed by social culture? If we set aside gender labels, can we view each independent individual more fairly and objectively?
Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower Water Moon. All characters gender swapped, after the initial curiosity and laughter, gradually begins to reveal its deeper meaning. This is not just a simple gender swap setting, it feels more like a social experiment full of reflection and discussion. Through the extreme premise of gender reversal, it magnifies real-world gender discrimination, stereotypes, and the impact of social culture on individuals. The audience is forced to confront sensitive topics they may have never seriously considered or deliberately avoided.
Of course, the system hasn't forgotten its entertainment essence.
While interspersing serious discussions, it occasionally presents the humorous daily lives, awkward moments, and bizarre interactions of the gender-swapped characters, maintaining a light tone. For example, Naruto causes a laugh by fumbling in battle because she is not used to wearing skirts. Seiko's mood is irritable and combat effectiveness drops due to special circumstances. Usook struggles to understand girls' thoughts. Jiraiya is chased by handsome boys' families for oversourcing. Tsunade angers the village women with his straight man remarks. This blend of lighthearted comedy and serious exploration creates the unique and eclectic viewing experience of Ice Sky 6. The audience's emotions fluctuate between the two atmospheres, sometimes empathizing deeply with the characters' gender dilemmas, sometimes amused by absurd jokes. The bittersweet, mixed feelings are exactly the unique experience this Mirror Flower Water Moon world aims to deliver. As for where this gender-reversed world will head, and what fate awaits these gender-swapped characters, the answers remain shrouded in a mist woven from pink bubbles and black humor. On screen, after showing the gender-swapped characters' laughable daily lives and the social reflections triggered by gender reversal, Ice Sky 6, Mirror Flower Water Moon, all characters gender-swapped begins to focus the lens on a topic, perhaps the one all viewers, especially the younger generation and female audience, care about most and gossip over most. That is, in this gender-reversed world, the characters' romantic relationships. The change in gender undoubtedly has an extremely huge, extremely subtle, and even a subversive impact on the original character relationships and emotional trajectories.
In the main world, where the romantic entanglements have either been settled or remain tangled, what kind of brand new, unpredictable, and melodramatic stories will unfold in this world?
The system seems to understand the audience's taste very well and begins to focus on depicting the emotional development of several core couples, or rather, their chaotic progression.
First, our heroine Uzumaki Naruto.
This orange-haired twin-tailed girl, bursting with energy like a little sun and with a carefree personality, will her emotional world be as full of twists and dullness as Naruto's in the main world? On screen, Naruto frequently interacts with several key male characters, the gender-swapped versions of the main world's female characters. For example, her relationship with Hyuga Hinata, the male version of Hinata. Naruto always teases this extremely shy, frequently blushing, white-eyed handsome boy who becomes speechless when he meets her. She often slings an arm around Hinata's shoulder and drags him to eat ramen, completely ignoring that he might be too shy to eat. When Hinata is mocked by others, Naruto is the first to rush out and help, though her methods are somewhat rough. Even when Hinata is in danger, she appears like a divine warrior, saving him and then patting his shoulder with a laugh. "Don't be afraid, I'm here."
This protective instinct and brotherly camaraderie leave Naruto from the main world utterly confused. Is this how it is between me and Hinata?
Meanwhile, the main world's Hinata, looking at the shy and pitiful male version of herself being fiercely protected by Naruto, blushes so hard it's almost bleeding, yet a sweet and indescribable envy wells up in her heart, envy for the version of herself who can be so close to Naruto.
But is Naruto's feeling for Hinata really just brotherly? The scenes also hide subtle details. For example, when she sees Hinata blush because of other girls, does a flicker of displeasure, unnoticed even by herself, flash through her mind? When Hinata runs away upset or shy because of her unintentional actions, does she feel annoyed and concerned? These subtle reactions seem to reveal that deep inside Naruto's heart lies a more complex emotion than friendship. This kind of seemingly one-sided Hinata secretly loves Naruto but apparently harboring some kind of mutual potential emotional line makes the audience, especially fans of the Naruto-Hinata pairing, both anxious and full of anticipation. Interaction with Seiko Saki, female version of Sasuke.
As previously shown, Naruto harbors extremely complex feelings toward this powerful, stunningly beautiful, but cold-tempered rival. There is a competitive spirit that refuses to lose.
A desire to catch up and surpass. However, deep in her heart, there is an inseparable obsession and concern. Like Naruto in the main world, she challenges Seiko again and again, never giving up even after repeated defeats.
When Seiko is in danger, she is always the first to rush forward, regardless of the consequences.
Even when Seiko makes some wrong decisions, such as defecting, she is angrier and more heartbroken than anyone else.
Both are female, and this entanglement is not as simple as youthful hot-blooded rivalry. Instead, it carries a subtle and unspeakable emotion. They attract and repel each other, are rivals yet like confidants. Perhaps this relationship will transcend friendship and competition, developing into a deeper, even forbidden sisterly bond. The scent of Yuri wafts strongly. At this thought, Naruto and Sasuke from the main world couldn't help but feel a chill, absolutely unable to accept the strange feelings between their own and each other's gender-swapped versions.
But in the audience, certain special enthusiasts, Fujoshi or Yuri fans, couldn't help but show a knowing smile.
Speaking of interactions with the male version of Sakura, Sakusuke, Naruto and Sakusuke in this world don't have the same Naruto secretly loves Sakura, Sakura secretly loves Sasuke love triangle as in the main world. They are more like a pair of friends who tease each other, dislike each other, but help each other when it really counts. Naruto might laugh at Sakusuke for being simple-minded but physically strong, or complain about the food he makes if Sakusuke inherited Sakura's cooking skills. Sakusuke would tease Naruto for being loud and not girly at all, and take pleasure in her mischief when she gets caught. But when facing a common enemy, they can show great teamwork, even though they often argue. This pair of friends full of laughter and mutual annoyance feels much more relaxed than the one-sided love triangle in the main world. Naruto from the main world, watching the male version of Sakura bickering with him, actually feels quite familiar.
Sakura from the main world, seeing herself playfully fighting with Naruto, can't help but smile. Maybe being friends isn't so bad. The scene shifts to another female protagonist, Seiko. This icy beauty, what kind of emotional world does she have? Her relationship with Naruto has already been mentioned above. It is an extremely complicated sisterly rivalry. So, what about her relationship with Sakosuke Sakuraru? The footage shows Sakosuke Sakuraru pursuing Seiko Saki with an almost obsessive, one-sided infatuation. He watches Seiko Saki's every move just like Sakura in the main world. He would be the first to rush recklessly to protect Seiko Saki whenever she is in danger, although he would likely be disliked or even thrown aside. He trains desperately, mainly focusing on strength, wanting to become stronger just to earn even a little recognition from Seiko. Facing Sakosuke's loyal dog-like pursuit, Seiko's reaction remains cold, even impatient. She might completely ignore Sakosuke or mercilessly repel him when he approaches, using harsh words to severely wound his pride. This boy chases girl abusive love pattern deeply resonates with Sakura in the audience, making her feel heartbroken. The female version of Sasuke is still so cold, and the male version of me is really pitiful. Yet she can't help but think, maybe precisely because Sakosuke is male, his persistent stubbornness will eventually melt that iceberg? The Sasuke from the main world watches his female version being pestered by the pink-haired fool with extreme irritation, wishing he could jump into the screen to teach that guy a lesson for himself. Besides Naruto and Sakosuke, does Seiko have other emotional entanglements in this world? For example, that seductive and dangerous Orochimaru? The scenes intersperse moments of Orochimaru secretly observing and even trying to approach Seiko. She tempts with promises of greater power or revealing secrets of the Uchiha clan. Her gaze towards Seiko mixes possessiveness, admiration, and a twisted affection. Facing this powerful and dangerous Orochimaru, does Seiko's heart waver? Or does she choose to use her? This forbidden temptation and danger evil CP storyline makes the plot more thrilling and thought-provoking. Finally, how do the established couples from the main world develop their relationships after gender swapping? For example, Shikamaru and Temari becoming the lazy and wise Shikako and the dashing, even more dominant Temeraru? Will they still spark that strange chemistry from rivals to allies to lovers? Or will the personality differences brought by gender reversal cause them to dislike each other? For example, Asuma and Kurenai. In this world, they become the mature and steady Asuma and the gentle and considerate but perhaps also strong-willed Kurenai sensei male? Will their teacher-student romance, or rather, colleague romance, full of tacit understanding and warmth, still blossom? For example, Sai and Ino, who become the sharp-tongued, expressionless Psycho and the sunny, handsome, even somewhat flirtatious Inosuke in this world. Will their relationship, evolving from mutual understanding to attraction, still happen? These gender-swapped official couples' romantic lines are full of uncertainties, leaving fans who enjoy shipping endless imagination and lively discussions. In Isekai 6, Mirror Flower Water Moon All Members Gender Swap Edition, the portrayal of relationships fully utilizes the gender swap setting, completely rewriting the original character relationships and emotional trajectories, bringing unpredictability and melodramatic potential. It breaks the audience's fixed perceptions of the original work's couples, creating many novel and shocking pairings. This emotional entanglement, both familiar and strange, both anticipated and chaotic, becomes one of the most captivating and controversial highlights of Isekai 6 aside from the gender reversal itself. The audience sometimes bursts into laughter Naruto and Hinata, sometimes frowns Seiko and Inosuke, sometimes feels alarmed Seiko and Orochimaru, and sometimes indulges in endless fantasies those gender-swapped official couples. Their emotions are as rich and complex as a palette of colors. The final fates of these gender-swapped characters, as well as the ending of this gender-flipped world, have become a suspenseful and gossip-filled mystery. Just as the audience enthusiastically discusses these bizarre couples and romantic developments, with the atmosphere lively, the system seems to feel the need to guide everyone to think more deeply. The on-screen plot pauses, replaced by some more universally meaningful images and questions about gender itself. The screen quickly flashes previous scenes, Naruto being mocked for not being girly enough, Usuke as a male being told to be more responsible and not cry, Jirako being criticized for being bold and unrestrained, Tsunadaru being accused of machismo for being domineering. For example, society may hold overt or subtle biases and discrimination against strong women and gentlemen. These scenes, like silent questions, accompanied by the system's cold, emotionless narration, or simply displayed as subtitles. Do gender differences necessarily lead to differences in personality and behavior? Are the so-called masculine traits and feminine traits innate, or shaped by social culture? In an ideal society, should the criteria for evaluating individual value completely transcend gender? Does gender really limit a person's possibilities? This question, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly makes the atmosphere in the entire theater heavy and contemplative.
Discussions about have also shifted from superficial gossip and complaints to a deeper, more serious level. The characters began to seriously reflect on the seemingly simple yet extremely complex issue of gender. Why do girls have to be quiet and gentle? Ino was the first to ask. She looked at the lively Naruto on the screen and thought of herself, frowning, isn't it good to be energetic like Naruto? Why does that mean not like a girl? Exactly. Tenten immediately agreed, can't girls like fighting and weapons? Who made that rule? Sakura also nodded in agreement, why is the male version of me considered rough? Just because he's a boy? Can't boys be delicate and precise, like with medical ninjutsu? From the reversals and conflicts in Isekai Land, they felt the invisible constraints placed on women in reality and began to question those seemingly natural gender norms. The boys also started reflecting after their initial awkwardness. Naruto scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, I used to think Sakura was a bit naggy and Hinata too shy. But now I realize that doesn't necessarily have to do with them being girls. Boys can be naggy and shy too. Shikamaru analyzed more calmly, biological gender differences objectively exist and may affect strength, reproduction, and so on. But personality, thinking, and abilities depend more on upbringing and experiences. Simplifying these complex things as just gender is actually a prejudice and laziness. Kakashi also agreed, maybe we should all try to put aside the gender filter and look at each person more objectively and independently. Whether male or female, everyone has infinite possibilities and shouldn't be limited by some fixed label. Even Sasuke, who always believed in the supremacy of strength, seemed to show a faint hesitation after experiencing this gender swap shock. Looking at the powerful and stunningly beautiful Seiko Saki on the screen, he might have been thinking, if women possessed the same strength and talent as him, then should the Uchiha revival he has always pursued, based on male power, be reconsidered? Of course, some characters still adhere to traditional gender views. For example, some elder advisors from the older generation, if they were present, might frown, believing that such a yin-yang reversed world is a sign of declining morals. Similarly, people like Guy and Lee, who focus purely on physical techniques, might emphasize the natural advantage men have in strength and explosiveness, although teacher Guy would also say that women's flexibility is equally a powerful weapon to ease the atmosphere. Discussions among different characters gradually unfold, with intense clashes of opinions. This profound debate on gender equality, social expectations, and personal potential, sparked by Isekai 6, undoubtedly elevates the significance of multiverse viewing to a new level. It is no longer just about showcasing wonders and reflection, but subtly challenges the deeply rooted prejudices in the audience's hearts. Perhaps, when they leave the theater and return to reality, their views of each other, society, and even themselves will quietly undergo profound changes. Just as this gender discussion was still raging and many were immersed in thought, the system prompt sound that always appears just at the right moment rang out again. This time, it announced the phased conclusion of the core storyline of Isekai 5, Gear Heartstein Ninja Revolution. Notice, the core storyline of Isekai 5, Gear Heartstein Ninja Revolution has been displayed in phases. With the prompt, the window on the screen filled with steam, gears, industrial aesthetics, and deep contradictions flickered, perhaps a freeze frame of the mech Naruto battle, or the halted central power tower, then slowly closed and disappeared completely. The ending of this world remains open and suspenseful. What will be the final outcome of Steam Naruto's battle? Has the crisis of the central power core been resolved? Will the secrets of mechanical arts and AI weapons be revealed? Can the balance between technology and humanity be achieved? The system gave no clear answers, leaving the audience full of sighs and speculation about the fate of the Steam world. They worried about the fate of that world and marveled at its technological imagination and social reflection. The temporary departure of this world undoubtedly left a deep impression in their hearts. Immediately afterward, the system continued to announce, introducing Isekai 8 soon. The current rotating worlds will be adjusted to Isekai 6, Illusory Flowers and Moonlight All Members Gender Swap, Isekai 7, Tongue Wars Legend of the Explosive Chef, and Isekai 8. The 8th world has finally arrived. After experiencing 7 worlds with vastly different and even outrageous styles, darkness, technology, twists, wasteland, steam, gender swap, and cuisine, what surprises or shocks will the new world bring? The audience stared at the pitch-black screen, filled with curiosity, gradually getting used to the premonition that the worldview is about to refresh. This time, what possibilities will await them? Everyone held their breath. With the system's cold announcement, a farewell montage representing Isekai 5, Heart of Gears Steam Ninja Revolution played on the screen. The massive central power tower pulsed like a heart, countless gears meshing and turning, chimneys spewing thick smoke, showcasing the cold and grand panoramic view of the Konoha Heavy Industries city. Ace mechanic Kakashi, wearing a monocle, operated a complex steam mechanical arm, his gaze calm and professional. The genius inventor Sakura sweats in her studio filled with blueprints and parts, her eyes shining with the light of creation. The power and brutal aesthetics of the mechanical Susanoo and the Toad Mecha showcased the unique charm of steam ninja techniques. Cruel mechanical warfare, the clash of steel and the roar of steam reveal the darkness and conflicts of the world. Finally, in the ruins of an abandoned industrial city, Steam Naruto and Steam Sasuke engage in a fateful duel, two battle-scarred mechas facing off under the blood-red sunset, the future full of uncertainty. Scenes of industrial beauty, technological power, social contradictions, and profound reflection flash by one after another. The scene may ultimately freeze on the slowly stopping central power tower, a clean energy device symbolizing new hope, or the complex backs of Naruto and Sasuke. Whichever moment is frozen, it leaves the audience with endless imagination. That world filled with steel and steam, revolution and pain, slowly fades away like the end of an era, disappearing from the screen. The departure from this world sparked a low murmur of discussion and sentiment among the audience. Sigh. I wonder what happened to Kakashi-sensei and Sakura in that world in the end. Naruto said somewhat regretfully he still had a good impression of his companions from that world. And Naruto and Sasuke, did they reconcile in the end? Choji asked curiously as well. Steam technology is indeed powerful, but also too dangerous. Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. I hope they can find a better path for development. Relying too much on external things will never lead to greatness, Sasuke still commented coldly, but his eyes subtly revealed a complex emotion toward the technological power of that world. Having bid farewell to the romance and cruelty of steam and gears, the audience's mood gradually calmed. Everyone had grown accustomed to jumping between different worldviews, eagerly anticipating the possibilities the system would bring next. 6 worlds had already passed: darkness, technology, reversal, wasteland, steam, and gender swap, each one overturning perceptions and delivering a strong impact. So, what kind of surprise would the 8th world bring? The 7th world of gourmet cuisine was still airing, and everyone was quietly speculating. Suddenly, the screen lit up again. This time, the light was different from before, carrying a sense of mystery, as if containing endless energy, a dazzling starlight woven from purple and gold. Immediately after, a huge, magnificent title slowly appeared, as if written with magical ink, adorned with mysterious runes. Otherworld 8, Arcane Torrent Ninja. Job change to Mage. The background is no longer a specific scene, but a vast cosmic starry sky. Countless magical runes flicker and flow, representing the elemental energies of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, and darkness intertwining and colliding, erupting in brilliant splendor. One can even faintly see mythical castles and towers floating in the starry sky, or mysterious fragments of other dimensions. A rich and fantastical magical power surges like a flood, enveloping the entire viewing area in the atmosphere of a magical world. AR. Arcane Torrent? Naruto stared at the magnificent title and background, eyes wide, face full of confusion. Ninja. Job change to Mage? Mage? This word stunned all the ninjas familiar with the main world. Mage? Isn't that something that exists in Jiraiya-sama's somewhat risque novels, or certain ancient legends, using a power system called magic that is completely different from ninjutsu? Could it be that this 8th world is actually a magic world? And moreover, ninjas have to job change into mages? This gap is way too big? What kind of joke is this? You pointed at the screen, shouting in disbelief. A ninja is a ninja. A mage is a mage. How can they change classes? This isn't a game. Applying the ninja system to the magical world? Shikamaru frowned deeply, feeling like his head was about to explode. Chakra turning into magic power, ninjutsu turning into magic? These are 2 completely different systems. Can they even merge? Too complicated. Magic. When Jiraiya heard this word, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He recalled the ancient magical civilization legends he had heard while traveling in his youth. Could those legends be true? In some possible world, did a prosperous magical civilization really exist? His interest was instantly piqued to the highest degree. Tsunade also frowned. She knew very little about magic, having only seen scattered records of life magic or alchemy in ancient medical texts. Did this world really possess the legendary powers? Orochimaru's interest in magic was even stronger than in steam technology. Magic, arcane, elemental energy, psychic interference with reality? He licked his lips, his golden vertical pupils gleaming with excitement. This is closer to the essence of the world than the chakra system, more idealistic? Interesting, very interesting. He felt that this magical world might bring entirely new ideas and possibilities for his research on the soul, psychic power, and even Truth 433. Other viewers were also drawn to this gorgeous and dazzling magical world setting. After all, the word magic is full of mystery, romance, and powerful forces. Who didn't he fantasize as a child about waving their hand like a wizard in stories, summoning storms and casting amazing spells? The atmosphere in the theater instantly heated up with the appearance of curiosity, surprise, and anticipation intertwined. Everyone was eager to see just how exciting this ninja-turned-mage magical world would be. On the screen, the magnificent title and background gradually faded away. Arcane Torrent Ninja Turned Mage officially began. The opening featured a series of extremely grand, epic wide-angle shots. What came into view was no longer the familiar Konoha village or the Land of Fire. Instead, it was a brand new continent filled with rich Western fantasy elements. Here there was a magnificent human kingdom castle standing atop a high mountain, built of white stone, with numerous towers, flying griffin banners. Under the sunlight, it reflected dazzling brilliance, full of solemnity and a sense of order. Hidden deep within an ancient forest, blending with nature, constructed from living trees and vines, an elegant elven city. The air was filled with the fragrance of nature, and some pointed-eared, handsome, and agile elves could be seen darting through the woods. Built deep within the treacherous mountains, a vast underground city filled with the wisdom of dwarven craftsmen and the breath of fire. The dwarves wield massive war hammers, forging sturdy weapons and armor beside the furnace, the air mingling with the scent of ale and the sound of metal striking. In the distance lie endless green plains, perilous dark swamps, snow-covered high mountains, and even magical floating islands drifting among the clouds. The geography, nations, and races of this world are completely different from the ninja world, filled with a typical Western fantasy style. The system thoughtfully marks the map and place names in the corner of the screen, such as Kingdom of the Lion, Moon Whisper Forest, Ironforge, and Cursed Lands, making it easy for everyone to understand. More importantly, the inhabitants of this continent are not just humans. Various mythical and legendary fantasy creatures appear on the screen: fire-breathing dragons soaring through the sky, elegant unicorns galloping across the plains, cunning goblins and orcs hiding in the forests, rock elemental giants guarding ancient ruins, and possibly even supernatural beings like angels, demons, and undead. These scenes and creatures, only seen in storybooks before, left the audience utterly amazed. Wow! It's really a dragon! Naruto excitedly pointed at the red dragon on the screen, waving his arms in excitement. The elves are so beautiful, with their pointed ears. Ino, Tenten, and the other girls looked on with admiration. Those dwarves look very sturdy, they must be very strong. Ding Ci and Shaoli were very interested in the dwarves wielding warhammers. Goblins and orcs look so evil. Xiaoying said somewhat fearfully. Jiraiya stared intently, as if entering the world of a novel he once conceived. Amazing. This is a living, breathing fantasy epic. Even Sasuke, who was usually uninterested in the outside world, showed a faint glimmer of curiosity in his eyes when he saw these powerful magical creatures and mysterious scenes. This, Isekai 8, opened with grand and rich Western fantasy elements, successfully leading all the viewers into a new world full of magic and adventure, completely different from the ninja world. Everyone's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. They couldn't wait to find out, in this world full of swords and magic, dragons and elves, how would the ninjas they were familiar with exist? And what would the so-called job change mages look like? The images on the screen did not disappoint them. The camera began to focus on the humans on this magical continent. On the screen, Isekai 8, Arcane Torrent, continued to display those magnificent scenes full of Western fantasy colors. Majestic castles, mysterious forests, and powerful magical creatures dazzled the audience accustomed to the ninja world. They grew even more curious about what exactly the ninjas in this world were. At that moment, the system's cold voice sounded again, revealing the core power system of this magical world. Otherworld 8, Arcane Torrent. There is no such energy as chakra here. What? No chakra? The ninjas were shocked. Chakra was the foundation of their power. Without it, how could ninjas fight? The system ignored their surprise and continued to explain. A more primal and wild energy flows through this world: mana. It comes from the astral void and permeates the entire world. The screen displayed swirling energy patterns like nebulae, brilliant and elusive. The casters here are equivalent to ninjas in the main world. They channel mana through mental power, runes, and specific spells or gestures similar to hand seals but different in form to cast various magic. The ninjutsu system here has also changed. The screen, accompanied by narration, shows the specific changes. Fire release is no longer just simple fire spitting, but shaped flame magic. For example, throwing burning fireballs at a distance, unleashing large-scale destructive flame explosions, and even summoning fire elementals to assist in battle.
Water release transforms into water and ice magic.
It can shoot water arrows, release frost novas that freeze enemies, summon giant tidal waves, or create sturdy ice walls.
Lightning release becomes powerful lightning magic.
It can summon lightning arrows, release chain lightning that paralyzes enemies, and trigger thunderstorms.
Chidori might become a thunder spear that requires chanting, with tremendous power. Wind release turns into airflow manipulation.
It can launch wind blades that cut enemies, form airflow shields, and summon powerful tornadoes.
Rasengan might become a high-speed spinning storm ball imbued with wind elemental power. Earth release transforms into earth and rock magic. It can summon sharp stone spikes from underground with earth spike technique.
It can add sturdy defense to oneself with stone skin technique. It can trigger localized earthquakes with wrath of the earth. It can even summon earth elementals made of rock as guardians. Illusion techniques may transform into more direct mental level spiritual magic or mind spells. For example, creating realistic illusions with illusion technique, directly attacking enemy willpower with fear technique, manipulating minds with charm technique or domination technique. These magics are stranger and harder to defend against than illusions in the main world. As for taijutsu, the system explains, taijutsu relying solely on physical strength has limited effect in a world filled with magic. Those skilled in close combat usually infuse their bodies or weapons with magical power, becoming magic warriors or battle mages. Their strength and speed far exceed ordinary people, and they can also use simple combat magic, such as weapon enchantments and charging slashes. Shaoli and Teacher Kai's eyes lit up after hearing this.
Magic warrior? Battle mage? Sounds so passionate, Teacher Kai.
Shaoli exclaimed excitedly.
That's right, Shaoli. Teacher Kai nodded.
It seems that even in the magical world, our physical skills and youthful spirit can still burn brightly. Overall, the power system of Isekai 8 cleverly integrates the concept of ninjutsu from the main world into the classic sword and magic framework. Chakra becomes magical power, ninjutsu turns into magic, and ninjas change their classes into various mages or magic warriors based on their attributes.
This setup makes the audience feel both novel and inclined to critique. Feels like our ninjutsu got downgraded? Teeth said discontentedly. Fire style just became throwing fireballs, so lacking in momentum. But it looks pretty powerful too? Tenten swallowed as she watched the demonstrations of fireball jutsu and thunderstorm jutsu. The power seems comparable to ninjutsu.
The systems are different, so it's hard to compare strength.
Shikamaru analyzed. Magic focuses on reshaping and elemental effects, while ninjutsu emphasizes transformation and technique.
Casting requires incantations and hand signs, so casting speed and magic consumption are questionable and troublesome.
Kakashi pondered, using mental power to guide magic requires high mental strength. Magic is more wild and harder to control than chakra, so the risks are greater.
Jiraiya and Tsunade were more interested in summoning techniques, life magic, and alchemy, feeling these could make up for the shortcomings of the magic system. As for Orochimaru, he showed great enthusiasm for researching the entire magic system. Mental power directly interfering with reality, the essence of elemental energy, the relationship between the soul and magical power, amazing. This world is practically a laboratory tailor-made for me. While everyone was still discussing and full of curiosity about this ninja-turned-mage concept, the camera on the screen finally focused on the protagonists of this magical world. So, what new identities and professions will our familiar characters have on this magic continent filled with arcane currents? The first to appear, without a doubt, is our Prince Uzumaki Naruto. The scene appears in what looks like a beginner's training ground at a magic academy. A blonde boy wearing a worn gray mage robe stands in the center, sweating profusely as he struggles to cast basic fire magic. He clumsily makes complex magical gestures, muttering off key incantations: flame, heed my command, burn. His mental focus is weak, and his magic guidance is awkward and unstable. Finally, with a puff from his palm, a flickering, dim little flame appears, accompanied by a few wisps of black smoke. Is this the result of his hard work for half a day? Suddenly, a mighty surge of fantastical magic flooded in like a torrent, and the entire viewing area was instantly enveloped in the atmosphere of a magical world.
AR. Arcane Torrent?
Naruto widened his eyes, staring at the magnificent title and background, looking bewildered.
Ninja, changing professions to a mage? Mage?
All the ninjas familiar with the main world were stunned.
Aren't mages the magic users from Jiraiya-sama's novels or ancient legends? A completely different power system from ninjutsu? Could it be that this eighth world is really a magical world? And ninjas have to change professions to become mages? That's too big a leap. What a joke! Kiba pointed at the screen, incredulous. A ninja is a ninja, a mage is a mage, how can you just change professions? This isn't a game. Applying the ninja system to the magical world? Shikamaru frowned deeply, his mind nearly overloaded. Chakra becomes magic power, ninjutsu becomes magic? These are completely different systems, can they really merge? What a headache! Magic. When Jiraiya heard this word, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He recalled the legends and relics of ancient magical civilizations he had collected during his travels in his youth. Could it be those legends were actually true? In some possible world, did a prosperous magical civilization really exist? His interest in this world instantly peaked at the highest point. Tsunade also frowned slightly. She knew little about magic, having only seen scattered records about life magic or alchemy in some ancient medical texts. Does this world really possess the legendary power? Orochimaru showed a strong interest in magic, completely different from his previous attitude toward STEAM technology. Magic, arcane, elemental energy, mental power directly affecting reality? He licked his lips, his golden vertical pupils flickering with excitement. This is closer to the world's essence than the simple chakra system, more idealistic. Interesting, very interesting. He felt that this magical world might bring new ideas and possibilities for his research on souls, mental power, and even truth. The audience was also attracted by this dazzling and cool magical world setting. The word magic itself is full of mystery and romance. Who didn't fantasize as a child about being a wizard in stories, waving their hand to summon wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, casting wondrous spells? The atmosphere in the theater grew lively again because of Isekai 8. Curiosity, surprise, and anticipation intertwined as people eagerly wanted to know what the magical world of the ninja-turned-mage would be like. On the screen, the magnificent title and background gradually faded away. Otherworld 8, Arcane Torrent Ninja Job Change to Mage officially begins airing. The opening features a series of magnificent, epic wide-angle shots. What comes into view is not the familiar Konoha village or the Land of Fire, but a brand new continent rich in Western fantasy elements. Here there is a grand human kingdom castle standing atop a high mountain, built of white stone with numerous towers, flying griffin banners. Under the sunlight, the castle shines brilliantly, solemn and orderly. An elegant elven city hidden deep within an ancient forest, blending with nature, constructed from living trees and vines. The air is filled with the fragrance of nature, and sharp-eared, handsome elves move gracefully among the trees. A vast underground city built in the heart of rugged mountains, full of dwarven craftsmanship, wisdom, and the aura of fire. Dwarves wield giant hammers, forging fine weapons by the furnace, with the scent of ale and the sound of metal striking filling the air. Also vast endless green plains, perilous dark swamps, ice-covered frigid snowy mountains stretching thousands of miles, and floating above the clouds, faintly visible magical floating islands? The geography, national composition, and racial settings of this world are completely different from the ninja world of the main world. It is filled with typical Western fantasy settings. The system also seems to be quite considerate, marking the map and the names of various locations in the corner of the screen, such as Lion Kingdom, Moon Whisper Forest, Ironforge, Cursed Land, and so on, to help viewers understand. More importantly, the inhabitants of this continent are not just humans. The scene shows various fantastical creatures that exist only in myths and legends. In the sky, fire-breathing dragons soar. On the plains, magnificent unicorns gallop. In the forests, cunning and ruthless goblins and orcs lurk. Beside ancient ruins, elemental giants made of rock stand guard. There might even be supernatural beings such as angels, demons, and undead. These sights and creatures, seen only in stories before, once again amaze the audience. Wow! It's really a dragon! Naruto excitedly pointed at the screen. Ino, Tenten, and the other girls were captivated by the elegant elves, full of longing. Ding Ci and Shaoli were interested in the dwarves wielding warhammers. Xiaoying said somewhat fearfully, "Goblins and orcs look very evil." Jiraiya stared intently, as if entering the world of a novel he once conceived. Amazing. This is a living, breathing fantasy epic. Even the usually indifferent Sasuke showed a flicker of curiosity in his eyes when he saw the powerful magical creatures and mysterious scenes. Isekai 8 opens with grand and rich Western fantasy elements, successfully leading the audience into a new magical adventure realm completely different from the ninja world. Everyone's curiosity was ignited, eager to find out how these familiar ninjas would exist and what it would be like if they switched to being mages.
On the screen, magnificent castles, mysterious forests, and powerful magical creatures kept appearing, bringing freshness to viewers accustomed to the ninja world scenery, and making them even more eager to see what the ninjas in this world would look like. At that moment, the system's cold voice sounded again, beginning to reveal the core power system of this magical world to everyone.
Ice Sky 8, Arcane Torrent.
This world does not have an energy system called chakra.
What? No chakra?
This news was like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, shocking all the ninjas. Chakra is the source of their power and the foundation for performing all ninjutsu.
A world without chakra, how would ninjas even fight?
The system ignored their shock and continued. Instead, there is a primal and wild energy spread throughout the world, originating from the astral void mana. On the screen appeared a nebula-like flowing pattern of energy, shimmering with multicolored light, far more dazzling than chakra, yet even more elusive. Here, the casters equivalent to ninjas in the main world use mental guidance, rune mediums, and specific incantations or gestures to communicate with and shape mana, casting various supernatural abilities known as magic or arcana, the system continued to explain. The original ninjutsu has transformed in this world. The screen demonstrated this with specific examples. Fire release is no longer just spitting fire but has become shapeable flame magic, such as the ranged attack fireball jutsu, the area destructive flame explosion jutsu, and even summoning fire elementals to assist in battle. Water release has turned into water and ice magic, capable of firing arrow-like water arrow jutsu, instantly freezing enemies with frost nova, summoning giant waves with tidal wrath, or creating sturdy ice walls called frozen barrier. Lightning release has become powerful lightning magic, able to summon lightning arrows, release paralyzing chain lightning, and trigger battlefield covering thunderstorms.
Chidori might become a massive thunder spear requiring incantation to unleash.
Wind release has transformed into airflow manipulation magic, capable of cutting enemies with wind blades, forming airflow shields, and summoning powerful tornadoes.
Rasengan might become a high-speed spinning storm sphere infused with wind elements.
Earth release has turned into earth and rock magic, able to summon spikes from the ground with earth spike jutsu, add defense with a stone skin jutsu, cause earthquakes with earth's wrath, and even summon rock and earth element guardians. Genjutsu has evolved into direct mental spirit magic or psychic spells, creating realistic illusions with illusion jutsu, or assaulting enemy willpower with fear jutsu.
Mind-controlling charm jutsu or domination jutsu. This category of magic might be even more bizarre and difficult to defend against than genjutsu in the main world. As for taijutsu,
the system explained, purely relying on physical strength, taijutsu is relatively limited in effectiveness in this magic-filled world. Therefore, individuals skilled in close combat usually choose to infuse mana into their bodies or weapons, becoming magic warriors or battle mages. They possess strength and speed far beyond ordinary people and can use some simple combat magic such as weapon enchantments, charge slashes, etc.
Shaolin teacher Kai's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Magic warriors? Battle mages? That sounds